So here today I go on a read what if Esme turned Bella into vampire before Edward could. Part 2. For you guys. Before we start, let me introduce myself. I am Renesmee. Love to read fanfictions of my mom. Dad, let's get started. December 23, 2010. Bella Pav. As usual, I wake before Edward. I'm always up early. He would sleep all day if he could. I smile down at him and kiss both his eyelids before carefully climbing out of bed. Edward grumbles in his sleep as I break our contact, and I smile again. I pull on a pair of blue thigh-high socks and a favorite gray cardigan of Edward's over my t-shirt before padding downstairs with a legitimate spring in my step. Things are looking up. Today is going to be a good day. I can feel it. Typically, I'm the first one up and therefore make the coffee. But the dark liquid is already brewing when I reach for the pot. I stare at it, puzzled, before someone clears their throat at the kitchen table. I turn around, sliding with my socks on the wooden floors. My mouth falls open in shock when I see Tia sitting at the kitchen table with the morning paper spread out in front of her. If I didn't spend the night with Edward, I would have been highly suspicious. I see you didn't make it home, I say, breaking the silence but not easing the tension. Likewise, she replies, the judgment apparently displayed on her nauseatingly perfect face. Actually, I say, sauntering over to the table and pulling out the chair across from her. I prop my feet up on the table, cool as a motherfucking cucumber. I live here. Oh really? She asks. I can tell she doesn't believe me. Yup. Alice is renting me Edward's old room. I see, she murmurs, turning her sad face back to the paper. Her eyes stay fixed on one spot, so I know she isn't actually reading. I feel a little bad for her. I know from experience that a life without Edward fucking blows. But you left him. Yeah, how could you do that to him? Listen, chica, I say, pissed now. I don't fucking know you, and you're obviously in love with my man. Why in the fuck would I tell you all my deep dark secrets? Tia shrugs. We kissed once, you know. I see red and want to strangle the bitch, but my face remains impassive. I promised Alice there would be no punching of Tia at the party. But technically the party ended hours ago. A year ago during our first semester. We had a little too much to drink. But he stopped before things could progress. Said he didn't want to lose me as a friend and couldn't do a relationship because he had recently been burned by some heartless bitch. It's my turn to look away. I doubt Edward used those exact words, but it stings anyway. It's complicated, with Edward and I say, so I gathered. I hate myself for hurting him. I would imagine, he's my everything. Yet you left him. Listen, cocksucker, I say, livid at this point. You didn't even know I existed until yesterday. You don't know shit about me or my past with Edward, so you have no right to judge. I know in your head you probably convinced yourself that he loves you back, but you're wrong. He loves me, and I won't take that for granted again. I can't picture it, she says quietly, looking down at her hands in her lap. Edward with a girl. In a relationship. And if I had to, it would be with someone like you, I finish for her. As upsetting as it is, it doesn't make sense for Edward to be with me. He should be with someone who shares his interests and goals and ambition. I've been saying this for years, and it's probably the next fucking issue I'll be forced to deal with when I start going back to therapy. Something to look forward to. Tia smiles sadly before continuing. It's just, you've got this whole hip, grungy, delinquent thing going on. I mean, you have facial piercings for goodness sakes. I roll my eyes. It is one simple nose ring, not a gauged lip or some shit. And I've heard this a million times. What can I say? Opposites attract. And is he so conservative and kind, smart? You are so unlike him. You're unbelievable, you know that? I reply with a humorless chuckle. You don't know me at all. Do you know where Edward and I had our first real conversation? Fucking biology class. You know where we really got to know each other? The goddamn library. I hate to break it to you, my darling Tia, but I'm fucking smart. I graduated a semester early with 2 majors and a 3.8 GPA. And I know I don't make the wisest decisions, but I'm not some bimbo. And it's not just the mind-blowing sex. She winces and I am a horrible person because her pain makes me happy. We connect. He's my Edward and I'm his Bella. We're Edward and Bella. That's who we are. We are good together, despite the mistakes I made. I don't know where this is coming from. Maybe it's because I feel unbelievably threatened, both because she's gorgeous and because she really is the kind of woman Edward should be with. This is why I'm in therapy. I need to overcome all these self-loathing issues before I can ever really be in a healthy relationship with Edward. But for now, I need Tia to get a clear picture of us. That may be, but I know Edward, Tia insists, glaring at me and slamming her paper down on the table. And that drunken, crude mess he was last night is not right. Edward is polished and perfect. He's always in control and sure of his path. You turn him into something he's not. Getting drunk and talking so loudly about things that should be kept private. Tia is obviously scandalized, and I try not to laugh at her again. She really has no idea. I would pay good money to see the look on her face when she heard about the library BJ. Or the very loud bathroom sex. Or getting caught in various compromising positions by our roommates. Or when he introduced a video camera into our bedroom. Edward is not a saint. He's probably always been the picture of polite perfection to Tia, but that isn't who he really is. He teases me mercilessly and likes to go on adventures. I'm tempted to tell her, but I'm working really hard on being the kind of person that deserves Edward, so I take the high road. I think you're wrong, I state simply. Pardon? She asks, looking confused. Well, not totally wrong. The boy is perfect, I muse. But that polished, controlled, focused robot you think you know. Yeah, that's what Edward looks like, bored out of his mind. You're ridiculous, Tia scoffs. I'm not. You've known him for what? A year and a half? Less than 2 years. And I promise you, they were 2 very weird years because I know I hurt him. I know that he has probably been zombieing around since I left. Tia snorts unattractively. It's a little self-involved to say that, don't you think? To claim to have had such a drastic effect on his life and happiness? No, I reply without pause. I know that because I was the same way. Edward distracts himself from all that pain by throwing himself into school. My methods involve a whole lot of drugs, but the ultimate result is the same. Escape. I don't believe you, Tia whispers. I know him. This conversation is getting away from me, but I can't help but respond. Did you know that Edward loves literature? He's as well read as me. Did you know he plays the piano and loves to salsa dance? Did you know that his favorite food is Ethiopian? That he's hiked almost every 14er in the state and that he likes to climb trees when he's feeling sad? He drinks whiskey, scotch when it's available, wine when it's not, and jogs like a blizzallion miles when he gets stressed. Did you know any of that? I can tell by the look on her face that she is blown away by all this information. Don't feel bad, he really is a very private person, I continue. That's all very trivial, don't you think? She finally says in response. And just like that, I feel better. Edward is not destined to be with Tia. She doesn't even care about the stuff that makes Edward Edward. Tia just sees the academic, soon-to-be a fuck-awesome surgeon Edward. She remains blind to his warrior side, his aggressive, possessive tendencies, and the part of him that is really just a mischievous little boy. She doesn't get the whole package. I do. I certainly don't think so, I reply, suddenly exhausted by this conversation. I rise from the table. Whatever you say, Isabella. But you better be 100% positive that you aren't going to hurt him again, because I do know Edward and he won't survive this time. Neither would I reply before departing, and it's just fucking Bella. I need Edward back in my arms. May 2nd, 2008. There you are. I sigh out in relief when I see Edward bent over his desk. Papers and textbooks cover every part of the large surface. He doesn't turn when I enter the room, but I know he hears me because he nods his head slightly. It's a week before finals, so of course his head is in a book. Every semester is the same. Finals happen, and I lose my whatever the hell Edward is to me until he finishes his last test. And although finals are stressful for everyone, Edward really freaks out. He's hell-bent to get perfect grades, so he spends more time doing science-y crap than does fucking me. Unfortunately, I looked in the library after I got out of my last class, I say, kicking off my Birks in the closet. That fucking place is already packed. I hate people who only go to the library during finals. I think library regulars should get priority seating. There were 2 sorority bitches in our spot. Edward grunts in response. I sigh in frustration. But at least today was the last day of classes, I say, plopping down on his lap. He cranes his neck to see around me, his eyes never leaving his notes. A couple more tests, and we are done with junior year. 4 tests, he corrects, still not paying any attention to me. First one is tomorrow. Anatomy. Anatomy, I say, keeping my voice low and raspy. I wrap my arms around him and nip at his jaw. His heartbeat picks up under my palm. Though his face doesn't move, I know my proximity still affects him. He nods and flips through the book in front of him. If I recall, I continue, bringing my face closer to his. You are very, I kiss the corner of his mouth. Very, I kiss the point of his chin. Very, I kiss his now slightly upturned lips. Very good at anatomy. Do you want to apply all this practically? I nip at his ear and run my hands over his chest as I waggle my eyebrows at him suggestively. I'm a motherfucking pro at distracting Edward from his studies. It probably means I'm a bad influence, but his grades have yet to suffer. Dude has never gotten anything lower than an A- thus far in his college career. Loser. Though I must admit, I will be thrilled when whatever crazy advanced anatomy class he is taking this year is over. Despite all the innuendo opportunity the class provides, mostly it just serves to stress Edward out, and I don't like it. Bella, he whines. My anatomy final is tomorrow evening. I need to study. How long have you been sitting here? Dunno, since I got home from my last class, he replies, still more focused on his schoolwork than me. That was like 5 hours ago, I admonish, burrowing into his neck. I nibble on his skin, pleased when he shudders slightly. You need a break. Not going to happen, love, he replies. My lips immediately still on his neck, and I jerk away from him in irritation. I cross my arms over my chest. What is the fucking point of having a boyfriend if you won't even practice anatomy with me? I say petulantly. My childish mini rant gets his attention, and his face snaps towards me while his pen clatters from his hand. Score. Boyfriend, huh? He asks, smirking at me and bringing his arms around my waist. My mouth falls open in shock while my eyes bug out of my head. Did I really just say that? I didn't, that wasn't. I don't know what you're talking about, I tell him. Yes, you so totally just called me your boyfriend, he says, gloating. I'm still a little too shocked to really respond like a normal person. Edward has been referring to me as his girlfriend since Renee left last fall. The lingo must be rubbing off on me. It was a slip of the tongue, that's all. I don't see Edward like that. I don't consider him my boyfriend because I don't do boyfriends. Right. I have no fucking clue why I said that, I defend lamely. I must have meant boyfriend in the metaphorical sense, not the literal sense. He just smirks at me knowingly. I hate that he looks so self-satisfied. The whole altercation pisses me off. He won't fuck me. He's making me say stupid shit. I attempt to remove myself from his lap, but he holds me firmly against him. Edward, I snap, wanting to be alone. Let me go. He tilts my face towards his with his fingers on my chin, and kisses me thoroughly. I relax into his warm body, and sigh against his lips. My hands find their way into his silky hair as his palms cradle my face. Kissing Edward is my favorite activity. He somehow manages to erase all negative thoughts and emotions from all of me. I get lost, when he kisses me, in a perfect world that's all beauty and wonder and light. And Edward. But all too soon, he pulls away. I whimper a little at the loss of contact. He keeps his hands on my face, and I rest my forehead against his. You're beautiful, he says, running a thumb over my lips and drinking me up with his eyes. Have I told you that recently? Yes, all the fucking time, you ridiculous dork. I brush off his compliments, but I blush anyway. You really think I need a break? He asks, running a hand through his hair. I give him a scathing look that clearly says, obviously, moron. I think I have a better idea, he says with my favorite crooked smile. Why don't you help me study? Help you? I scoff. I can't even pronounce most parts of the fucking body. I'll just confuse the shit out of you. This doesn't require you to speak at all. Bella, lie still. Damn it, Edward reprimands, from the general vicinity of my right foot. I can't, I reply with a giggle, really trying very hard to do as instructed. Who knew? Bella Swan is ticklish, he says in apparent wonder. Just shut up and label me, I mutter as he ducks his head back to his work. I lay out on Edward's neatly made bed in only a black bra and matching pair of boys' short panties, attempting to lie still as Edward scribbles away on me. His fingertips trace my bones, shortly followed by the tip of his black marker as it labels my skin. Bones, muscles, ligaments. Hip bones connected to the thigh bone, except more scientific. I like being able to help Edward, even if it just means being his life-size science dummy. Leaning up on my elbows, I get a better look at Edward working away on my leg. He stripped down to his boxers because I didn't want to be the only one in their undie pants. Narrow glasses with dark frames rest on his straight nose, and his brow furrows in concentration as he conjures crazy complicated names from his massive brain. I smile at the adorable way he mutters to himself under his breath. It's a slow burn. He's only done part of one leg, and already that familiar sexual tension is coiling in my belly. One motherfucking leg. Is this really going to help you remember? I ask quietly as I lay back and close my eyes, reveling in the feel of his fingers and the felt tip of his marker. Yes, he says with a chuckle. I already have an image of your body burned into the back of my eyelids. Adding words to something I know better than myself will definitely help. You're gonna want to fuck me so bad when you get out of that test, I reply, a smile playing around my mouth. Edward laughs, planting a kiss on the inside on my calf before moving up to my knee. I live in a perpetual state of wanting to fuck you, he admits softly, riding on my knee. I fucking love it when Edward curses, and my body shudders a little as I try to put a cap on my need. Don't move, he reminds me with a whisper. He makes slow progress, inching up my body. Sometimes, he has me lift a limb to get at some probably ticklish crevasse. Edward works in silence for the most part, just muttering unintelligibly under his breath. Occasionally he shares with me a particularly miraculous fact about a particularly miraculous part of the human body. Every time he leaves a region of my body, he kisses my skin. By the time he gets to my hip bone, we're both breathing heavily. My legs rest over his shoulders while his hands wrap around my hips from behind. His head rests on my thigh while he marks up my side. Bella, he warns as my hip arch slightly, his voice is strained. Stay still, love. I'm trying. I whine somewhat breathlessly. He moves his head slightly, and his chin grazes my already throbbing lady parts. Oh, fuck, I hiss, my fingers lacing through his hair again. Isabella, he says, sounding equally frustrated, I'm trying to study down here. Oh baby, I reply, tightening my thighs around his neck. Please study down there. You study down there so good. You're ridiculous, he scoffs, crawling up my body and nuzzling my belly. This was your stupid idea, I remain him, continuing to run my fingers through his hair behind his ear. I know he likes this. It soothes him. Sometimes I can even get him to fall asleep like this when his brain's going a million miles a minute. He presses his thumb into the indent by my hip bone when we're in bed, and it has the same effect on me. It's a great idea, he contradicts, lifting his head and labeling my ribs. I'm going to dominate this test. I better get some sort of reward for this torture. You're graffitiing me. You're loving it. You're my little work of anatomically labeled art. He kisses my belly button, and I smile, continuing to stroke his hair. I keep my mouth shut and my needy little whimpering to a minimum to let him finish. I want to help him dominate the anatomy test. So I let him doodle on my arms and hands and even back. I draw the line at the face, though. Edward will totally get an A and I receive multiple orgasms for my efforts. An hour later, Alice orders us all to family dinner. What the fuck happened to you two? Alice demands when we take our seats at the kitchen table. It's equally covered with papers and binders as Edward's desk, but it's a whole lot less academic. Over Christmas break, Alice went with Jasper to Texas for several and somehow came back with a huge engagement ring. No one was terribly surprised, except Jasper himself, who still seems a little shocked that Alice managed to wrangle a proposal from him. They were getting married in June. I can't fucking wait, because all this wedding shit is driving me insane. Alice, not able to decide who she likes better, declared Rose and I co-maids of honor. Rosalie hates the duties as much as I do, but we suffer though for our favorite little pixie. And at least we have each other. I can't pinpoint the exact moment Rose and I became friends again, but I'm relieved to have Rosalie back in my life, even if we still fight like an old married couple. We were studying, Allie, Edward explains, having no idea that he has black marker smudges on his face, neck, arms, and hands. I'm equally messy, and I giggle at Alice's incredulous expression. Is that what the kids are calling it these days? Jasper asks. I didn't even notice him hidden behind a large stack of bridal magazines and Alice's 4-inch thick wedding planner at the far end of the table. Edward's going to get an A+, I say, leaning over to nuzzle into his neck, causing him to smirk. Isn't that right, sweetheart? I really think you should take anatomy, love, he replies, wrapping an arm around my shoulders. You're quite good at it yourself. Shut the fuck up, Rosalie says, entering the kitchen from her bedroom. You're going to make me puke all over Alice's wedding crap. I will murder you in your sleep and chop you up into indiscernible little pieces if you get any bodily fluids anywhere near my wedding plans. And it's not crap. I should kill you for that statement alone. Alice is seething. She is the only one, besides Emmett, that doesn't get pissed at Rose on a regular basis, so I find the interaction quite entertaining. Rosalie's eyes go wide and she immediately sits down and shuts up as Alice glares at her. I snort in pleasure, but try to pass my laughter off as a cough. No one is fooled and Rosalie aims a kick at me under the table. I pull my legs up underneath me and scoot closer to Edward, who pulls me into his chest protectively. He smells so good, and I notice a little black smear behind his ear. How did that happen? I see Waldo snake around Edward's ankles, and I bring him into my lap in an attempt to distract myself from my lusty thoughts. Shockingly, it doesn't work. I was told there would be dinner. I put in from the general vicinity of Edward's chest. We have studying to do. From the look of your hair, you have already done plenty of studying, says Jasper helpfully. What the fuck is that black stuff? Rosalie demands. Alice, I have anatomy tomorrow. I thought you said this was a quick dinner. Have you even started cooking? Why are you even cooking? You can't cook, Edward rambles next to me. I bring my face close to Waldo's, making him go even more cross-eyed as he attempts to keep eye contact. I feel an argument brewing, and would rather be petting the Kit Kat than fighting. Yeah, you're probably going to end up poisoning us all. Remember that brown crap 6 months ago that was supposed to be some sort of cheese dish? Rosalie asks. Cookin' is the one thing you can't really do, darlin', says Jasper. Will you all shut the fuck up? Alice screeches in full-on flip-out mode. Waldo lets out a little hiss and runs off to hide under the couch. Baby. I sent Emmett for takeout. And while we wait, I figured we could go over wedding stuff. There is a massive outcry against this, but I keep quiet and observe. Anatomy, Alice. Anatomy? No fucking way. If I have to look at one more shade of eggshell white, my brain is going to explode. Honey, you promised no more wedding stuff until after finals. Enough. Alice screams, looking downright homicidal. The wedding is in a little over the month. Can you all just stop being so selfish and focus on me? This set off a whole new round of protests, and I giggle at the chaos surrounding me. I really like this bunch of freaks. Emmett enters the kitchen at just the right time, arms laden with bags of Thai food. His jovial laugh and the scent of dinner he brings with him immediately diffuses the situation. Everyone is a whole lot happier with food in front of them, and Alice seizes the opportunity to talk to us about the wedding. Come June, we, along with 200 of Alice and Jasper's closest friends and family, we will be driving up to Estes Park. Although I'm not thrilled about my co-maid of honor duties, I love Rocky Mountain National Park. It's all craggy mountains and dense forests and winding rivers. Oh, and elk. Lots of elk. I love me a good elk. Despite my approval of Alice's wedding location, I can't even imagine her decision to bind her life to another's, for fucking ever. And though a lot of people have doubts because they are so young, I have doubts about the whole institution of marriage. Though I am fucking happy for my former roommate. Okay, now that all you assholes have food on your fucking plates, you will all listen to me for 5 fucking minutes. Alice jabs her fork at everyone around the table, and we nod with our mouths full of pad thai. Alice babbles at us about dress fittings and cake tastings and flower selections. She promises not to force us to do anything until finals are over next week, but she gets this scary look in her eye when she tells us that we'll be making up for this break by working extra hard. Right. Because finals are such a nice, relaxing break. We're dismissed after 20 minutes, and we all retire to our various quiet locations to study. Edward goes back to his desk, and I sit on his bed, finishing a final paper for one of my lit classes. It's nice being here with him. I finish working around 2 a.m., and crawl under the covers. Edward turns off the overheard, despite my protests, but keeps working under the sole light on his desk. I drift off to sleep, watching Edward's face as his giant brain absorbs everything it can before his test tomorrow. It's hours before Edward comes to bed, and I don't really fall asleep until he pulls me into his arms. Holy Toledo, Alice says, gaping at me in apparent shock as I step out from behind the pale pink curtain that forms a dressing room. Is it really that bad? I ask, feeling totally out of my comfort zone. Holy Toledo, indeed, Rosalie echoes, emerging from her own dressing room and staring at me. What? Fine. I'll just not be in the wedding party. I don't want to muck up your wedding photos with my general fuddliness, I say, flustered as I retreat to the dressing room. I like it in there. No one can see me. No. Alice yells, leaping over a cream-colored lounge chair to grab my arm. Come here, Izzy. Izzy? I say in distaste at the nickname as I let her drag me towards the floor-length mirror. Izzy? Do I fucking look like a fucking Izzy to you? No one's called me that since I was a fucking child. Shut it, Alice scolds. Look at yourself. I glance at the mirror, and jump a little at the image of myself in a full-length, royal blue dress. It's strapless and silky and makes my pale skin glow. Shit, I say. I fucking know, right, Rosalie says, joining me in the mirror in a matching dress. Bella actually looks like a girl. Alice reaches up on her tiptoes to remove my hair from the messy bun on the top of my head. She fusses with it until she's pleased with the way it falls around my shoulders. Bella looks beautiful, Alice whispers reverently. I look like a grown-up, I murmur, embarrassingly enraptured with my appearance. We are grown-ups, Rosalie says, sounding equally in awe. Alice puts her arms around my waist and Rose's, and we spend a moment admiring ourselves in the mirror. We stand there, smiling and thinking. We fucking better be, Alice says suddenly, her arm tightening on my waist. I'm fucking getting married. You're fucking getting married, I repeat with a smile. You're fucking getting married, says Rosalie, squealing slightly. I'm fucking getting married, Alice bellows. The next thing I know, the three of us are dancing around in a circle, repeating this mantra over and over again, smiling and giggling and generally acting like a bunch of moronic, hormonal teenage idiots. It's almost like an out-of-body experience. Before Alice, I never really had girlfriends except for Rosalie. And when it was just the two of us, we rarely acted like, well, girls. Rosalie and I ran around with a pack of boys, so we never did girly stuff like this. Of course, then in 10th grade Rosalie got boobs and joined the cheerleading squad and thought I slept with her boyfriend. Nothing was the same after that. And even more shocking than getting excited about Alice's wedding, is that I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying girlfriends and being a girl. So I twirl and laugh and scream about Alice fucking getting married. Well, says a stern yet amused voice behind us. I suppose this little display shouldn't surprise me. What a welcome to Colorado. We all freeze with our arms thrown around each other and stare at the newcomer. Mommy. Alice shrieks before taking off and almost tackling the caramel-haired beauty lingering in the entryway, standing by a rather bemused-looking salesperson. Esme laughs and rains kisses down on Alice's face as her daughter continues to squeak. Rosalie and I loiter awkwardly by the mirrors in our bridesmaid dresses. Esme scares the fuck out of both of us, which is unusual for the pair of us. We're strong women. We always have been, strong and independent and somewhat stubborn. It's the reason we were such good friends long ago, and why it took us so long to repair said friendship. The elegant, classy Esme Cullen makes us want to piss our collective pants. She doesn't think we're good enough for her sons. In my case, she's right. Hello, Rosalie, Esme says as she approaches us. She keeps her arm around her daughter, and I hate how being around Esme makes me miss Renee. Bella. Her voice is colder when she addresses me, and I wince. She's remembering how I abandoned her son in Forks last summer. I haven't seen her since she made me dinner and we bonded over our love of literature. Hello, Mrs. Cullen, I murmur, suddenly entranced with the hem of my dress. Rosalie repeats my words. Please, I've told you both 1,000 times to call me Esme. Esme then, Rosalie responds with a smile while I stand there like an awkward mute. And the only reason I'm not lecturing you about profanity usage in public is because you're fucking getting married in 2 weeks, Esme says with a crooked smile that's shockingly similar to her son's. I know, Alice says, beaming. You girls just look gorgeous, she says smiling and squeezing each of our hands. Thank you, we reply in unison. So how was your flight, Mom? Alice asks, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Long but fine. I'm so happy to be here with you. I can't believe my little girl is getting married. I always thought Emmett would be first, Esme muses, causing Rosalie to pale and sway slightly at my side. Your father is freaking out, by the way. Not that he doesn't love Jasper, it's just that you are so young and his only little girl is a woman now. But I'm sure he'll tell you all about that when he gets here next week. We just love you so much, baby girl. Oh, mommy. Alice hugs Esme and starts crying somewhat hysterically. Again, Rose and I shuffle our feet awkwardly, feeling like we are intruding on a private mother-daughter moment. Rosalie's mother is a rich hippie doctor, more concerned with saving the kids of foreign lands than paying attention to her own. Neither of us are so good with the mothers, so we don't even know how to watch a healthy mother-daughter relationship. I say, grabbing Rosalie's elbow as the emotion in the boutique makes me so uncomfortable. I need to get away. We're gonna change. Shit, Esme terrifies me. Even when she's being super nice, I feel like she just knows about all the dirty stuff I've done with her son. Rosalie hisses as she pulls the zipper of my dress down my back. She grabbed her clothes out of her own dressing room to join me in mine so we could have a little powwow. I fucking know, right? I reply, carefully stepping out of my dress and unzipping Rose's identical gown. And she double hates me for that leaving stunt I pulled last summer. Yeah. That was stupid. I'm well aware, I snap, pulling my denim shorts over my hips after I hang my dress. Is it weird that I wish my boyfriend's mom was my mom? Because that would make all the great sex I have with the man totally gross and illegal. But I really wish Esme was my mom, Rosalie whispers as she too gets dressed. Yeah, you are fucking freaky, Rosalie Lillian. She laughs and I smile. I have similar secret desires, but I have no inclination to share that thought with my friend. I pull on a tie-dye tank top and slip my feet into my worn bricks, wishing I had remembered Esme was coming in today. I would have dressed nicer. When we emerge from behind the pale pink curtain, I'm learning that everything wedding-oriented is pale pink or eggshell or other pansy-ass colors. Esme and Alice sit on the lounge. They both seem composed and hold champagne flutes in their hands, but their eyes are red. So, Esme says when Rosalie and I sit across from them on an equally fancy love seat. Enough with this small talk. I want to see the dress. She waves over the saleslady who hands Rose and I flutes identical to Alice and Esme's. Again, I wish I'd dressed a little more appropriately. What was I thinking? Tie-fucking-dye. I feel like I'm 12. So girls, Esme says when Alice leaves to change, how did finals go? Pretty good, Rosalie replies. I'm glad she's here. My silence is acceptable as long as my friend speaks. It's hard to believe that I'm all done. Oh, that's right, Esme says. You graduated this semester. Congrats. I forget because Emmett is still working on his master's. You're interning at an engineering firm, right? Yes, I start in June. Right after the wedding, Rose replies, looking beautiful and confident. Fucking tie-dye. Congratulations. Welcome to the real world, Esme says with a smile. Not quite yet, Rosalie chuckles. I still have a couple weeks off. And what about you, Bella? Esme asks. Shit, she's directly addressing me. That means I have to speak. Well, I still don't have all my grades back, but I think I did really well, I reply quietly. Big plans for after graduation, she asks. You're studying English, right? Literature and creative writing, I say, nodding. I finish off the liquid remaining in my glass with one gulp. But I still have no idea what I want to do with myself. Esme raises an eyebrow at me. We both know I'm not good enough for her talented, on the fast track to superstar surgeon Dom's son. Not that it matters anyway. He isn't mine. This isn't permanent. But I can't exactly explain to my fuck buddy's mother that we aren't serious. Alice comes out and thankfully steals the room's attention, and rightfully so, she's stunning. Oh, Alice, Esme says, rising and placing a hand over her heart. Her eyes mist over again as Alice stands on the elevated platform surrounded by the 360-degree mirrors. You look, simply radiant. She really does. Seeing Alice in her wedding dress is really amazing. She looks perfect. Thank, Mom, she replies, smiling knowingly at herself in the mirror. The pictures you sent me didn't do it justice, honey, Esme continues, running her fingers over the beadwork on the bodice. It's striking. And it is. Even I, cynical Isabella Swan, must admit that the strapless dress with flowing skirt looks damn good on my little former roommate. Everyone in the room is sniffling as we stand there and stare at Alice. Except me. though I am slightly choked up, which is a big deal for me. I'm fucking getting married in a week, Alice whispers, still staring at herself in the mirror. Damn right, says Esme. I sit with the wedding party and family members at the rehearsal dinner. It makes sense, I suppose. My date is a brother, groomsman, and I'm a co-maid of honor. But over the salad course, I look over at a different table with longing. All the college friends sit together at one table across the room. Jake with some blonde he's been dating. Sam and Emily, Garrett and Kate, Angela and Ben. They all laugh hysterically and drink heavily. Lucky sons of bitches. Everyone at this table thinks Edward is my boyfriend, which is much better than explaining to his scary rich relatives the situation. They think I'm some backwoods hippie gold digger, leading the perfect Edward away from his Dr. Destiny. Grandma Cullen looks down her nose at me, and actually sanitized her hands after briefly grasping mine during our introduction. Grandpa Cullen seems to have decided that if he ignores me, I don't have to exist. Uncle Marcus leers at me, and actually tried to pinch my ass while his wife Chelsea looked on in distaste. The Cullen family approves of Rose and Jasper because of their wealthy and socially connected parents. I don't have anyone, and they see me as the uncultured nobody I am. It's just more proof that I'm unworthy of Edward. Under the scrutiny of his family, I retreat into myself and stay silent. Edward, sensing my discomfort, puts an arm around the back of my chair. You look beautiful, he whispers in my ear as his fingers play with my hair. I straightened it for the occasion, and Edward is seizing the opportunity to run his hands through the silky strands. That's one hell of a dress. I smile and blush, glancing down on at the purple flower print covering my body. Wait till you see tomorrow's, I reply, thinking of my blue bridesmaid's dress that hangs in the closet of our hotel room upstairs. He leans toward me, but is interrupted by his mother. Edward, really? Why do you insist on leaving your hair so shaggy? It would be a whole lot neater if you just trimmed it up a bit, Esme says from Edward's far side. I scowl down into my overpriced linguine and violently stab a shrimp. Every fucking time Esme is around she wants to scalp my boy. Come on, Mom, he says, shaking his head, leave my hair alone. I've missed you, darling, she says with a chuckle, attempting to pat down his hair. I've missed you, too, he replies, grinning at her. I think you should come home for the summer, she continues. I stifle a growl in my throat, and pretend that the shrimp on my plate is Esme's face. It's weird, hating the same woman I want to also to be my mother. Then again, I hate my mother, so that might fit. Shit, Freud would probably have a field day with my fucked up psyche. Mom, we've talked about this. I'm working at the hospital in Boulder, he says. I suppose you're right. And last summer at home really didn't go well for you, she says, her voice turning icy. I continue to stab my seafood as Edward slides a comforting hand up my thigh under the table. What happened to Edward last summer? Grandma Cullen asks in apparent alarm. I blush deeply and wish I could melt through my plush dining chair, down, down, down until I reach something I recognized. I was just bored, Edward explains in a rush before his mother can say anything to make the family think any less of me. With Alice and Emmett in Colorado, there just wasn't a lot to do. Now, Isabella, says Aunt Chelsea, tell me, what do your parents do? I clear my throat, surprised to be addressed directly. It's Bella, Edward corrects, smiling at me warmly. Edward is comfortable here, among the people he's known his whole life, eating a fancy meal at a fancy wedding reception in a fancy hotel. I'm so fucking not comfortable. Right, Chelsea says with a forced smile. Bella, then. Well, my dad is the chief of police in Forks, actually, I say, sounding nothing like myself. My voice wavers and I sound unsure. Good man, Carlisle interjects. Worked with Charlie for years, plus, he does great things with a pole. Everyone stops eating to look at Carlisle, Indiana puzzlement. A fishing pole, he says quickly with an eye roll as everyone laughs. Edward's dad is just so damn adorable. Conversation changes to the great outdoors, and I try to relax. I'm so fucking far out of my comfort zone at this rehearsal dinner, it's obscene. I wouldn't make it without Edward there, resting his hand on my bare knee. Am I understanding this correctly? Demands Grandpa Cullen. Alice is already living with Jasper? Yes, Father, Carlisle says warily. All the kids share a house. So my granddaughter lives with her boyfriend, and you are okay with this? She's an adult now, Richard, Esme says, attempting to soothe the older generation. And she's getting married tomorrow. I think it's serious. Well, what about Emmett and Rosalie? He asks, nodding toward the couple across the table. Rose has her adult schmoozing face on. She successfully won over the Cullen relatives through flirtation. Slut. Are they getting married anytime soon? And what about Edward and this one? Rosalie and I share looks of abject horror. Edward and Bella don't live together, Esme say in a lame defense. Not permanently, anyway, Edward blurts out. If we were not surrounded by his Bella-hating family, I would punch his stupid mouth. He is such a mama's boy and never learned the extremely valuable skill of lying to his parents. Pardon? Asks Esme. Well, Bella is living at the house on Goss for the summer, he mutters, looking uncomfortable. I wonder which one of us is redder. What? Snap about 4 different people. I'm an RA, I explain quickly. I live in the dorms during the school year, but they close for the summer, so your children are kind enough to let me stay until I can move back into Hallett Hall in August. Are you paying rent? Asks Grandma Cullen. Not exactly. I'm paying in the form of dinner making and grocery shopping. I chuckle awkwardly. Everyone is staring at me. I don't really speak for the rest of Alice's rehearsal dinner, and escape the moment the dessert dishes are cleared away. Fluctuating between a slow run and a fast walk, I don't stop moving through the throngs of wedding guests until I get outside. God bless Alice and her decision to get married in the mountains. Slipping off my heels and removing the bejeweled clip that holds my hair in a half ponytail, I walk across the soft grass towards the babbling brook that runs through the hotel property. It's landscaped to look natural, and I jump from rock to rock along the stream. I find a flat one next to a large pine that provides an almost panoramic view of Rocky Mountain National Park. Sitting and crossing my legs, I sigh in relief. I'm so fucking thankful to be away from the people and the fancy. The sun is setting and the air is warm, so I dip my aching feet into the cool mountain creek. How are you doing? I smile as I recognize the voice, scooting over on my rock to make room for him. He sits next to me, and I lay my head on his shoulder. Good, I murmur, closing my eyes. Now, I know they are a lot to handle, Edward says, running his hand through my hair again. But thank you for trying. They are my family and they do mean well. They hate me, I reply. They hate everyone, he scoffs. They don't hate you. That's because I've always done exactly as they asked me to do, he replies. Until me. Yes, until you. He kisses my temple and holds me close. Is that why you like me? To rebel from your blue-blooded family? I ask, not liking the idea at all. I'm not much of a rebel, he says with a chuckle, and I love you, Isabella. I try not to flinch. I've gotten better at not flinching. I used to completely freak when he said it. Once I didn't speak to him for 3 days, it made me so angry, but he won't stop saying it, and I've gotten tired of fighting him on it. He says he doesn't expect me to say it back, which is good because I can't. I don't feel it. I don't feel anything. Have you seen Peter yet? He asks suddenly after several moments of quiet. No, and I'm not fucking looking forward to it, I grumble. I really hate that motherfucker. He's Jasper's best man. And he is actually behaving himself. As long as he stays away from you, Edward replies. As long as he isn't a dick to you, I snap back. I've also stopped fighting Edward on his overprotective tendencies. Have you seen Mike Newton, my favorite former coworker? No, Edward replies with a scowl. I don't even get why he's here. He's dating a bridesmaid, Edward. It's not like he flew across the country to use your sister's wedding as an excuse to finally get in my pants. Edward just growls in response. Lighten up, he's behaving himself. As long as he stays away from you, too, he grumbles. You're ridiculous, I giggle. And you're too gorgeous for your own good, he replies. Hey. Love birds. We turn around to Emmett, Rose, Angela, Ben, and Jake approaching our little rock seat. They each have a bottle of alcohol in their hands. We're gonna go get drunk in that gazebo, yells Emmett. Laughing at his typical childlike enthusiasm, we get up and join our friends in the wooden gazebo. It's draped with little white lights, and the effect is otherworldly as the sun dips below the mountains. I can't believe I've never been up here before, marvels Ben, taking a long swig of tequila right out of the bottle. One of the prettiest places in the world is only 45 minutes from where we live, and I've never been here before. You're a moron, lover, says an already drunk Angela with a giggle. We got here a couple days early, comments Emmett. Rose and Bella took us on a bunch of badass hikes. Way up above treeline. The view was insane. Alice almost had a heart attack. She really didn't like being forced into physical activity so close to her special day, Edward explains, accepting a bottle of red wine from Rose. He takes a long drink before handing it to me. I can't fucking believe they're getting married, Jake muses, pulling a joint out of his jacket pocket. We're 21. Life is just getting started. I nod, puffing twice before passing the joint to Rose, who is also nodding. And they want to spend it together, Edward points out, defending his sister. I can see getting married in the near future, Emmett says as Rose blinks at him, but I never want a fucking wedding. Did you see all those people in there? And all those flowers and shit? Alice has been fucking unbearable to be around for months. We all nod and continue to drink. Where is the happy couple, anyway? I inquire. Inside tending to their guests, says Angela. It's an odd bunch. You've got the rich Chicagoan doctors, Edward and Emmett raise their bottles in silent salute to their family, and the oil barons and cattle ranchers from Texas. And then the hippie Boulderite crowd and the small-town Forksians. And then you've got the cool kids, Jake says. That would be us. Here, Emmett says, and we all drink. Poor Alice and Jasper, I say as Jake hands me the joint again after it's gone around the circle once. At my wedding, I only want to hang out with the people I actually like. No huge guest list with people I feel obligated to invite. And no family, except Charlie. And Phil. At your wedding, huh? Edward asks with a smirk. My hypothetical wedding, I say in horror, because I'm never fucking getting married. That my girl, Jake shouts, giving me a high five as Edward glares and puts an arm around my waist. Occasionally, they get all possessive and metaphorically pee on my leg, but my two favorite boys get along much better than they once did, so I grin and bear it. Where's your date, Jacob? Edward asks, attempting yet failing to keep his tone pleasant. Dunno, Jake shrugs. In that hotel somewhere, I guess. Jake are such a cocksucker, I say. What's the point of bringing a date to a wedding if you're just going to abandon the poor girl? What's her name again? Stacy. Rosalie pretends to vomit. Isn't that Barbie's younger sister? She asks. Don't be a bitch, Rose, Jake says. Stacy's mom has got it going on, Emmett declares, predictably. Why bring a date? I ask again. Sex, replies Jake simply. You're a fucking idiot, Emmett says. Everyone knows that weddings are the best place to pick up chicks. They get all sappy and desperate. Pig, Rosalie says, slapping Emmett across the back of the head. Bella brings up a good point, though, Ben says, apparently deep in thought and changing the subject. I would much rather be hanging out with us right now than 100 acquaintances at the hotel bar. Everyone echoes their agreement, and we keep drinking. Eventually, Sam, Emily, Garrett, Kate, and the elusive Stacy wander out to join the party. More bottles and more weed is passed around. Everyone is downright silly by the time Jasper and Alice find us. I don't even notice them at first because I'm sitting on Edward's lap, smelling his neck. How do you do that? I ask into his skin. Do what? He replies with a goofy grin. Smells so good and Edwardy. Dunno. Just me, I guess. Yeah, I guess. Isabella. The voice is so terrifying, I almost fall off Edward's lap. What the fuck is going on out here? Alice demands, gaping at the gazebo party. Sweet, says Jasper, loosening his tie. We're celebrating your wedding. Emmett booms, almost falling over a railing as Rose giggles hysterically at his side. Idiot, mutters Alice. You all better not be too hungover to look pretty in my wedding photos tomorrow. Relax, pixie dust, says Emmett. Tomorrow's going to be great. He engulfs his little sister in a bear hug, lifting her off her feet and swinging her around in a circle. She giggles and hugs him back. Okay, she says, stumbling slightly from the dizziness. But I do believe I'm spending the night with my bridesmaids tonight. Alice is interrupted by a chorus of wolf whistles. So let's go. I need my beauty sleep. Wait, Edward says, pouting as I get off his lap. You're spending the night with my sister? I nod, Not much happier about it than he is. But who will tend to my needs? He whines. I smile at him fondly and stroke his hair before leaning down and giving him a lingering kiss. Your needs will just have to wait, I say in his ear, till tomorrow. Tell me I'm doing the right thing. Alice whispers into the dark. She shares a bed with the sleeping Jessica Stanley, her childhood best friend and the third bridesmaid, while I lie next to Rosalie. They are both asleep, and I roll over to get a better look at my friend in the bed opposite. Can't tell you that, I reply softly. Only you can know. But I do know that you know it's right, if that makes any sense. I'm still a bit wasted and not in any shape to be giving pre-wedding advice. Not that I would ever be in great shape for giving pre-wedding advice. It does, Alice says with a little giggle. I really love him. I know. It's just scary. Everyone thinks we're too young. Well, fuck him. They're right, Bella, she sighs. We're really, really young. So what? Those people don't know you as a couple. They don't know your relationship. You guys are like fucking soulmates, I say. You think? Yes, sir. Now go the fuck to sleep. You don't want to look tired in your photos. I love you, Bella, she whispers. Samesies. Look at how happy your sister is. I lean against the bar in the ballroom of a fancy mountain hotel where Alice linked her life forever to Jasper's less than 2 hours ago. It's the reception now, and I go about the business of getting ham-caked with the rest of my friends. Edward's eyes leave my face to glance at Alice pressed up against her husband of a few hours. Her head rests on Jasper's shoulder. His hand rests on the small of her back. They smile at each other adoringly. I can't believe Big Twin is married, Edward murmurs, shaking his head and sipping on his glass of scotch. It suits her, I say, still observing the happy couple, the whole young bride thing. He's good for her, Edward agrees, tucking a strand of my painstakingly curled hair behind my ear. Alice is fucking awesome. I offer when he hesitates. Well, obviously, he says with a chuckle, but she's also this bundle of energy and control freakness. He focuses her and she motivates him. They're good together, I murmur, moving closer to Edward, resting my head on his shoulder. Indeed they are, Edward agrees, kissing my temple, and you were right. Obviously, I say. I'm always right. About what this time? This dress totally kicks last night's dress ass, he whispers in my ear, causing me to blush. Told you so, I say with a laugh, ignoring the dirty looks we're receiving from Edward's family, the smirk from Jasper's friend Peter, and the lust looks of Mike Newton and Uncle Marcus. I pull Edward's face to mine. He's just so perfect, how could I not kiss him all the time? Despite all the people and the scrutiny, the wedding is actually damn fun. We toast. Rose's toast is better than mine, but Edward's is the best of all. We dance. Edward spins me around, making me feel graceful for once in my life. Alice, Rose, and I dance like crazy people to cheesy 80s songs. We mingle. I even have a good talk with Carlisle and Esme. They seem to have finally forgiven me for leaving their son in Forks last summer. I'm pleasantly drunk when the party winds down, and Edward drags me to the elevator. Finally, he growls out, pushing me up against a wall the moment the doors close behind us. He kisses me breathless before moving his lips down the column of my neck. When was the last time we had sex? It's been so long. Try like a day and a half, I giggle, running my hands up his back. His enthusiasm makes me smile. Feels like forever, he replies, griping my hips and lifting me slightly to get as close as possible. I want to wrap my legs around his hips, but the dress impedes my movement. We continue to kiss and grope each, and I open my eyes. The walls of the elevator are lined with mirrors, and I watch us in fascination from multiple angles. I've never seen that look on my face before. The one that just exudes happiness and lust and contentment and other stuff. The elevator lurches, sending Edward and I sliding into a corner. My boy doesn't seem to notice, and I laugh loudly at the expression of determination on his face. What are you laughing about, Miss Swan? He asks with an answering laugh. He nibbles on my neck, and I giggle again. You're just so adorable, it drives me insane, I tell him, pleased when he responds with my favorite crooked smile. He kisses me again, slower this time. Still, I keep my eyes open, watching the mirrors and Edward. He makes me happy. That's what the mirrors tell me. December 24, 2010. As I stir from sleep, I immediately become conscious of Bella in my arms. Again. I don't know how I feel about it, but I'm certainly not surprised. I lay on my stomach, almost completely on top of Bella. My head rests on her chest and her fingers rhythmically run through my hair. She kisses each of my eyelids, and I sigh in contentment. If you bail on me this morning or scream at me, I will seriously hurt you. Her words are harsh, but her tone is tender. Did we? I don't even open my eyes. I just want to stay with Bella like this forever without having to face reality. No, that was the direction things were heading in, but then you vomed. Funny, my mouth doesn't taste like puke, and I feel remarkably good for the amount of alcohol I consumed last night. I made you brush your teeth, Bella says as if she can read my mind. Thanks, love, I murmur into her hair. Wow. I called her love, maybe I am still a little drunk. I don't think your friend Tia likes me very much, Bella muses as she continues to run her fingers through my hair. Still, I don't open my eyes. I decide that as long as they remain closed, I can simply be here with Bella without all the complications of our past. We may have had words this morning. Bella, I reprimand, did you call her a cocksucker? Maybe. Again, I am going to claim that I'm still a little drunk because I find the thought of Bella being so bellious around Tia extremely amusing. You kissed her, she murmurs, sounding thoroughly upset. Just a quick make-out secession, I reply dismissively, no big deal. Bella just growls. Why do you even bring it up? Are you jealous, Swan? I tease, still not opening my eyes. Of course. I'm a little shocked by her quick and succinct reply. Back in the day, Bella claimed to never get jealous. Why should she? We were just fucking after all. Her extreme anger at every other girl interested in me indicated otherwise. But this calm, sad admission both startles and pleases me. I should have given her some warning, I mutter self-depreciatively, changing the subject. I'm not ready to deal with the supposed new Bella yet. The extent of my conversation with Tia comes back to me, and I can't help but feel guilty. I hurt one of my best friends, even if it wasn't intentional. I just didn't realize the extent of her feelings for me, I suppose. She loves you, Bella whispers, pulling me closer. I didn't realize. Till last night, I reply, pushing my nose against her neck. She smells so divine. Do you love her back? I open my eyes and look up at Bella, but her face is blank, and I have no idea what she's thinking. I still her shaking hands with my own. No, Isabella, I reply truthfully. Part of me wants to lie. To tell her I love someone else, just to see how she'll react. We're just friends. Good. Because I would have had to slap a hoe, Bella declares, her voice full of humor now. Bella, I admonish. Because I am a terrible person, I'm secretly pleased by Bella's willingness to fight for me. Edward. Listen to me. I'm serious about you this time, and I'm going to fight you for another chance, even if I don't deserve it. I can't be without you anymore, she says in earnest. I internally freak the fuck out. I'm not ready. I can't do this. Sitting up against the headboard, I regret opening my eyes and sigh heavily. What do you want from me? I ask, miserably. I just want you, she states simply. Except I've heard this before. I need more, yet at the same time I don't even really want to know. Please, Bella, I beg, smacking a hand down on the comforter next to me in frustration. For once. Just tell me what you were thinking. She takes a huge breath, and then the words explode from her mouth at an alarming rate. I'm thinking that this talk we have can't be one of those poignant, poetic goodbyes where we both leave sad but content, she says, leaping out of bed and pacing in front of me. She looks damn sexy with her bedhead and knee-high socks. Her movements frantic as she stares at me beseechingly and wrings her hands. I can't lose, she continues. I don't want closure. I can't just leave and accept your rejection, because I won't survive without you. I won't want to. I'm terrified of losing you, Edward, because you have always been my everything. I know I was in denial for a long time. I know I perpetually fucked you around for the better part of 4 years before taking off. So I'm here, wishing I had an explanation that will ache it all better and make everything go away, but I don't. At this point, I'm just praying that what I tell you doesn't make it worse. And I do have things to tell you. Lots of things. I need you to hear them, but I can tell you aren't ready. You have to be calm when I tell you. And, at the same time, in the less logical part of my brain, I'm just so totally relieved to be near you again. I just want to crawl inside you, and fucking attach myself to your organs and make it impossible for anything to separate us ever again. I want to fuck you senseless and make love with you. I want you to hold me and tell me you love me and that everything is going to be alright. She's panting by the end of rant, and I gape at her in shock. Holy shit, is my only reply. I know. I told you there is a whole lot of crazy going on in here, she says, tapping her forehead and smiling ruefully. Dragging her feet, she makes her way back over to the bed and drops dramatically on her back next to me. For whatever reason, I really want to kiss her, and more. The urge to pull her body to mine is overwhelming, and my hands fist in the sheets at my sides. I want to believe everything that she's just says. I want to believe that she is back for real and that she needs me in her life. Yet the 3 little words I've waited years to hear are still absent. I fear that whatever she has to tell me will make things worse. I don't know how I could possibly feel worse about her 2-year absence, and frankly, I don't want to find out. I can't help but feel that my time with Bella is not going to last, and I want to enjoy her before whatever she has to say makes it worse. I fear that whatever worse is will make it impossible to forgive her, and despite my confusion, I really want to forgive her. I think we should just have sex, I blurt suddenly in response, surprising us both. That's it. Bella sits up with a jerk and stares at me like I've completely lost it, which pretty much sums it up, I think. What the fuck did you just say to me, Edward Cullen? She asks when she gathers her composure enough to speak again. I don't know. I might still be a bit intoxicated, I mumble, suddenly embarrassed. Bella giggles like a lunatic before shocking me thoroughly, climbing into my lap and straddling my waist. I'm immediately go from halfway hard to all the way there, and my hands snake their way under my t-shirt that she wears. I rub my thumbs over the dimples just above her ass, and work my way up her spine. She laughs again before giving me a lazy kiss. I groan into her mouth as her hands do magical things to my nether regions. I think I might still be dreaming, she whispers in my ear, nipping at my lobe, because there is no way Edward Cullen just asked me to be his fuck buddy. My hands pause with her shirt halfway off her body. Is that what I'm suggesting? I suppose it is. Never would I have thought that I would want to go down this road again, but the idea is horribly appealing. I want her, so bad it's driving me insane. If she could manage to do the emotionless sex thing, so can I. It seems like the only way to deal with having Bella back in my life again. Or maybe it's some fucked up form of revenge. Sleeping with her when I'm borderline positive that in the long run I won't be able to forgive her. All I know for sure is that I'm not ready. I can't hear what she has to say yet. I'm enjoying being in denial. So I make a rash decision. I throw off her shirt and flip her over onto her back, pinning her to the mattress with my hips. Yes, Isabella, I say with a smirk. That's exactly what I'm asking. She takes my face in between her palms and stares at me for an excruciatingly long moment. Her eyes are narrowed at me in suspicion, and I fear that she is about to tell me to fuck off. Okay, she says, pulling her face to mine. For a moment, I think that this is probably a terrible idea, but Bella is right here, so I just go with it. I kiss her deeply as I run my hands down her naked torso. I continue to tease her with my mouth on her chest, and my hands narrowing in on the spot between her legs. Right where I know she wants me. Bella's wool-covered feet rest on the back of my naked calves, a rough contrast to her smooth skin, before she wraps her legs tightly around my hips, grinding herself into my dick. I groan as I trace my hands down the length of her body, hooking my thumbs into the fabric at her mid-thigh. I slowly remove one sock, and then the other, making sure to trail my fingertips down her legs as I do so. Bella never stops kissing me and touching me while I try to bury all the love I feel for her and just focus on getting lost in the physical. I can't believe we are back here. I can't believe I drag her back here, but I don't know what else to do. I want her. Need her. And this pleasure I get from her body is the one thing I understand. After everything she's done, I shouldn't have any emotion left for her, so I just keep touching her until all higher brain function seems to shut off. At some point, I glance down at her naked form beneath me and notice a distinct change. Nestled right next to her hip bone, in the slight indent where I like to rest my thumb, is a cluster of thick black lines creating a dark symbol, no bigger than the circumference of a light bulb. I still my movements, bending my head to get a better look at this very visible change to Bella's exquisite form. Separately, the lines would just be lines, but together they form some sort of abstract bird stretching its wings. Its tail almost appears to be on fire. Tentatively, I run my thumb over the tattoo and push. What's this? I mutter, still not sure what I think about the marking on Bella's flawless skin. She says, lifting her head from the pillows to get a good look at what has distracted me from our lovemaking. Oh, it's a phoenix. Rising from the ashes? I ask, a little in awe. Bella stares at me in silence for a long time, and as is usual, I desperately want to know what she is thinking. Workin' on it, she whispers finally. I kiss her then, and there is no more reason to talk. I grin and hum to myself as I basically skip downstairs after the most satisfying morning I can remember in a very, very long time. I feel good about my fuck buddy decision with Bella. Everything is great. Good. Awesome, even. So great in fact, that Bella is too sated to do anything but demand I bring her food. Yeah, I do good work. Still humming, I stick my head in the fridge and rummage around for something horribly unhealthy for my ladylove who best still be naked when I return. Hey. I hear Tia's voice and hit the top of my head on a shelf. I curse colorfully, grabbing my head as I emerge slowly from the fridge. Hey, I reply, rubbing my sore noggin and wishing I'd pulled on more than just a pair of sweatpants. Truthfully, I'd completely forgotten that my friend was still here. Bella's naked body tends to induce amnesia. Wow, she says, raking her eyes over my body before blushing and studying the floor. Tia is fully dressed and seems to be on her way out, loitering in the doorway. Of course you have a perfect body. Thanks. This is incredibly tense and awkward. I have no idea how to fix it. This out of control, don't know what I'm doing thing is quickly becoming the norm for me, unfortunately. Everything seems to be falling apart around me, but I don't care because I can have sex with Bella whenever I want. This is probably a terrible decision. No good can come of it, but I'm really, really enjoying it. So, about last night, I say, pulling up a chair at the kitchen table, hoping to cover myself slightly. I'm so sorry, Tia. With a heavy sigh, she sits down across from me. You know, this morning Bella was sitting right where you are. You talked to Bella? I ask in concern, forgetting for a moment that Bella told me this already. She has a tendency to freak out when she's jealous, and I don't think Tia could handle a verbal lashing. Yes. It was very enlightening, I suppose, she replies, still looking sad. I can't picture you with her. I smile ruefully. Yeah, it's that whole opposites attract thing, I explain. Believe it or not, we really are good together. For the most part. Like when we are doing it. Bella said the same thing this morning, Tia says with a humorless chuckle. So what's going on with you two? Nothing, I reply automatically. I sure don't plan on telling Tia that I'm sleeping with Bella. How much do you remember about last night? She asks. Most of it, I confess. She told me she wants me. Now everything is different, and I just want to know if she can still be my friend. So you remember when I told you that you like me? I finish with a blush. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tia. I should have told you about Bella before we got to the party. Or a long time ago, actually. To be honest, that wouldn't have changed anything, she admits with a shrug. What do you see in her, Edward? I mean, she is so uncivilized and rude. You won't believe what she called me this morning. Cocksucker. I venture. Edward, she shouts, appalled. I never totally realized how uptight Tia is before now. How can you possibly be attracted to someone who talks like that? Don't know, I reply, shrugging. I've always found her ever-colorful language somewhat endearing. Who are you? She says, gaping at me. Again, I just shrug. She does drugs, Edward, Tia continues, aghast. She slept with your good friend. First of all, she doesn't do drugs anymore. Tia looks at me with skepticism, but I press on in defense of Bella. And Bella and Jake were together long before I met either of them, so that doesn't really matter to me at all. In theory, anyway. She called me a C-word sucker, Tia mutters petulantly. Sorry, I mutter, struggling to keep the grin off my face. And to answer your question, I was originally attracted to her beauty. I'd never met anyone like her. Her attitude, her toughness. But there is a soft center under all that. It's the juxtaposition of vulnerability and strength that fascinates me and drives me crazy. She knows me, challenges me, gets me. And I her. For the most part anyway. What's your favorite kind of food? Tia asks abruptly. What? I reply, thrown by her question. Your favorite kind of food, she repeats. Like Italian. Chinese. Uh, kind of food. Ethiopian, I guess. Why? No reason, she says, frowning now. So are you getting back together with Bella? Sighing heavily, I drop my face to my hands. Not at the moment, I reply finally. It's complicated. Normally, I would talk it out with you, but I just don't think I can handle hearing all about how much you love that trashy woman at the moment, Tia says primly. My hands clench into fists under the table, and I have to close my eyes and count to 10 to calm myself down. Believe me, I have nothing to say, I reply. Where art thou, lover? Bella calls from the hall, and I brace myself for the incoming awkward. She slides into the kitchen on her socks, giggling hysterically. Unfortunately, she is unable to stop and crashes into the kitchen counter before falling to the wooden floor with a thud. Bella continues to laugh, but I'm so freaked out by her tumble that I gallantly jump to my feet to assist her. Oh, relax, Sir Galahad, she says with a giggle as I help her to her feet. I'm fine except for the fact my tummy is empty and you are currently staring at me in concern instead of fucking me 6 ways from Sunday. She wraps her arms around my waist and beams up at me, obviously wanting me to kiss her. I clear my throat awkwardly and look beyond her to a very pale Tia. I really hate that I'm hurting my friend, but I don't know what to do. Bella's head whips around and her eyes narrow in the direction of my dear friend. Oh, Bella says coldly, though she blushes and pulls self-consciously on the hem of my t-shirt she threw on. It has the periodic table of elements on it. Hey, Tia. Didn't know you were still here. Obviously, Tia replies dryly. I was actually just on my way out. Edward, hopefully I will see you soon. Of course, I say, moving to give Tia a hug. We separate quickly, and Bella immediately grabs my hand. Her display of irrational jealousy makes me smile. Maybe we can all go out to dinner sometime. Let you two get to know each other under different circumstances. Both women look at me like I'm a totally insane person, which is probably true since I decided to become Bella's fuck buddy an hour ago. Again. What the hell am I doing? That would be lovely, Tia says. Bella, it's been such a pleasure making your acquaintance. Ditto, homeslice, replies Bella. We watch Tia leave, and I sigh when I hear the front door close, plowing my hand through my hair. Well, that was tense, says Bella. Now let's grab some crackers and head back upstairs. Rosalie cannot know that you let me back into your pants. She will murder me. Upstairs pronto. Christmas is a quiet affair. Emmett and Rose go to her parents and Bella goes to the Blacks for Christmas Eve, but everyone is around in the morning. We open presents and drink eggnog. Bella sits apart from everyone else, watching. She didn't get a single present, and I wish this fact didn't make me so sad. I don't want to feel anything other than physical for her, but it's difficult. Rosalie sets everyone to work, preparing Christmas dinner. Bella and I chop vegetables. We stand side by side in silence as our family laughs and converses around us. As usual, the silence is not uncomfortable, but so much is left unsaid between us there is a tension beyond the sexual that seems to encompass us. Rosalie is still not talking to Bella, but the rest of the family seems to have welcomed her back into the fold for the most part, but things still aren't the same. Bella and I spend the next few days in bed. We have the house to ourselves because my siblings actually have real jobs and they don't have the days between Christmas and New Year's off. Even Jasper, who works as a teacher, leaves every morning with Big Twin and apparently hangs out with in her studio all day. We develop a highly stratifying routine. Bella gets up way before I do and goes job hunting. She usually returns around the time I wake, bearing breakfast. We spend the rest of the day screwing around and not talking about anything real. She tries, somewhat valiantly, to discuss emotions in our relationship and where the hell she's been for the last 2 years, but I always manage to distract her. Do you even see what's going on here? Bella sits in my windowsill in her underwear, thigh-high socks, and an oversized zip-up, smoking a post-coital cigarette. She looks outside, face pointed towards the flatirons. The bright winter sun brings the red out in her hair, and she looks like a goddess. What's going on where? I ask, thinking she is observing something outside. With you and me, she clarifies. Bella, I told you I don't want to talk about. Exactly, she says, putting out her cigarette, closing the window, shucking the hoodie, and turning towards me. You don't want to talk relationship and I do. That's because we don't have a relationship, I say, hand-fisting in my hair. She chuckles darkly and moves back to the bed, settling herself on my lap with her legs straddling my hips. Where have I heard that before? She says, tapping her chin and squinting her eyes in exaggerated concentration. Ah yes, me, that was my fucking mantra for the better part of 4 years, remember? I just scowl up at her, not getting her point. This is a big-time role reversal, she declares, pounding a fist on my chest for emphasis. I want to talk commitment and you don't. You're big-time in denial about us, and I'm not. When I try to talk to you, you distract me with sex, instead of the other way around. You are me 2 years ago and I'm you. I hadn't thought about it, but she is completely right. Do you know what that means? She says, leaning towards my lips and supporting herself above me with her elbows on either side of my head. I'm thoroughly entranced by her dark chocolate stare, and my body strains off the bed to get closer to hers. What? I whisper, my hand slipping under her panties and cupping her firm little butt. That eventually you're gonna pull your head out of your ass and figure out that you can't live without me, she whispers in my ear. And just like that, I've had enough with the talk. With a growl I flip her over and kiss the breath right out of her. If she can't breathe, she can't talk. You have to let me go. Bella giggles several hours later as she squirms in my arms. All 4 of my limbs are wrapped around her body from behind. I burrow my face into her hair and shake my head, indicating that I have no plans to release her. She squeals and wiggles while I touch her everywhere and rub myself against her inappropriately. Good God, man. She squeaks. We're done it like 5 times today, and you have case studies to go over. Don't care, I reply, continuing to grope her. She stifles a little moan and I think she's giving in to my advances, but then she starts fighting me with renewed vigor. Seriously, Edward, she says, her voice husky with lust. If Rosalie finds me in here with you, she's going to kick my ass. I don't give a fuck what Rosalie thinks, I murmur, nipping at her ear. Bella's whole body tenses, and I begrudgingly let her go. She slumps off the bed immediately, her limbs shaking slightly as she jerks her arms into a long-sleeved shirt. What's wrong? I ask, concerned. I try to touch her shoulder in comfort, but she pulls away. I have to live with her, Edward. She used to be my good friend, Bella snaps, so forgive me for caring what she thinks. Bella, love, just do your reading, she says. Bella pulls on a pair of tight jeans, green shirt, and thick socks before pushing a hand through my hair. She leans forward, and I close my eyes so she can kiss each lid. September 30th, 2008. I really don't understand why you don't like my genius plan, Bella snaps without even looking at me. Her gaze is focused solely on the paperwork she is diligently filing in the front office of Hallett Hall. She is on duty this afternoon, and I stopped by to bring her lunch and keep her company. It's not that I don't like it, I sputter, defending myself lamely. You with your academic awesome should be proud that I am on track to graduate at the end of the fucking semester, she continues, bending over to shove some papers in the bottom drawer of a filing cabinet. The movement provides me an excellent view of her backside, and I forget what my point was. Stop ogling the fucking goods, you dirty pervert, she scolds as she straightens and turns back to her computer. What were we talking about? I ask, adjusting my pants in what I hope is a subtle way. But Bella chuckles, and I know I didn't get away with it. My genius plan to graduate early. Thus owing Phil less money. Plus I've been in RA for 2.5 years and I just can't take it anymore. I'm tired of being forced to care about the obscenely unimportant problems of whiny, self-involved freshmen, she explains, viciously jabbing at the keys of the work computer. Well, whose fault is that? I scoff. I've asked you hundreds of times to move in with me. Can't afford rent, she replies through clenched teeth. I told you not to worry about that either, I say, trying to stay calm. You're making me want to punch you. At least you were verbalizing that desire rather than acting on it. Cut the fancy talk, dipshit, she snaps, turning to glare at me. I'm graduating a semester early and that's that. And what are you going to do after you graduate? I ask, being the reasonable one as usual. Dunno. I think I might travel. Become a nomad. Hitchhike across this glorious nation of ours, she says. I snort, and she raises an eyebrow at me. What? I ask in horror. Are you serious? Yeah. I'm in no rush to start a career, Bella replies, turning back to her work. I want to see things. I want experience. But didn't you do all that no home, vagabond thing with your mom growing up? I ask, on the verge of completely panicking. That doesn't fucking count, she dismisses. I've been living in Boulder since I was 11, and I feel all restless. I sit quietly, picking at my sandwich and collecting my thoughts. I mean, I know I need to pay back Phil, but he's still being fucking stubborn about it. I figure that if more time passes he might change his mind. Bella, I say, working really hard to keep the emotion out of my voice. If you travel after you graduate in December, I can't go with you. Bella's fingers falter momentarily on the keyboard before she resumes her vigorous typing. Oh, she murmurs in reply. Didn't really think about that. Bella hasn't hurt me like this in a long time. Since her mother left a year ago, things between us have been wonderful. Though she hasn't verbalized anything, I can see how much she cares about me in the way she acts. I thought she stopped denying our connection. She needs me as I need her. Our lives are intertwined. We spend most of our nights together. She lets me take her on dates, introduce her as my girlfriend, and tell her I love her. We're together in every sense of the word, even if it's not officially declared. How could she possibly think about leaving, just like that? Wow, Bella says contemplatively, interrupting the silence and my brooding. It's really ending. What is? I squeak out, terrified that she's about to dump me. I don't think I'll survive. College. This whole chapter of our lives. Her words only slightly nullify my fears. I really do not like the direction this is heading. Nothing's permanent. I don't believe that, I reply. How I feel about you isn't going to change. Bella turns to look at me with narrowed eyes and clenched teeth. Sighing heavily, she shakes her head at me. Don't even go there, she says. Go where, Bella? I snap, angry now. To how I feel about you, to what I want for us in the future. See, she says with a glare, pushing herself away from the desk and abruptly standing to pace around the small office. This is exactly the problem. There is no us, Edward. I thought I was pretty goddamn clear about that from the get-go. I laugh humorlessly. I thought we were past this. Past what? She demands with a shriek. Not wanting anything serious. I fucking told you, you said you could handle the friends with benefits situation. You are so full of shit. I yell back. So in denial. We are much more than friends, Isabella, and you fucking know it. Her face crumbles, changing abruptly from livid to scared. Her eyes go wide and her teeth instantly close over her bottom lip. I don't know what the fuck you are talking about, she says without much heat. Yes, you do, I reply, rising and approaching her. She backs up in an apparent panic until I have her cornered against a filing cabinet. I love you, and I think you love me too. Edward. You're being fucking ridiculous. I don't even like myself, so there is abso-fucking-lutely no reason for anyone else to put up with me. You're a very smart guy, and you would have to be an idiot to be with me on a permanent basis. You don't see yourself correctly, Bella, I say, trying to keep the desperation out of my tone as I look sadly down at her. You're not bad. You're secretly kind and loving and smart. You write poetry and always give money or your leftovers to hobos, even though you don't have much to spare. And you like to take care of me, in your own way. Always saving me dinner and waiting up when I'm home late. You are good. Despite this hard thing you project, you're good. Just fucking stop it, she yells, hands in her hair and glaring. My mom. Right. I know. I get it. Your mom left and you grew up thinking your dad didn't want you. It's tough. You've had a tough life with the moving and the flaky parents and everything, but it's time to get over it now. I am over it. I'm fine. No, Bella, you're not. You freak out when I tell you I love you. She pales and looks a bit like she is going to vomit, illustrating my point. You are incapable of saying the word yourself when I know you love me too. And I know you told me from the beginning that you couldn't give me what I want. From the get-go, you said it was just sex. Well, that's all bullshit. We have been together for 2.5 years. Not just fuck buddies. But together. No matter what you label it, we are in a relationship, Bella. A rather serious relationship. But we, she's stuttering, and it's rare that Bella is at a loss of words. I'm used to strength and impenetrability, but for once, she is actually listening to me. Isabella, I whisper, wrapping my hand around her neck. I pull her to my chest and kiss her temple. I love you. I've loved you since I first met you, freshman year. I love you, and you love me too. I can't, she moans miserably. Try. Just try. Make an effort to get better, please. Will you leave me? She asks, staring up at me with those big brown eyes. If I can't, will you leave? No, Bella, I sigh, hugging her again, relieved that she returns my hug with equal desperation. I can't be away from you. But you're the one talking about leaving. URG, she groans, burying her face in her hands. I know. God, that was just fucking ridiculous, wasn't it? I certainly think so, I reply, tenderly grabbing her hands. She winces, refusing to meet my gaze. So you're not going to go gallivanting across the country without me? Bella shakes her head and bites her lip. I quickly remove it from her teeth before tracing her jaw with my thumb. I'm still graduating a semester early, she mumbles like a petulant child. Whatever you want, love, I reply with a smile. Showing me her shy, unsure side, she takes a tentative step forward, wrapping her arms around my neck. Releasing a huge sigh of relief, I return her embrace. Bella pulls back, moving to hold my face to hers with her hands on my jaw. She kisses me roughly, but quickly. It leaves me a little lightheaded, and I'm grinning when she pulls away. Edward? She says, looking so vulnerable. Yes, love? I'll try. October 3rd, 2008 I'm coming with you, I say, pinching the bridge of my nose and trying so keep the frustration out of my voice. You have school. Bella yells at me as she paces around her small dorm room. Occasionally, she throws an article of clothing into her backpack. She claims to be packing, but so far she only has a swimsuit, a pair of sweatpants, and a leopard print bra. She won't be able to wear any of that to the funeral. Last night, Bella received a call from Carlisle of all people. I watched as her face morphed from confused, to pleased, to puzzled, to devastated, to emotionless. Silently she handed me the phone, before standing and moving directly to the liquor cabinet. I watched, utterly bemused, as Bella disappeared with a bottle of whiskey in her hand. Dad? I asked when Bella departed. What did you say to drive my girlfriend to drink? Edward, it's Charlie. I could hear stress and sorrow in his voice. Edward, he had a heart attack. Is he all right? I asked, lamely. No, Edward, he's dead. I sat there in stunned silence for a moment before Carlisle gave me the few details he had. We'll be there tomorrow, I assured him before hanging up to find Bella. She didn't talk to me all night. She just sat on the roof, drinking. At some point she let me wrap her in a blanket and nodded her agreement when I explained flight times in her ear. Bella still hasn't talked about it, or cried, and now she's forbidding me from accompanying her to Forks for her father's funeral. Yeah, like that's going to happen. Bella, I can take the time off. It will be fine, I say, clenching my fists in an effort to keep calm. The truth was, I'd already contacted all my professors who had been shockingly understanding. They'd assigned me a boatload of makeup work that would take me weeks to complete, but I didn't mind. Plus, I already bought the non-refundable tickets. Why the fuck would you do that? She snaps, marching over to me like she's going to punch me. I preemptively grab her wrists. You said I could, I remind her. Last night. I was fucking drunk, she snaps. She's completely frazzled. Her eyes are wide and panic-stricken. Her hands shake. She looks so lost, it breaks my heart. Come here, I say, dropping my grip from her hands to rest on her waist. She reluctantly steps forward and relaxes into my body. I wrap my arms around her, holding her tightly. She returns my hug, and exhales loudly. Did you sleep at all last night? I ask her, kissing her temple. No, she whispers. Did you? No, I answer. We'll sleep on the plane. Let me help you pack. I can do it, she mutters. Bella, please. Just let me help you, I insist. She nods once before moving off my lap. Together we pack all she will need for the next week. She carefully lays out the black dress she selected for the funeral out on top of my clothes in my suitcase, keeping it flat rather than wadding up in her backpack. Emmett drives us the airport in silence. I watch Bella's face from the back in the rearview mirror. It hauntingly blank, and I don't know what to do to make it easier for her. Bella moves like a zombie through security and onto the airplane. She doesn't speak, and I don't try to start conversation. We both get a couple hours of sleep on the plane before we land in Seattle. Esme and Carlisle pick us up. They hug Bella, who looks horribly uncomfortable. Her emotionlessness scares me. Her fire has burned out. Carlisle talks about the medical behind what happened to Charlie while Bella stares out the window, nodding at appropriate times. Esme offers to oversee the details of the funeral, and Bella smiles for the first time in the last 24 hours at my mother. "Thank you," Bella murmurs in an unsteady voice. "I'm very grateful that you're doing that, Mrs. Esme." Bella doesn't want to sleep at Charlie's, alone or with me, so she stays at my parents' house. We eat dinner in relative silence. I watch Bella push her food around her plate. She takes a total of 3 bites. I push a glass of water towards her when I notice that the majority of her meal consists of wine. She hiccups and takes the water with a rueful smile. "So, Bella," Esme says in a soft voice after the dishes are cleared away, "I have the guest bedroom on the 3rd floor all made up for you with clean sheets and everything." Wow, not liking the sound of that. Bella turns her panicked eyes on me, and I know she doesn't like the sound of that either. "Mom," I say, feeling awkward. "I was thinking Bella could sleep with me." Esme winces, and Bella grabs my hand. "I don't want her to be alone tonight." "Oh. Right. Well, I don't think that's entirely appropriate," my mother bumbles with a frown. "Esme," Carlisle says, putting a hand on Mom's back. "They're 22 years old and in a serious relationship." Bella makes a choking sound at that, but I'm the only one that seems to notice. "Let them be." "Oh," Mom says, looking upset. "I guess that's fine." After that awkward little interlude, I rush Bella upstairs. She takes a long shower before crawling into bed with me. I try to pull her into my arms, but she remains stiff. "What's wrong, love?" I ask. "Nothin'," she replies tersely, scooting to the very edge of the bed to get away from me. "Bella, your dad just died," I whisper. "We still haven't talked about it." Bella hasn't said a word about it, nor has she cried. Even though she didn't know him growing up, in the last couple years they got very close. They talked on the phone weekly. She once told me that it was wonderful, having a real father. And Bella doesn't throw around words like wonderful often. She's hurting. It's written all over her face and with her silence. To those who don't know her, Bella's lack of outward grief may appear cold, detached. But I know there is a storm raging inside my girl. I just wish she'd let me help shoulder the burden. "I know," she replies, sounding miserable. "Do you want to talk about it?" I ask. "There's nothing to talk about," she insists. "Charlie was alive and now he's dead, and I spent a grand total of a month with him, tops." "Isabella," I say, reaching out for her in the dark, "that's not your fault." Bella drops back into silence and tries to wiggle away from my hand. "Please, Bella," I say after 10 minutes of suffocating quiet, "just tell me what you're thinking." "You won't like what I'm thinking," she whispers. "Just tell me. You'll feel better, I promise." "I'm mad at you," she mutters petulantly. "For flying out here with you?" I ask, puzzled by her answer. "Yes. But there's more, and it's irrational and making me feel like a crazy person," she admits, sitting up sudden in bed and smacking her palms into the comforter. "It's okay. You're allowed to be irrational right now. I'm mad at you because it's your fault that I even care that he's dead," she blurts out before groaning and burying her face in a pillow. "You were the one that convinced me to talk to him freshman year over Thanksgiving break. You are the one that told me to cultivate a relationship. If it wasn't for you, Charlie would still be a stranger to me and I wouldn't be hurting like this." I just blink at her, not knowing what to say. I'm a crazy person. "No, you're not," I say, trying not to chuckle at her adorableness. Even if she is pissed at me and her dad is dead, I find her horribly appealing. There is probably something wrong with me. You're grieving. And you're also looking at it all wrong. Knowing you made him so happy. Hopefully you'll get to the point where you're grateful for the time you had. That's the thing, she says with a sigh. I thought I would have more time. I mean, I saw him over the summer, but it was only for a week and we didn't even really do anything. I read while he fished like every day. That's quality time, Isabella, I insist. You were both doing what you loved, but together. I guess, she mutters. It just doesn't really seem real. I wrap my arms around her waist and pull her into my side. I know, love, I murmur, pressing my lips to her temple. Unfortunately, it will become real. She sighs heavily, snuggling into my side. That's the worst part. It might not. My life isn't going to change at all. I barely even knew my own father. That may have been true once, but in the last couple years you've gotten close, I assure her. You talk weekly. Talked, She corrects. We talked once a week. Oh, Bella. She sniffs but shows no other sign of crying. At her pain, I'm pretty close to tears myself, and Bella glances up at my face at my tone. Giving me a heartbreaking little smile, she slow repositions herself so she's sitting in my lap, facing me. Her shins rest against the outsides of my thighs. An erection grows in my pants, and I blush in the shame of getting turned on at such a time. No, she says forcefully, grabbing my face when I attempt to pull away. I'm sad and it's making you sad and that just makes me sadder. She kisses me passionately, and my head falls back against the headboard. But you can make it stop, she murmurs against my lips as she rolls her pelvis, causing me to let out a low groan. Please, Edward, she kisses me again but my lips remain unresponsive in my shock, make it stop. Bella continues to whisper this mantra and punctuates it with kisses until she coaxes a response from me. It doesn't take long before we're both naked, and she's writhing beneath me. She sinks her teeth into the sensitive skin at the junction of my shoulder and neck when I remind her to be quiet because of my parents. I come real quick after that. After, we cling together, facing each other. She strokes my face, and I stare at her avidly. At one point, I can see the tears pooling in her eyes, but she blinks them away before really falling asleep for the first time in over 24 hours. Esme plans the majority of the funeral, and Bella is so grateful, she willingly hugs my mother. The service is held 2 days later, and my dark angel hasn't really said much of anything. I can tell she is dreading it. My parents talk in hushed tones in the front of the car, while Bella sits close to me, curled into my side while she stares blankly out the window. Her silence is deeply unsettling, and I would feel better if she cried, screamed, or cursed the gods. The lack of emotion shows the extent of her devastation. It slays me, seeing her like this. We arrive at the church, and I slide out of the car, offering a hand to Bella. She latches onto my arm. People stare at the deceased police chief's elusive daughter, and I know that this makes her uncomfortable, but her face remains impassive. Bella, Mrs. Newton says, stopping us before we make it to relative safety of the chapel. I'm so sorry for your loss. I watch in horror as Mrs. Newton throws herself on Bella, sobbing uncontrollably. Bella looks revolted and pats her on the back awkwardly, staring at me to help her. Somehow, Mrs. Newton ends up crying in my arms, which only serves to piss Bella off. But I detangle myself and wrap my arm around Bella again. Unfortunately, we are stopped over and over again as we move inside. Various distraught townsfolk stop Bella, extolling her late father's various qualities. She has never met most of them, and all look disappointed when she fails to really speak to them at all. I hold up the majority of the heavy lifting, conversation-wise, and I sigh in relief when we finally talk our seats in the front pew next to my parents. Olive Forks seems to have showed up to say goodbye to the chief, and Bella looks horribly overwhelmed. Despite her passive face, she squeezes my hand throughout the service. It runs long because so many of Charlie's close friends speak. Carlisle's speech is moving, and has tears pooling even in my eyes. Particularly heartbreaking is Charlie's girlfriend, Pat Clearwater, who lost her first husband to a heart attack as well. Bella's eyes are the only dry ones in the church, and I don't know how she's managing to stay so composed. The reception held at our house is even more strained. Bella becomes even more withdrawn as countless strangers recount memories of Charlie. I can see what Bella's thinking. She is just seeing this as more evidence that she didn't really know her father. Many people look to Bella for comfort or to commiserate or to share their grief, but she remains impassive. The one time I leave Bella's side to visit the buffet in an attempt to get her to eat something, I overhear Mrs. Stanley talking to Mrs. Newton and my mother. It's just not natural, says Mrs. Stanley, to be that unemotional. I mean, her father died. I totally agree, says Mrs. Newton. It's like she didn't care for him at all. She has always been ungrateful. Like that summer when I gave her a job and she left without any notice. Very selfish, that girl. Like her mother. How could she not care about her own father? That's totally unfair, Esme says, glaring between the two women and making me proud. She's been staying with us and I can promise you that she is very distraught. Bella just has a different way of showing her grief. Well, I think she's cold, says Mrs. Stanley. Look at how she's latched on to your son, Esme, Mrs. Newton continues. She obviously has an eye on his trust fund. That's fucking enough. I hear myself yell, causing several heads to whip in my direction. That girl is heartbroken over the lose of her father, and you gossiping harpies don't know anything about her or our relationship, so just shut the hell up. I stalk back to Bella without ever making it the buffet. The look on her face leads me to think that she heard everything, but she remains eerily silent. Instead, she just smiles sadly and gently reaches up to cradle my jaw, bringing my face to hers. She kisses me quickly before turning around and departing up the stairs. After everyone has cleared out of our house and I've helped my mother clean up, I set off to find Bella. I'm shocked to see my bedroom empty, but it really doesn't take me long to locate her in the music room. With hunched shoulders, she sits on the bench in front of my piano. It has been a long time since I've touched the instrument, or any like it for that matter. My life is just too full, between school and the hospital and Bella, for music. But I really have missed playing. At one point I even considered going to school to study music, but ultimately I'm much more interested in how the human body works than coaxing notes from wood and ivory. Bella is staring down at the keys, not touching them. She has yet to change out of her black dress, and her posture is so defeated. I feel useless and powerless. "Hey," I say, approaching her. I lay a hand on her shoulder, but she doesn't even glacé up from the piano. "How are you?" She simply shrugs her shoulders, still not looking at me. I sigh and take a seat next to her. She immediately lays her head on my shoulder and places her hand on my thigh. We sit in silence for a long time, and eventually my close proximity to my old piano overcomes me. I feel compelled to lift my hands, running them lovingly over the keys before softly beginning to spin out a simple melody. Bella's head snaps up as she turns to gape at me. "Sorry," I mutter, feeling guilty for disturbing her peace. But she huffs in frustration, grabs my hand from my lap, and places them on the keys. I look at her, raising an eyebrow in confusion. "Don't stop," she whispers before closing her eyes and laying her head back down. Its position on my shoulder impedes my movement slightly, but I don't mind. I play for my grieving dark angel, a lament. A requiem. I don't know the song, but instead just make it up on the spot. Keeping the basics of the melody fundamentally the same, over time the song morphs into something else. It's bittersweet, full of love and fear, pain and joy. It's a bundle of contradictions and just how I see Bella. I play for hours, adding to it, tweaking it. Eventually, with wrists aching from lack of practice, I have to stop. By this time, Bella seems to have fallen asleep at my side, so I gently pick her up and carry her to my bedroom. She mumbles something and snuggles closer, not letting me go as I attempt to set her down. So, with great difficulty, I slip off our shoes and situate us in bed. Bella is really sleeping. I kiss her temple before I join her. We leave a couple days after the funeral. Bella inherited Charlie's house, which he owned outright, and we went over there to pack everything up, but Bella took one look of the picture of herself and her dad taken last summer and decided that the house would just have to wait. We go back to Boulder with a promise from Esme that she's look after the house and air it out every once in a while. Things go back to normal, for the most part. Bella goes to class, does her job as an RA, and shares my bed, but she's a shell. She doesn't talk much, her eyes are dull. She just goes through the motions, and I'm at a loss. I feel her slipping away, and I can't help but hold on tighter. One Thursday night just before Thanksgiving, I get home from the hospital with plans to shower and change before heading over to Hallett for the night. Bella is on duty, and I'll do homework in her dorm room until she gets off and returns from the front desk. Instead, I turn on the light in my room to find Bella sitting in the middle of my bed with her knees pulled up to her chin. And although she is the most beautiful thing I've ever seen, she frankly looks terrible. The dark circles, greasy hair, and silence have become the norm for Bella, and I don't know what to do to help her. Today, she has the hood of a black zip-up pulled over her head and wears a pair of excessively holey jeans. "What are you doing here?" I ask, surprised to see her. "I quit," she mutters, working her bottom lip. I pause, halfway out of my sweater at her words. For one terrible moment I think she means she quits us. That she is finally done. Or maybe she means she quits school, which would enrage me because she is so close to finishing. Or maybe she means she quits everything. Life in Boulder. Maybe she is finally going to leave and become a nomad. "Quit?" I manage to squeak out. I clear my throat and hope that the next time I speak I sound like a man. "Yeah," she says, nodding her head and continuing to bite her lip. "My job." "Job?" I ask, still not quite getting it, but at least now there is hope. "Being an RA. Well, I sorta quit. Was sorta let go, she admits. For the first time I notice all the stuff that seems to have exploded in my room. There are large boxes, clothes draped everywhere, and a couple duffels. I had more stuff at Hallett than I thought, she muses, following the path of my eyes thoughtfully. Finally summoning the motor skill to remove my cardigan, I throw it over the back of a chair before taking off my starchy polo. Moving to the closet, I select a more comfortable t-shirt and sweats. What happened? I ask as I change. I thought you would ask that, she says with a heavy sigh before flopping backward onto the bed. Grinning at her dramatics, I finish changing and lie down next to her so only our shoulders are touching. Are you going to make me ask it again? I inquire, soliciting a little snort of Bella. No, I'll tell you. I'm just a little embarrassed, she confesses. I turn my head to look at her, flashing her an encouraging little smile. With a huff, she rolls to face me on her side, supporting the weight of her head on her elbow. Well, it really all happened because of some fucking chocolate silk soy milk. I blink at her in confusion and wait for her to go on. See, These's two roommates were screaming at each other in the hall after dinner this evening, and being as I am their fucking raw and trained in conflict resolution, I had to fucking deal with it. Turns out Blake, you know Blake. The bitchy one I absolutely loathe that has a thing for you, she is all upset because her roommate, Jenna, supposedly drank all of her silk soy milk. So I do the whole talk it out, clam them down thing, but neither girl is willing to back down. Jenna claims to hate soy and says she would never drink it. The ludicrousness of this story is starting to make my head hurt, but I listen anyway. So they go on and on and on, and suddenly, I fucking snap. I mean, they are fucking arguing about fucking milk. Milk? I just wanted to shake them both and be like, get some real fucking problems, then you talk to me. Anyway, I started screaming. And I will admit I was out of line and lost it for a minute. But milk, Edward, milk. Frankly, I knew she was bound to snap at some point. No one can keep all of that in and still function for long. At one point during my freak out I may or may not have threatened to hold them both down and pour a gallon of whole milk down each of their throats and then smashed their faces in their own filth when they inevitably puked it all back up. At this, I can't help but laugh. It's not fucking funny, she says, punching me in the shoulder. Threatening a student is very bad. I know. I'm sorry, love, but it's just so ridiculous, I say, still chuckling. Bella cracks a grin, and it's a beautiful sight. I've missed her smiles. Then what happened? I press. Well, I had a big long talk with the hall director, and she was like, you've been under so much stress with graduation coming up, and then you took hardly any time off after your dad passed. Why do people fucking say it that way? He fucking died. So we came to the mutual understanding that I am no longer fit to be in Raw. Bella, I say, tracing my thumb across her cheekbone, I'm so sorry. Nah, it's fine, she says with a dismissive wave of her hand. I was sick of that shit anyway. I really couldn't handle it. The problems these whiny little bitches have. They all need to collectively suck it the fuck up. It's okay to be upset sometimes, love. It's okay to be vulnerable, I murmur, staring in her eyes. She winces at my words. No, it's really not. I want to refute that point, but she continues to talk. And now I need somewhere to live. Oh really? I say, rolling to my side and mimicking her position. Yes, really, she says, blushing and squirming in discomfort. Good thing you have a boyfriend dying to live with you, I murmur as she continues to blush. Good thing, she agrees, kissing my nose before hopping out of bed. As run down as she looks, the tight fit and many holes of her jeans sure are hot. But we have to clear it with the rest of the roomies first. And it's only until I can find my own place. This is ridiculous, I reply. You basically live here anyway. No one is even going to notice a change in the daily life around here. She ignores my protests, and 15 minutes Bella has all of the roomies seated together on the living room couch. I stand off to the side, leaning against a wall and observing, while Bella nervously stands in front of them. Yo, make this quick, I've got shit to do, says Rosalie. What got you all tied up? You're sweating like a whore in church, comments Jasper. Bella, really, those Eanes have got to go, remarks Alice. I'm hungry, declares Emmett. Will you all just let her speak? I demand, miraculously getting them all to shut up. Thank you. Go ahead, love, ask away. Right, says Bella, talking a big breath. She is more animated than I've seen her since the funeral. Well, due to a minor milk-related incident, it has been mutually decided by me and my boss that the raw gig is no longer for me. She's still an RA. Ow. Shit. Rose. Keep your elbows to yourself. I glare at my brother until there is silence once more. So, I find myself in need of a place to live, and it would only be temporary, probably just until graduation. I don't like this at all but remain silent. So, what do you think? Her smile is forced and everyone looks on with blank expressions. Is she asking to move in here? Clerfees Jasper. I thought she already lived here, muses Emmett. God, you are an idiot. And this shit is boring. I have midterms coming, says Rosalie, getting up and stalking towards her bedroom door. Yeah, screams Alice, launching herself at Bella. We are officially roommates again. And that is how Bella and I moved in together. Ah, progress. December 31st, 2010. Bella Pav. Guess what? I ask when I get home. A long day of job hunting. Edward is in the dining room, poring over medical crap. It's amazing, the amount of homework he has over break. But Edward is ever studious, and he makes time somehow, even with him wanting to fuck me every 12 seconds. Not that I mind. It's a little concerning, this whole weird bubble we are existing in at the moment. And I know it will burst one of these days. I can only hope that he decides to have a rational conversation with me before then. In the meantime, I savor every moment and orgasm I share with Edward. I put Edward in fuck buddy, relationship purgatory for 3 years. Now I'm serving my time. And that's okay, but eventually Edward's Edwardiness will get the better of him, and he'll want to know everything. He'll want to deduce and reason the shit out of why I left and where I was. I just have to hope that in a reasonable discussion, Edward will listen to me and not completely freak the fuck out. I have to tell him everything before Rosalie opens her big fat slutty mouth. But she hasn't given me away yet, so I had hope that she won't. Maybe she forgot. Right. But even without Rosalie, I would have to tell him. I want to tell him, as much as the thought of saying the actually words nauseates me. I want him to understand. For a long time I did my very best to forget the worst of it, but now all the terrible memories come back full force. It hurts, and I know the worst of it is going to hurt Edward too. The pain is no longer sharp, just a dull ache, but I know it will hurt Edward and the thought of his pain pains me. Yes, love? He asks, turning to face me and pushing his glasses up onto the top of his head. He scrubs his hands over his eyes and stretches in his seat, indicating that he's been at the studying thing for a while. I got a job. I plop myself down on his lap and rain kisses on his perfect face. I've missed this face, and I revel in my newfound ability to touch it whenever I so choose. Really? He asks with a grin. So you are staying? I punch him in the arm and scowl. I've made it very fucking clear that I'm not going anywhere, cocksucker. He just shrugs, and I try not to be offended. He has no reason to trust me. I'll just have to keep working to establish some permanence in his life. Which is going to be very difficult after I confess all that I haven't told him. Are you going to ask me where I'm going to start working next week? I inquire, running my hand through the hair at his temple. Where are you working, Isabella? He asks, pressing a thumb into my hip, right on my tattoo. Well, it's nothing fancy. It's not a career or anything, but it'll do till I figure out what I really want to do with my life. You're babbling, Edward says, smiling at me. The Laughing Goat, I tell him. Edward and I spent a lot of time at the Goat and the plethora of other coffee shops in downtown Boulder, studying and attending poetry readings. I'm going to be a barista. Well, you already make a damn good cup of coffee, he agrees, but that owner asshole has always had a thing for you. I don't tell Edward that I had a one-night stand with Tommy before ever meeting Edward, and that it's probably the reason I got the job. But now I can get you free caffeine whenever you need it, I point out, distracting him. This is true, he says. You know what tonight is, right? I blurt, broaching the subject I've been dreading all day. New Year's Eve, he murmurs, looking away. 2 years ago tonight, I left him without a word. And he doesn't want to talk to me about it. Not my favorite holiday, I say, trying to sound casual. Nor mine, he agrees, still not looking at me. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I tell him again, for good measure. I'll keep repeating it until he believes me. Edward just nods. Maybe we can make this holiday better, shoot for a little redemption, I suggest in a quiet voice. I'm ridiculously nervous for his answer, bracing myself for his rejection. He remains silent for a long time until finally turning to smile at me. I would like that very much, Isabella. When Alice and Jasper return home with Chinese food for dinner, Edward and I are cuddled up on the couch. We're watching the Twilight Zone marathon, played every New Year's. I know I shouldn't be snuggling with him like this in front of everyone, but when we're together, I can't help but touch him. My head rests on his chest and my hand rests on his thigh. His arm is curled around my waist. It feels normal and good and right. Ah, Jasper says, removing his coat and grabbing a beer before plopping down on the sofa across from us. Aren't you two just adorable? Is this the Twilight Zone? Shit, yes. I tell him, learning over Edward to give Jazz a high five. I fucking love this show, he says, smiling at Alice as she brings the bag over and sets it on the coffee table. Where are Rose and Em? Asks Alice, emerging from the bag with some Kung Pao chicken. They went to get drinks with some Whole Food people, Edward explains, playing with my hair. So they're starting the drinking really early tonight, huh? Alice asks, handing Jasper a fork. The man can't seem to figure out chopsticks. I suppose so, Edward replies. He takes a sip of his glass of wine and toasts with Jazz, a shit-eating grin on his face. Do y'all want some? Jasper offers us some mushu. Nah, Bree, I say with a shake of my head. We already ate. You guys going to Jake's later? Asks Alice. Edward and I glance at each other and have a silent debate before turning back to Alice, nodding. Sweet. Just like the good old days. We all smile at each other before focusing again the television. I settled back into Edward's side, perfectly content for the first time in years. Edward and I are getting back on track. We haven't talked yet, but there is time. We have time. 3 episodes later, and there is a commotion near the front door. We all turn our heads away from television greatness to see Rose and Em stumble in drunk. They giggle hysterically and hang all over each other. I try to move away from Edward because I don't want Rosalie to see, but he holds firm as he stares down at me in confusion. Sup, bitches? Asks Emmett. Falling to his knees, he flops face down on the carpet in front of the television and progresses to not move. He's not even going to make it to midnight, Edward observes. Everyone mutters their agreement except Rosalie, who finds this statement highly offensive and progresses to lecture us all for a solid 10 minutes on the stamina of her boyfriend. Jasper brings out another round of beers because we will all need alcohol to deal with Rose tonight. She is in a mood, and it makes me nervous. Again, I try, with little success, to distance myself from Edward's side. Eventually Rose burns herself out, and seems to notice Edward and I on the couch for the first time. Oh, this is just fucking great, she says, swaying in front of the TV and gesturing wildly with her perfectly manicured hands. Look at you two, all fucking cozy. Rose, please, I say, trying to get her to stop talking. Rose is drunk and mad and I hope that she doesn't say anything in her rage. No, don't even fucking talk to me, you lying bitch, she snaps, glaring at me. Whoa, Edward says, sitting up from the back of the couch and glaring at Rose. That's completely uncalled for. Don't talk to her like that. Edward, it's fine, I say, attempting to play peacemaker. No, it's not fine, he says, snapping at me now. I don't want to hear it. Of course you don't, yells Rose, flailing her hands widely. You never want to hear the truth. You want to live in the fucking dark about her. You don't want to see what she really is. That's enough, Rosalie, he yells right back, clenching his fists. I'm paralyzed with fear that Rose will say something Edward won't understand. You don't know what you're talking about. I fucking don't. Rose growls and babbles and I can tell. She's about to do it. Rosalie, please, I plead, willing her to feel a little compassion. I'm not ready, and neither is he. Edward hasn't listened to me yet. Tell me, Edward, Rose says, completely ignoring me. Have you and Isabella talked yet? That's none of your business, Rose, Alice says, trying to defuse the situation. Rose, just sit down. We're gonna leave for Jake's soon, Jasper says. He usually is so good at bringing calm to the house, but Rose isn't listening. So you haven't, Rose says, grinning evilly. She's getting joy in my pain, the drunken sadist. She's pissing me off. I've put up with a lot of her crap because I left and deserve it, but I'm quickly reaching the end of my rope. I don't have a lot of experience, not fighting back. You have no idea why she left. I don't know what. Edward starts, but Rose is on a roll. I know something you don't know, she taunts. Don't, Rosalie, I say, my voice full of authority. Externally I sound strong, but I don't recall ever being this terrified or angry in my life. This bitch is going down if she can't keep her yap shut. Bella has a secret. Her sing-song voice has me leaping up from my seat next to Edward, fists clenched at my sides. I'm seriously close to slapping a hoe. Shut the fuck up, you conniving cow, I hiss between clenched teeth. Why the fuck should I? You just waltz back in and act like nothing's changed. Like you own the fucking place. Well, you don't, you filthy whore. Edward growls at that one, but I'm solely focused on my former friend in front of me. Rosalie Lillian Hale, I seethe. You shut your mouth right now, you promised me. No, she spits at me. We square off with the coffee table between us as everyone else watches, except Emmett. I'm sure the housemates are alarmed. They've never seen Rose and I go toe to toe. Back in the day, we had some real fights. I thought we'd grown up, but she's drunk and belligerent and dangerously close to ruining my life. Yes, I insist, actually stomping my fucking foot. Fuck no, she shrieks. I've kept my fucking mouth shut for 2 fucking years because I would not be responsible for hurting him even more. Rosalie gestures in Edward's general direction. It was goddamn pathetic, what you did to him. Rose, you don't know what you think you know. I'm getting desperate. If Rose stops now, Edward will have questions. The boy always has questions. But if I can just have the chance to answer them, to explain, everything will be all right. He has to forgive me. I know that you left pregnant and you came back babyless, Rose booms, making my heart fracture in my chest. Shut the fuck up. I bellow through my sobs. I don't even realize I am crying, but the tears are hot on my cheeks. So what was it, Bella? She demands, getting in my face. Again, I hate that I have to look up at her. My hands are shaking, and she needs to stop. She doesn't understand, and her accusations are killing me. Shut up. I repeat, really crying now. Do I have a niece or nephew being raised by strangers somewhere across this glorious country? I told you to shut the fuck up. I scream. No, you're too selfish for the adoption route, she decides, still yelling. It's much more likely you aborted the thing. She called my baby a thing. Without conscious thought, I hurl myself at Rosalie, slapping her face with one hand and strangling her with the other as I kick her shins. She shrieks, stunned for a moment before she retaliates by yanking on my hair. But I don't feel it. My pain is much more acute. I've been living with the pain for 2 years. Our catfight really only lasts for a couple of seconds before Jasper forces himself in between us. With a final growl, Rosalie marches off in the direction of her bedroom. Alice and Jasper gape at me in shock. A new disgust is apparent on their faces, but they don't really matter. The thoughts of only one person matters. I turn quickly on the spot, searching out the green gaze of Edward, determined to explain, but he's already gone. I leap over Emmett's passed-out body, sprint down the hall, scrambling around with my socks on the wooden floor. It takes me too long to get to the front door. By the time I throw it open, all I can see is the taillights of Edward's Volvo, disappearing down the street. Happy fucking New Year. December 6, 2008. Rosalie. I bellow as I step through the front door of the Goss house after finishing all my classes for the day. Edward is at the hospital, and I need Rose's help procuring his Christmas present before he gets home. I've never really gotten him anything before aside from the random gift purchased or created on a whim. A CD and knew he would like. A huge-ass coffee cup to full his caffeine habit. Nothing is even thought out and everything is spur of the moment. I wasn't planning on getting him anything for Christmas, but what I saw is so perfect, I can't not get it for him. Stop screaming at me, slut, she replies from the direction of the living room. I toss my jacket over the back of a chair along with my backpack before marching over to Rosalie. She's flipping through a gossip rag. How she manages to do so well in the notoriously hard engineering program is beyond me. Get up, I demand. What? Fuck no, she replies, scowling and putting her face back in the magazine. Please, I beg, kneeling down next to her, grabbing her hand and giving her the puppy dog eyes. Please. Why? She asks, still not looking at me. Rosalie, did you know that Edward plays the piano? I ask. glancing at the wide leather watch on my wrist, frowning as the hands moved too quickly for my liking. No, I didn't. What does this have to do with me moving from the couch? She asks, raising a perfect blonde eyebrow at me. Edward plays the piano, I continue, besieging her to listen me with my eyes. Like really, really well. He's like a fucking musical genius, and he never plays anymore because we don't have a piano, and he is too busy with school and the hospital and me to go out and search for one, but he's like really, really good. What the fuck? Is he good at everything? Rosalie says, apparently incensed. Music, science. Sex, I add to the list. Rosalie giggles hysterically. That must run in the family, she says when she gets a hold of herself. And at least Edward has no social skills. That makes me feel better. Can we get back to the piano? I ask, getting frustrated. What piano? I was walking home today and there is this piano sitting on the curb with a sign stuck on it declaring its freeness. We need to bring it here. For Edward. For Christmas, I explain, feeling like an idiot. We can hide in the man cave. Yeah, Rosalie says with a snort, there is no reason for Edward to be in the man cave. I refrain from punching her in the shoulder only because I need her help. Rosalie, please focus. You want me to help you carry a piano down the street? She asks, sounding horrified. Well, roll. It has wheels. Is Emmett or Jazz home? I ask, glancing around somewhat frantically. I thought you told Edward not to get you anything because you aren't getting him anything, Rose clarifies, finally having enough interest in the words coming out of my mouth to put her magazine down and give me her full and undivided attention. Rosalie, the piano is just fucking sitting there, I'm completely exasperated at this point. Okay, she says with a giggle. It's just so much fun to see the emotionless Bella Swan all flustered over a guy, and if you punch me like I can tell you one time so not helping you. She is right. I am acting weird. I don't get emotional and have been a downright zombie since Charlie's death. But this opportunity to make Edward happy is right in front of me. I can't ignore it. So you'll help? I ask, perking up immediately. Yes, puppy dog, she replies, patting my head condescendingly. M's in the man cave. Go get him. 5 minutes later, I'm dragging Rosalie and Emmett down the street, holding each of their wrists. What are we doing, again? Emmett asks Rosalie, marching along behind me. I don't think that I've ever seen Bella move this fast. I'm focused on my undertaking, so I don't even care that they're talking about me like I'm not here. She's on a mission from God, Rosalie states simply. Okay, John Belushi, he says with a chuckle, that really clarifies things. It's still here. I yell in triumph before dropping the hands of my laborers and dashing over to the free piano. This is what we're searching for? Emmett asks. Why? You know Edward plays the piano, I say absently pressing down on a few random keys. And I know it's not a fucking grand baby or fancy or whatever like the one at your parents' house, and the keys are clipped and it's probably horribly out of tune, but something is better than nothing, right? You want to bring this home for Edward? He asks. For Christmas, I mumble, blushing furiously. I can hire someone to come tune it, right? Unless you think it's stupid. It's probably stupid. Never mind. Let's just go with the original plan of not getting him shit. I'm prepared to keep babbling, but Emmett wraps his arms around me, pulling me into a bear hug. I squeak as he spins me around. It's perfect, he says. Let's roll this thing. Rosalie complains the whole time, until we get about a block away from home. I'm not used to you being this thoughtful, Rose says because she knows her words will piss me off. I'm not being thoughtful, I snap. You are so totally into Edward, your boyfriend, she continues. He's not my fucking boyfriend, I reply. Yeah, Emmett says dismissively. I mean it. I just happened upon this piano, it's not a big deal. I want to continue defending my honor but I am interrupted when the undeniable urge to vomit overcomes me. The next thing I know, I'm hurling in the middle of the street. What the fuck? Screeches Rosalie. Gross, says Emmett with a laugh. Seriously, Bella, what's wrong? I have no idea, I reply, feeling completely bemused. Does the thought of actually dating my little brother make you sick? Asks Emmett. No, I say, shaking my head and standing from my crouched position. I really don't know what happened. I feel okay now. We all decide to ignore that bizarre little incident and manage to get the piano down into the basement. Edward never goes down there, so it will be a surprise come Christmas. December 19, 2008. If you could go anywhere, where would it be? Edward asks softly. We lie naked and wrapped around each other in his bed. I've just graduated college. I am a college graduate. I have degrees in English Lit and creative writing. And I did it all a semester early, to save Phil some money. I always thought I would feel more accomplished somehow. I'm the first in my family to graduate, but now I'm the only one left in my family, so maybe that's why I don't feel accomplished. I should have spent the last few months lining up jobs and interviewing for internships, but I couldn't. I've been too busy being numb and caring even less than usual. The only time I feel anything real is when Edward touches my skin. Like he is now. Anywhere? I clarify. Anywhere, he nods. Africa, I reply immediately, closing my eyes and focusing on the sensation of Edward's fingers tracing over my skin. Really? He asks, sounding curious. And why is that? I dunno. Yes you do, he presses. We're children of the rift, I murmur. It's the motherland. That's a very good answer, he says, holding me tighter. Plus, I really like giraffes. Proof God has a sense of humor, Edward says. What the fuck are you talking about? I demand, thrown by his unexpected reply. My mom used to say that, he continues. When we were little kids. She used to say that the church's version of God was too stuffy for her and all you had to do to see the proof of God's sense of humor was to get a good look at a giraffe. I mean, they are really funny looking. I don't think I believe in God, I say. Do you? I'm not really sure, he admits. I believe in science and medicine. But I also believe the human body is a miracle. I believe that we are children of the rift, but also that creation had to start somewhere. I like this answer, so I kiss his shoulder because it is the closest bit of skin to my lips. I close my eyes and drift. So let's go, he says, bringing me back from the brink of sleep. Go where? To the rift, he says. What's that? Kenya, Ethiopia. We can't just go to Africa, I say, chuckling. Why the hell not? You just graduated, I'm going to graduate in the spring. So let's just go, he murmurs in my ear. I sigh heavily. The Edward postpones grad school to play knight in shining armor to zombie damsel debate is exhausting me. He's trying to save me by putting off school. I can't let my poison and living deadness prevent Edward from reaching his potential. You're going to grad school. You've already taken the GRE, I say warily. Fine. I'll go to school at UCD. We'll get an apartment together in Denver and you can write, he suggests for the zillionth time. I don't want you to be my sugar daddy, I tell him, rolling away and pulling my body into the fetal position. I wouldn't be your sugar daddy, he says with a laugh, spooning himself around me. I would even let you help pay rent. You already basically are. I insist. How so? He asks, openly laughing at me now. You still haven't let me pay you back for the tickets back to Forksford, you know. I don't even want to think about that, so I can't bring myself to talk about it. To talk about Charlie. I told you not to worry about that. And you have let me live here for months paying ridiculously low rent. I told you that I don't like being in debt. I don't want to owe you anything, I say sadly. Can we please not argue now? He sighs. It's time for sleep. Okay, no more arguing. But you are going to grad school next fall, I reply. I feel his lips smile against the skin at the side of my neck. Good night, he says. Good night, sweetheart. I love you, he whispers. I know, I reply. What I mean is, I know he thinks he loves me, the poor delusional fool. December 20th, 2009. I'm late, and not for a very important date. I'm the horrifying, life-changing, vomit-inducing kind of late. The kind that requires big decisions. Big horrifying, life-changing, vomit-inducing decisions. I am so ridiculously late that I should have noticed the lateness weeks ago. But I didn't because I am a zombie moron more focused on graduation than the very obvious signs my body has been sending me. It has practically been spelling it out in fucking neon lights, wearing me that something is very, very wrong. I stand in front of a shelf of pregnancy tests and curse the universe. Yet, on the bright side, at least I'm feeling something for the first time since my dad died. Too bad it's absolute panic. The universe is a fickle bitch, and I would make a shit mother. Shockingly, I've never had to do this before. Even with all the sex I've had, this has never happened to me. I've always been careful. I'm on the pill, and this shouldn't be happening. After standing still in aisle 7 for a full 25 minutes, I grab a few boxes at random before walking single-mindedly to check out. "Hello," says the pimply high school clerk. "How are you today?" "Fine," I lie with a scowl. "Well, I can't complain," he continues as I stare at him blankly. It seems I've lost all social skills since I connected the dots between my lack of period with all the puking I've been doing lately. Especially when lovely ladies such as yourself choose my register. I raise an eyebrow at him and abruptly drop my purchases on the conveyor belt. He balks and sputters a bit before ringing me up. I thrust some cash at him before getting the fuck out of there. No one is around when I get back to the house on Goss. After drinking 4 cans of Rosalie's Diet Coke, something I realize later that is not good for the thing possibly growing inside me, I drag my sorry ass to the bathroom. I pee on 3 little sticks just to be sure. I have to be sure about this. I line the pee sticks up on the counter and remain seated on the toilet, bent over with my head in my hands. Rosalie barges in on me as I wait, and I almost fall the fuck into the bowl. "Bella, can I borrow your, what the fuck?" She trails off and then yells at me, obviously seeing all her Coke cans and pregnancy test cardboard boxes and sticks on the counter. "Get the fuck out," I grumble, head flopping forward into my hands again. It's suddenly too heavy to hold up. Like a baby. Oh God, I'm gonna puke. Abruptly I leap off the toilet and empty the contents of my stomach. "Holy shit," Rosalie mutters, closing the bathroom door behind her. "Please leave," I beg, my head still in the bowl. One hate being this vulnerable. Especially around Rosalie, my twin believer in showing no weakness. "Holy shit," she repeats. "What does blue mean?" I groan again and vomit as Rose confirms my very worst fears. I hear Rose scrambling around, picking up the boxes and reading directions. "Holy shit," she says again. "You're preg. Do you even fucking say it?" I yell, picking myself up off the floor and pulling my toothbrush out of the medicine cabinet. "But, Rose," I gargle through a mouthful of Crest. "What are you going to do?" she asks, ignoring all my requests. I spit in the sink and attempt to still my shaking hands. "I have no fucking clue," I respond, sighing heavily. "Now that you're going to be a mom, you should really cuss less," she says matter-of-factly. I punch her in the arm before puking again, making the whole toothbrushing thing a complete fucking waste of time and paste. "You can't tell anyone," I mumble with my head back in the toilet. "Not Em, not Alice, and especially not Edward." "But, Bells," she ventures. "Just promise, Rose," I insist. "Fine. I'll promise if you promise to tell him eventually," she says. I want to argue, but she cuts me off. "This isn't just your kid, Bella. You have to tell him before you decide what to do." "But, I mean it. No sneaking off by yourself to Planned Parenthood," she says with a scowl. "Fine. I promise." December 25, 2008. I sit curled on a couch in the living room and clutching a mug of tea with one hand. Waldo is in my lap, and Edward sits in front of me, and I run my fingers through the hair at the back of his head as I observe the Christmas morning festivities. Edward always gets me something far too extravagant. Last year it was the sleeping kitty in my lap, and this year it's a beautiful cameo pendant necklace. He doesn't know about the piano is in the basement yet. I watch everyone revel in the Christmas spirit in silence. I always feel separate from my friends, and the holidays are worse. Especially this year. Carlisle and Esme flew in several days ago, and all the family-ness is making me feel ill. Well, ill-er. I went to the Blacks for Christmas Eve, but tonight I have to sit through dinner with the Cullens and even worse the Hales. I just keep looking at all of them, wondering how they will act when they find out. Although they will make a great family for my baby, I doubt I'll ever feel accepted. Esme will probably be so disappointed in her perfect lil son. For the most part, people hear about the dead dad and AWOL mom thing, and pretty much leave me alone. But Esme isn't like that. She pushes me, tries to engage me in deep conversation. If Edward is around, he saves me from his mother. Plus I don't mind sticking close to him. Rosalie's parents are here too. John and Marlene have always disliked me. I was the kid from the wrong side of the tracks, an early form of Rosalie's rebellion against her parents' lavish lifestyle. I am sure they were thrilled when Rose and I stopped hanging out sophomore year of high school, and now they are polite to me but still turn up their noses in distaste. They're cold and superior. Edward doesn't like them either, but the rest of the Cullen get along with the Hales just fine. They come from the same world. It's like a game of guess which thing is not like the other in this living room. The easiest round ever. I'm in leggings, thick socks with frogs on them, and an oversized flannel shirt of Edward's. Even the casual Christmas morning attire of the rest of them is classy. They look put together. I look like a hobo. All the presents are unwrapped and everyone disperses. Rose and Esme retreat to the kitchen to cook Christmas dinner. The boys wander into the living room. Edward starts to get up, but I put a hand on his shoulder. "Hey, come with me downstairs," I ask quietly. I'm oddly nervous about showing him the piano. Esme glances at us, but I ignore her questioning stare as Edward nods, looking a little surprised. I've been avoiding him since finding out, and he knows something's up, but I think he is attributing my silence and distance to the holiday. Last year I was with Charlie, and somehow December makes me miss him even more. "Into the man cave?" he asks, with a chuckle as I lead him down the stairs. I can't even remember the last time I was down here. "Oh, I know," I reply, clutching his hand as we walk down the stairs. "There are less smelly parts of the house to steal a private moment," he teases. He actually makes a good point. The basement is pretty much Emmett and Jasper's domain. There's a foosball table, a Bowflex, a mini refrigerator full of beer, and drawer full of bud. The carpets are old and thin. The lighting is poor and the air is drafty. Edward rarely has a reason to venture down here, so it was the perfect hiding place. "Just close your eyes," I tell him when we reach the base of the stairs. Sighing, he does as he's told. "No peeking," I scold. I grab his hand and lead him over to where the used piano sits under the only window in the basement. I pull out the piano bench and force him to sit. Latching onto his wrists, I place his hands on the chipped keys. It's a little difficult to maneuver with the lazy cat still in my arms. "What is this?" He presses the keys before opening his eyes. His mouth pops open and his eyes bug out of his head as he stares down at his fingers on the keys before turning his shocked gaze to me. "You got me a piano." I nod, still uncertain about my decision. He just keeps staring at me, and his fingers softly spin out a melody. "It was just sitting on the side of the road," I explain in a rush, feeling embarrassed. "These people were moving and didn't want to bring it with them, I guess. I know it's nothing fancy and the keys are all chipped on the ends and the varnish is peeling and you hate this basement, but there is nowhere else to put it. I can get Emmett to help me wheel it back out to the curb if you." "Sit down, Isabella," he says, his voice leaving no room for argument. Edward scoots over, leaving room for me on the piano bench. Letting Waldo jump out of my arms, I slide in next to him. Again, he stares at me for longer than necessary. I force myself to hold his gaze, as much I don't want to. He's making me feel a bit nauseous with the intense look on his face. But that could be the whole baby thing. Holy fuck. I've been trying not to think about it. I know there are things to be done, decisions to be made, but I am giving myself a little time before I freak out entirely. After a few minutes, I can't take it, so I look down in my lap, prompting him to finally do something. His palms cradle my face, and he kisses me tenderly. I feel all the stuff I normally feel when his lips touch mine, along with a whole lot of warmth in the region of my heart. I like making him happy. "Thank you," he murmurs against my lips. I blush and punch him half-heartedly in the arm. "Just play something, sweetheart," I ripple, closing my eyes and resting my head against his shoulder. I wrap my arms around his waist, and basically melt into him as he coaxes beautiful music from the crappy instrument. I get lost in his music. Occasionally, he apparently makes a mistake and curses himself for being out of practice, but he sounds perfect to me. It's like I have no concept of time, here with Edward when he plays. I don't think about the baby, about what the fuck I'm going to do with my life, about Edward's constant desire to put off his life to fix mine. I curve my body around his, keeping my cheek against the back of his shoulder blade as to not disturb his piano playing. I'm sure I look ridiculous and clingy and needy, but I don't care. At some point, I open my eyes to see Esme emerge at the bottom of the stairs. She looks confused at first, but she must seeing something she approves of on my face because she gives me a small smile before disappearing up the staircase. December 30th, 2008. I find myself standing alone in front of Planned Parenthood. I need answers. Definitive answers and options. I need someone to ground me with some medical facts. My first instinct was to get the big A, save us all the trouble. I would be a shit mother. I can't raise a kid. I have no real example of how parents act. Having a baby is absolutely not an option. Or so I thought at first. But as weeks went by, this image, a chubby-cheeked, bronzed-haired little bundle of joy, formed in my head. It calls to me, hangs out with me in dreams. The appeal both shocks and frightens me. But I want it. A baby can be my redemption. Maybe if I can give my baby a good life, I can make up for my past mistakes. I can make up for Renee's. I can heal. Most of all, a baby can't leave. I have the guarantee of at least a decade. The kid won't leave me. It will depend on me too much. All I have to do is raise it right and love it, and then hopefully it will never want to leave me. The idea of having flesh and blood ties to someone other than my mother is highly appealing. And I sure as shit would never leave it, but I might fuck it up some other way. The idea of ruining a little innocent baby is terrifying. And then there's Edward. He's the one part of all this I don't have any doubts about. I'm not scared to tell him. I'm not scared that he'll bail on me. Edward will be a great father, loving and attentive and nurturing. He'll love this baby. He'll take care of us. Edward will be thrilled to bring a little life into this world, together, with me. And that's the fucking terrifying part. Our lives would be forever linked if we had this baby. The immensity of that thought alone makes me want to never see the man again. I'm at Planned Parenthood because I have to make sure before I tell Edward. He still doesn't know because I can't bring myself to tell him. Like I said, I am not scared, it's more that if I tell him, all this becomes real. I'm still not totally sure if I want it to be real or not. In theory, I don't. But logic can't explain how I already feel about the thing growing inside me. I've come close, many times, but the words get stuck on my tongue. Edward noticed that I've stopped smoking and drinking. He thinks I'm trying to be all healthy. It would have been a perfect time to come clean, but I fucking chickened out. So I made an appointment at Planned Parenthood because I need to know for sure. Isabella Swan, a nurse, calls after I finally manage to force my feet to carry me into the office. I leap up and follow her into the back quickly. The women in the waiting room are sad and pathetic and I don't want to be around them anymore. In a few months, I might be just like them. They take my weight and my height and make me change into a gown and sit me on an examination table. The wait isn't too long. "Hello, Isabella," says the dark-haired doctor, glancing down at my chart to confirm my name. "I'm Dr. Meyer." "Sup," I reply, shaking her hand. "So what can we do for you today?" she asks, sitting on the rolling stool and crossing her long legs. Well, I'm pretty sure I'm pregnant," I blurt, blushing like a fucking tomato. I can't believe I'm this girl. The idiot girl who has a baby right out of college. If I even have this baby. How the fuck did this even happen? I've been on the pill since I was 14, and I take that sucker religiously. "Pretty sure?" she asks, looking slightly amused. "Well, I took like 3 pregnancy tests and they came out negative. I mean positive. The results were positive but I felt negative about, anyway." I take a deep calming breath. I just wanted to make sure it's for sure before I tell my boyfriend. She ventures, causing me to blush. "Sort of," I mumble. "Baby's father," she suggests again. "Yeah, does this really matter?" I snap, getting impatient. And then the exam happens. And the reassuring smile falls off the face of my lady doc at the very beginning of the ultrasound. And then she tells me that my baby is gone. Disappeared. At first I don't believe her. Aside from the nausea and the fear, I've felt fine. No painful cramps. No scary bleeding. She nods at me consolingly, reiterating that thing growing inside me is indeed gone. She can't locate a heartbeat, and I may experience some cramping and bleeding in the next couple of days. Apparently this happens. Apparently it's really not all that rare. I should feel relief. I should be happy. Nothing has to change. I don't have to tell Edward. There are no big decisions to make. My life will stay the same. Why do I feel like this is a very bad thing? December 31st, 2008. "Bella, I am by no means complaining, but what's wrong?" he asks, totally killing the mood. With a frustrated growl, I roll off and flop onto my back next to a mostly naked Edward. I lie there with my eyes closed and fists clenched, counting backwards from 10 in a valiant attempt to not punch him repetitively. My chest heaves with my anger and lust. "Bella," he says cautiously when my breathing settles. "It's nothing," I snap, attempting to get out of bed. He puts an arm around my waist, preventing me from moving. You have been insatiable for the last 2 days, he says softly as if he's talking to some sort of frightened animal. You don't talk to me. It seems like every time I open my mouth you jump me. So, excuse me for wanting to fuck you, I reply, jerking out of his grasp. I told you I'm not complaining. He's trying to pacify me, and his understanding only makes me madder. And do you have to call it that? It's so vulgar. Oh, I reply with false sweetness. And what would you like to call it, prude boy? Making love. I growl in response. It's just concerning, he continues. I know it has been a rough couple of months for you with your dad. But something has changed in the last couple weeks. You're different. Even more closed off and quiet. And sad. Please just talk to me, Bella. What happened? Nothing. Same old, same old. My voice is unconvincing to my own ears. He wraps his arm around me, hugging me from behind. I close my eyes and turn to throw my arms around his neck. I'm sorry, I whimper pathetically against his skin. For what? He is pleading with me to share with him, to let him shoulder the load, and I want to. So ridiculously much. But I can't. I just can't. I just don't know what I'm doing with myself anymore, I confess. It's okay, love, he says, rocking me slightly. We have all the time in the world. We'll figure it out. I nod my head and try to believe him while ignoring that familiar feeling of suffocation that makes me want to bolt. The guilt seems to be eating me from the inside out. It's my fault our baby disappeared. I don't want him to feel all the pain I'm feeling, so as much as I want to confide in him, I don't. I can't. For once in my life, I do the selfless thing and keep the hurt to myself. Bella? Hello? I jump slightly as I become aware of Jake waving a pipe in my face. Since the disappearance, I've had a hard time focusing on anything else. The only thing that can make it better is Edward. Preferably sex with Edward, because during sex he can't ask me the hard questions. Sorry, I mutter, accepting the pipe and lighting it twice before passing it to Jasper. Edward looks at me in concern, but sips his drink and says nothing. Where has your head been at lately, girl? Jake asks with a chuckle. I shrug and finish off my drink. Edward does the same, and for once is drinking just as heavily as I am. Maybe he's just really into the new year. Maybe he's picked up on my apocalyptic mood. Almost everyone I care about is here. Alice and Jasper, still in newlywed mode. Emmett and Rosalie, being as disgusting with the over-the-top PDA as usual. Jake, Embry, Quill, Sam, Emily, Angela and Ben. Even Kate and Garrett. They all look so happy and normal and sure of themselves. Even Edward, despite his fucking concern for me, is so obviously happy. Everyone is laughing and dancing. Partaking in drinking games and chatting enthusiastically. They're happy. I can't relate to them at all. Edward is pretty hammered by midnight. His kiss is sloppy, and I giggle as he picks me up and stumbles around with me in his arms. I hug him tightly and breathe him in, and he lets me go far too quickly. But when he steps away to hug his brother and twin, I just can't handle it. I need air. I can't breathe. I killed our baby. I killed the one thing that had to stick around. So I go for a walk, pulling my leather bomber jacket over the slinky blue party dress Alice forced me into and grabbing my purse. The cold winter air instantly calms me, and I walk. Boulder is alive. Drunk people stumble everywhere, celebrating the end of 2008. I wander and find myself walking down Pearl Street. People bar hop, and I like watching them. I sit myself down on a sculpture of a squirrel that's part of a playground. Reclining against the tail, I light a cigarette and look at the stars, glad it's a clear night. I don't know what to do with myself. I'm fucking drowning. Have been for a while now, but this is just unbearable. My skin itches with my desire to be anyone but me. I hate me. I'm a selfish, poisonous, baby-killing shrew. It's my fault the baby disappeared. My womb is as corrupt as the rest of me. I can barely survive in here, there is no way a baby could too. What am I going to do now? Well, hello there. I sit up and turn around at the sound of the familiar voice. James, of all people, stands behind me with a cigarette and a smirk. The years since I've seen him have not changed him at all. He wears his hair in the same haircut, the same beat leather jacket covers his shoulders, and his blue eyes twinkle with mischief. It's shocking. How pleased I am to see him, and I feel my face pull into a smile. James, I reply, standing from my squirrel. We appraise each other as I approach, pulling out another cigarette and accepting his light. Long time no see, buddy. Yeah, where the hell have you been? He replies, still grinning. I shrug and smoke. You don't look so good, he murmurs, cocking his head to the side as he studies me. Fuck you very much, I reply without any heat. Seriously, Swan. You look like you've been through the ringer. Again, I just shrug. He gets so close that there is only an inch or two of space between us. I have to crane my neck to look in his face. He's almost as tall as Edward. He touches my face with the tips of his fingers, and I glare up at him, but don't jerk away. Why don't I jerk away? Did your whole world fall apart, baby girl? He whispers. I shudder in response to his very accurate description. What are you doing with yourself these days? He presses when I don't speak. I seriously have no fucking clue anymore. Yeah, the monotony is wearing on me too, he says, continuing to touch my face with surprisingly gentle fingers. I gotta go. Go where? I ask. Anywhere but here, he replies. But eventually, Florida. Florida? I ask, skeptical of this bizarre destination. Buddy of mine knows this chick who lives down there. She's going to let us stay with her if we fix up her house and land and shit, he explains. I nod. We're going to take a couple months to get there, see some of America and fuck around. I'm oddly jealous of James and his ability to escape it all. I want that. I want to drop everything and start over. I want to be someone else with zero cares, zero responsibilities, zero commitments. Interested? He asks. Yes, I hear myself replying. Leavin' tonight, he says. Well, I'm going to Denver tonight. Hittin' the open highway in the morn. Is this an invitation? I ask, feeling strangely hopeful. Maybe it's the Renee in me. Maybe it's the traumatizing effect of all the shit that's happened lately, but I need it. I have to leave. Suddenly, in my drunken, hazy state, this departure seems like the perfect solution. Edward would never willingly let me go. Even though I am a poisonous baby killer, he won't give up on me. But if I leave, he will have to. He will be forced to live the life he's meant for without my corrupting influence. And sure, it may hurt at first. But with me gone, I know he will eventually see that I was no good for him. That my absence from his life is for the best. I'm trying to be less selfish, and as much as I want to be with Edward, I can't keep dragging him down. And as much as I want him, I can't seem to breathe right in the life I've created here with him. Maybe if I leave I'll learn how to breathe right. James grins and nods. Do you ever want to get away from it all, Isabella? He asks. Give me an hour to gather my shit, I reply. It takes slightly more than an hour, but not much. I'm on autopilot. I don't let myself think. Thinking would lead to guilt and fear, and I don't want to change my mind. I grab only what I can stuff into a large army-issue duffel, my backpack, and a leather purse. I purposely leave anything that will remind me too much of my life here. For a moment, I think about leaving Edward a note, telling him I'm sorry for hurting him, but that is a bit too much like my mother, so I write a note to Alice instead, suggesting she gives all my shit to Goodwill. I don't know what's worse, knowing that he will hurt or letting him go. Either way, I'm hurting him to save him from me. I grab my moleskin and my iPod and don't even look back when I leave the house on Goss for the last time. I've promised to meet James back on Pearl, and I feel a little ridiculous, lugging my crap through the throngs of drunk people, celebrating the new year. Thankfully, my squirrel is still available, so I pop a squat to wait for James. Instead I see Jake. What the fuck are you doing here? I demand. Isn't there a party raging at your house? Nah, pretty much everyone has cleared out, he explains. I wasn't ready for the night to be over, so I came out with the hardcore. Edward couldn't possibly be one of the hardcore, but my stomach drops anyway. I can't see him. I know he isn't going to be happy about this, even if my departure is for the best. Seeing him upset will hurt too much. Seeing him will make it impossible for me to leave him. Hey, your boy was kinda freaking out. Seems like you just disappeared, he continues, not yet noticing my bags. My stomach twists in knots at this statement, but I squash down all the panic I feel at the prospect of surviving without Edward. That's kinda the idea, I admit, wishing James would fucking show up already. What? I sigh heavily, realizing I will have no choice but to try to explain. It's difficult, because I can't really even explain my need to leave to myself. Jacob, I say, standing to face my best friend, I'm leaving. Okay. Yeah, that's probably wise. Edward was real drunk and real upset that he couldn't find you. Jazz and Em had to basically carry him home, Jake drunkenly babbles. I guess I'll just see you tomorrow. Twilight Zone marathon, am I right? Rosalie promised to bake things. No, Jacob, I snap, losing patience, I'm leaving Boulder. That's weird, he replies. Where will you go? Dunno, I say, I just can't stay here. It takes a few more minutes, but Jake finally seems to understand what I'm doing. He hugs me for 5 years and cries into my hair when he realizes that he doesn't know when he'll see me again. Jake spends the next few minutes trying to get me to change my mind. I don't, and I sigh in relief when James finally shows up. You've leavin' with this creep? Jake demands. What the fuck are you thinking? Are you sure about this, Bells? He sounds desperate, and I have to look away in shame. Yes, I murmur. And I'm not a creep, James interjects. What am I going to tell Edward? Did you even talk to him about this? Jake asks, starting to panic. No, I say, shaking my head. I'm a moment away from having Jake tell Edward that I'm sorry, but I remember the pain and anger of Renee's notes. Tell him to go to grad school. Tell him that it's for the best. Tell him to have a good life. Come on, James insists, tugging on my hand, time to roll out. Don't do this, Bells, Jake please. You're going to crush him, and what about me? What am I going to do without you? January 2nd, 2011 Dude, really? Booms Emmett from outside my apartment door. Are you really not going to let us in? I just scowl at the door and continue to sip my beverage. This time I didn't even bother with a mixer. Frankly, I don't even know why I found the glass necessary. I have literally been drowning my woes for the last few hours, once I ran out of schoolwork to keep my mind occupied. Little twin. Alice's voice now. Just open the door. No one has heard from you in 2 days. We're worried. Seriously, Edward, at least grunt or something to let us you are not dead in your own vomit. Perhaps if I just stay silent, they will think I'm not home. And we know you are fucking home, she continues. I talked to Ben as he was leaving the building. So unless you jumped out a window. Shit, Allie, interrupts Emmett. Don't give him any ideas, ow. Don't even joke about that, asshole, yells Alice. Our little brother is in there and he is majorly hurting. This is why I don't want to let them in. If I let them in there we'll be talking, and the last thing I want to do is talk. I just want to be left alone with my bottle of Jack. I know, replies Emmett. I fucking know, you don't really know. You were passed the fuck out when all this shit went down. You didn't see him face when we found out about. She trails off, and I grimace, finishing my drink and taking another right out of the whiskey bottle. Believe me, I heard all about it from Rose, says Emmett. Oh, don't even get me started on Rose. Alice spits out the name with a surprising amount of venom. That was a real nice way for Edward to find out. She really broke it to him easy. Alice, lay off. I've talked to her about it. She was drunk as shit, and has had a real hard time keeping it a secret for all these years. It really ate at her. Well, maybe she should have fucking said something. Oh, I don't know, about 2 fucking years ago. Doesn't that seem like opportune time to speak up, Emmett? I think about turning up Tchaikovsky's Symphony No. 6 in B minor Opus 74, Pathétique, to drown them out, but that would require standing. I don't have the energy for anything other than drinking heavily. She was in a difficult position, Emmett defends. Plus it wouldn't have changed anything. She would have still been gone, and Edward would have been even more miserable. Oh, kinda like he is now. Alice counters. We don't know how he is, Emmett replies. I can tell by the strain in his voice that he is quickly losing patience with our sister. He won't open the door. Whatever, snaps Big Twin. Rosalie is a fucking coward for blurting it out like that and then refusing to come here and help us fix it. As far as I'm concerned, it's half her fault anyway. Oh, yeah, yells Emmett, obviously pissed now. Let's blame my girlfriend for being honest. It certainly isn't the fault of the girl who left to abort Edward's kid. And now I'm no my feet, tottering over to the door in rage. They're forcing me to think about it, and I can't think about it. Bella fucked the fuck up, continues Emmett just as I rip the door open. Unfortunately, I use too much force and forget to let go of the doorknob, so I swing away with it, falling over into a potted plant. Don't fucking say, name. I slur up at my siblings, taking in the sudden change in my position with bemusement. They gape don't at me in shock, still frozen in the entryway. I struggle along to remove myself from the plant, but am unable to do so. Emmett finally snaps out of it and leans down to pull me to my feet. Once he has me right-sided, I yank my arm out of his grasp and march back over to my couch and my jack. I take another long draw, and I hear the door shut behind me. Holy mother of pearl, yells Alice. Are you drunk? Without turning to face her, I just shrug and collapse face first onto the sofa. Dude, says Emmett with concern. It's not even 2 in the afternoon. What are you thinking? Nothing else to do, I explain, flipping over onto my back and stretching out. Finish all my school shit, but my brain won't turn off. Driving me crazy. That's why we're here, says Alice, kneeling next to me and taking my hand as I look on in horror. Her face just oozes sympathy and pity, 2 things I don't need from her. I've got plenty of it for myself. We'll talk the whole thing out, big twin. Don't worry. Usually Alice and I are so in sync. The whole twin thing must be malfunctioning because talk is the last thing I want to do. So instead of speaking, I guzzle unhealthy amounts of whiskey before handing the bottle to Alice. Edward, she admonishes, you are going to be miserable in a couple hours. Already there, big twin, I slur. If y'all aren't gonna drink it, pass it. I'm not drinking it. I'm here to talk to you, help you feel better, she insists, scowling at me now. No whiskey for you, I reply, snatching it out of her hand. I say, offering it to my brother. I grin when he accepts and takes a sip, grimacing as he does so. That a boy, I say as I give him a salute. Edward, Alice tries again, really exasperated now. Please stop this madness. Let's talk. Hell no, I declare. This is a no-talkie zone. But, nope, I say. None of that. You can join me in a drink, but you can't talk. Alice looks to Emmett, who shrugs before sighing heavily and nodding. Just one drink, Alice replies, moving to the kitchen to get glasses. I told you to be patient. I told you to be fine. An hour later, Emmett and I sit side by on the floor with our backs against the couch, power singing alone with the Bon Iver emanating softly from my MacBook. I told you to be balanced. I told you to be kind. We slur our words and my head rests on Emmett's shoulder while we softly sing and watch Alice twirl around the room. She has a mostly empty bottle of one hand and hasn't opened her eyes in at least 15 minutes. Alice spins languidly around the room, like some sort of haunting ballerina figurine from a child's jewelry box. My eyes follow Big Twin's movements as I continue to sing with my brother. Come on, skinny love, what happened here? We sing, Emmett terribly off key. Ya know, he says, breaking all the rules about talking. I lift my head in an attempt to scowl at him, but I'm sufficiently wasted at this point and can't find it in me to care. Skinny love. You know who is skinny? Bella? I venture, hiccuping slightly. Yup. Skinny Bella. She's skinny because there is no baby in there, I say, allowing my heavy head to flop back to his shoulder. No baby nowhere, Emmett agrees, sounding almost as sad as I do. Gone baby, gone, I mutter. Hey, yells Alice, rounding on us and basically falling into my side. I open my eyes to stare at her, but everything is fuzzy, so I close one to bring her frowning face into focus. This shit is against the rules. No talking. I'm just sayin', continues Emmett, ignoring the short one while I steal her bottle of one and drain it in one long gulp. Has anyone actually talked to her? Nope, replies Alice, shaking her head. The short spikes of her hair poke me in the good eye, so I can't see all over again. Edward? Nope, I say. I can't believe she hasn't tried to talk to you, mutters Emmett. To at least try to explain. You deserve to know what happened. What a bitch. I think about yelling at him for that, but I refrain. She's called, I slur, gesturing vaguely in the direction of where I left my phone in the kitchen. But I can't. Maybe this is a miscommunication, whimpers Alice, sounding like she is really crying now. I can't tell for certain because I can't see. Maybe she can explain it away. I want it to be a miscommunication. It's not, I say. It explains everything. I understand why she left now at least. Oh, Edward. Alice sobs. This pity is back and the rule must be reinstated. No talking. I demand. Alice, for once in our lives, keeps her mouth shut, and we go back to the singing. We sit there, on the floor and against my couch, singing quietly to Death Cab, Iron and Wine, and Damien Rice. It's highly depressing, and I think Alice is still crying. I'm on the verge of sleep when the pounding on my front door starts against. Bella? I ask when I am jolted into reality by the nose, confused from a combination of sleep and alcohol. What the hell is going on in there? Demands a familiar voice from the hallway that prompts Alice to squeak and sprint toward the door. She throws it open and hurls herself into Jasper's arms. Jazz. She sobs, her little body shaking as she cries, "Don't ever leave me." Jasper blinks at her in shock before carrying her into the apartment and shutting the door behind him. He lifts Alice higher, her little feet dangling listlessly as he strokes her hair. "Baby," he coos. "What has your brother gotten in this pretty little head of yours? I will never leave you. I wouldn't last 2 minutes on my own, plus I love you too damn much." She hiccups as nods, loosening the grasp she has on his neck as he sets her back on her feet. Jazz keeps Big Twin in the crook of his arm as he leads her to sit on a love seat opposite Emmett and I. "What the fuck is going on?" he demands, glaring at us as Alice continues to calm down. "They came up here hours ago to make sure you were okay." "Am not," I reply. "I can see that," Jasper says, shaking his head and surveying the collection of empty liquor bottles on the side table. "Seriously, is this apartment some sort of black hole for cell service? You two disappeared hours ago and were supposed to be home hours ago, and not one of you has the decency to answer your phone." "Fuck," mutters Emmett, lumbering to his feet and searching under pillows for his cell. "Rose is going to kill me." "Yeah, she is," agrees Jazz. "I was sent here to make sure nothing terrible happened and to bring you two back to Boulder." "Leaving so soon?" I inquire. "But the party is just getting started. Drink?" "No, we all have to get to work in the morning," Jasper replies, shaking his head at me again. "Not all of us have another week off before getting back to the real world." "Oh Jasper," I say with a sigh. "Believe me, I'm in the fucking real world. And it sucks," thus my offer of a drink. "Please, Jazz?" Alice whispers, blinking her big, wet eyes up at her husband. "Let's stay for a little while longer. Little Twin doesn't want to be alone." "Fine," Jasper agrees, sighing heavily, "just one drink." An alarm is ringing on the periphery of my dream, and I instinctually reach out for Bella. Already, I'm used to sharing a bed with her again, and in my half-awake state, I'm really upset that I'm not touching her. I search for her, not out of sexual desire but the need for the comfort her warmth offers. I love her. I need her. But when I do finally locate Bella in my bed, something is off. Instead of smooth skin and the shivers, all I feel is massive muscle, and even more disturbing, hair. "If it's gay, is it still incest?" a voice asks. My eyes fly open and I take in the sigh on my hand grasping Emmett's hairman calf. I glance down to the foot of the bed where I see my brother, propped up on one elbow and staring at me with bleary eyes. And then I remember everything and really wish I were still asleep, or drunk. "Sorry, Em," I croak out, releasing his leg and rolling over onto my back. I scrub my hands over my face before glancing at the clock. What the fuck? It's 6 o'clock in the fucking morning. Why the fuck am I awake right now? "Guess at some point I had the wherewithal to set the alarm on my phone," Emmett explains, fusing with his cell and thankfully silencing the piercing alarm. "I gotta go to work." "How did we end up in bed together?" I ask, closing my eyes again because the little bit of light of Emmett's phone is too bright for my eyes to handle. "I have no fucking clue," replies Emmett with a groan. "But it's fucking pathetic. I would much rather be at home with my girlfriend than sharing a bed with my baby brother." Bella is also at that home of which Emmett speaks, and I will never be able to crawl into bed with her again without hating myself after. "I think I need another drink," I mutter. "Don't be like that, dude," says Emmett as he gets out of bed. I open one eye and see that he is only in his boxers. "Why aren't you wearing pants?" I demand. "I never wear pants to bed, bro," he says, pulling on the garment in question, "and neither do you." I quickly take stock and see that I am also pantsless. "Get your lazy ass out of bed," he demands, throwing my pants in my face. "I can't figure out your fancy coffee contraption." It's a French press, I mutter, but I get out of bed anyway because my brother is an idiot and I know he will break my press. Those things aren't cheap. Wincing as the light hits our eyes, Emmett and I stumble out of my room. Alice and Jasper are curled together on my couch, and Emmett throws a pillow at them. "Fuck!" shouts Jazz, sitting up as Alice groans face down in the sofa. "Oh, too fast. My head." Jasper lays his head back down. "Are you hungover?" I ask, not remember him having more than a drink or two, but there is really not a lot that I remember at all about last night. "Yeah," Jazz replies. "Fuck all of you for pouring booze down my throat, and fuck you Edward for making the vibe in here so depressing that it's impossible to not drink. You can thank Bella for that one when we get home," says Em, causing my whole body to tense. "Remember the rules, Emmett?" I demand. Yeah, sorry bro. Coffee now?" The circus clears out of my apartment half an hour later, and I go back to bed. When I wake up around 3 in the afternoon, I realize that I have absolutely nothing to do, so I start drinking all over again. January 6, 2011. Edward, you open this door right now. I groan as the banging interrupts my drunken brooding, and I flip towards the back of the couch, burying my face in a cushion. Why can't the people just leave me alone? I mean it, Edward. The voice continues to yell. No one's heard from you in a week. Ben says whenever he's home you don't leave your room and we start school in 2 days. Go the fuck away, I growl out, tossing a book in the general direction of the front door. Let me in. I'm not going anywhere. After 5 more minutes of endless pounding, I drag my sorry ass off the couch and stumble blindly toward the door. Ignoring the incessant thumping is exhausting, so I throw it open to see Tia. I glare at her, and she glares right back before pushing past me, entering the apartment. Grumbling incoherently, I decide to ignore her presence and make my way back to my couch. I like my couch. It demands nothing from me and always tells the truth. Every time I see my couch, there is no risk of some new horrifying fact to become known, effectively destroying me. What happened to you? Tia asks, apparently appalled at my state, which is valid seeing as I haven't showered in a week and have been drunk so often that the alcohol is basically seeping out of my pores. I shrug my shoulders and recline comfortably against a pillow. You smell terrible. No wonder Ben has been basically living at Angela's, Tia says, taking in the dump that is my apartment. Normally, I'm a neat freak. Normally, I can't stand clutter or dirty dishes. But times are not normal. Nothing is going to be normal again because Bella did something terrible to our baby. Don't particularly care, I mumble. Are you planning on going to school Monday? She asks. Don't fucking know, I reply, shrugging again. Edward, she says, startled by my language and response, I suppose. What's gotten into you? I can't talk about it, Tia, I tell her with a sigh. She cautiously approaches me and sits in an armchair by my feet. What did she do to you? Tia asks, sounding livid. Perpetually hurting me for the last 6 years. And I've let her, I whine somewhat pathetically. What did she do now? Tia corrects. I'm starting to get a more complete picture of the events prompting her departure, I say, pleased with how scientific and normal I sound. If I can detach myself emotionally from the situation and reason my way through with facts and logic, everything will be all right. What do you mean? Well, we started having sex at the very end of freshman year, I continue, mapping out our relationship, noticing and ignoring Tia's flinch. We stayed together all of sophomore year, she abandoned me in Forks that summer, and then we got back together at the beginning of junior year. We were together for the rest of junior year and all summer. It was good. There was rarely a night we were apart. We adopted a cat and met each other's parents and shared everything. Or at least I shared everything. She was getting better. She was letting me in, making plans with me, calling me sweetheart. She let me tell her I loved her, didn't freak out when I referred to her in public as my girlfriend. And then right after her 22nd birthday, her dad died. It broke her, I murmur, pinching the bridge of my nose. My mouth won't stop moving, spewing all my thoughts as I drunkenly make connections and try to figure out what I'm feeling. I forget Tia's there at all, and I just talk, broke her more. I mean, she was already the most broken person I've ever met, but this, she was a zombie. And I couldn't fix it. And I felt like I was losing her, so I just clung tighter. I pushed for more than she was ready for. Moving in together and putting off grad school to spend more time with her. Well, she did not like that at all, and we were fighting more than usual. But she got me a piano for Christmas, so she obviously cared for me. I play the piano, by the way. Edward. Tia's attempt to interrupt me is ignored. But then she was gone. On New Year's Eve. She kissed me at midnight, and then went outside to smoke a bowl. She didn't come back. Jake found me hours later and told me that she left. She left with, well, that doesn't even matter. I never really understood. I got that she was broken. That her mom abandoned her and her dad died. I got that she didn't want me putting off school for her and that she was scared to take the next step with me, but she'd been living with that for a long time. Sometimes I thought that I made it all up. The way she seemed to need me, like she didn't need anyone else. But she's back. She cares. I'm pretty sure she loves me, in her own limited way. I get it now, I continue, getting to the part that's still too fresh for me to be emotionally detached. Last week, on New Year's of course, Rosalie comes home. Drunk and mad. She started screaming at me for letting Bella back into my life. Things escalated and it comes out that, God. I can't even say it. Say what, Edward? I jump a little at the sound of Tia's voice. A fact came out that completely explains her departure. It's the missing piece. All my questions are answered, but now I don't think I can ever forgive her, I say, really believing it for the first time. There will be no recovery from this. But now I understand. She had to disappear because she didn't want me involved. She said it herself. She doesn't have the words to make it better because nothing can. She cries now, Tia, I say, like that explains something. Edward, I want to help you. I hate seeing you so miserable, but I don't know Bella. I don't know anything about your relationship. To be honest, most of what you just said went over my head, she says, leaning over to rest a hand on my shin. Tia looks scared and desperate. Lord, I must be even more of a mess than I even realize. We were gonna, Edward, just say it, she says, sounding frustrated. A baby, I burst out, feeling slightly like my head is going to explode. There was a baby, and now there's not. What happened to it? Tia asks quietly, looking stricken and pale. I don't know, I admit, feeling nauseous. There are really only a few options. So either, yeah, I have a kid out there somewhere being raised by people I don't know, or, and that I could really not say. That I could not even think. Holy shit. I snort. Tia cussed. I don't know if I should give you this now, she murmurs. Give me what? I ask, lifting my head to study her. She looks jittery, unsure, and decidedly un-Tia-like. When I got here, I found something sitting on your doormat, she explains. What? I ask again. Tia, just give it to me. Sighing heavily, she drops a notebook onto my chest. I glance up at Tia and she shrugs, looking equally as bemused as me. As I pick it up, understanding dawns. I instantly recognize the Moleskine journal. Bella filled about 1,000 of them in the time we were together. She writes everything down. Things she observes, things she feels. I begged, many a time, to read just one entry. The insight such a journal would provide to the inner workings of Bella is very appealing. Turning the familiar journal over in my hands, my fingers brush over the post-it note that simply says Renesmee in block letters that are as familiar as the journal itself. It's Bella's, I murmur. A bundle of postcards, bound by a rubber band, falls out into my lap. Thought so, Tia replies. I flip through the 20 or so postcards, furrowing my brow in confusion. The first is a picture of prairie with the bold word K-A-N-O-R-A-D-O. Smiling despite myself, I look at the back. Adonis, I have found that since my departure, I can't even think your name, let alone spell it. Not that you will ever be seeing this because I'll never be sending it. Can you believe a place exists called K-A-N-O-R-A-D-O? Well, it does, and it's terrible. I'm sorry. Please don't hate me. You're Isabella. What is it? Tia asks, still chuckling. I hand her the postcard and move on to the next. I don't get it. It's funny, I reply impatiently. A combination of Kansas and Colorado? Located on the border? It's funny. The next is a black and white from Topeka that depicts 3 flying monkeys and declaring, don't mess with Kansas. Adonis, Dorothy was a dumbass. Kansas sucks. I bet you could make it better. Your Isabella the first continued to sort through the cards, smiling at most of them. Most messages are humorous, but obviously miserable. And I don't understand. Bella wanted to leave. She should have been happy and free after finally ditching me. Instead, each message is funny but undeniably sad. Stops on Bella's road trip include St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Baltimore, D.C., Charleston, Savannah, Atlanta, Jacksonville, Orlando, Miami, Mobile, New Orleans, Baton Rouge, Dallas, Houston, San Antonio, and Corpus Christi, along with a dozen other tiny towns, most of which I'd never even heard of. Shit, she really got around. How the hell did she afford that? On the backs of cards that Bella couldn't conjure a joke or a memory, she simply writes "I miss you." In totally, I got 12 "I miss yous." She was thinking about me. I murmur in awe. "Edward, I still don't get it. Are you okay?" Tia asks, touching my forearm. She bought me postcards from everywhere she went. Look, they're all dated. She has mapped out her whole journey. Now I know exactly where she was. It drove me crazy, not knowing. Explaining the obvious to Tia is gratings on my nerves. Okay. So this is a good thing? The last one is dated a year ago. She was in Texas. That's the last one. Where the hell has she been for the last year? What the hell? I continue, ignoring my friend. Ah, she says. I open the first page and find a piece of loose leaf, addressed to me. Edward, this is a last resort. I know you hate me right now, and this is the only way I can think of to make you listen. To make you understand. I made a lot of mistakes, but I didn't do what you think I did. If that makes sense. You always claim to want to read one of these suckers, so here it is. Personally, I recommend you only read the first couple entries. They explain what happened that December. Mostly, there is a lot of shit in this journal that I am not proud of. It's going to hurt you. If you aren't ready for that, don't keep reading. But you deserve to know everything. This is pretty much everything. It's up to you. I am so sorry, please call me, we really need to talk. You're Isabella. I'm gonna read this now, I say, gesturing to the moleskin and still not looking at Tia. Bella's note makes me ill, but too curious. Of course I am going to read the whole thing. I try to mentally prepare myself for the coming pain, but it can't be much worse than what I've been living with for the last week. Okay, I'll go. I'm going to make some tea, Tia says softly, making her way toward the kitchen. Okay, I reply, carefully opening to the front page. January 2nd, 2009. I am a poor wayfaring stranger traveling through this world below. But there's no sickness, toil, or danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my father. I'm going there no more to roam. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm just going over home. I am a poor wayfaring stranger traveling through this world below. But there's no sickness, toil, or danger in that bright land to which I go. I'm going there to see my mother. She said she'd meet me when I come. I'm just going over Jordan. I'm just going over home. January 22nd, 2009. Location. Fucking Lawrence. Fucking smelly ass station wagon. Mood. Nothing. Music. Melodramatic things, like Death Cab. I haven't written in at least 3 weeks. I haven't written a single thing since before. That's how I'm conceptualizing things now, before and after. I'm firmly in the after, and everything hurts. The last time I took a hiatus from journaling, I was 16 and I came home to find my house empty and my mother gone. It was my first taste of this magic trick we swans do. It's a disappearing act. Renee did it. My baby did it. I'm actively doing it. It's like the universe just said, and now I make these swans vanish. Well done, universe. I don't even really know where I am, and neither does anyone that matters. Miscarriage is such a ugly, clinical word that really does nothing to describe what this feels like. Writing was once necessary to my survival. I did it daily, and skipping this daily appointment with myself would mean that I would get trapped in my head. Bad things lurk in my head, so I try to spend as little time as possible in there. Typically. But these are dire times, and recording them brings a new and sharp kind of pain to my chest. All stories start at the beginning, I suppose. And the story of Bella's disappearance begins on New Year's Eve. Actually, it starts a bit before that at the doctor's office when I am informed there is no heartbeat. The little thing inside of me, growing for 10 weeks, no longer had a heartbeat. But I can't write about that now. He who must not be named, no, that's not right, it's more like he who I literally can't name. Was so fucking happy. I've been drowning all semester, but but he didn't want to see it, and I didn't want him to see it, so no one did any seeing. Anyway, right after midnight I had to leave. The festive atmosphere and happy hymn was making it impossible for me to breathe. I don't understand the happy people. Before Charlie died and my baby vanished, I was starting to see. But bad things happen to bad people, so logically I must be terrible. I needed air, and whilst I was getting said air, I ran into James, my dear old Coke buddy. He analyzed the look in my face so accurately, I couldn't help but agree to leave with him. To be honest, I didn't even fucking think about it at all. "Do you want to get away from it all, Isabella?" he asked. "Give me an hour to gather my shit," I replied. So that's how I ended up fulfilling my destiny as a swan woman and disappearing. I thought about leaving him a note, but that was just a little too Renee-like. And I was already acting obscenely like my motherfucking mother, and an "I'm sorry" note was just too much. He deserves more. And that's why I left, because I can't give him what he deserves. I can't keep writing. This is my first entry in a month and I've already emotionally vomited all over this brand new moleskin. I wonder if he knows that I've left my heart with him. January 25, 2009. Better never to have met you in my dream than to wake and reach for hands that are not there. Otomo no Yakimochi. Saw this written on my bathroom stall wall. I think that's why I've been doing so many drugs recently, to avoid such dreams. February 5, 2009. Time: 9:48 p.m. Location: the Dirty South. Mood: apocalyptic music. Anything whiny. For the first time since I learned how to spell my name, writing it down doesn't make me feel better. Nothing will make me feel better. I made my choice. I left him, and even if it's for his own good, it doesn't make it hurt any less. I've been living at a low level of inner turmoil pretty much since I learned to know better. Ever since I can remember, I've felt uncomfortable in my own skin. Like I would rather be anyone else. After Charlie died, I didn't think I could get any worse. As usual, I was wrong. I'm also perpetually wrong. I left town with James. Probably not the smartest decision, given his history with drugs and assault, but this choice more than anything indicates how beyond caring I am for my own well-being. I'm not scared of James. He's the kind of man I should be with anyway. James is everything he's not. James is boring. Stupid. Goalless. Blonde. He is, I don't even have the words. And now for an analogy. James is to Bella as he is to, I don't even know, Kate. But he tried to date Kate, and I ruined that before it even started with a little well-timed fellatio. I bet he's suffering. Probably even more than me. I am mentally prepared for the worst, but he expects the best. He is probably suffering, and he doesn't even know the worst of it. That's the second reason I left. So he would never have to know the worst of it. So to recap. I left because, 1. He deserves better. He wants happily ever after with the wife and the kids and the successful surgeon career. He was putting his life on hold to be with me, and it couldn't continue. 2. The worst of it was killing me. Eventually, he would have noticed that I'm basically dead inside. He would force me to tell him the worst of it and then he would be dead inside too. I couldn't live with myself if he went dead inside. There's probably more reasons, like me being Renee's daughter and all that, but I'm too exhausted to write that now. James and Laurent want to go out to some hick bar tonight. It's the perfect distraction, so I'll go with them. But I would rather be with him. I would always rather be with him. February 12, 2009. Time: don't fucking know. Location: it's a mystery. Mood: also, don't fucking know, today something weird happened. James tried to talk to me. Like really talk to me, about him, and my relationship with him, and what happened with him and how I feel about him. Him is now officially a banned subject. Violating the ban results in the punishment of being pushed out of the moving vehicle. Eventually it's got to get easier, right? February 17, 2009. Time: 2:11 p.m. Location: on a highway to hell. Mood: exhausted. Music: Jerry Garcia, Jeff Grisham. I hate road trips. When I was little, my whole life was like a road trip. Renee dragged me around the country, and although I saw a shit ton, mostly I was just bored. It's the same now, except I volunteered for this. Because I'm an idiot. These stupid, masochistic cocksuckers won't even let me drive. Laurent thinks I'm too emotionally unstable. James just enjoys pissing me the fuck off. Idiots. The South is just trees. Evergreens and deciduous. Also kudzu. A lot of kudzu and rednecks and Confederate flags. I can't sense any of him in this part of the country. I keep thinking that each day away from him will make it easier, but it turns out the opposite is true. Some days, I don't utter a single word. I think the boys are disappointed in my lack of ability to entertain them. My expectations are pretty much met with them. They're completely unoriginal. James spends half his time trying to get in my pants and the other half trying to get me high. He has yet to succeed at the former. I can't say the same about the later. Before last month, I cold count the number of times in recent memory I didn't share a bed with him on one fucking hand. For at least a year and a half, we spent every night together. And now I can't sleep. But part of the not sleeping thing could have to do with the fact that my bed is now the back of an ancient station wagon. I think it's more about the empty though. My bed is empty. My heart is empty. My womb is empty. I'm empty. 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 Gah. I'm so emo, I'm annoying myself. This is why I don't talk to Laurent and James. I will probably kill my fellow road trippers with my emo. The South is hot, and basically another country. The rednecks look at me like an exotic zoo animal, and their pot is shitty. It's been more than an entire month since I've seen him. Empty. February 20th, 2009. I was never one to patiently pick up broken fragments and glue them together again and tell myself that the mended whole was as good as new. What is broken, and I'd rather remember it as it was at its best than mend it and see the broken places as long as I lived. Margaret Mitchell. I hate identifying with fucking Scarlett O'Hara because she is one nasty bitch, but her words ring true. Gone with the Wind seems an apt book to read on my journey through the South. The problem, Ms. O'Hara, is that I was never particularly good, even at my best. March 1st, 2009. Time: 6:09 p.m. Location: the Sunshine State. Mood: embarrassed music. Beach Boys, perhaps. So we all are well aware of how much I hate showing weakness, right? Right? Well, today I showed a whole lot of it to James and it wasn't unbearably terrible. Everything started when James threw me in a pool, and I almost drowned like a fucking rat. I'm not a strong swimmer. There is not a whole lot of water in home sweet Colorado, nor did Renee ever bother to put me in proper swimming lessons as a kid. I can usually manage a doggy paddle, but I pretty much fucking terrified of bodies of water deeper than waist level. So when James shocks the piss out of my dumping me in the deep end, I panic and flap my limbs futilely. I gulp in lungs full of H2O and am pretty convinced that I'm going to die. My last thought was that if I knew I was going to die so young I would have spent all my time with him rather than wasting my time with learning shit. Although it felt like eons at the time, I was really only under for a matter of seconds until James realized his mistake and jumped in after me. His muscled arms came around me, and I latched mine around his neck squeezing for dear life. Sputtering and coughing, glorious, life-sustaining air filled my lungs. James walked towards slightly shallower water, standing to his fall height with me in my arms. "Ease up, Bella," wheezed, pulling gently on my arms. I realized that I was basically strangling him and slightly loosened my death grip. I did not open my eyes. My heart was still racing, and even though they were the wrong arms, James was still providing protection. Except for the face he fucking threw me in the first place, cocksucker. "You can open your eyes now, fish girl," he said with a laugh. "You are such a motherfucker, James," I muttered into his neck, blinking up at him. I was still shaking a bit from the lingering fear of near drowning, and my punch to his shoulder was pretty damn lame. "You almost fucking killed me. Relax." I could feel his chuckle deep in his chest, and it was shocking pleasant to be held close again. "I wasn't gonna let you die." I simply growled in response. "Isn't the water nice now that you're in it?" he asked, swinging me back and forth across the surface of the water. "I guess." I tried to be petulant but couldn't help smile a little. The water was fucking pleasant. Then he spun us in a super quick circle, causing me to shriek and giggle and cling more desperately to him for fear of drowning. That was probably his plan all along. "So Bella Swan can't swim, huh?" he mused, sinking down in the water to his shoulder but still keeping my head above water. He chose this moment, when I was totally helpless and dependent on him for survival, to basically grope me in the water. I should have minded more, but it was kinda nice, letting someone else keep my head above water. "Seriously, I'm fucking surprised," he continued. "I thought you could do anything. Indestructible." I can swim, I defended, still not letting go of him. Sorta, just not well. You're scared of the water, he declared, getting joy out of my weakness. The asshole. Am not, I'm going to be a great fucking swimmer, starting now. You're going to have to let go of me first. His arms loosened their grip, compelling me to move closer. Do you want me to teach you? Who the fuck are you? Is James Hunt really offering to do something nice for someone else? I'm shocked, I replied. Don't be a bitch. I could drop you, you know. Your life is in my hands. I knew he was manipulating me into pressing myself against him, but I did it anyway. Do you really know what you're doing? I asked, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. Sure. Everyone knows the first step to learning to swim is floating. So I floated. James was obviously loving it because for once I was letting him touch me at his leisure. I was actually impressed with his ability to hold back. He only groped my ass twice. Still, eventually I became comfortable enough in the water to float on my own for a couple minutes. At one point, as I stared up at James as I floated in the water, I became pretty positive that he was on the verge of kissing me. His lips were closing in on mine and he had that lusty look I've seen on the faces of 1,000 boys. But even more shocking than all that, for a moment I thought about letting him kiss me, that is. I best not get herpes from this dank-ass cheap motel pool water, I mused to deliberately ruin the moment. Yeah, that would fucking suck because there are much more pleasurable ways to get herpes, he replied. Wanna give it a go? Chuckling and shaking my head, my feet found the stairs and I exited the pool. And now you've ruined it. I called over my shoulder, wrapping myself in a scratchy towel. Ah, baby, your body's too hot to cover up with a towel. I flip him off as I make my way back to our room. Way to ruin our moment, Swan. We don't have moments, Hunt. Maybe at the next hotel, we'll tackle treading water. March 22, 2009 time. 8:11 a.m. Location, the home of Walt Disney. Mood. Pensive music. I don't fucking know, a dream is a wish your heart makes. It's taken us more than 2 months to reach our final destination, but we did it. A girlfriend of Lawrence owns a gorgeous house on 3 acres of land sitting on a fucking lake 5 minutes from Disney World. She is letting us stay her in exchange for some manual labor. The boys are building her a guest house while I'm working in her garden. Every night, I walk down to the dock and can see the fireworks from the theme parks. Their colors are reflected on the glassy surface of the water. It's a perfect spot, but all I can think about is him and the worst of it. He has always had a weird obsession with fire, and I know he would love this. The house is big, but has only one guest bedroom that James and I are supposed to be sharing. Last night, I let him kiss me with his tongue and feel me up a little bit, but then I made him go sleep on the couch. You're gonna succumb to my charms eventually, Swan, he said, smiling ruefully before slipping out the bedroom door. Unfortunately, he's probably right. The more time passes since I've seen him, the more like the old Bella I become. I will probably end up fucking James at some point because I can't think of any reason not to. We're already done everything else anyway, even if it was a really long time ago. This dock, even in the daylight, is almost perfect. I like the water. When I'm near the water I can almost forgive Florida for being mountainless. Most mornings, I wake up before the sun, discombobulated from lack of him and mountains. Without both of them, I have no compass. I just jumped in the water. Notice the water droplets? They dripped down onto my paper from my hair and off my nose. That's kinda cool, huh? Even cooler is I'm OT scared now. All the treading and the floating paid off. Being able to jump into a big, temperate body of water. Nothing like Boulder Creek. And just like that, all the little joy I managed to squeeze out of this bright, sunshiny morning is gone. Here's a happy memory to go along with my happy mood. January 1st, we drove through eastern Colorado. I hate eastern Colorado. There are no mountains. It might as well be Kansas. I spent hours staring out the back window of the station wagon. I fixated on the mountains. My hands started shaking, and I felt myself freaking out the moment they disappeared. Bye Colorado, Laurent said sometime later when we passed the entering Kansas sign at the state line. Stop, I said, completely panicking. What? James asked, turning around to get a good look at my probably green face. Riding in the back seat has always made me carsick, but I think this bout of nausea ran deeper than that. Stop, I yelled again. I'm going to puke. Please, let me out. Laurent complied, muttering about me being a crazy bitch under his breath. I basically tumbled out of the car before it reached a complete stop. I got about 10 feet off the side of the road, tottering on unsteady legs, until they gave out completely. I fell forward onto my knees as my whole body shook and heaved. Somewhere someone was crying, and it took me a minute to realize it was me. I touched my face in surprise, utterly perplexed to find my eyes leaking. I don't cry. Not when Renee left, not when Charlie died. Not when the worst of it happened. But there I was, sobbing hysterically and my body shaking. I glanced 50 yards down the 2-lane highway, spotting the entering Kansas sign. I'm not in Colorado now. Home is really far away, and I'm empty. I was fucking Kansas with a coke dealer and his equally creepy friend. So I puked. I emptied the entire contents of my stomach while James laughed and Laurent cursed James out for bringing a crazy, puking chick. But eventually, I got a grip. James handed me a water bottle and a stick of gum as I followed the boys back to the car. Your girl's a weird one, Laurent said when we got back underway. Apparently my silence had prompted him to talk about me like I wasn't there. Not my girl, James said, leering at me in the rearview. I closed my eyes and pretend I was anywhere else, yet. Laurent let out a laugh. You sure can pick, he continued. Why doesn't she talk? She talks, James insisted. Don't you, Swan? I flipped them off and took a nap. And now I'm in Orlando, Florida. I don't know how long I'll be here. April 4, 2009. I'd rather be a hammer than a nail. Simon and Garfunkel. April 19, 2009. Story idea. Something involving Mormons and robots. A satire clearly demonstrating that love is all really just bullshit. Nothing is worth this kind of pain. May 22, 2009. Time. 3:37 a.m. Location. Under a streetlight by the sea. Mood. Disgusted music. Fuck this music thing. No music has spoken to me since I left him. I fucked James. I fucked James on some towels on the beach 20 minutes ago. He fell asleep immediately and I can't stop crying. I dunk. Too much as is the usual. These one is surprised by my behavior, but it makes me feel empty. I wonder what he's doing right this very minute. I hope he's okay. All I know is that he is better wherever he's without me than he would be here with me. June 23, 2009. Drunkenness is temporary suicide. Bertrand Russell, The Conquest of Happiness. July 4, 2009. Time. 10:09 p.m. Location. The back of a hippie van. Mood. Resigned. I never told him, but I have a lot of money now. Well, to him it probably wouldn't be a lot of money, but to me it is. When Charlie died he left me his house and his life savings, which amounts to about $25,000. The first thing I did after the funeral was attempt to partially pay Phil back for college. He wouldn't take a penny, of course, and we got into a huge fight over it. I guess I'm even more thankful now for Phil's extreme and unfounded generosity. He's probably regretted his kindness now that it turns out that I'm just a younger, less attractive version of my mother. I didn't touch any of Charlie's hard-earned money until I left Boulder. He would probably hate what his life savings is funding. But at least now everyone understands just how unlovable and useless I am. Anyway, that's how I'm doing it. I'm living off Charlie's inheritance. I don't really eat that much or live anywhere specific, so my expenses really only include booze, gas, pot, and cigarettes. Every time I spend money on something Charlie wouldn't like, I can feel a little chip of my soul disintegrating. Eventually, there won't be anything left. I just don't know how to stop. James and I are back on the highway. We bopped around Florida for a couple months, hitchhiking. We saw the beach and the glades and the Gulf. Occasionally, we fuck, but mostly he is my friend. Sort of. He annoys the shit out of me and is a complete moron, but he makes me laugh. He's easy. Interacting with James requires absolutely no thought. James and I somehow managed to get temp jobs working with these grizzled, old, backwoods, gator dudes 30 miles outside Miami. They smoke like chimneys and have thick southern accents, and they give airboat rides to tourists. For a couple weeks we worked the cash register, selling tickets, stocking stuffed gator heads, and cooking fired gator that tastes just like chicken. Ed, the owner, let us sleep in a loft above the gift shop. That's where we met Maggie and Liam. How they ended up traveling the US in a VW bus is unclear to me, probably because their Irish accents are thicker than Ed's southern drawl, but I'm glad they did. The four of us got to talking and the next thing I know, we're heading towards Texas. Maggie is hilarious and has excellent taste in music and pot. Liam doesn't really speak, much like myself, but he lets me drive his van after I told him about my beast of a truck back home. We're headed toward Austin, which makes me happy because I've heard the city is Boulder cool. So what's the deal with you and James? Maggie asked me last night as we lounged in the bed at the back of the van. No deal, I told her, accepting the bong she handed me. I don't know how they manage to always have such good weed on hand. This bus must be magic. Oh, come off it, she said, playfully shoving me in the shoulder. There's got to be a story about how you and that boy ended up selling tickets in the Everglades. Well, there's got to be a story with you too, I replied, shoving her back. You and Liam in this van in Florida do not make sense. You first, she insists. And, no lying. I always know when people lie. James is a distraction, I said, blowing out a large smoke ring. Maggie reached up and flicked it, causing the vapor to curl. I love the look of smoke. My whole life is a distraction. And not even a very good one. We drunkenly fucked once months ago, and it was terrible. He's just my slightly creepy, rather annoying travel companion. Ah, so the thing you need distracting from is the real story, then, she replied with a chuckle. Maggie is very perceptive apparently. Yeah, I admitted. Bad things kept happening, and I was the common denominator. I ran away to keep more bad things from happening to ones that love me. You look so sad all the time, Maggie murmured. That's probably because I am sad all the time. Small price to pay, I dismissed with a wave of my hand. This is for the best. I'm a poor, wayfaring stranger. Now you go. You're a terrible storyteller, Maggie declared. In this moment, she's right, but I can't even write his name in these pages, let alone tell her the whole story. There is no way to explain most of what I feel anyway. It turns out that Maggie is a great storyteller. She weaved a romantic tale of love against the odds. Liam is older, her former professor at the university. Her filthy rich parents do not approve, so they ran away after she graduated. Liam has always been fascinated by the US apparently, so here they are. They want to see it all before finding somewhere to settle down. I almost cry when I see the look on Maggie's face when she looks at Lamb. I like Maggie, but she's right. I am not happy, nor do I have any plans to actually change that. August 11, 2009. Of all the money that I had, I spent it in good company. And of all the harm that I've done, alas, was done to none but me. And all I've done for want of wit, to memory now I cannot recall. So fill me to the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Of all the comrades that I had, they're sorry for my going away. And of all the sweethearts that I had, they wish me one more day to stay. But since it falls unto my lot that I should rise while you should not, I will gently rise and I'll softly call, good night and joy be with you all. Oh, if I had money enough to spend and leisure time to sit a while. There is a fair maid in this town that sorely has my heart beguiled. Her rosy cheeks and ruby lips, she alone has my heart in thrall. So fill me to the parting glass. Good night and joy be with you all. Awesome Irish folk song taught to me by Maggie, September 13, 2009. Time: 3:48 a.m. Location: still in the back of the hippie van. Mood: lonely music. The Beatles. Obviously, you say it's your birthday. Well, it's my birthday too. Yeah, they say it's your birthday. We're gonna have a good time. I'm glad it's your birthday. Happy birthday to you. Yes, we're going to a party. Yes, we're going to a party. Yes, we're going to a party. I would like you to dance. Birthday. Take a cha-cha-cha chance. Birthday. I would like you to dance. Birthday. Dance. I'm 23 today. 23. I feel older and younger at the same time, if that's even possible. In celebration, I fucked some random dude in a grimy club bathroom. Yeah, that made me feel real nice. It seems like everything I do only serves to fragment my soul further. I'm perpetually reaching new lows of self-hate. Happy birthday to me. October 3, 2009. Time: 9:55 a.m. Location: Dallas, Texas. Who the fuck ever thought I would end up spending any time in fucking Dallas, Texas? It's like the fucking anti-Boulder, and I'm ready for the next locale. Mood: shocked. The world is a ridiculously small place. That fucking statement always seemed so moronic, but now I get it. The world is a fucking small-ass place, and I'm a believer. Either that or the universe hates me, and I have long suspected the latter. It all started when I somehow let James talk me into going to some cowboy bar with him last night. I was not particularly in the mood. Usually at these hick-type bars half the male population sees me as this exotic little alien they simply must fuck, while the other half thinks I'm some sort of scary hippie lesbian there to corrupt their conservative ideals and steal their women. But I go. Because Jamie won't stop badgering me about it. Because I hate being a third wheel with Maggie and Liam when James goes out. Because when I'm alone I think about him too much, and I can't handle that much pain. So I go to the goddamn bar. Even though Dallas is a big city and James is the master at scoring drugs, we don't manage to get anything but some unbearably shit dank. Needless to say, I'm not fucking pleased with the way the evening's going. Plus after 2 beers, James leaves me all alone at the bar in favor for some big-boobed blonde stuffed into a pair of Daisy Dukes. She is much better company than me, being as she both smiles and laughs at his jokes, and will probably put out tonight. I rarely put out. Laughter is so foreign an action, I think it would make my lungs pop if I attempted it. Don't even get me started on the smiling. Just imagining it is causing my face muscles to hurt. I accept a couple drinks from strangers, but then completely ignore them so they quickly lose interest. None of these men are the right man. There is only one right man, and I burned that bridge months ago. I wonder if he still thinks about me. I wonder if he misses me. I wonder if he is still deluded enough to think that he loves me. I wonder if my plan worked. I wonder if he sees now that he is better off without me. I want him to move on and forget about me. But I don't. Deep down, in all my secret places only he has managed to see, I don't want him to forget me. Because I haven't, nor will I ever, be over him. All this runs through my head, causing me to brood at the cowboy bar. When no distraction serves to help me forget in the moment that I'm miserable, I play a game with myself. I pretend he's sitting next to me, and imagine what he would say. Probably that I'm too beautiful for my own good as he glares at the leering cowboys around me. He would run his hands over my thighs while I attempt to appear unaffected, more interested in my drink than him, but we both know I'm full of it. After questioning the sanitation of the nuts sitting in the bar, he would progress to try to convince me to ride the bull. I glance at the mechanical beast in the center of the bar, and can easily see myself flying off the thing. Smiling to myself, I can almost hear his panic at my fall, followed by his laughter when he realizes I'm okay. Holy shit. A deep, drawling voice interrupts my admittedly tame fantasies. The owner of said voice slides into the bar stood next to me. It takes me a full 20 seconds to comprehend who I'm seeing. Bella Swan. Holy shit. I somehow manage to respond despite my shock. Peter what's his face. I still can't recall his last name. He chuckles, waves over the bartender, and slides into the stool next to me as I continue to gape at him. Of all the bars in all of Texas, I mumble into my cocktail, downing my whiskey concoction and shaking my head. I know, right? He agrees jovially, flagging down the bartender and ordering another round. What the fuck are you doing here? Just passing through, I reply, still gaping at this familiar face. It has been so long. Recently, I have felt so disconnected from my life in Boulder. And Peter, somehow, brings me closer to the ones I left. Where's your geek? He asks, looking around and making my heart ache. Oh, how I long to be with my geek. I don't say anything. Seriously? He continues, poking me in the side with his elbow and cranking his neck to look around the bar. Where is he? I mean, he's a buzzkill, but I've kinda been a bit rude to him in years past. A bit rude? I sputter, suddenly infuriated with the man I barely know, breathing up my oxygen. Try a total and complete raving dick for absolutely no reason. Whoa, how do you really feel, Isabella? He asks with a chuckle, making me even madder. I hate it when people don't take me seriously. Bite me, motherfucker, I snap, finishing my drink. Believe me, baby, he drawls, leading too close and giving me what he must assume is a sexy smirk. It's not. I would love to. And then, as if he couldn't get any creepier, he fucking leans back in the seat, stares at my ass, nodding his head, and grinning in appreciation. I kick at his bar stop, causing him to slush beer all over himself. What the fuck? He demands, glaring at me. Don't gawk, petty. It's unattractive, I reply pleasantly. That's cold, he says, chuckling and smirking again as he dabs at his chest with a stack of napkins. But you've always been one tough bitch. I like that about you. Gee, I reply, fluttering my eyelashes and flipping my hair. You flatter me. I feel like the prettiest gal in the bar. What a compliment. Believe it or not, he says after ordering me another drink, I meant that as a compliment. I admire strength. Well, I certainly have this one fooled. What does one even say to that? But seriously, where is that man of yours? He continues, obliviously to my discomfort. I feel as though I should take this opportunity to make amends for how I treated him in the past. Oh really? I ask, completely thrown by this statement. Yeah. Why did you do that anyway? I never got why you were such an ass to him. Alice and M too. What, do you just hate Cullens? I demand. Well, I was real fucked up for a long time, he admits, shaking his head. I can relate to this, and suddenly he has my attention. And Jazz was it, you know, my only friend. The only person ever willing to put up with me. Who the fuck knows why, but Jazz is Jazz. And then he went away for college, abandoning me. Ah yes, I say, nodding into my whiskey. Abandonment. Right. Anyway, Jazz was thriving without me, talking about his fucking roommate new best friend. So obviously I hated him. From the get-go he was just so painfully head over heels for Alice, it was like she was stealing him from me. And then I met Alice, who is nothing like anyone I would have picked out for my brother. I mean, she can't even cook. At this I actually chuckle, because she fucking can't. It feels so strange to be talking about Alice Cullen. Though I have thought about her often, her name feels weird on my tongue. It's like he had this whole other family and I only had him, so I hated them. I was a dick and my relationship with Jazz suffered for it. But I got my shit together, Peter concludes. I'm in complete awe of his ability to just spill his guts to someone who is basically a stranger. I am very, very bad at spilling my guts. He is just fucking sitting there, admitting his mistakes and calming to be better. It's terrible to be identifying with Peter Whathisface, who I obviously hate. So you're what, like nice and shit now? I ask, still skeptical. Not really. Sorta. I dunno. Stupid drunken idiot. I spend the next hour grilling him on this getting better business. What does it mean? How did he do it? What exactly is involved in getting better and what does the end result look like? What do I first? Peter is obviously annoyed by my barrage of questions, none of which he can answer satisfactorily. Bella. Shit, girl. Calm the fuck down. I don't know what to fucking tell you, he says, laughing at my pathetic desperation. But this getting better thing. I must know. How do you do it? I ask with one last plea. You get happy, Bella, he says finally. That's it. You just figure out how to be happy. It's bizarre that Peter's words resonate with me so intensely. Wanna fuck in the bathroom? He asks after a moment of blissful silence during which I am in a deep state of contemplation. And now you've ruined it, I reply, finishing my drink and stuffing a few bills in the tip jar. Rising and slipping my arms into my leather jacket, I kiss Peter's cheek. Thanks for the words of wisdom. Good luck with the happy, bitchy Bella, he calls as I walk away. October 14, 2011. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning. When I die, hallelujah, by and by I'll fly away, when the shadows of this life have gone. I'll fly away like a bird from these prison walls, I'll fly. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning. When I die, hallelujah, by and by I'll fly away, oh, how glad and happy when we meet. I'll fly away, no more cold iron shackles on my feet. I'll fly away. I'll fly away, oh glory, I'll fly away in the morning. When I die, hallelujah, by and by I'll fly away, when I die, hallelujah, by and by. I'll fly away. Alison Krauss and Union Station lyrics tape player broke in the van today. Turned out to be a rather good thing because Maggie and I sang bluegrass songs at the top of our lungs with the windows down. It was one of the rare moments on this little journey I haven't felt completely miserable. October 23, 2009. Time 6:37 a.m. Location: a beach on the Gulf in Texas. Mood: fine. I like Maggie. She's quirky, soulful, funny. Maggie looks at the world differently than anyone I've ever met and, like him, she sees right the fuck through my protective shield of toughness. Where he was gentle about getting me to open up, Maggie is blunt. She's been fucking bullying me about telling her the whole story since we met in March, and yesterday she kept buying me margaritas until I gave in. Cocksucker. She told me to start at the beginning, so I did. I told her about my unorthodox childhood and the subsequent trust issues. I told her about Renee leaving and the subsequent abandonment issues. I told her about meeting him and fighting my connection to him and giving in to him. I devoted a good hour to talking about him before I got to the worst of it. Maggie actually cried at that part, and then wouldn't stop hugging me for like 17 fucking years. "Avenue, you ever considered getting all this analyzed by a professional?" she asked when she finally got a hold of herself. "Might make you feel better." As ridiculous as it sounds, the thought of going to a shrink never crossed my mind. I always thought this destitute feeling was me. I thought the desire to be anyone else was permanent. But maybe I was wrong. Maybe I could be fixed. If I could be fixed, if I could get better, well, the possibilities for the direction of my life are endless. And mostly they lead back to Boulder. November 22, 2009. Time: 2:28 a.m. Location: does it even matter at this point? Drugs, 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 drugs. That what life is like on the road with James, Maggie, and Liam. I'm destroying myself, just like I destroyed him. Just like I destroyed our baby. Just like I am actively destroying James. Maybe. Good God, I thought he was safe from my poison. James of all people. Tonight, he declared his love for me. We've been staying in this tiny town on the Gulf Coast. James has a friend here, and he's letting us stay in his basement. I sleep with James on a pull-out couch, while Maggie and Liam stay in the van, parked at the side of the house. And by sleep with, I mean sleep near. He doesn't hold me, and I can't stand the thought of touching him as I doze. We don't really even have sex very often, unless I am feeling particularly low. Seriously, we're done it like 10 times. Tops. Mostly, he is just almost my friend. I wouldn't even really call him a friend. He's just James. We all go out. Maggie and Liam, James, his friend whose name I can't remember even though I am living in his basement. We go to a bar, as usual. And I don't really talk to anyone, as usual, or feel included at all, also, as usual. Someone near me mentions brain synopsizes or some shit, and that's it. I'm miserable, and he is literally all I can think about. So I already have him on the brain from the get-go, and it causes me to drink heavily, as usual. Again, and take some mystery pills. Tonight was karaoke night at the local bar, and I was flying high. Maggie somehow convinced me to sing some terrible country song by fucking Kid Rock and Sheryl Crow. It's truly painful, and Maggie forced me into the guy part, but I was too high to really mind. But then I realized that the song is about leaving, a breakup, and the misery that follows. Everything comes rushing back, and I was really feeling the song. I can sing. Pretty well, and it occurred to me that he never heard me sing. So I pretended like I was singing to him and stared crying like a baby. But I must have done something right, because the crowd loved us and Maggie was hanging all over me, claiming that was the most beautiful thing she'd ever heard. Which is impossible, because the song was utterly shit. But the cheesy ass song made everything come back, and all the excessive partying I've been doing as of late was for nothing because it didn't work. I can't forget. I feel so distant from everything I care about, including myself. Anyway, back to James. God, he would hate my relationship with James. Though, despite James's general creepier status, he's been good to me. He gives me drugs. He keeps even creepier creepers away from me when I'm too high to know better or care. He makes me laugh. He is a total and complete asshole, and constantly tormenting me with really not fucking funny practical jokes, but overall he is a decent travel companion. But I don't feel anything for him, and tonight, my fucking country singing somehow lead to the realization that good old James is in love with me. Damn it. I motherfucking love you, Bella Swan, he said after shoving me against the brick wall of the bar and attempting to kiss me breathless. At least I had the good sense to slap him across the face the moment the words left his stupid mouth. Moments later I deteriorated into hysterical laughter. What? He demanded. Everyone can say it so easily but me, I said through my laughter, not really talking to James at all. So you want to tell me you love me too but you can't? He asked HPE fully, eliciting another chuckle from me. Hell no, I said. James, come on. We don't talk, unless drugs are involved. We don't fuck unless drugs are involved either, and even then it's not all that often. You don't know me and you certainly don't love me. Oh yeah? He asked with a smirk. Yeah. Plus I feel that way about someone else. My eyes went wide when I realized I inadvertently almost said the words I haven't even allowed myself to think in the last 4 years. I was so shocked by myself, I progressed to vomit all over James's shoes. It was a moment of utter and total revelation, but I can't think about that. I can't think about him. I think I need a change. I'm tired of being a nomad. The wayfaring stranger lifestyle is not making me happy and it's no longer an adequate distraction. December 4, 2009. A leopard cannot change its spots. So shall you make your bed, so shall you must lie in it. Better to loved and lost than to never have loved at all. Stupid ass proverbs that only serve to make me feel worse. January 1, 2010. Time: 3:47 a.m. Location: airport. Another blessed airport. Mood: hopeful. Tonight was a very strange night. I haven't seen him in a whole goddamn, motherfucking, cocksucking year. A year in which I totally spiraled out of control, reaching new lows. Even for me. Miserable. I can't remember the last time I felt anything other than miserable, desolate, lonely, broken. I think about Peter's words and Maggie's, and wonder for the first time if it's possible. Maybe not to be happy and whole, but at least okay and content. But it certainly wasn't going to happen in the life I've been living for the last year. Tonight, shockingly, I was not in the mood to party. Sure, I indulged in a few drinks, but refused the hard stuff. I was just so blue. Introspective. James tried to kiss me at midnight, and I completely lost my shit. He kissed me last year. It was our last kiss, and letting James kiss me at midnight seemed like a further travesty to his memory. He must remain my last New Year's kiss. It had to stay that way. So I freaked. Minorly. Okay, majorly. Storming off in a tizzy, I shoved all my shit into my backpack and my duffel and my purse, while James screamed at me to explain myself. I have to leave, I told him. I'm dying out here, living like this. In case you forgot, he said with a sneer, you have nowhere else to go. You burned every fucking bridge. Hurt everyone who cared about you. You don't got nowhere to go, you selfish bitch. I'm the best you can do. That made me real mad. In fact, I may have punched him in the jaw instead of the customary shoulder. After getting over his initial shock that I actually slugged him. Fuck yes, Isabella Marie. He just stood there with his arms crossed over his chest, smirking at me. You're not even good enough for me, he muttered. You ungrateful cunt. I always knew you were a whore. I thought about punching him again, but I figured a more productive use of my time would be packing up to get away from him as quickly as possible. And then Maggie got involved. That was even harder to handle than James. First she got sad and pathetic. Then she got absolutely furious, and the finally stage was a combination of the two with a whopping pile of guilt. She said terrible things too, yelling at me that I belong there with her and, even more disturbingly, James. She said that we're meant to be together. But I don't want that. Not at all. I once told Maggie that I don't care about other people. I guess she didn't realize I was including her in this statement. But we're a family, Issa, she howled as I waited impatiently on my cab. Why can't you just settle? You're meant to be here with us. Why can't you see James as the man you're destined to be with? Stay. You're not my family, I whispered, eyes glued on the stars. I don't do family. Didn't I explain all of this to Maggie during our heart-to-heart? Renee left. Twice. Charlie died. My baby disappeared. So I don't do family, and if I did, I would never select these people. All these bad things happen to me, but I've been realizing recently that a substantial chunk of my misery is self-inflicted. Shitty things led to my lack of family, but it is also something I chose. I chose to leave Boulder. I decided to leave Jake and Phil and Alice and Rose and Jasper and Emmett and Angela and Billy. I decided to leave all those people that care about me. For a long time, they were my family ever if I didn't recognize it, and I chose to throw that away. And mostly him. I left, Edward. Edward. If I had any family in this world after all my blood relatives vanished, he would be it. My Edward. How can it be that a year has gone by and I'm still not over him? But these are the issues I am now choosing to face. I'm going to get better. I have to get better. And when I do, hopefully I'll finally be able to let him go for real. I close my eyes as James pulls me away. I don't let myself look back. Bella Pav, January 1, 2011. Don't leave Edward's room. Bundle myself in only his clothes. Move between the bed and the roof. Smoke the rest of my cigarettes. Want more but can't summon the energy to leave his room. Cry more than seems physically possible. Miss Edward terribly and call him 37 times before falling into a restless sleep. January 2, 2011. Listen for the departure of everyone else before sneaking into the kitchen. The thought of eating is repugnant, but my stomach hurts with my hunger. Grab a box of something from the cabinet at random, turn around to see Alice staring at me, and drop said box. Alice appears repulsed and disappointed, glaring at me. I want to ask her if she spoke to Edward, but run back upstairs instead. Spend the rest of the day crying and listening to depressing music. Today's total is 44 calls and 98 text messages. I get 0 response. January 3, 2011. Decide I hate this room and walk around Boulder for hours. Take the route Edward and I used to take when we jog. Walk Pearl. Visit Frozen over Boulder Creek. Go to the hill and eventually to campus. Seriously consider breaking into the library before sitting outside Hallett Hall on the ledge where I found out my mom left again all those years ago. At some point the sun goes down, but I don't really notice. Students stare, but I don't really notice this either. Jake shows up, tries to talk, yells at me because I'm on the verge of frostbite. Apparently Alice called him, worried when I didn't come home. He drives me back, stopping at a gas station to buy me a pack of cigarettes, chips, and a coffee. My whole body is so cold I am forced to spend 45 minutes sitting in the shower before I feel anything again. Decide the shower is the place to be because the tears get lost in the stream of water. 69 phone calls. 109 texts. No response. January 4, 2011. Spend the morning avoiding the roommates. Their judgmental glares make me cry even harder. Edward still isn't answering his phone, and I lose my mind a little bit more. Hop in my truck and book it to Denver. Sit with my back to his apartment door, pounding and constantly dialing his phone. It goes to message immediately and I fill up his voicemail, begging him to speak to me. In the middle of the night I give up and go home. January 5, 2011. My first day at my new job. Somehow I fake my way through training, acting semi-normal. Good thing I've barista ed before. Come home, avoid Alice, cry myself to sleep, and brainstorm ways to force him to listen to me. Lose count of the number of phone calls I place. They all go straight to voicemail now. He must have turned it off. January 6, 2011. Wake up with brilliant and terrifying idea. This will force him to listen to me. It's going to hurt both of us, him knowing all this shit. But at least now he will know everything. Drive to Denver in the morning. Knock for only 5 minutes and call only 11 times. Drive back to Boulder in time to work. Spend the afternoon smoking outside my window. I almost fall off the roof in relief when I see Edward walk up Goss. It's been a whole motherfucking, cocksucking 7 days since I've seen him. That's how long it's been since I have even glanced at Rosalie. I'm so indescribably mad at my former friend, I cannot even form an appropriate insult to accurately encompass the extent of my hate for her. She had it all wrong, and now her big stupid mouth meant Edward had it all wrong too. I didn't go out that night. Not that I've been a big fan of the new year in the last couple years, but still. I didn't sleep all night, choosing to dial Edward's cell manically. He never answered, and I have no reason to assume he listened to my messages. Living here at this house on Goss with people I've disappointed constantly and who now think the very worst of me is very difficult. I don't speak to them, and they don't speak to me. Several times, Alice looks like she about to let me have it, but the words dry up on her lips. I think if I wanted she would talk to me, but I have to tell Edward first. He deserves to know everything after all this time. He didn't want to listen to me, so I had to make him. I'd never let anyone read one of my journals before. They're deeply personal and filled with a whole lot of crazy. What he read probably hurt him. It hurts me to think about, so I can't even imagine what he's feeling. But it's also abundantly clear in the journal that I didn't get rid of our baby. I didn't commit that final, traumatic betrayal. My plan must have worked because Edward stalks up the driveway. Halfway to the house he notices me on the roof. My legs are pulled to my chest, and my chin rests on my knees. For once I don't attempt to keep my emotions guarded on my face. He holds my gaze, looking just as distraught as I am. His eyes hold all the heartbreak and longing I feel. My face is wet again, but I don't even bother brushing away the tears. Edward stands in the driveway for a full minute, never looking away from my face before moving toward the porch. I put out the cigarette I forgot I was smoking and scramble back inside through the open window. This is not an on the roof in the freezing cold conversation. I freak out as I hear Edward's footsteps on the stairs. Kicking and tossing as many of the dirty clothes thrown about the room as I can in the closet, I attempt to make the pit the room has become without Edward livable. Frantically rushing around, I straighten the comforter on the bed and tidy. I settle myself cross-legged in the center of the mattress, feigning calm, and make the mistake of glancing at the mirror. Oh, fuck. It's not pretty. I haven't showered in at least 4 days, nor have I really slept. When at home, I've been wearing only Edward's clothes in a futile attempt to make myself feel better. Today it's a blue plaid shirt that's so long it could be a dress and a baggy pair of his sweatpants that I had to roll the waistband over 4 times to keep them on my hips. I wish in vain for a few more moments to get my shit together, but then Edward pushes open the bedroom door. It takes 3 of his long strides to reach the bed, and he tosses down my moleskin on the comforter right in front of me. Edward Pov, January 6, 2011. Holy crap. Wow, just wow. I mean, wow. I finished reading the whole journal 15 minutes ago, and have not moved from my position on the couch. The moleskin sits on the coffee table, and I can't manage to do anything but blink at it, supporting my head in my hands with my elbows on my knees. Everything I thought about everything is different than I thought. Does that even make sense? That most definitely does not even make sense. That was a whole lot of information. I laughed. I cried. In fact, I might still be crying. I touch my fingers to check, and it's damp, but I can't tell if they're fresh or old. She was in so much pain. In the last 2 years, I managed to do a pretty good job thoroughly vilifying Bella. I thought she left because she didn't want me. I thought she was too cowardly to dump me in person. Her departure seemed so harsh and impersonal I assumed that she never really cared about me at all. But I was so fucking wrong. The proof of her feelings sits in front of me, written in a journal I'm pretty sure I purchased for her. I didn't think it was possible, but Bella might have been even more miserable than me. Or at least as miserable. Bella carried around the extra burden of self-loathing. At least I had a support system. Bella gallivanted around the country with people that only made her feel worse. Her words thoroughly broke my heart, but there is the potential that they could heal it too. She cared. A lot. She also thought about me. A lot. And as cruel as it sounds, it does make me feel better that I wasn't alone in my suffering. I don't like the thought of her hurting, but at least now I know all these feelings weren't one-sided. And most importantly, she did not take the fate of our child into her own hands. My relief at this realization is overcome by the loss I feel for the child we almost had and the sorrow she experienced dealing with it alone. While my heart aches for both of us, I feel so guilty for how I acted in the last few weeks. I was terrible to her, wouldn't listen to her. I want to comfort her and make amends. But then I think about James. And the people she spent a year with, and I get fucking enraged all over again. I still don't understand how she could do that. How she could choose him over me. My brain hurts. Fuck, I growl out, hurling my head against the back of the couch in my frustration. I throw a little tantrum because I'm pissed and I miss her and I feel so terrible for everything she suffered. My emotions are raging in every possible direction, and I feel as though my brain is about to literally implode. I'm on information overload and have the urge to do something. What, exactly, I have no idea. I don't know what to do. So I throw a little tantrum, growl low in my throat, limbs flailing, and eyes tightly closed, before wearing myself out. I sit here on the couch, breathing heavily and trying to collect my thoughts. It doesn't work. Letting out a chest-rattling sigh. I open my eyes only to see Tia staring at me in concern from across the room. I find her presence so alarming I let out a cry and progress to actually fall off the couch in. So enthralled was I with Bella's words, I completely forgot my friend was still here. I wish the yelp I let out sounded a little less like Alice and a little more like a, you know, man. In my shock, confusion, anger, humiliation, and sorrow, I decide I could really use a moment to collect myself, and just continue to lie flat on my back on the hard floor. That is an awfully large crack in our ceiling. I hope the landlord knows it exists. Edward. Tia shouts when I do no sit up. She rushes to my side and bends over, hair hanging down in a curtain as she stares at me. Are you okay? I forgot you were still here, I explain, making no attempt to move. I see, says Tia, moving to sit on the couch. Do you want to talk about it? I mean you don't have to if you don't want to. It obviously isn't good if your position on the floor is any indication, she continues. On a side note, I made tea. Would you like some? I guess. She bustles off to the kitchen, and my brain goes back to Bella and the baby and all the drugs she ingested and James. I relax into the floor again when I remember that she didn't do what I spent the last week thinking she did. Bella cares. Bella wanted to have my baby. Bella thought about me while she was away. I might possibly be able to forgive her after all. I find myself smiling slightly. I gotta go, I say when Tia returns. Go? She asks. Go where? Boulder. You can't go to Boulder. I'm a grown-ass man, Tia, I reply, sitting up. I can go wherever the hell I want. I begin gathering my shit, suddenly in a rush to get to Bella. I have so many questions. I locate my phone, a device I haven't seen in days, and don't even bother shoving it in my pocket because it is dead as a doornail. No, I mean you can't drive to Boulder, Tia says, sighing in exasperation, following me around as I search for my wallet and keys. Lord, this apartment is a sty. How could I let it get this bad? This is truly disgusting, and I'll have to thoroughly scrub it down when I get back from Boulder. Of course I can drive to Boulder, I reply, not really listening to my friend. It's pretty much a straight shot once you get on 36. I locate my keys in the freezer and continue the search for my wallet. No, I mean that you have been drinking all day, she shouts, finally losing patience with me. Or maybe it's been all week, from the smell of you. I pause in my movements, turning to look at her as stomach falls when I realize that she's right. The thought of not seeing Bella tonight momentarily depresses me, but I quickly regroup. The bus, I declare before taking up the search again. Okay, fine, Tia says, still following me, but can you please tell me what you found out? You are really alarming me. She didn't sew it, I mutter as I scour. Do what? She didn't do what I thought she did. She had a miscarriage, I explain, my insides hurting when I think about the loss. Oh my God, Tia exclaims, coving her mouth and blinking rapidly. That terrible. Are you okay? Well, no, not really. A little bit. I'm hoping to be okay after I get the details from Bella, I stutter, not really knowing how to answer. Okay. Yeah. That's probably a good idea, says Tia, helpful as usual. Huzzah. I find my wallet wedged in the bowels of the couch, lifting it above my head in triumph. Okay, I'm off. I move towards the door, focused singularly on getting to Bella as quickly as possible. Wait. Tia yells, stopping my progress. What? I yell back, thoroughly irritated that Tia has kept me from Bella longer than I want. You aren't wearing shoes, she says, flapping her hands at me in exasperation, or a shirt. I glance down at my body, taking in a whole lot of skin. I appear to be wearing only a pair of drawstring pajama pants with little microscopes on them. Ah, I say, blushing and feeling excessively foolish. Right. Thank you. I rush around the apartment, pulling on a nice button-up and sweater vest before sliding my feet into the first pair of shoes I see. I don't even realize until I'm at the bus stop that they are Ben's Birkenstocks. It's fucking freezing, and I wiggle my toes as an attempt to regain some feeling in them. Also, I should have pulled on a jacket. On the bus to Boulder, I develop a plan. There is too much going on in my head. I am on information overload, and I need to focus. The baby. That's what I have the most questions about. That's what seems important. We have so much to talk about, and I am realistic to acknowledge that there is no way we can hash out everything tonight. So I prioritize. The baby. We will talk about the fact that we almost had a baby. Shit. I still quite get my head around the idea. It takes me the entire bus ride to Boulder to successfully focus my thoughts and dispel all, well, most, ruminations of James and the rest of it from my brain. My heart stops when I reach the house on Goss, and I look up to see Bella sitting on her roof. Cigarette dangling from her fingers as she stares down at me with wide eyes. In the half-light of dusk, she looks otherworldly, terribly haunting and extraordinarily beautiful. I love her. I hate her. I need her. I want to hold her close and make all her pain dissipate. I want to scream at her, begging her to tell me why she couldn't talk to me when it really mattered the most. I want to cry in her arms. I want her to make me feel better. I attempt to quell the raging and diverse emotions I feel as I stare up at her, immobile. She appears to be crying, but it's getting dark rapidly so I can't really tell. But then she sniffs, whipping her nose on the sleeve of the flannel shirt she wears. I am borderline positive the shirt was once mine. Suddenly, I can't reach her quick enough. But when I finally push open the bedroom door and stalk over to her where she sits cross-legged on the bed, I don't know what to say or do. So I give her back the oh-so-enlightening journal that I didn't even know I was clasping in my hands. "Read it," I murmur, avoiding her gaze. She's just as unkempt as me, and fresh pain cuts through me at the thought of her suffering. And I really don't want her to be in pain. She's had enough of it in the last few years, but at the same time I'm still so angry with her. "All of it?" she whispers, staring up at me from her position on her bed with those brown eyes that always seem to see right down to my soul. I want to touch her, and I find myself looking at her in a whole different way. It's all very confusion, this rush of emotion I feel for her as she looks so lost and small. "All of it," I reply with a nod and a frown as I remember the particularly unpleasant bits of the journal. Mostly the entries with James. But I can't even think about that now without getting furious. During this conversation, I plan to focus solely on the baby. "Good, good," she says, nodding back and biting her lip. This is damn stressful and fucking awkward, and all I really want to do is run my thumb over her bottom lip. I stand at the foot of the bed, looking down and shuffling my feet. I can feel her gaze scorching my skin, but I'm still having a hard time looking at her yet. We linger in terrible, tense silence for far too long, and I don't know how to begin. "Do you want to yell at me? It might make you feel better to just let it all out," Bella quietly suggests. I just shake my head, continuing to study the floor. The last thing I want to do is yell at her. So I just stand there, mute, trying to figure out a way to express how I feel. I don't know how to make Bella understand because I don't even get it myself. Another minute passes in silence as I try to gather my thoughts. Now that I'm here, I just don't know what to do. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Bella sit up and approach me. Tentatively, as though any sudden movement will spook me, she slowly rises onto her knees and shuffles towards me. My body tenses because I both dread and desire her touch. She moves slowly forward until our bodies are mere inches apart. It's magnetic, what I feel for her, and I can't keep but sigh as she reaches out to stroke my cheek. I lean into her touch. Encouraged by my response, she wraps her arms my neck and presses her body into mine. Bella lets out a little sob as I return her embrace. She strokes my hair, and I squeeze her tight, feeling more whole than I've felt in a very long time. "There was a baby," I whisper miserably. I still have a hard time really believing it. At my words, Bella totally falls apart. I blink down at her in shock. Although I've seen her shed a few tears since her return, this uncontrolled display of over-the-top emotion is completely against everything I've ever known about the old Bella. I remember not believing Alice about Bella crying in her arms, and really start to see that she's changed. This is not what I expected. At all. Then again, I never expected Bella to let me in enough to read one of her journals. I hold her as she sobs hysterically into my chest. Keeping her in my arms, I climb across the length of the bed, bringing us to rest against the headboard. I make soothing sounds in her ear as I rock her. Nothing I do seems to have much effect, and her hands fist in my shirt. Bella babbles incomprehensible apologies. She gives him 1,000 more I'm sorries. I want to ask what exactly her is apologizing for, but I doubt she would be able to give me an answer. Her pain is ripping me apart, and I find my own eyes leaking in response. Her hurt compounds mine, and we cling together, riding out the storm. Eventually her hysterics abate, but I continue to hold her without speaking. I stroke the side of her face, occasionally running my fingers through her hair. "Edward?" Her question is hoarse and pathetic. "Yes, love?" I ask, preparing myself for another drop on this emotional roller coaster that we've been on since her return. "What the fuck are you wearing?" she whispers, and I laugh. Hard. I laugh, and Bella joins me. We laugh ourselves out, but eventually Bella's laughter turns back to crying, and I go back to soothing her as I pull her close. Again, I calm her down. She hiccups and shudders slightly, but seems okay, so I deed it's safe to speak. "I'm ready to talk now, Bella," I say quietly as she settles, sniffing against my chest. If you are. I glance down to see her close her eyes, snuggling deeper into my chest for a moment. She gives me a final squeeze before pulling away to sit cross-legged on the bed in front of me. I get upset for a moment because we are no longer touching, but I realize it probably for the best. Okay, she says with a final sniff, playing with a loose thread in the comforter. I fold my hands in my lap and sit straight against the headboard. That December, we could have, I stutter, the words getting stuck in my throat. Yes, she replies, looking like she's going to cry again. I found out right after finals, after graduation. I kept throwing up, and I was late so I took the stupid test. That's how Rose knew. She walked in on me in the bathroom. I wasn't planning on telling anyone. My heart drops when I realize she was never planning on telling me. She never thought I deserved to know, had the right to know. What meant was I would never have told Rose before you, she says in a rush, instantly calming me somewhat. And I didn't tell you because I wanted to know for sure. No, you sure? I ask, confused. Yeah, I made a doctor's appointment for right before the new year, she replies. And so I did the tests and was judged by the nurse when she forced to tell her how many sexual partners I've had and they weighed me and all that doctor shit. Bella, I say, stilling her shaking hands. Deep breaths. You're rambling. I know, she replies, closing her eyes. I'm sorry. Just tell me exactly what happened, I encourage. I want to hear her say it. Maybe if I hear it come out of her mouth I will be able to believe it. Plus I really do need to know the details. We were. She sighs heavily and closes her eyes again. There was a baby. I let out a low, shuddering breath and fist my hands in my hair. So I took 3 pregnancy tests and there was a baby, but then I went to the doctor and there wasn't, she continues, not meeting my gaze. The doctor said disappeared. Apparently it happens. There was no heartbeat or anything. It was around 9 weeks when it, happened. Oh, Bella, I reply, my voice breaking. I move to hug her because her pain is breaking my heart, but she shuffles back away from me. Bella holds up a palm, indicating that she doesn't want me to touch her. I try not to be offended. And that was for the best, she whispers. It was a good fucking thing, in theory. Best possible scenario. But it didn't feel that way. Bella, I try again because I really hate to see her suffer. Let me just get this all out, okay? She asks. I nod, and she takes another moment to compose herself. There were a few weeks, between taking the test and the disappearance, when I got used to the idea, I guess. At first, I'll admit I didn't want it. Couldn't handle it. I was planning on telling you, but I wasn't going keeping it. That probably doesn't surprise you, and it hurts to admit it now, but at first there was no fucking way I was keeping it. I don't know what to think, so I just sit there, completely focused on Bella's distraught face. But then, I kinda liked it. My eyebrows go way up, and my mouth twitches. This was the sentiment conveyed in her journal, but there is a big difference between reading about it and having her confirm this in person. She wants it. I had this stupid idea that a baby would fix me somehow. Like doing a baby right would make up for all the stuff I did wrong. I could raise a baby like Renee failed to raise me. A baby could be my redemption, give my life purpose. And then I got all these images of us hiking the Flatirons or sitting by Boulder Creek with a bronze-haired, green-eyed little Bella trails, and pulls her legs up to hug them tightly to her chest. I am equally upset, and I reach out to take her hand. The image she conjures makes my chest hurt. Anyway, she says with a sniff. I was still terrified, absolutely petrified that I wouldn't be able to do it. Were you scared to tell me? I blurt, feeling guilty for interrupting. No, she answers without pause. I was scared because telling you would make it real. But I never had any doubts about you being there or taking care of me or anything like that. I let out another shuddering breath, moving forward on the bed and wrapping my arms around her, legs and all. It is so good to hear her say that. I wanted it, she murmurs, pushing her nose into my neck. I can't really explain why, and I know it seems totally out of character for me, but I wanted it. I didn't even really realize how much until that fucking doctor announced that our baby just disappeared. She wanted it. She wanted our baby. This information is leaving me totally gobsmacked. Oh, Bella, I say again with a low exhale before she puts space between us again. Why does she keep doing that? I didn't think my heart could hurt any more than it did last week, but seeing visual proof of Bella's pain beyond just reading the words is killing me. I was already not right. Charlie had just died, and I graduated and didn't know what to do with myself. Plus you were getting all serious and talking about putting off grad school and freaking me the fuck out. So when the disappearance thing happened, I just couldn't deal, she explains. I sit back against the headboard, pinching the bridge for my nose as I process what she said. I still get so angry when I think about the way she left, even if the circumstances were totally different than I originally thought. Why didn't you tell me? I ask, still not understanding fully. Why didn't you let me help you? We could have gone through it together, but you didn't even give me the option. I know, and I'm so sorry. I didn't want you to hurt like I was hurting, she replies, picking at her burgundy nail polish and avoiding my gaze. What else? Please, for once just tell me what you're thinking, I plead. She sighs heavily and does as I ask. At the time, I was pretty certain the whole miscarriage thing was my fault. I stare at her in horror for a minute before replying. Bella, that's ridicule. Stop fucking interrupting me, she requests, sounding amazingly calm. That's how I felt. Before I took the test, I was still drinking and smoking all sorts of shit. But beyond that I convinced myself that it was my general badness and unlovableness that made our baby disappear. I felt toxic. Like there was too much negative in me to taint something so innocent. The universe is not that cruel. Isabella, I whisper, placing a palm over her wet cheek and tilting my face to mine. Tears pool in her eyes and mine as well. That is the most heartbreaking thing I've ever heard you say. I don't believe that anymore, she replies, and I hope this is the truth. I really hope you mean that, I say, smiling at her softly. I really do, she assures me, but that's how I felt when I left. I felt toxic and guilty. I felt like my fucked upness killed our baby. Bella, you should have told me, I yell, yanking on my hair vigorously. Suddenly I'm mad. I feel so powerless. I can't fix us now just like she would let me fix us then. I know, she says, prying my hands off my head and holding them in her lap. I know. But I really just couldn't, Edward. So many bad things happened, and I was not okay. I could have helped, I insist, running my thumbs over his knuckles. No, Edward, she replies softly. You couldn't have helped me because I couldn't have let you. Not then. I wasn't ready to be that dependent on you, especially because I was convinced that I was destroying you. You weren't destroying me, I tell her, feeling so sad, until you left. She chuckles humorlessly. It's ridiculous. Leaving was my first big attempt to not be selfish with you. I was so positive that leaving you was for the best. I was trying to be selfless. With all your talk about putting off grad school, and traveling, and moving in together. I knew you deserved progress and commitment, but I couldn't give it to you. And that was okay, most of the time. But when you started talking about not going to school, giving up on your lifelong doctor dreams. That is such bullshit, I huff, even though I now know that all my talk of not going to grad school was a really bad move on my part. You didn't have to leave for me to go to school. I know, she says, picking nervously at her nail polish again. I know that now, but I was already feeling so guilty for ruining your life. You didn't ruin my life, until you left. I thought I was ruining your life before, she yells, getting a little hysterical now. And then the baby disappeared and I knew you would find out if I stuck around because you know me too well and I wouldn't have been able to keep it from you. I didn't want you hurting, Edward. Plus, I knew if you found out, there would be no way to convince you to go to grad school. That you throw all your efforts into fixing me, so I left. I stare at her intently for an uncomfortably long time, before exhaling loudly. Her words are upsetting, but at least I see where she is coming from. I would do pretty much anything to protect Bella from hurt, and after reading the journal I am starting to see that she cares about me enough to do the same. The tension leaves my shoulders, and my head falls forward until I let it rest against her shoulder. My nose brushes her collarbone, and she reaches up to run her fingers through my hair, comforting me. I had the right to know, I murmur. It was not fair. I should have been able to grieve. You took that away from me. I know, sweetheart, she replies. I feel her hot tears against my cheek. It was a mistake, and I am so sorry. She kisses my temple, wrapping her arms around my back. You can grieve now, she suggests. We can grieve together. And so we do. She sobs and a few manly tears slip down my cheeks as we lay on the bed, facing each other. And it feels good. Cathartic, especially after the miserable week I had thinking the very worst of her. Mostly, I feel relieved that we still have a chance. Bella has never been this emotionally open with me before, and I'm a little in awe of her. I don't really know who kissed whom first, but somehow tentative touches lead to chaste kisses that quickly turn to the lingering, heated kind. I can't really believe that this is happening. I can't really believe I'm kissing Bella again. This is probably a big mistake, and I didn't intend on doing anything of this sort, but right now her lips against mine are just too comforting and arousing to stop. At first, it is gentle and innocent, but Bella gets restless and tugs insistently on my shoulders until I'm on top of her. Bella's legs come around my hips, and I push a hand into her hair after peeling off my sweater. I groan into her mouth as she rakes her hands down my back. I kiss her with everything I have, and she whimpers in response. Bella's kisses are languid, but intense. I match her passion, wishing every part of our relationship could be this easy. My heart is hammering out of my chest as I let out everything I feel for her. Bella tentatively pops open the buttons of my shirt, and I pant as she rests her hand over my heart. Emboldened by many minutes of this delicious slow torture, Bella runs her hands down the planes of my now naked chest. I let out a soft, low moan as she brushes over my nipples with her thumbs on my way south. This is too fast. I need a moment. There is still so much we haven't discussed, and I still don't know if I can handle this yet. I don't know if I want this yet. I honestly don't even know if I can be with her again. But Bella is right here. My mouth leaves her lips to neck on my collarbone, and her breath gets erratic. I'm dizzy with everything I feel for this woman, but it's too much. I can't do this. But then I move lower, parting the collar of my flannel shirt that she wears with my chin before dining on the swell of her breasts. She lets out a little whimper, and fumbles blindly with the drawstring of my ridiculous pants. I grind my thigh against her crotch as she struggles to free me, and she groans loudly in response. We move more desperately against each other, and are both panting by the time she finally gets my hands around me. But then I realize I really can't do this. One moment she is moaning against my skin and my cock is in her palm, the next I leave her on the bed, lying alone on her back and grasping nothing at all. She sits up quickly, blinking in confusion and glancing around the room. I have jumped ship and stand, chest heaving with my labored breaths, against the door on the far side of the room. My hands dig into the frame behind me, and I hold on for dear life because this grip is the only thing keeping me in place. I just stand there, panting and gazing at Bella with a mixture of desire and panic. She pants and stares back in return, clothing akimbo, bemused by this sudden turn of events. I really fucking want her, but I just can't. We continue to gaze intently at each other as our breathing settles. For one terrifying moment, I almost decide to kiss her again, but somehow I resist. I can't. It's a harsh whisper that probably would never have been heard if the room wasn't so quiet. Okay. Bella croaks out, her voice breaking. For a moment I think she is going to cry again, and I really don't want that. Any more of her tears will surely destroy me and my resolve to stay away from her. Please, I say. I step away from the wall, hand lifting towards her for a moment, but then I hastily retreat. The urge to comfort her is almost overwhelming. Please don't be upset. She chuckled humorlessly, impatiently wiping away the tears now silently falling down her cheeks. Don't be an ass, Edward, she mutters. Pardon? I ask, completely shocked by her response. I can understand, she says, speaking quietly, after all my fuck-ups and everything I did to you. I can understand you not wanting me. I get it. I really do. Getting you back was a long shot anyway. But the person I want to spend the rest of my life with doesn't want to be with me. So don't fucking tell me not to be upset. You don't want anything to do with me, and it's very upsetting. The last few sentences are a bit garbled as her tears increase in number. Although she wouldn't meet my gaze while she spoke, now she looks up at me with big, watery eyes. I could never be mad at her when she looks at me like this. Wait. What did she say? You want to spend the rest of your life with me? I exclaim, eyes wide. She whines and sniffles. I want you forever, she confesses with a little sob. Joy explodes in my chest, and it gets even harder to refrain from rushing to her. But it's not enough. After everything that's happened, I'm just not ready. We are moving too fast. Sighing loudly, I run my hands through my hair. I don't even know what to say. Don't be ridiculous, Isabella, I tell her with a loud exhale of breath. Of course I want you. Because I do. In every way imaginable. But this is just so confusing. I love her and abhor her all at the same time. I can't be your fuck buddy, anymore, she stutters, totally misinterpreting my words. You're right. It's way too hard. I want more. Bella, okay, she says, interrupting me as I slowly and warily approach her again. Bella, fumbling slightly, begins to unbutton her shirt. One more time. But only because I want to remember this one thing that was perfect between us. What the fuck is she talking about? It takes me a minute to realize exactly what she means, and when I do I completely panic. Whoa! I yell, rushing over to the bed and stilling her fingers. I carefully make sure that I only make contact with her hand in the cloth because if I touch any more of her I won't be able to control myself. For the love of all that is holy, you have to stop. Bella just blinks at me and attempts to run her fingers through my hair. I jerk away because that will just feel too good. It would cause me to lose my fragile grip on my sanity. The tears start again. You can't touch me right now, love, I say in what I hope is a soothing tone. I can't handle the shivers at the moment. Your touch will make me completely lose it. Huh? She asks, gaping at me now. You misunderstand me, Bella, he says, rebuttoning her shirt. I do want you, in every imaginable way. She glares at me as I tentatively wipe her cheeks clean of tears with the pad of my thumb. Then why the fuck won't you fuck me? She demands, pouting at me as her voice breaks. With a heavy sigh, I pull away to pace around the room. I feel like half of this conversation is me sighing. So I just talk. Tell her what I'm feeling. Listen, Bella. Sex really complicated things with us last time around. That's where we started, and for a long time that was the only way you could manage to show me you cared. I want things to be different this time. We had the steps wrong, but this time I want to go slow. I want to try just being your friend, I say, causing my own heart to break a little bit. You want to be my friend? She asks in disbelief. I'm just not ready for anything else, I admit with a frown as my hands once again find their way into my hair. I can't be with you, Bella. I'm still processing all this new information, weaving it into what I thought I knew about your disappearance. Part of me is still so angry at you for leaving and for not telling me about the baby. I need time to heal, and so do you. I want to be able to trust you again, and I don't think that's going to happen if we jump back into a relationship. I pause my little diatribe, venturing a glance at her face. She grimaces and I scramble to concoct a plan in case she refuses. What if she demands more? What will I do then? Cut her out? Give in? So what does that mean? She whispers. My pacing is making me dizzy. What do you mean, what does that mean? I respond, finally stopping my caged big cat-esque movement. What does being your friend entail? She asks, looking panicked now. I mean, are you just going to go back to Denver, never to be heard from again? When will I see you? What will we do? I smile now, sitting on the edge of the bed and tilting my body towards her. She wants me around, and I know this fact should be obvious by now, but I'm still getting used to the idea. Well, I reply. School is quite time-consuming, so I might not always be great company, but I would like to continue seeing you as much as possible. Really? She asks, beaming up at me like a light bulb. Of course, silly girl, I say, smiling at her again. I can't imagine not seeing you now that you are back in my life. I would miss you too much. This has her blushing and grinning. I love her blush. I would miss you too, she replies. So weekends, if I don't have too much to study, I'll come up here. And when you have days off you should come see me. Although you might have to entertain yourself while I study, I say, again with my hands compulsively in my hair. She looks thoughtful, but I'm terrified she will call me on my calm facade. If she pushes me now, I will probably cave. I've never been particularly good at resisting her. It's something I obviously need to work on. Okay, she says, nodding shyly. We sit in silence for a moment, thinking. Bella seems to calm down while I strengthen my resolve. Do you think we can do it? She murmurs at some point. Be friends, I mean? We'll have to, I reply, smiling. But I really should be leaving now. School starts Monday, and I want to go over the reading I completed at the beginning of break. You have to go? She whines. But you basically just got here. Bella, I reply with a chuckle. We've been talking for hours. Among other things, she mumbles in reply, reminding me of our truly remarkable makeout session, and also the crying Jag. "You're really going to make this just friends thing difficult, aren't you?" I demand with a groan. She just shrugs and looks at me like she wants to eat me. "Well, I really need to be going," I say again, standing back up. Bella just nods and pouts. She looks so damn beautiful, I can't help but give her a proper goodbye. I lean over to kiss her forehead. My eyes flutter closed in response to the sparks between us. "Goodbye, love." "Goodbye, sweetheart," she replies as I move towards the door. My heart hurts a little as I move into the hall. But then I have a question that I can't believe I forgot to ask. A moment later my head pops back through the open door. "Back already?" she asks with a nervous little chuckle. I probably shouldn't ask. There is already so much new information being processed in my head, I hardly need to add more, but my curiosity gets the best of me. "Bella, where did you go?" I inquire. "In the journal it seemed like you were only on the road for about a year, yet you've been gone for 2. "Ah. Yes," she replies, smiling at me. "I went to Forks." "Forks?" I shout because it is the last possible place I would have imagined. "Yes, Forks," she replies, nodding. I step fully inside the room, closing the door behind me and sitting on the end of her bed. Apparently, I won't be going home quite yet. "Isabella," I say. "What happened in Forks, January 1st, 2010? I'm having a hard time making myself step foot on my father's property. Instead of walking up the short driveway, climbing the 4 stairs, passing over the porch, and crossing the threshold, I've just been standing out front on the sidewalk for the last 45 minutes. I'm in desperate need of a shower. I've gotten used to being a dirty hippie, living mostly out of the back of a van, but that doesn't mean I'm not looking forward to once unappreciated luxuries." The good people of Port Angeles looked at me with distaste when I made a pit stop there to refill my rental car. My hair is a step away from dreadlocks at this point. I'm in equally desperate need of a good, long nap. I haven't slept since that cab finally arrived to the bar outside of which the van was parked last night. And I was at a totally loss when it did show up. "Where to, ma'am?" the cabbie asked with a thick southern accent. Being slightly drunk, I hadn't thought that far ahead. I knew I wanted to leave but didn't know where I wanted to go. "Nearest airport," I murmured. I wanted to be far away from here, away from these people who think they know me and don't want me to get better. Once at the airport, I found the terminal deserted. It was very late at night and New Year's Eve, so I curled up on several fake leather airport seats, and waited for any airline to open. It was for the best. It gave me time to think. Boulder was my first instinct and my first desire, but I am nowhere near ready for that. Edward, is in Boulder. And if I went back now, nothing would change. I can't control myself around Edward. As much as I believe that his life is better without me, my need for him would trump that. I would weasel my way back into his life, heart, bed, only to end up hurting him again. Maybe if I get better, I can go home and find the strength to leave him be. So Boulder was out, but still my ultimate goal for the future. After I ruled out home, James' words echoed in my head. "You don't got nowhere to go, you selfish bitch. You don't got nowhere to go. You don't got nowhere else to go." For many dark hours, I started to believe them. I've always been homeless, motherless, fatherless, unlovable. But somewhere around dawn, I realized this was not totally the case. Charlie left me a house, his house. My father's house and the house where I spent the first 2 years of my life. He gave me a home, probably thinking I might need somewhere to go someday. As the sun rose over the horizon, Forks became more appealing. It was a tentative connection to all the people that once thought they loved me. Forks was once the home to Charlie, my dad, Alice, my best girlfriend, and Edward, my Edward. So when the first ticket agents started their computers, I rushed over and purchased my ticket to Seattle. The point is, I didn't sleep all night because I was busy thinking, nor did I get much sleep on the plane. As I made the 4-hour drive from Seattle, shit got real. Living in Charlie's home freaked me out. The looming need to get better but not really knowing how to start freaked me out. But I'm here now. And there really is nowhere else to go. It's hard, confronting all the demons I've spent so long burying deep. The moment I step into Charlie's old house, I'm committed to working through my problems. Maybe I'll just shoot for an even hour. The sun's setting, and I'm not used to the cold. Bella Swan. I don't even want to turn to find out who is calling my name. It's sure to bring complications. But I'm done sticking my head in the sand. I'm working on a new Bella who confronts the unpleasant shithead on. So I turn. Shit, I do know him. Blonde hair, blue eyes, baby face. I know him. What the fuck is his name? The boy is standing at the end of the driveway next to Charlie's depositing a blue-wheeled trash can. Hey, I say with an awkward little wave. Sup? What the fuck is his name? All these drugs have caused my brain to slow down. What are you doing here? He asks, sauntering on over and surveying the large duffel at my feet. Oh, just taking in the street I guess, I reply. Yeah, it's been a long time. You look, he does a quick survey and forces a smile. Wow, you're here. I try to smile in return, but it comes out a grimace. I'm well aware that my mediocre looks have deteriorated severely in the last fucking year. It's a combo of the drugs and the misery. I'm not very good at eating anymore, so my cheeks are hollowed and my bones stick out. Dark circles linger perpetually under my eyes, and I don't even bother to cover them up. Most of the time I look a bit strung out. Are you moving back? He asks when I don't reply. Back? My voice is creaky, and I realize I haven't really spoken all damn day except briefly to the rental car dude. Yeah, you lived here one summer, right? He asks. Oh, yeah. Right. But that was only for like a month, I reply. I'm borderline positive it's something with an M. Mitch maybe? I remember, he says with a chuckle. You had some emergency and had to go back to Colorado. You quit working in my store early. Right. That totally happened. Edward was irrationally jealous of this dude. What the fuck is his name? I agree. But wasn't that your parents' store, if I recall? Look at me, making the small talk. I'm so proud. It was my parents, he replies, beaming now. They retired a couple years ago, moved to Florida. Newton's is all mine now. Mike Newton. That's his fucking name. He was at Alice and Jasper's wedding for fuck's sakes. Damn, I really need to stop with the mind-alternating substances. Congrats, Mike, I say as he continues grin with pride. That's really great. You enjoying it then? Very much. I've been working there since I was a little kid, but it's totally different being the boss, ya know? I nod along, even if I have no fucking clue what it's like to be in charge. I can imagine, I reply. Mike's presence is enough to motivate me to enter Charlie's house. Well, I just got in, and I'm wiped. Of course, I'll let you go. Have a good night, neighbor. He waves jovially before basically skipping up the driveway. His preppy, all-American, good guy thing is really exhausting, and I don't recall him actually living next door. So I tromp up Charlie's front porch, fiddling with the key that has been on my chain since my dad gave it to me the summer I attempted to live with him. It rests with the key to the house on Goss, one to the Black's house, and the key to my beast of the truck. They are all so useless at this point in my life. I push on into the house, dropping my duffel at my feet as I enter the living room. Everything looks the same, except it dustier. I should have more memories here with my dad. But Renee robbed me of that in my youth, and I fucked it up in my adulthood, and then he died, and now it's too late. Also, I can't even fucking believe I'm a homeowner. Someone, presumably Esme, covered all the furniture with big, white sheets. She's been taking care of the property for me. Holy fuck. Esme Cullen. Until this moment, I'd completely forgot about the Cullen parents and how they fucking live here and all. They always tried so hard to make me feel welcome. Never was the effort a success, but I appreciated it anyway. Fuck, they must hate me now, but there is really nowhere else to go. I move to the stairs, trying to flick the lights on. I'm thankful they come on at all, but then remember when Edward helped me set up the automatic bill payment right after Charlie died. The heat is set just to keep the pipes from freezing. Please let this mean there will be running water. Dumping my backpack in my old bedroom, there is no way I'm ready to brave Charlie's room yet. I bolt towards the bathroom, groaning in relief when the water coming out of the shower warms. I strip with the speed of a ravenous dog in the proximity of a particularly succulent chunk of meat and remove my hair from the messy knot on the top of my head. It may be the longest, most glorious shower of my life. There is no soap or shampoo or anything, but I don't particularly care. It all hits me at once during the shower. After a year of slowly killing myself and ignoring all my issues, I've made the decision to get better. But where the hell do I start? Most of the longest, most glorious shower of my life involves sitting in the stream, sobbing hysterically. Thankfully, there are still towels in the linen closet. I wrap myself in a musty towel, and collapse into my purple twin bed. I realize the last time I slept here, it was in Edward's arms a moment before I fall asleep. I sleep for a solid 16 hours, and for once I don't dream of anything. For the first time in a long time, my stomach rumbles. I haven't eaten in over a day. Step 1 of getting better officially means getting healthy. I'm starting with my physical well-being because it's a baby step. It's the easiest this to fix. All I have to do is eat, exercise, and not do any drugs. But there is absolutely no food in the house, so I must venture out. After dumping out the entire contents of my pack, I finally find a threadbare black beanie to cover my greasy hair. I also pull on an old red flannel shirt I stole from Edward. The one article of his clothing still in my possession. A pair of tight black jeans and leather bomber jacket. 15 minutes later, I'm seated with a menu at Fork's sole breakfast establishment, a diner. Charlie took me here, and always ordered the same thing. But I get eggs. Because I love eggs. Because I need to gain at least 15 pounds to get to a healthy weight. Listening to my iPod, I munch away in contentment. This is already so much better than being on the road, even if I have no idea what I'm doing with myself. Being here in Forks is what Charlie would have wanted, so maybe my answers are here. Suddenly a hugely pregnant and vaguely familiar woman slides into the opposite side of the booth, causing me to choke a bit on my little piece of scrambled heaven. I quickly remove my headphones and try to swallow. "Sorry," says the very soon-to-be mother. "I didn't mean to interrupt your meal. Are you okay?" Yeah," I reply, taking a drink of water to clear my throat. "I'm totally fine. I just thought I should say hi. Mike said you were back in town," she continues. "Damn. Here we go again. What the fuck is her name? Brown hair, blonde highlights, small, brown eyes." I murmur with a nod, feeling very uncomfortable. This is probably going to be a frequent occurrence in Forks. They all know me as Charlie's daughter, probably met me at the funeral. But there is really very little I remember clearly from Charlie's funeral. "You don't remember me at all, do you?" she asks, smiling kindly. "Your face is very familiar," I reply. "Sorry. A Thanksgiving party years ago, Jasper and Alice's wedding, sharing a hotel room," she says, successfully bringing back my memories. "Oh, shit," I say in surprise. "Jessica Stanley. Alice's friend. You look different, good." "I knew you'd get it," she says, absolutely beaming now. "And it's actually Jessica Newton now." She sticks her left hand under my nose and I study the pear-shaped diamond that rests in a gold band I find there. "That's lovely," I reply. "Congrats." This pleasant conversation is so much different than what I'm used to. And although I find the discussion a little strange, it's not necessarily objectionable. "Thanks. We haven't been married for very long, just shy of a year," she continues. "This little one was quite the surprise. I had no plans on getting pregnant 3 months into our marriage, but that's life." I stare awkwardly at her big belly for a prolonged amount of time, wondering what it feels like. If the universe wanted that for me, I would have a 6-month-old depending on me now. It's a strange thought, and I can't actually imagine it, but it hurts my heart anyway. I come to the surreal realization that I may or may not be jealous of Jessica Stanley Newton. "When are you due?" I ask, because I'm pretty sure that's what you're supposed to ask in such situations. 3 weeks, she says, beaming. I'm so excited, but nervous, really nervous. "You'll be great," I reply, feeling my own face tug into a smile. The foreign expression hurts my cheeks slightly. "So boy, girl, you don't know." "Boy. It's a boy." Jessica claps, reminding me of Alice. "We're going to name him Robert after Mike's dad. Robbie for short." "That's damn adorable," I reply, actually meaning it. "Thanks," she says. "So, what are you doing back in town?" "Well, to be honest, I have no idea," I say, too tired to concoct anything false. "Jessica, have you ever had a moment where you realize you just don't like yourself at all? Even a little bit?" She blinks rapidly for a moment, looking utterly baffled. Apparently, I've lost all social graces while on the road, hanging out with nothing but hooligans. I'm going to have to relearn how to interact with the normal people. "Well," she replies, looking thoughtful. My freshman year at UW, I did sleep around quite a bit. Mike and I had just broken up and I didn't handle it very well. I mean, I slept with 3 guys that year. Now I'm the one blinking rapidly as I try to figure out how many guys I've slept with total. But as the number mounts to ridiculous heights, I get depressed and stop tabulating. Well, 2 if you don't include Mike. But then I stopped going out so much and started focusing on school. We got back together when I was a junior. So you guys dated in high school? I ask. Yes, on and off. We were one of those annoying couples that were always breaking up and getting back together. It was good for us, being apart and seeing other people in college, made me see that I've always only really wanted him, she continues. Good for you, Jessica, I murmur, definitely jealous of her now. Sometimes, I really hate the happy people. So what didn't you like about yourself? She asks. This conversation is getting awfully personal awfully quick. It's uncomfortable, sharing what I'm thinking, but I force myself to do it anyway. It's part of the self-improvement thing. Everything, I reply. Jessica Stanley, now Newton, Alice's best friend from high school, laughs at me. Laughs. Throws her head back and fucking laughs. Sorry. I don't know why I found that so funny, she says when she finally gets a hold of herself. You know, we've never really had a conversation before. I know, I agree with a sigh. It's weird, isn't it? Me laying that heavy shit on you without even really knowing you. Yeah, it's a little weird. But that's okay. So what are you doing here, Bella? She asks, smiling at me. Well, Edward and I broke up, I hear myself say. I heard, she says, nodding and look all sympathetic and shit. Was it rough? Yes, I reply, admitting it for the first time. But it's all me. I'm the problem. I have all the baggage. And now I have to get better. To get back together with him? Jessica asks. No, I say, ruefully shaking my head. I pretty much destroyed that. It's for the best, really. But I need to get better for me. Well, good for you, Swan, she says. So, what are you going to do first? Ah, an excellent question. Getting healthy. Runnin', eatin' right. All that jazz. And a job. Those would be the first steps, I reply. Oh my gosh. A job, she shouts, clasping her hands together and squeaking in apparent joy. You worked at Newton's, right? Yeah. For like 12 seconds. That's perfect, Jessica continues, the gears turning. You can have my job. Your job? Yup, she says. Since we got married, I've been working there. I'm a certified teacher, but I got pregnant mid-job hunt, so Newton's was the obvious choice. I'm huge now, totally time to hire someone else, but my cheap husband is dragging his feet. He wouldn't hire me, I reply. I quit with no notice last time. I'm a flight risk. Oh, that was his parents. And between you and me, I wasn't too broken up when I heard Sarah was moving to Florida. That woman tries my nerves. And you will be perfect. You already know the ropes. You think? I ask, having serious doubts. Sure do, Jessica replies with a giggle. Plus, I have to confess. I know how this town works. When people find out that you are back, they're going to flock to you. And if you're in Newton's, they'll flock to Newton's too. I finish for her. The thought is nauseating, but I really need a job. So, want your old job back? She asks. Yup, I reply, shaking her hand. You've got yourself a replacement. March 4th, 2009. Let's talk about your mother. I don't want to talk about Renee. Okay. Then let's talk about your father. I don't want to talk about Charlie either. Edward then. I shake my head. The baby? Oh, hell no. Turns out, therapy is really fucking hard. They make you talk about your feelings and shit. Plus, Dr. Charlotte Dean is one tough cookie. Bella, she says, raising an eyebrow at me. Tell me, what would you like to talk about? The weather? I venture. This is only my second session, and I'm still not very good about spilling my guts to a complete and total stranger. Last week, she made me tell my entire life story. It wasn't too terrible because I just stated the facts. Bam, bam, bam. No feelings, just info. This week, the good doctor wants feeling, and I am shit at feelings. You do realize that you were here willingly, right? She asks. You told me yourself last week that you were here to get better, that you want to confront you demons and be happy. Those are the goals you outlined in our last session. How exactly is talking about the weather going to help you reach any of these goals?
Listen, Charlotte, I reply. Can I call you Charlotte? I really do prefer Dr. Dean. I can't believe I chose a shrink called Dr. Dean. Sounds like a cult leader or the inventor of some sort of get-rich-quick scheme.
Charlotte, I continue because I really can't bring myself to say Dr. Dean. This is real difficult for me. I'm not used to talking about my fucking feelings and sharing my goddamn woes. I'm much more of a suck it up and deal type. Yes, so I gather, she replies. I think I might hate her. Dr. Dean's blonde hair is pulled back into a perfect and severe bun. Her gray skirt is without a single wrinkle and her body is totally rocking. I, by contrast, am a completely disheveled mess in Edward's flannel shirt and a pair of jeans that were once tight, but I've lost so much weight in the last year that they now hang low on my hips. In the month since I came to Forks, I've gained 5 pounds and have started running, but I'm still way too skinny. The dark circles under my eyes remain because I can't fucking sleep in Charlie's house without Edward or booze. The problem is you're not very good at dealing, Bella. You have to be able to talk about something real, Char says. Or this is just a waste of time. Closing my eyes, I take a big breath and exhale loudly. All right. Something real, here it goes. I miss my cat, I say finally. I expect Charlotte to become totally exasperated with this comment, but she remains stoic. Tell me about your cat, she replies, thoroughly shocking me. I thought she would flip and tell me to take therapy seriously. Okay. Well, his name is Waldo. He is all gingery and his big green eyes are slightly cross-eyed. He is a total dork, and likes me the best, but he always slept on Edward's neck, I hear myself say, smiling slightly. Where is Waldo now? I giggle at the stupid little joke, but Charlotte doesn't get it. Well. He is in Boulder. With, Edward. I guess. I don't really know, to be honest. I left so suddenly, I didn't really. And all of a sudden, the decision to abandon my life gets a little more enormous. So I completely break down and deteriorate into complete hysterics. I can't even bring myself to look at the good doc in my shame, and bury my face in the collar of Edward's shirt as I cry. It stopped smelling like him a long time ago. Sorry, I say when I finally get a hold of myself. What do you think, Char? What do I do?
Here is what I think. Charlotte doesn't even seem to acknowledge my breakdown, and for this I'm grateful. You have mommy issues, daddy issues, baby issues, and boyfriend issues. You have abandonment issues and are unwilling to let anyone get close. You avoid rather than deal, and your fear of being hurt again led you to hurt those most important to you.
I try to comment on all that, but Dr. Dean just keeps on going. I think that you need to understand that Renee's leaving had nothing to do with you, and I think you need to forgive her to let it go. I think you need to be thankful for the time you had with your father and let yourself really grieve in a healthy way. I think you need to forgive yourself about the baby and start dealing with why you wanted it so badly. And mostly I think you need to acknowledge your feelings for Edward and figure out what you want in the future. Holy fuck. And you need to learn to talk like a lady, she adds. So, what do you think? I know what I want with Edward in the future, I mumble somewhat defensively. I latch on to the Edward stuff because it's the last thing she said. Oh really? Asks Charlotte, raising a perfect eyebrow at me. I want to get over him. I want to be able to go back to Boulder and leave him alone. For the first time, Charlotte sighs and leans back in her plush lavender chair. We have a lot of work to do. So where do you want to start? I think it's safe to say we can pinpoint most of your issues to your abandonment, but we need to talk about these people in your life. So who? Renee, Charlie, Edward, or the baby? What a terrible choice. I really loathe therapy and Dr. Dean. May 19, 2009 exclusivity. Hey, big guy. I say, swooping 4.5-month-old Robbie from the blanket in the center of the Newtons' living room where he lays under an arch of colorful toys. I gently poke his adorably round tummy, causing him to giggle joyfully. Where's your mama, kid? I've been requited to babysit for Jess and Mike. They call me a couple times a month to watch Roberto. And I love it. Hanging with the baby is one of my favorite things to do. It still hurts, seeing him grow up and thinking that I almost had one of my own, but it's more of a dull ache. Not sharp and acute like it was when I felt the need to leave Boulder. In the laundry room, calls Jessica. I'll be out in a sec. Doin' laundry, I say to Robbie as I sit on the couch. Mama's doing laundry. I'll tell you a secret, Rob. I abhor laundry. In fact, I have worn this shirt like 8 times without washing it, but I think I still smell nice. Hello, Belle, Jessica says, entering a room with huge basket full of clean clothes. She dumps the whole thing on a love seat, sitting down next to it and beginning to fold. What's with the laundry? I thought it was date night. Well, it is, replies Jessica, digging through the pile single-mindedly. Looks like it's just you and me tonight, pipsqueak, I say, tickling Robbie again. I love how much he laughs now. It's new. He's so happy. The laugh isn't the only new thing, she replies. He rolled over Wednesday. Dang, dude, I say, making goofy faces at the baby in my arms. Look at you. Rolling over and stuff. Such a big guy. We're so proud, says Jess. You should have seen the look of determination on his cute little face. At first I thought he was pooing. I giggle and plant a kiss on the top of Robbie's fuzzy blonde head. Ah, ha, Jessica says finally, emerging from her ridiculous stack of clothes with a slinky black dress. Look at this number. Sexy, I reply as she holds it up to her body. You'll look great in it. But you'll look better, she sings. What? I ask. It is date night, Jessica says, handing me the dress and taking the baby. This trade does not favor me, and I pout. But not just for me. What? I ask again. You're wearing this dress and you're going with us, she says, grinning at me. Sometimes it shocks me how often Jessica reminds me of Alice. I know they were good friends growing up, even if they have lost touch. I made Jess swear long ago that she wouldn't reveal my whereabouts. I'm just not ready to deal. What? I repeat for the zillionth time. Okay, don't be mad. But we're set you up with a friend of Mike's. It's a double date, so no pressure, Jess says in a soothing tone that she usually reserves for her crying son. No fac no, Jess gets real cranky when I curse in front of the wee one. Bella, you broke up with Edward a year and a half ago, she says. It's time to start actively moving on. Isn't that the whole point of therapy? One of the points, I mutter with a scowl. There is still no way I'm going on a fackin' date. Well, don't think of it as a date then, she suggests. It's just dinner with your dear friend Jessica, her gorgeous husband Mike, and their good, old friend Tyler. 30 minutes later, I find myself dressed in a slinky back A-line dress with a sweetheart neckline and wide straps. How'd I succumb so easily to peer pressure? I smirk to myself as I slip my feet into a relatively new pair of gray Chucks. Sneakers and dresses. My own private form of rebellion. I envy you, kid, I say to the pimply teen Jessica called in to replace me as babysitter. Who are you talking to? She asked, blinking up at me with Robbie in her arms. Me or the baby? Both, I mumble, moving to join the voices I hear near the front door. Here we go. It's shocking, but I don't totally hate this Tyler character. He makes me laugh, has good taste in music, and is snarky as shit. The best part is, he reminds me nothing of the boy I left behind. His hair is a dirty brown, his face is round, his eyes are brown, and he's built. Like arms the size of my face, built. Tyler has this self-deprecating thing going on that's oddly charming. Dinner is startlingly fun, and I'm a little bemused to find myself having a good time. Even if the Lodge, the sole wannabe upscale restaurant within 45 miles, is decorated with a multitude of animal heads, the steak is good and the company is better. For the first time in a long time, I live rather than simply existing. So, Bella, says Mike. Our empty plates have been cleared away, and we are on our 4th round of drinks. Everyone else at the table is quite tipsy, the lightweights. How's Dr. Dean? Jessica, glaring daggers at her husband, aims a kick at Mike under the table, but misses and gets me in the shin instead. Now I'm the one glaring as I lean down to attempt to rub the pain out of my leg. Oh, her same old, bitchy self, I reply, blushing slightly because I am talking about my fucking therapist. The masochistic slag made me share all sorts of childhood memories this week. Who is Dr. Dean? Asks Tyler. I cannot believe you brought this up on their first date, Michael Ernie Newton, hisses Jessica. They're on a first date. Your middle is Ernie? I clarify with a giggle, and this is not a date. I turn to Tyler who is openly laughing now. This is not a date, I tell him. Okay, he replies. Not a date. Just dinner, between new friends, I continue as Mike and Jessica bicker. Here, he says, clinking his glass against mine.
No dating, I say. And Dr. Dean is my shrink. Ah, says Tyler, nodding in understanding. You've got one of those too.
Yeah, I say, chuckling a little because this is a semi-awkward. What's wrong with you? Oh, nothing much. My fiancé left me for my best friend while I was serving my country in Iraq. The usual, he replies. You?
I've got childhood abandonment issues and dead dad issues. And ex-boyfriend issues, I tease back.
Nice, he says, nodding his head. Ditto, I reply. See, babe, says Mike, gesturing towards us. They're bonding over their need for therapy. I planned it like that. Nobody believes him. Do you think we should go on a real date? Tyler asks as we walk home. Not one of us is fit to drive, so we are hoofing it home. Mike and Jessica walk about 20 feet in front of us, groping each other and laughing. No, I reply, shaking my head. His poor, boyish, hopeful face falls, and I feel the need to explain. It's not you, Tyler. Sure, he mutters, sticking his hands in his pockets. Seriously, I exclaim, louder than necessary. I don't want to date anyone. It's too complicated and I need to just focus on getting better right now. Well, I guess I can relate to that, he replies. I guess I'm not as far along in the recovery process as you. I'm still in the I want to prove to my ex I'm over her with another lady phase. I guess dating should be about me, not her, huh? Yup, I agree, wondering if Edward went through that phase. So give me the deets on your ex-boyfriend issues. Now that you know all about my pathetic love life, he continues, kicking a can as we make slow progress home. I wince, thinking that what I have to tell him will probably ruin our emerging friendship. Unfortunately, I'm a lot more like your ex than you. He frowns at me, his innocent features turning sharp and mean. Did you cheat on him? No, never, I say quickly, defending myself. It's a lot more complicated than that. But basically I left town, without explaining or talking to him at all. You just disappeared? I think of my baby and my mother before nodding slowly. It was a terrible thing to do. Then why did you do it? I don't even fucking know. Because I am crazy fucked up and real life got too hard. Tyler nods in understanding and we walk for a few minutes in silence, but I find myself wanting to talk about Edward. I can't really explain why, especially because I am so hesitant to do some with Dr. Dean, but I feel closer to him in this moment. Did you go to Forks High? I ask. Yup, class of '04, baby, he says, giving a tired little fist pump. So you know the Cullens? Obviously he knows the fucking Cullens. Everyone knows everyone in Forks. He looks at me like I'm a little crazy. Yeah, I know them. But you know them? He asks in apparent confusion. Yup, I reply, feeling awkward now. Real well. How? College, I explain. We all went to see you in Boulder. Wow, small world, he replies, probably wondering why the fuck I brought this up. Emmett and I were pretty tight, both played on like 8 sports teams. Plus, I dated Allie a couple times. You and Alice, I exclaim, stopping in my tracks because I'm so fucking surprised. Holy shit balls. You were probably the weirdest looking couple. She is like a fourth your size. He laughs heartily, and we start walking again. Yeah, we looked a little ridiculous. I think that's why Allie liked me. We always did have a thing for the ridiculous, he murmurs, smiling fondly. Indeed. She still does, I reply. Plus it made for some really interesting sex, he muses. Yeah, I don't want to know about that. I heard she's married now. Do you like the guy or do I need to kick his ass? He jokes, punching his fist. He's a great guy. Last time I saw them, they were so happy, I say with a giggle. Jasper Whitlock is a southern gentleman. Good for her, he replies. Do you know, Edward? I ask, tentatively. Yeah. Quiet, smart, antisocial, he replies, waving his hand around his head absent-mindedly. Wears a lot of sweaters. I giggle like a loon, which leads to pathetic little sniffles. He does wear a lot of sweaters. I miss his sweaters. Bella? Tyler asks, incredulous now. Are you crying? Drunk and ridiculous. All I can do is nod slightly. At least now Tyler has no desire to date me. Why? Because I miss his sweaters, I reply, as if that explains anything. Okay. He must totally be questioning my sanity. We were like, he sorta. Lordy, do I sound like an idiot? Tyler continues to stare at me as I take a big, calming breath. Edward was the boy I left. You and Edward? He asks, not believing me. You and nerdy, little Edward? He isn't so little anymore, I mutter. Wow, I would not have predicted that, Tyler replies.
Yeah, I dismiss. Opposites attract. We walk in silence for a little longer. Tyler, I ask with caution as we approach the Newtons' house, do you think we could be friends? Even though I am a crazy person.
Yeah, he says right away with an affirmative nod. It's nice talking to someone as fucked up as me. Plus, you can never have too many friends. Right? Right. September 31st, 2010. Hey, Swan. You're back quicker than I expected. Tyler sits on my front porch, bare feet propped up on my banister, glancing at his watch and sipping a beer. With my hands behind my head, my chest rising and falling rapidly with my accelerated breathing, I tromp up the front steps and sit next to him. He has a beer waiting for me on the little glass table between our chairs. Seriously, you kept up with me for the first mile, and I've only been back for like 10 minutes, he continues when my heart rate slows enough to let me speak. I'm getting back into it, I reply, taking a long, cool drink. Still had to walk that last hilly section though. You'll be right there with me soon enough, he says. We sit at silence, sipping and relaxing. Recently, Tyler has become a good friend. We are two broken souls, navigating our way into getting better. What are your plans for the rest of the day? He asks eventually. Oh, right, I say, remembering exactly what I need to do. I wanted to talk to you about that actually. I have a lot of crap I thought you might be interested in. Finally, after living in Forks for months, I somehow managed the strength to go through everything in Charlie's house, preparing it for when I need to rent it out. Sorting what to keep, deciding what to ditch, and getting to know my dearly departed dad. It was tough, and many a tear was shed, but ultimately it was for the best. Charlie kept a lot of stuff from my childhood that I don't even remember sending him. Artwork, class projects, even the occasional report card. It's proof. Tangible evidence that he did care about me, and even though I mourn his loss, the thought is comforting. But for every treasure I unearthed, there are mountains of junk. It took me a whole month to go through the basement, and 2 weeks to clean out the attic. The garage took 10 days, but I have finally done it. All of Charlie's possessions sit in boxes in the now clear garage. I dragged a whole lot of shit to the dump, and then stacked the rest of the boxes in a pile to keep and a pile to donate. Crap I will be interested in? He asks, chuckling at me. Yeah, for your store. Tyler runs the one consignment shop in Forks. He says he likes being surrounded by used things because everything has a story. I don't sell crap, Bella, he scolds. Only the gently used, once loved. Well, Charlie has massive amounts of fishing junk that will probably be pretty popular around these parts, I reply. Figured I would do my charitable duty and pass them on. The man did love to fish. Excellent, Tyler says, clinking his bottle against mine. The fishing gear always flies off the shelves. Do you have any other outdoor crap? Sure. There is a whole pile of shit that isn't quite junky enough to throw out. You can have any of it. I'll take the rest to that Goodwill in Port Angles. Let's get to it, he says with gusto, rising and walking across the driveway to the garage. Smiling slightly, I finish my beer and follow him. While watching Tyler's childlike enthusiasm as he digs through the boxes in my garage, I am struck with just how damn lucky I am. I have been blessed with truly wonderful people in my life. Everyone I left behind in Boulder. Maggie and Liam. Even if Maggie was a total bitch at the end there, who I also left. Mike and Jessica. Tyler. Eventually I'll leave them too. Tyler, why do you hang out with me? I ask suddenly as he examines some sort of intense-looking pocketknife. That's a damn good question, he says, not even glancing up from the knife. You're a slow-ass jogger. I throw a deflated basketball at him. Seriously, don't be a cocksucker. He laughs and mimes putting the knife in his pocket. I nod and think about punching him until he answers my question. We are both kinda the prodigal sons of Forks, you know? Go for a long time. Returning here to heal from all the fucked up shit we went through out in the real world. You get it more than anyone else here, Tyler says, moving on to the next box. I do get it, I reply because it's the truth. Tyler might be more of a lost soul than even me. What with the war and everything. Even Mike and Jess, he continues. I mean, sure. They're great and I love them, but they don't know shit. I mean, Mike went to school in Port Angeles and Jessica hasn't ventured farther out of the Forks bubble than Seattle. They've led good, normal, non-traumatic albeit somewhat boring lives. I could do with a little boring at this point, I reply, smiling ruefully. Same. And that is why we are back in Forks. It's a safe haven. But all that being said, it's still good to have someone to talk to about the dark shit. Other than my fucking shrink, he says, turning to look at me. His eyes narrow in distrust. Why do you ask? I mean, why do you hang out with me? Pretty much for all those reasons. Solidarity for the fucked up people and all that, I reply. But I ask because I'm going to leave you. And Mike and Jessica. I know that, Belle, he says. Tyler, very gracefully for a man of his massive size, stands from his crouched position on floor and wipes his hands on his gym shorts. I look up at him from my seat on an overturned trash can, feeling guilty although I don't really get why. Dude, from the moment I met you, you've been pretty damn clear about why you're here. I have? I ask, a little dumbfounded. Typically, I hold shit close to the vest, but apparently I have been succeeding in opening up. Huzzah to me. Totally, he replies with a chuckle. I mean the first time we had a conversation you were all, I don't want to date you, don't even try because I'm super hung up on my ex. I'm going to a shrink because I have a shit ton of abandonment issues, but eventually I want to feel strong enough to go home. Holy fuck nuts, I say, blinking up at him in shock. I said all that? You were slightly more eloquent, but yeah. I guess that makes sense. I just don't want you to feel like I am using you. I've used a lot of people in my time, and I don't want to be that way anymore, I confess, blushing violently because I hate admitting what a terrible person I am. It seems like I used everyone in my life while still keeping them at arm's length. I don't want to be that person. Well, you are giving me a shit ton of sellable shit. So if anyone is using anyone in this friendship, I must say it would be me using you, he says, going back to the boxes. I laugh and stand. Hey, user. I call as I walk towards the door to the house. Want another beer? You know it, he replies. October 4th, 2011 Alight, Roberto, I say, frowning at the massive cereal selection available for purchase at the Tiny Forks supermarket. Lucky Charms or Cocoa Puffs? The baby slaps my hand that is holding on the cart, and doing the spitty, blowing thing with his tongue that babies do. Lucky Charms it is then, I say, grabbing the box and tossing it in the cart before moving on. Jess is interviewing for a teaching job in Port Angeles today, and I begged Mike to let me take the day off to babysit the little guy. I love hanging with little Rob. He is one cool dude with his dirty blonde hair and big blue eyes. I pick up a few more of the essentials before moving to check out. As we wait in line, Robbie gets antsy and keeps trying to stand in his little seat, so I pick him up. Immediately, he grabs a handful of my hair. It was stupid of me to leave it down anyway with the baby so close. Dude, I say with a laugh when he gives it a particularly hard tug. You are way too strong to be doing that. Bella? A voice behind me demands in shock. I close my eyes and take a deep breath before slowly turning to face Esme fucking Cullen. Although I have mentally prepared for this moment, it's not going to be easy. The Cullen parents travel. A lot. But, lucky for me, they have been away for my entire time here. Until now. Hi, Esme, I reply. How are you? What are you doing here? She asks, green eyes wide, jaw slack. Damn, she looks like her son. It hurts my heart a little, for multiple reasons, to look at Esme Cullen, and I can't quite bring myself to meet her eye. I kinda, live here now, I stutter. It's now my turn in line, and I fumble around in my purse for my wallet. It feels like everybody's eyes are on me, and I continue to blush. Robbie pulls on my hair, and I finally manage to hand over my credit card. With bags in my cart and child on my hip, I turn to look at Esme, who is still staring at me. So it was good to see you, I say, with a fake smile. You're not going anywhere, Esme replies, her voice low and dangerous. Wait for me. Oh, fuck. This is going to fucking suck. 20 minutes later, I find myself at the Cullens' kitchen table. I sit across from Esme. She poured us each a hot mug of tea, and is tapping her fingernails repetitively against the ceramic. I bounce Robbie on my knee while he munches on some crackers. Neither of us have yet to speak. So, Esme finally ventures. Who's this? This is Robbie, I say, cuddling the baby close and smelling his yummy babyness and kissing his temple as he giggles in joy. Say hi, Roberto. He just blows a spit bubble and smacks his lips together, making me smile. You're very sweet with him, she murmurs, looking sad. Thanks. It's not hard to do, I reply. Kid's a doll.
Does he take after his father? She asks, grimacing slightly. I don't really get this line of questioning, but I could talk about Robs all damn day. It's much easier than what she probably wants to talk to me about.
Totally, I agree, nodding as I study baby Robbie's adorably round face. All-American good looks, big blue eyes. He's gonna be a heartbreaker, huh?
Again, Esme gives me a tight, forced smile that I don't understand. Anger I would expect, but this sadness is throwing me for a fucking loop.
Her staring in silence is becoming uncomfortable, so I turn to give Robbie another cuddle. He is like an adorable little safety blanket. Is that why you left? She murmurs finally. Huh, is my uber-intelligent reply. It makes sense now, she continues as if she's talking to herself. You were carrying another man's child. Although the timeline doesn't quite add up. He looks too young. So was this someone you met here? Are you together? And now I am even more lost. For one brief, horrifying moment, I think she is referring to the kid I once carried. But that doesn't make any sense. Huh? I ask again. Who is the father? At least this question I know the answer to. Mike. Mike Newton, I reply, causing Esme's eyebrows to go way up. Oh, my, Sarah, never, that's an awkward situation, Esme stutters. I just stare blankly back, having no idea what's happening. So are you happy? This question I can also answer. Dr. Dean asks me it all the damn time. Workin' on it, I reply honestly. Are you together? I thought he was getting married? Are you married? She asks in rapid fire. Esme, I say, gaping at her. What the fuck are you talking about? Married to who? Mike. She shouts as if it's obvious. Mike? I reply with a matching, incredulous tone. I wrinkle my nose in distaste at the thought. So fucking wrong on so many fucking levels. Why the flip would I be married to Mike? Maybe because you have a baby together, she screams, losing all composure. And then I get it. I look between the bouncing bundle of joy on my lap and the furious woman across the table from me. My mouth pops open in surprise before I abruptly burst into semi-hysterical giggles. Esme looks at me like I'm an absolute psychopath. Holy Krishna, I say when I finally get myself under control. You thought Robbie was mine? What else was I supposed to think, Bella? She snaps, scowling at me. Gaw, it's the Edward scowl. Oh how I miss him. What I wouldn't give to have him scowling at me right now. Yeah, you're right. Sorry. This is Robbie Newton. Son to Jessica and Michael Newton. I am just babysitting for the day, I explain. Oh, thank God, she says, letting out a big sigh and leaning against the back of her chair. I would have hated to be the one to tell Edward. Yeah, that's the subject I thought we would be discussing. Suddenly, I am beyond exhausted. I feel like the baby shouldn't be so close to this conversation, so I lay out a blanket on the floor and settle him with a few of his favorite toys before joining Esme once more at the table. I never cheated on Edward, I murmur, not knowing where to start. I mean, I pulled a lot of fact up shit, put your son through hell. But I never would do that to him, never wanted to. Esme just nods, looking a little stunned that I am sharing so willingly. Okay, she replies. How is he? The words burst out of me because even though I know I have zero right to ask, I can't not. Esme is grimacing again. I don't know, Bella, she replies with a sigh. I'm his mom. He puts on a happy face and tells me what I want to hear. Alice is the only one to ever really talks to me. I know I hurt him, I whisper, staring at my hands and feeling hot tears pool in the corner of my eyes. Yes, you did. Esme agrees with me coolly. Not that anyone has really told me anything about my child in the last 2 years, but I still know my son. What he struggles the most with is not understanding the why. To deduce, reason, logic, I reply, realizing again how big of a fuck up my departure was. If I was thinking clearly at all, I would have seen how much leaving in the way I did would drive him insane. Of course that must drive him crazy. Yes, Esme agrees. All I know is that you disappeared without telling anyone where you were going. You didn't even give him the courtesy of explaining yourself. This proper and painful chastising is making me cry both because I did something horrible to the person I care about the most in this world, and because I miss him so fucking much. I am sitting in his childhood home, talking to his mother. I have not felt this close to him since I left. Fuck. This means I have made zero progress in the whole getting over him thing. Therapy may be working when talking about my other issues, but certainly not with Edward. I know, I reply. It's not like I can defend myself. What I did is undefendable. What are you doing here, Bella? She demands. Trying to get better, Esme, I reply. Is it working? At this I smile. Because it is. I feel different. Not quite happy, but getting there. I am not as angry anymore. I don't hate myself so much. I have almost forgiven Renee. I realize now that the miscarriage was not my fault. I can't seem to get the hang of living without Edward though. Yes, I say, smiling. I was really facked up for a really long time, and now I'm learning to let go. Esme has about 1,000,000 questions for me after that. She asks all about where I was and who I was with and what I did. I answer as honestly as I can without being totally inappropriate. I hate it, but view the conversation as good practice. Eventually, I'm going to go home and will probably have to answer similarly to those I left. If they even want to talk to me after what I did. Esme is very obviously angry at me, rightfully so, but she maintains that courteous, dignity thing that I always found so intimidating. She listens to me, and doesn't judge me on anything except for hurting her son. Eventually, I become comfortable enough to ask her about her recent travels. Lady has been everywhere, and I am jealous. If I've learned anything recently, it's that I do love the travel, as long as the company is good and I have a home to come back to. My children are going to be shocked to hear that you are in Forks, muses Esme as dusk approaches. Last I heard, you were gallivanting around Texas. Esme, I say, completely freaking for the first time since she ambushed me in the store. You can't tell them. What do you mean? She asks, looking puzzled. I have to tell them. They probably don't even care where I am at this point, I murmur. Esme glares at me for a long time. That has always been your problem, hasn't it? You don't understand how those around you feel about you or how your actions affect them. Yeah, I agree, nodding ruefully. That is a major thing I've been working on, but I get it now for the most part. What I don't understand is how they could still care after I left with no explanation. Yes, that was a pretty major fuck up. I laugh because Esme Cullen just said fuck. Please, Esme. Just, give me a few months. Don't tell them yet. You know Alice. She'll call or maybe even show up. I just need a few more months before I face all my huge mistakes. It takes another hour of cajoling, but eventually Esme agrees to keep my secret. November 30th, 2010 settled. I ask, offended by the words coming out of Dr. Dean's pretty pink lips. I don't want to be settled. This is your life now, Bella, she counters, and you are never going to be happy unless you figure out what you want. I've told you 1,000 times what I want, I huff, beyond frustrated with the good doctor at this point. When I first got here, you made me lay out all my goals, and I have met them, or am in the progress of meeting them. I've come to grips with the miscarriage and my dad's death. I am working on forgiving Renee. I know I'm not unlovable. And Edward? I groan and bury my face in my hands. Now we are getting to the crux of my recent frustrations with Charlotte. What about Edward? I am just trying to get you to see that your ridiculous plan on getting over him so you can avoid him in Boulder is stupid. Are shrinks allowed to say shit like stupid? I always knew she was a crackpot. Stupid? I demand. Really pissed now. Stupid? It's fucking noble and selfless. I don't want to be tempted to hurt him anymore. See, that right there, Dr. Dean says, frowning at me. That little comment is how I know you haven't made nearly as progress as either of us would like to believe. You still feel unworthy of him. My retort dies on my tongue when I realize that she is totally right. Are you ready to tell me why you left? She pushes when I don't speak. I get this question at every fucking secession. I have fucking told you a fuck ton of times why I fucking left, I reply through a clenched jaw. She just smiles at me serenely and shakes her head. You are the single most infuriating woman I have ever had the displeasure to encounter, I tell her, refraining from repetitively punching the pillow on the lounge next to me. I bet it really annoys you that I've helped you so much, huh? She replies good-naturedly. I just huff and scowl. What do you want, Isabella? She asks, getting serious again. For you to stop fucking calling me Isabella, I snap back. Bella, she tried again. What do you want? To go home. I want to go home to Boulder and not hurt the people that care about me, I venture, trying to maintain my fragile grip on my patience. What do you want? What do you really want? If you weren't so scared, what do you want? She demands, her voice booming and shocking the ever-loving piss out of me. I have never seen the good doc so passionate or not composed before. I'm not scared, I insist. You, Charlotte states, shaking her head at me again, are fucking terrified. I stare at her for a really long time without really seeing anything, and it dawns on me that she's right. I'm fucking terrified. Of everything. Of moving forward, of staying stagnant. I'm terrified of facing those I left behind, and I'm terrified of staying here, in this comfortable halfway house I've constructed for myself in Forks. But most of all I am just as scared of holding on to Edward as I am of letting him go. You left because you were scared, she murmurs as I continue to blink there in shock. You left because everyone else in your life seemed to leave you. Your mom left twice, your dad died as you were just really getting to know him, your baby left your womb. People left in your life, and you were scared that Edward would leave too. That's really why you left. Wanting to protect him was a factor, but mostly you left Edward before Edward could leave you because you knew you wouldn't survive. Fear prompted your departure more than anything else. Holy fuck. Never before had I thought about it that way, but I immediately recognized the truth in her hypothesis. I left Edward before he could leave me. I am starting to doubt whether leaving him was really what was best for him at all. For the last 2 years, my only solace has been that he is better off without me. But really, who am I to take that decision away from him? Who am I to know what's best? I fucked up everything so badly. But you made a mistake, Bella, she continues when I don't speak. Do you know what mistake that is? I forgot that he's Edward, I whisper. What do you mean? Asks Dr. Dean. He's Edward, I say, my voice wavering. He would never have done that to me. He would never have hurt me like I hurt him. He wouldn't have left. What do you want, Isabella Marie Swan? What will make you happy, healthy, whole? Charlotte asks quietly. Edward, I burst out finally. His name explodes from my lips, leaving an all-encompassing feeling of relief in its place. And I know it's true. I want Edward. I don't want to get over him. And there it is, she replies, leaning back in her chair and smiling at me. I guess this is what some would dub a breakthrough. December 6, 2010. You can still change your mind, I say, frowning as I help Tyler unload the boxes in the back of his truck. I purposefully grab the one labeled clothes over the many containing books. Why the fuck would I do that? He replies, heaving 2 huge book boxes into his arms. I don't know. I just feel bad. Like you are doing me this huge favor, I reply, following him up the front steps. We dump the boxes in the living room before going to retrieve more. I hate to tell you this, Bella, he says, slinging an arm over my shoulders. But I am totally ripping you off. You are charging ridiculously low rent. Especially once I find myself a roomie. Plus this place comes furnished. I guess, I mutter. We continue to unpack in silence. Eventually, we drag all the boxes up to Charlie's room that is completely cleared out of anything but the bed frame and a dresser. I take a final look at the room, smiling slightly, just a little bit proud of myself for coming so far. A year ago, dealing with all this shit seemed impossible. Stop moping, Tyler says when he turns to look at my face. You are going home. Shouldn't you be thrilled? I think I'm going to puke, I reply. Tyler laughs heartily, and pulls me downstairs where he deposits me on the couch before moving into the kitchen to get us beers. Are you not ready, Belle? He asks, furrowing his heavy brow. No, so fucking totally not ready, I reply. But that's why I have to go now, I think. From Charlotte's lips to my ears, huh? He says with a chuckle. Have you thought about staying? I mean, you have a life here, Bella. Or at least the beginnings of one. I thought about it, I confess, nodding. And it would be so easy. To just live in this house and work at Newton's and steal Robbie when I'm feeling lonely. But it would be too easy.
A fucking cop-out. Plus, it's not what I want. I could live my whole life knowing I was too much of a coward to go after what I want.
I get that. You have to face all those demons. Have to plead your case to Edward, Tyler says, smiling sadly. I'm going to miss you, Belle. Ah, Ty. I squeal, leaning across the couch to give him a big hug. I'm going to miss you too, buddy. But you're my tenant now, so we'll have to keep in touch. Who am I going to talk to when you leave? He murmurs as I snuggle into his side. I have no fucking clue, I reply. You're going to have to call me all the time, and come visit. Careful, I just might take you up on that, he replies with a chuckle. Belle, are you crying? No, I say, sniffing somewhat pathetically. I am very obviously crying but feel strange admitting how sad I really am. It seems silly because I want to go home. I need to go home. But somehow in the course of the last year, Forks and the people here have come to mean a lot to me. So I just sit there next to Tyler as the sun goes down on my last day in Forks. He drinks his beer, and I try not to cry too much. We just sit like that until the Newtons burst through the front door. That looks cozy, says Mike, grinning at us before making his way into the kitchen, arms laden with grocery bags. Hold this, says Jessica, thrusting Robbie into my lap before following her husband.
Hey, buddy, I say, cuddling the baby and tearing up again. I'm really going to miss the little guy.
Be-ya. He shouts, clapping his little hands against my cheeks and giggling. Be-ya. Be-ya. Oh, Roberto, I say though my sniffles. Perhaps I should smuggle you to Boulder in my backpack. Do you think your parents would notice?
That's both kidnapping and child abuse, shouts Jess from the kitchen. If you don't watch it, I'm going to poison your going away dinner. An hour later, the five of us are seated around the table, enjoying some sort of delicious chicken thing. We laugh and talk and lament my coming departure. I have very mixed feelings about leaving. I've grown to love these people, and it's going to be hard.
To Bella, Jessica says, raising her glass, who has made the last year so wonderful. Seriously, I don't think I could have handled being a new mommy without your support. Thank you for being my friend. Yup, the tears are back. And thank you for being the best salesperson in the history of Newtons, puts in Mike. Thanks for talking to me about the dark days, says Tyler, looking as if he is on the verge of tears himself. Glasses are clinked, and I hug each of them, telling them how much their friendship has helped me and promising to stay in touch. These people gave me a chance, and I won't soon forget it. My last night in Forks is the epitome of bittersweet. The thought of my return to Boulder has nerves bubbling in my stomach, both because I'm terrified and excited. Soon, I'll see Edward. When I get scared about the next step in getting better or sad at the prospect of leaving Forks, I think about Edward's face and my recent therapeutic realization. I want him. Need him. In a forever kind of way. I'm still petrified of the concept, but he is worth it. We're worth the risk. It took me 6 years and thousands of miles to figure out, but I know without a doubt he is it for me.
The thought of what I might find in Boulder cripples me. My plan may have worked. Maybe he moved on. Maybe he is happy without me. But I can't give him up without telling him everything. This is my last shot. And I pray I don't fuck it up.
Edward, here I come. January 6, 2011. It's quite possibly the most difficult thing I've ever done. Telling Bella that I could only be her friend. She was vulnerable, finally letting me all the way in. And right in front of me, telling me she wanted me forever. My brain is so full when I get back to my empty apartment in Denver I fear that I won't be able to handle school in the coming days. Retreating to my bedroom, I slowly sit on my bed, continuing to just think. And at one point, however briefly, she was pregnant. With our child. And she wanted it. Wanted my baby. I almost had a baby. And although I've always known that I want kids someday, I can't really picture it but I still feel a loss. If things turned out differently, I would be raising an 18-month-old right now. Shit. And then Forks. She really got better in Forks, and I am so happy that she found a little peace. She's forgiven Renee and is letting go. Plus she figured out how she really feels about me, so I can't totally hate her for leaving anymore. Not totally, but still a little bit. It's strange, but I'm oddly jealous and resentful of her time in Forks and the relationships she established. Maybe I just don't like the thought of men being anywhere near her. Maybe I resent the fact that these strangers helped her heal when I couldn't. But, like most things Bella has shared recently, I have mixed feelings about her time in Washington. I want to scream at my mother for not telling me she saw Bella last October. That was a pretty shocking revelation, but not something I can handle at this moment. It's mind-boggling, the vast spectrum of human emotion I've experienced in the last week. The anger, hurt, joy, love, and absolute heartbreak. And Bella's felt it all, right there with me. It's a lot to process, and between the drinking and the talking, I'm utterly exhausted. But we finally talked. It was long overdue, and I really acted like an asshole with all that fuck buddy nonsense I pulled after Alice's party. I don't know what the hell I was trying to accomplish with that one, but it was stupid. Talking to Bella was cathartic. Especially after the week of wallowing I had, thinking the absolute worst of her. I should have had more faith. Once upon a time, I had faith in her. But everything changed 2 years ago. Everyone warned me that she would hurt me, and then she left. That may be the worst part to me. That I no longer trust her. That she ruined that absolute faith I had in her. But she didn't completely annihilate it. I spent the last week thinking that she destroyed it permanently. I couldn't function, or even survive, thinking that she had ruined us forever. I feel terrible, for thinking the worst of her in regard to something so serious and important. I'm devastated for Bella and how she must have suffered, going through something like that alone. Really, all things considered, Bella is remarkably normal. Put together. She has had to deal with more shit in her short life than most. I'm starting to believe her when she says she's getting better. Bella answered all my questions thoroughly and honestly. There was no badgering on my part required, and not once did she emotionally shut down, going into bitchy, defensive mode. I still can't really get my head around the fact that she's been in Forks, my hometown, for the last year. I really should have stayed in touch better with people from high school. Although Bella somehow managed to get my parents to keep their mouths shut, so the chances of some random acquaintance from my youth letting me know were probably pretty slim. Bella is friends Mike Newton and Jessica Stanley. I mean Newton. And Tyler Crowley. Tyler of all people. Alice's first boyfriend Tyler is now besties with my Bella. I'm coming to terms with all that. I understand now her motivations for leaving, and although I'm still attempting to accept how much she kept from me, there is still a lot in that journal I hate. But we have time. We don't have to talk about it now. We have time to deal with everything. She looked so totally devastated when I told her I needed time to process and that I wasn't ready to be in a relationship with her again, but she didn't argue. Bella just nodded solemnly like a brave little solider, facing up to her punishment. Friends. Were Bella and I ever just friends? Not that I can recall. Now is no different. I don't see her as a friend. I don't want to. Bella and I both recognize that this isn't permanent. Eventually, we will get to a point where we can be together again. I hope. But it might take a little while. I need to heal. I need to process. I need to understand. And most importantly, I need to forgive her. I left her less than an hour ago, and already I miss her desperately. My phone buzzes in my back pocket, and I smile as I read the text. It's like she knew just what's going through my head. Thank you, pleased. Albeit confused by her text, I type back a reply. For what? Love. I send it before I can rethink referring to her as love. For everything. For talking to me. For listening. For being my friend. For being you. She really is going to make this friends thing real difficult. Well, you're welcome. It was certainly enlightening. Good night for now. I'll call you after class tomorrow. For the first time in a long time, I feel hopeful. Bella lies face down on my bed with her eyes closed. Her dark hair fans out around her head and she has a slight smile on her face. A sheet is draped strategically over her backside, low enough on her cheeks that the very top of her crack is exposed. Ass cleavage. Emmett calls it. Her back is completely naked, and I watch my fingertips walk down her spine before my thumbs press into the dimples above her ass and my hand finally slips under the sheet. She sighs and scoots closer to me, flashing a little side boob in the process. Even then, she was too skinny, and I can make out her ribs even though the footage is hardly HD. Open those big brown eyes, love, says my disembodied voice as the shot shifts slightly, zooming in on her face. On screen, Bella crinkles her nose and remains silent. I watch myself pull slightly of a stray lock, and she burrows deeper into the pillow. Edward, she whines, still not looking at me, it's time for sleeping. I must have really worn you out, I say with a chuckle, You have been sleeping forever. She just hums and reaches out an arm, searching blindly for me until her hand lands on my knee. When she realizes I'm not lying beside her, she opens one eye. Filmmaker Edward laughs at Bella's bemused pout, and present-day me grins because she really is damn adorable. What are you doing? She squeaks in surprise, sits up slightly, realizes the shift in position has left her left tit completely exposed, squeaks again as a blush blooms on her face, and pulls the comforter over her head. The camera shakes slightly with the reverberation of my deep laughter. I have watched this video so many times in the last 2 years the movie itself is unnecessary. I could probably play the whole thing from memory in my head if I tried. But why would I do that when I could watch it, or its more hardcore counterparts, whenever I so choose? I should have eradicated them from my hard drive and my memory long ago. I shouldn't watch it. It is terribly unhealthy to watch it, but I can't sleep. My brain won't shut off because Bella has sufficiently packed it. I am on information overload. This is the only way I can think of to clear my head. School starts tomorrow. I really need to be well rested, but instead I am watching amateur video of the woman who crushed my soul 2 years ago. There is something very wrong with me. Baby. James. Forks. Drugs. Baby. Love. Baby. Sex. Bella. 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 Bella on screen is still hiding under the down comforter, thrashing about as I poke her and try to pull away the blanket. We both laugh somewhat hysterically, but eventually I give up. She has created a little impenetrable fortress with the blanket. Come on, love, I say. The camera angle shifts as I lie down next to her, keeping the focus on the mound that is her head. Her dark hair is not all the way covered and it contrasts to the white linens. At least talk to me. I'm bored. Let's go do something, then, comes her muffled reply. Can't. It's a rainy Sunday morning, I reply, zooming in on the window at the far side of the room where sheets of rain are viable on the glass. What? She says, sitting up next to me and looking past me to the outdoors. Unfortunately this time she clutches the sheet to her chest so I don't get a peek of anything good. See, raining, I say. We aren't going anywhere today. I love the rain, she says, lying down. Her eyes fluctuate between the window and my face, but she purposefully avoids the camera. It never rains. Seriously, Adonis, when was the last time it rained? Her eyes are wide and her face is innocent as she marvels at something as simple as rain. It's something I continue to admire in Bella. Her ability to find joy in the simple even when her own life is chaotic. On camera Bella beams at filmmaker Edward and reaches out to touch some part of his face. I love you, murmurs foolish, video Edward. I sigh heavily, finding his tone and desperation somewhat pathetic. She blushes and sighs. Come here, she whispers. The camera shifts forward, but Bella momentarily covers the lens. Put it away, she demands. Apparently her inner exhibitionist was feeling shy this particularly day. Again there is a shift, and filmmaker me puts the camera on the bedside table, but neglects to turn it off. In the following shots we are really only visible from our shoulders up. Bella laughs, rolling me over until I'm on my back beneath her. I tickle her sides and she continues to laugh, doubling over until her forehead touches mine. She screams uncle, and our laughter abates with my tickling, but our heavy breathing does not. You and that camera, she whispers. Our foreheads stay together, but it is apparent by our movement that there is a lot more touching going outside the shot. Who knew Edward Cullen could be so damn kinky? I smirk up at her, but she gazes down at me with affection. At the time I thought I saw love in this look, and over the years I was forced to admit I was wrong. But now I'm rethinking everything. Or rethinking everything. She slowly brings her lips to mine. The kiss is slow and steamy. It leaves us both gasping. I watch as we continue to move together. Even now, I can read every look on her face combined with every sound she makes and have a pretty good idea of what exactly is going on south. Bella tugs on video Edward's hair and calls my name, causing me to shut my MacBook with much more force than necessary. I can't see the rest. I can't hear the rest. If I watch much more there will be no stopping me from rushing back to Boulder and jumping back into bed with Bella. This would be highly unadvisable, and I truly believe that if we were to be together like that now, we would not last. It would lead to more heartbreak. And I don't think either of us can handle more heartbreak at this point. What the hell was I thinking? Watching that video is the most supreme form of torture. but at least it ensures my dreams are pleasant when I finally fall asleep. January 10, 2011. Are you going to eat that, Pixie? Jake asks moments after the waiter set our plates down. He goes to steal a fry and is immediately smacked. Back off, mongrel. I ordered it, didn't I? Alice snaps, scowling at him. I'm still a little shocked that they showed up here at all. Well, not so much that they showed up but that they showed up together. Jake is pretty close with the guys, so he knows Alice well, but they are certainly not friendly enough to be doing rescue missions together. They dig in, but I don't even touch my salad. Eat up, big twin, says Alice. You have class in an hour, don't you? Yeah, I reply. But first you have to tell me what the hell you two are doing here, together. They showed up at my apartment 20 minutes ago and dragged me to lunch with really no explanation. We both just happened to get on the same bus and have the same destination, explains Jake through a mouthful of veggie burger. I look on in distaste. Why were you coming to see me in the middle of the week? I talked to you both yesterday and told you that everything is fine now, I say. Yeah, but dude, before that you were on a week-long bender and weren't answering your phone or your door. We're concerned, says Jake. Bella was pretty much catatonic, Alice says, continuing to eat. She went missing for a whole day and I nearly had a heart attack, even if I was furious and confused. I couldn't tell who I was more worried about. Yeah, that was a bad day, Jake agrees. Found her sitting on the steps of Hallett. I think she was freaking people out. And she almost died from the fucking cold. I really don't want to hear about this. I already feel plenty of guilt for not just listening to her sooner. So you talked to her? I ask. She told you everything that happened? They both nod sagely. Yeah, dude, says Jake. Poor little Isabels. She's had to deal with a shit ton of fuckery. That year was particularly bad. With her dad and the baby thing. I can't even imagine. I murmur my agreement. So you didn't know? I ask Jake. I mean, I know she called you while she was gone. Yeah, I heard from her a couple times but I had no idea, Jake replies. At least I get why she left now. I knew there had to be more to the story. Girl would never be away from you willingly. I'm a little taken aback. I thought I was the only one who was certain of her need for me. Before she left I was so positive that she loved me, but I thought I was the only one. But Jake knew too. Her best friend knew, so I couldn't have been that wrong. I'm still a little confused, says Alice. How did Rosalie know? And why didn't she tell you? God, I could strangle her. Rosalie walked in on Bella taking a pregnancy test, I say, stuttering slightly. I have yet to get my head around all this. I haven't talked to her. I don't know why she didn't tell me. Me neither, Alice says. I am rather pissed at her for all the havoc she wreaked upon us recently. What a fucked up situation, comments Jacob. Tell me about it, I agree. So what's the deal now? Asks my sister. You guys talked for like 17 hours the other day. Are you back together? No, I reply, feeling awkward as I stab at my salad. We're working on being friends again. When in the hell were you two friends? Demands Jake. You are totally getting back together, squeaks Alice. No, we aren't. Yes, you are. Not now. But you will soon, Big Twin insists, patting my hand in assurance. I grin at her words and find myself actually enjoying lunch. January 15, 2011. Hey, I say, waving awkwardly and feeling irrationally nervous as I see Bella emerge from the bus station. Despite nightly phone calls, I have not seen her since our big talk. Now that everything is out in the open, our entire relationship seems new. I've lost the comfort. Even when we were first getting to know each other, there was none of this tension and doubt. I hope we can get back the easy motion at some point. Bella stops a few feet in front of me, smiling coyly up at me from underneath her eyelashes. Hi, she replies with a similar ridiculous wave. I return the smile, and progress to just stand there shuffling my feet like an idiot. This shouldn't be so awkward. Everything is out in the open now, and there is absolutely no reason for this to be so strange. But I suppose we have never really been friends before and therefore have absolutely no idea what we're doing. After we are silent for an uncomfortable amount of time, we both chuckle nervously. This is ridiculous, Bella mutters, blushing furiously. I nod in agreement. Come here, I reply, opening my arms and taking a step towards her. She lets out a little giggle before throwing her arms around my neck. I lift her slightly off the ground to bring her closer, squeezing her waist. I missed you. I whisper in her ear. Really? Bella replies. That's good because I missed you too. She kisses my cheek, and I set her down. What are we doing today? She asks, pulling on a pair of sunglasses to ward off the bright winter sun. It's unseasonably warm, and all she wears is a gray long-sleeve V-neck that clings to every curve. Whatever you want, I reply. Tonight I do have studying to do, but today I'm all yours. Excellent, she says, grabbing my hand and dragging me into the heart of the city. Well, I want to go to the art museum. I hear King Tut is chillin' there these days. And after that we can get you some spicy ethnic food. My treat. Like I would let her pay for anything, but I will tackle that argument when we get to it. All awkward dissipates as we stroll the city hand in hand, meandering towards the museum. I'm not sure if friends are supposed to hold hands, but in this moment I don't particularly care. For the first time, I really just focus on the now with Bella. I don't dwell on the past. I live in the moment and enjoy it. January 29, 2011. Look at you, I say, grinning at Bella in the bright Colorado morning sun as we jog through a swanky neighborhood just north of the house on Goss. You seem to have no problem keeping up with me. So either you've gotten better or I've gotten worse. And look at you, she replies, huffing slightly, up before noon. My laughing makes it difficult for me to stay with her pace for a moment, but I quickly compose myself and fall in stride at her side again. I'm a motherfucking track star these days, she says, since I quit smoking. Quit smoking? I ask, raising an eyebrow in skepticism. I did quit, she defends, her stride now faltering slightly as she huffs with indignation. I only smoke when I'm really stressed. You've been smoking around me a lot, I mutter, pushing our pace again because I feel so guilty. Well, there was a couple really stressful weeks there if you recall, I reply. But it could have been worse. You really are one understanding guy. I chuckle with self-deprecation. Bella, I refused to talk to you but slept with you anyway. It was the pinnacle of assholedom, and I apologize profusely. Dude, that is what I did years with you, so it was all deserved. You gave me a taste of my own medicine, and it was what you needed to do. So don't sweat it, she replies, stunning me with her smile. I return her grin, pleased that we have the ease between us back, but I can't help but be concerned. A storm is brewing. We are in the eye now, but eventually we are going to have to discuss her time away. We are going to have to discuss James. I hope we can maintain this ease when we finally do. February 5, 2011. So, Bella says in a tone so overly cautious, I glance up from my case study to look at her. Something silly happened to me. We sit together at the Laughing Goat, drinking free coffee. She scribbles away in her journal while I study biochem. I have so much work to do, and told her I would have to spend the majority of the weekend studying, but Bella says she just likes being around me. We don't have to do anything at all. Really? I ask, raising an eyebrow at her in confusion. Her nervousness is absolutely adorable, and I want to kiss her. I spend most of the time I'm with her trying to not kiss her. For the most part I'm mostly successful. Instead, I lean across the table and use my thumb to remove her lip from her teeth. Yeah, so I've told you about this regular customer, John? John. I hiss. Bella has indeed told me about fucking John. Nice guy. Likes to talk books with her while she baristas. Obviously, I hate him. Yeah. John. Well, yesterday he was in the shop as I was getting off and we started talking and we ended up walking to the library. I got some books. You know, library things. She is rambling. That means she is really nervous. I don't want her to be nervous because it is making me nervous. I thought we were just hanging out. Like, you know, buddies. But then as we were leaving, my pencil snaps in half with the strength of my grip. What, Isabella? I demand in a low voice. Well, she says, gulping audibly. He may or may not have, you know. No I don't, I yell, completely losing it at the thought of someone else touching Bella. Several heads turn in our direction, and I remind myself to behave in Bella's place of work. I don't know anything, I yell instead. Edward, clam down. He tried to kiss me, that's it, she assures me, chuckling slightly at the sight of me completely losing my shit. That's it? That's kinda a fucking lot, don't you think? I say with a low hiss, glowering at her. How the fuck could she be doing this to me? I thought we were making progress. What the fuck is she trying to prove, telling me this shit? That she can have whoever she wants? That she doesn't need me? Because we have all always known that? I remember that we have yet to talk about James or any aspects of her time away besides the baby. It's something we need to discuss, but we are both avoiding the subject. Things have been so great in the last month, neither of us wants to disturb the peace. But if Bella thinks it's kosher for her to be kissing random dudes, then perhaps we should have had this conversation a long time ago. Edward, notice I said tried, she continues, rolling her eyes at me. He tried to kiss me, and I very awkwardly leapt away from him, squeaking like your sister. So you didn't let him kiss you? I ask, still scowling. I've seen her let people kiss her before, and I hated it. No, of course not, she says, scoffing. But he did have some very good questions for me after I awkwardly rejected him. Such as? Well, he asked if I was seeing anyone, she says slowly. And you answered? I prompt. Not technically. I told him I was not technically seeing anyone, but that I'm not interested in dating anyone either, she says. Not interested in anyone, huh? I tease, earning myself a punch in the arm. Shut up, she says, scowling now. You know very well there is only one person I'm interested, but he is just a friend. You know you're not allowed to date anyone, right? I ask, poking my finger in her face and sounding like a schoolteacher. Or hook up or anything like that. Allowed. She huffs, smacking my hand away as she glares. Allowed. No one has told me what I'm allowed to do since I was a fucking 10 years old. Don't care. I'm telling you now. You are not allowed to date anyone else. Am I clear? I demand. Am I clear? She is so obviously flustered and sputters at me in her shock. I like surprising her. Yeah. You're not allowed. Don't do it. I'm fully prepared to put up with some more arguments and some punching, but instead she takes a large breath before observing me thoughtfully. You don't want me to date anyone else, she states. No, of course not, I reply. But that's a little strange, being as we are just friends, right? She presses. For now, I mutter, bending my head back to my books again. After a few minutes Bella still hasn't responded, so I glance back up at her, wary. I'm pleased to see her grinning at me. I can't help but grin back, because we are making progress. I can actively feel us healing. You're not allowed either, she says, still smiling as she goes back to scribbling in her journal. Pardon? I ask, looking at her in confusion. You're not allowed to date anyone else either. If I'm not allowed, then you're not allowed. Not that I want to see anyone, but still. You can't go dating anyone or I will go completely crazy, she says. Okay, I agree. You're fucking hot when you're bossy, she mutters with a slight chuckle, causing me to flush. I want to mount her on this very public tabletop. But I don't. February 18, 2011. Bella Pav, you're awfully smiley today, young lady, Alice says, breezing into the kitchen just as I set a plate full of pancakes on the table in front of her usual seat. Late breakfast has become a routine for the two of us. My shift at the Goat doesn't usually start until 11, and Alice sleeps the whole morning away before heading to her studio around the time I leave. We dine together before walking downtown to work. It's lovely. I didn't realize how much I missed Alice until I got back. Am I? I ask, feigning ignorance as I take the seat across from her. Any reason in particular? She asks, trying not to laugh at me. I smile into my coffee and ignore the pixie. We both know the reason I'm in such a damn good mood. You love-struck little hussy, Alice says, giggling at me for real now. You're excited because little twin is coming up this weekend. I blush and giggle and beam, generally acting like a smitten fool. You're different, Alice says abruptly after several minutes of silence and chewing. Thanks, I reply, grinning again. I like it, she continues. Me too, I agree. I have a very good feeling about you and Edward. Again, I'm grinning like a loon because Alice's feelings have a way of coming true. We go back to eating in silence, but this time I'm the one who interrupts the peace. Alice, you're married. Yeah, she says with a snort. Last time I checked. 2.5 years, baby. And you happy? Yes, Alice replies immediately. It's not perfect, but I am so ridiculously in love with that man. I've always wondered why you didn't kick us all out after graduation, I say. Don't you want your space to be all married at shit? Oh, yeah, Alice says after finishing off the scrambled eggs I lovingly prepared her. But Jasper and I decided before we got married to give life after a college a go the real way. Real way? I ask, raising my eyebrow in confusion. Real as in on our own. We haven't touched either of our trust funds, and Boulder is a fucking expensive town to live in, Alice explains. Emmett doesn't want to get a place of their own until Rose agrees to marry him, so who knows how long they will be here. And now you've got me, I say, nodding in understanding. Alice snorts. Not for long. What, I ask, she has lost me again. There is no way you are going to stay in Boulder long, she says, looking at me like her words are obvious. I am immediately hurt, but decide to go with anger instead because I'm still not very good at showing weakness. Dr. Jones, my new shrink that is much nicer than dearest Charlotte, says it's something I need to work on. What the fuck, Alice? I yell, banging a fist on the table in my anger. Dishes clatter, and Alice stares at me in shock, but I'm on a roll. You've been totally supportive and loving since I got back. Was all that, oh, I'm so glad you're home, defending me to Rose crap just an act? I mean, what the fuck? I'm not going any fucking where. And I'm pretty tired of being treated like a flight risk. I'm seething and breathing heavily by the end of my spiel. Bella, Alice snaps, eyes narrowed at me. I simply meant that you were going to get pretty tired of being 30 miles from Edward pretty quick. Stop being such a drama queen. Oh, sorry, I mutter, blushing and feeling like an idiot. And Edward and I are just friends at the moment. I mean, well, not just friends, but technically just friends. For now, she says, echoing her brother's words and rising from the table. She clears the dishes and leaves me feeling even happier than when I woke up this morning. Alice finishes the dishes and disappears upstairs to get ready for her day in the studio. I find Waldo, curled up in his favorite spot behind the family room couch, right smack on top of a heating vent. He's cranky for a moment as I pull him out, but eventually he purrs as I sit on the couch and settle him on my lap. There's Waldo, I coo a moment before the doorbell rings. This is a very odd because no one ever rings the doorbell. Ever. People just stroll on in, typically. I hear Alice's quick footsteps thudding on the stairs and her bellowed, "I've got it." Waldo's eyes go even more cross-eyed as I scratch his favorite spot behind his ear. "Bella," Alice yells from the front door, "you have a visitor." Puzzled, I pick up a purring Waldo and make my way to my guest. It's strange. I can tell by the tone of Alice's voice that she doesn't know the stranger at the door, nor is she too pleased by the mystery visitor. Alice and I have all the same friends, know all the same people. Who the fuck could possibly be at the door? I emerge from the hall to see Alice glaring at a hippie girl with a crop of flaming, curly hair. "Maggie?" I ask in disbelief, my mouth falling open in astonishment. I haven't seen my friend in over a year, and she wasn't too pleased about my hasty departure. She turns at the sound of my voice, squeals, and launching herself at me. I laugh in shock as she hugs the shit out of me. Poor Waldo gets caught in the middle of our reunion, and hisses in distaste. "Oh my good God," she exclaims, clutching her bosom dramatically. I take in her gauzy shirt, flowing skirts, and hemp accessories. Is this the legendary Waldo? Lord, you weren't lying when you said he was a touch cross-eyed. Didn't believe you till now. This house is lovely, just as you described it. Though I did imagine Alice here being a bit taller. I grimace as Alice huffs and crosses her arms over her chest. "Yes, Bella," Allie snaps. "I was just meeting your very best friend on the planet." "Right. Yes. This is Maggie," I stutter, trying to defuse the awkward situation. "We met in Florida, I guess. And Mags, this is Alice. Bella's very best friend in the universe." Alice shakes Maggie's hand much harder than necessary. "Anyway, I'm going to work. See you later, Bells." "What are you doing here, Maggie?" I ask, deciding to ignore all the fucking awkward happening all over the place. "Where's Liam?" "Fiddlin' 'bout with the van," she explains dismissively. "We settled in San Fran for a while. Got bored, you know how it goes. Went up to Forks, 'bout a month ago. Lookin' for you. Imagine our delight when we heard you went home to Colorado. Yeah, you must have just missed me. I've only been home for a couple months." Maggie throws her arms around me again, and I let Waldo wiggle away as I return her hug. "You look ravishin', Isabella. So happy," she whispers in my ear. "Workin' on it," I reply. "Want to walk me to work?" although my last memory of Maggie is not exactly pleasant, and I was highly disappointed in her at the time, that one bad moment doesn't negate the many good memories. I owe her a lot. Not only was it her suggestion that inspired me to seek professional help, but she also showed me what I absolutely do not want in life. Maggie and Renee are the same breed, and my time being a nomad taught me once and for all that I'm not like them. So I'm not exactly overjoyed to see my old friend, but I don't really mind. I feel like I owe her something still. I suppose, Maggie says with a sigh, but what I'd really like to do is meet this lad of yours. He's not mine, I reply. We're still working everything out. No more lies? She asks, looking stern. No more lies, I reply with a smile. Walkin' now, Mags. Rosalie walks into the coffee shop right as I remove my apron to take my dinner break. For a moment I consider leaping behind a counter to hide from her. She must have wandered into the wrong coffee shop and forgotten I work here. We haven't talked in the month and a half since she wrongly disclosed my pregnancy story in the worst possible way. Bitch. And even though we live together and shit, we managed to do a pretty damn good job avoiding each other. Her hours are much more regular than mine, so it's not hard to do. Bella, Rosalie says, demanding my attention and marching straight up to me. Apparently she does indeed have the right coffee shop. Sup? I reply with a head nod. When do you have a break? She asks, glancing at her watch and stomping her high-heel-clad foot. She obviously stopped in on her way home from work if her shockingly professional fucking wardrobe is any indication. Sometimes, I don't think I even know Rose at all anymore. High-waist pencil skirt, silky-looking gray blouse, monster pumps. Nothing is recognizable of the hemp-wearin', pot-smokin', hippie chick I used to pal around with. Well, except her extreme bitchiness. Now. I raise my eyebrow at her in confusion. What the fuck is her deal? She is acting like the last 2 years didn't happen. Like I didn't abandon her without an explanation and she didn't cause Edward unnecessary pain with her little New Year's announcement. Good. She turns abruptly on her heel, marching to the back of the shop and taking a seat at a table in the corner. I blink at her in surprise. I suppose this means I should follow her. A little dumbfounded and not wanting to deal with this today, I shuffle my feet towards her, plopping heavily in the seat across from her and sipping morosely on my English tea steamer. She just stares at me and I shift uncomfortably under her gaze, continuing to fiddle with my mug just to have something to occupy my hands. What the fuck are you doing here? I ask finally. I can't take the silence and the staring anymore. Rose bounces her knee under the table and bites her thumbnail. The unflappable Ms. Hale is flapped. I get an odd sense of joy out of her nerves and discomfort. We go back to silence, and I plot my escape. I start to rise, but Rose gives me the death glare and waves her hand in my general fucking direction. With a sigh I sit back down. Just give me a minute, she snaps, yanking her long, glorious hair into a messy bun at the top of her head. Now she is starting to look a wee bit like her old self. Dude, I got shit to deal with, I say, completely exasperated by this entire situation and all the crap I've already had to deal with today. The appearance of Maggie. The tension with Alice. Cranky customer after cranky customer. At least Edward will be here tonight. Fine, she says with a huff. I came here to talk to you. Yeah, no shit, Sherlock. Must you make this so difficult? She asks through clenched teeth. Must you waste my only break of my shift? I snap back. Rose lets out a frustrated growl and goes back to gnawing on her nail. Just say what you came here to say, I suggest. She mumbles something under her breath, and I grin when I realize she is muttering a long overdue apology. I'm gonna have to fuck with her. What was that, Rosie? I say, cupping my hand around my ear. I'm sorry, she whispers again, scowling at me. Pardon? I ask, leaning closer and grinning manically. I'm sorry. The words are clear northwest, even if they are spoken through a clenched jaw and a fierce scowl. Didn't quite get that, I reply, pleased when sparks practically fly out of her ears. I'm fucking sorry, she bursts out, causing the heads of patrons to snap towards us and me to laugh loudly. What? I ask again through my belly laugh, just to be completely ridiculous. Rosalie just growls. I continue to chuckle until she calms down to speak again. Bella, she says, taking a deep breath, I am sorry for getting drunk and falsely accusing you something horrible and causing Edward to freak out and drink himself silly for a week. Also, I am sorry that I didn't do anything to fix it in the aftermath and choosing to hide in shame instead. And for it taking me so long to set aside my pride and apologize. Wow, I say, genuinely surprised. Rose is just like I was in a lot of ways. The show no weakness, never open up, apologizes are for sissies type. Apparently I'm not the only one who has done some serious chongin recently. I know, she replies, exhaling and sitting back against the back of her chair as if she is suddenly exhausted. Dude, that was so many I'm sorries, I say, still gaping at her in shock. I know, she says, her whole body shuddering in angst at the unpleasant memory of having to say sorry. I pat her back as she calms down. You okay there, champ? That must have been tough. Indeed, she hisses at me as she regains her composure. You mean it? I ask. Yup, she replies, looking much more comfortable now that she is done with the apologies. Thanks, I reply, smiling. It really sucks, not talking to Rosalie. She is a complete raving bitch most of the time, but I get her. Usually. She is my Rosie, and I was never too good at staying mad at her. You're welcome. Her voice is hard again and she crosses her arms over her chest. You know you are going to have to do this whole apology thing again with Edward, right? I ask, making sure she does the right thing. Without her interference, Edward would have been spared all that pain in the drinking binge. He would have known the truth from the get-go. Although, to be fair, Edward was in hardcore denial mode, and who knows how long it would have actually taken me to get up the courage to force him to listen. Yeah, she says with a sigh. I know. Rosalie did fuck up major, but the whole situation isn't her fault, it's mine. I'm sorry too, I tell her. Now I'm the one who's all uncomfortable, for just leaving and not calling and shit. We were just getting back to where we were before the whole Jake debacle. Bitch, sleeping with my boyfriend, she hisses, eyes narrowed at me in hate. I glare back for a moment before we both burst into semi-hysterical giggles. You are never going to admit you were wrong about that one, huh? I ask, chuckling and shaking my head at her. I'm not wrong, she says, giggling as well. I can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I missed you, Bells. Same, Rosie Posey. Same. I am still thinking about the truce with Rose an hour later when a velvet voice interrupts my behind the cash register musings. I'll have a medium triple shot Americano for here, ma'am. With an embarrassingly girly squeal, I run around the counter and wrap my arms around his neck. He lifts me off the ground, chuckling at my enthusiasm. You know, sometimes this new, bright, happy to see me Bella really freaks me out, he says when he sets me down, and I return to my station at the cash register. My coworkers look at me like I've sprouted extra limbs. Would you prefer me to go back to dark and sullen? I ask, smirking as I queue up his complimentary drink. Hell no, he scoffs, furrowing his brow and looking adorable. I like you happy. I'm just not used to it yet. But you plan to be in the future? I inquire hopefully. Of course, Isabella, he assures me, giving me that panty-dropping grin. I like that he is always so quick to soothe my fears about where we are headed relationship-wise. And I'm only bright and happy with you, I assure him. Everyone else still has to put up with dark and sullen Bella. I'm perfectly okay with that. You're early, I pout glancing behind Edward, relieved to see no customers entering the shop. I don't get off for another 2 hours. I know. I thought I would get a drink and do some studying, he replies. Free up more time to spend with you this weekend. Excellent. When I get off at 8, Edward walks me home. He talks about his last week at school. I talk about my week at work. He only got one question wrong on a biochemistry test, and I cooked dinner for Phil and his girlfriend Nina. At some point, a biker gets a little too close to me, and Edward pulls me to his side to get me out of harm's way. He keeps his arm around my shoulder the rest of the way home. The night is unseasonably warm and we stroll home, enjoying the stars and each other. Edward is laughing at my reenactment of Jasper and Emmett's most recent kitchen brawl as we approach the house. He abruptly stops when he sees the people seated on the front steps. Hello, he says, sounding wary. I tear my gaze away from Edward's stunning face to see Maggie and Liam passing a pipe back and forth. Shit. In my Edward-induced fog and after my talk with Rose, I completely forgot the appearance of my nomad friends. Maggie this morning seemed to bring up a whole bunch of issues with Alice we have yet to discuss. I don't know how Edward will take it. He read my journal. He is definitely not happy about all the drugs, or Maggie's view that James is the guy for me. I'm a fucking moron, forgetting to warn him. Well, hello there. Maggie shouts when we approach. Lordy, Liam. Look at him. Did you know a man could be that good looking? Liam, as is the usual, doesn't speak. He just nods and goes back to his weed. I think you seriously downplayed the hotness, Issa, Maggie scolds. I told you he was a Greek god, I mutter, grabbing Edward's hand to keep it from running through his hair for the 100th time since we happened upon the Irish couple. Bella? Edward asks, looking horribly lost and adorable at the same time. Oh, right, I say. Sorry. Edward, sweetheart, this is Maggie and Liam. I told you about them, remember? Indeed, he replies, moving away to shake Maggie's hand and then Liam's. His movements are stiff and formal while his face remains stoic. To most people, he would seem perfectly impassive, but he can't hide from me. I know he's upset. Pleasure to meet you both. My nomad friends look a little bemused at his detached politeness and his somewhat nerdy button-up, sweater vest combo visible from beneath his gray pea coat. We've just heard all about you from our Issa here, Maggie gushes. Likewise, Edward murmurs. I wrap my arms around his waist and try to make him feel better. You're not quite like I imagined, Maggie continues. Little more on the straight and narrow, am I right, Liam? That's what makes the sex so good, I explain, grinning because I succeed in making Edward blush. He is so pretty when he blushes. He shakes his head at me as Maggie laughs. We have so much catching up to do, little Issa, croons Maggie, standing from her seat on the steps and pulling Liam up with her. Liam, don't be rude. Offer them the spliff. You were right, Issa. Really good shit here, yeah? Edward looks on in disapproval, and I shake my head. Nah, I don't do all that anymore. Pardon? Asks Maggie, blinking at me in confusion. Don't do what? You know, I reply with a shrug. Drugs and shit. Drugs and shit? Maggie repeats slowly, still not getting it. I laugh and pat her shoulder. My, she muses as if she isn't totally buying what I'm telling her. How you've changed in the last year or so. You still drink, don't you? Now Maggie looks downright horrified. On occasion, I reply. Excellent, you must join us. We're meeting James downtown for drinks at somewhere called the, what was it, Liam? The Walrus something or other, she says. Immediately, I look to Edward in worry. James is still a very touchy subject that we have yet to discuss in detail. Until now, we've been doing a damn good job forgetting the guy even exists. I am totally unsurprised to see the lethally angry look on my boy's face. Jaw clenched, eyes NRROWED, hands balled into fists at his sides. He mutters a low excuse me before stalking up the stairs, slamming the front door, and disappearing into the house. I sigh heavily and scowl at Maggie. Was it something I said? The look on her face is far too innocent. She did that on purpose, the little bitch. Really, Maggie? Fucking really? Why did you have to bring up James? I demand, stomping my foot and throwing a bit of a tantrum. Do what? Don't you blink those big eyes at me, I snap, jabbing my finger in my face. You purposefully upset him. Well, someone's awfully sensitive. Plus, got rid of the wet noodle, didn't I? She says. I want to slap the grin off her face, but somehow I manage to refrain. I don't want to get rid of him, I say, seething. And he's no fucking wet noodle. Don't be daft, Issa, Maggie dismisses. Now the real fun can begin. Come on then, let's go meet James. No, I say, horrified. Fuck no, why not? Don't you want to catch up with the whole gang back together? Maggie looks shocked by my reluctance. No, I repeat. She looks hurt, but I can't find it in me to care. That's not my life anymore. But we had so much fun, she whines. Did you have fun with us? I guess, I reply, shrug. For me, the moments of fun were few and far between. But that was all a big distraction. I was aimless and all the time I knew something was missing. That man that you just pissed off, he is my heart. Don't be so dramatic, Maggie says with a scoff. How can he possibly even know you? When he gets all uppity about a little pot. I really want to scream at her that she is the one that doesn't know me. The way she is talking like she has seen my soul makes me want to drag her by the hair to the van, shove her in it, and demand that she drive away forever. But I'm trying to be an adult, so I refrain. Listen, Maggie, I say, quickly losing patience. It's good to see you, but I'm not going to party with you. I want to be with Edward. But you can see him all the time. We're only in town for a bit. Didn't you miss us? She asks, glaring at me now. Nope. Not at all, actually. Not like I missed Edward, I reply quietly. She looks like she can't decide if she is angry or hurt, so I give her a hug. I do want to catch up with you, Mags. Just not tonight. And not with James. I send them on their way, and set off in search for Edward. I find him sitting on the edge of my bed, pinching the bridge of his nose with his eyes squeezed shut. So what did you want to do tonight? I ask when I enter the room, trying to remain casual. Oh, so you're not planning on meeting dearest James at the Walrus with your best friends Maggie and Liam, the druggies? He snaps, scowling at me. Edward, I say through a sigh, don't be ridiculous. Seriously, it's fine. You can go, he says, sounding anything but fine. The Walrus is the biggest shithole in Boulder, but whatever. Have fun. Don't get all passive-aggressive on me. I'm not, he insists. Baby, I say, sitting next to him on the bed. If I wanted to be there with those people, I would be. Shit, I would still be living out of the back of that bus. But I was miserable with them, remember? He just shrugs off the comforting hand I place on his shoulder and continues to scowl. Why didn't you tell me they were here? He asks after we sit in silence for a few minutes. I forgot, I tell him honestly. They showed up right before I went to work, and I just spaced it. I only have room in my head for you when you're in the area. He smiles despite himself before rearranging his face back into a glare. Plus, this thing happened with Rose today. She actually apologized and I think we may be friends again. You should probably expect an apology soon. Although I don't know if she'll actually be able to get the words out. She may have used up all her sorries on me. It was pretty funny actually. Isabella, he says, interrupting me, you're babbling. We've never really talked about any of it, I burst out, finally saying what I really want to say and lifting my hand tentatively to run it through his hair. You read about it, but we never really talked about it. You have more to say? He asks. I just never really explained, I reply, pleased that he's let me touch him. I didn't plan to leave you, didn't think I could. It was a stupid, spur-of-the-moment decision that seemed necessary at the time. And it's not like I choose James. He happened upon me at my lowest moment, and I used him as a means to escape myself. It was a terrible decision, Edward. And I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry I hurt you. I chose. I continue to choose. I know I've said this before, but it doesn't seem like he is totally getting it, so I'll just have to keep repeating myself till he believes me. Turning to look at me, he stares at me for a long moment before attacking my mouth with his. I squeak in surprise because we're friends now and we certainly don't do this, as he pushes me back against the mattresses. The intensity, passion, and violent need in his kiss has my breath hitching. The shivers consume my skin as I close my eyes and meet his fervor. It's been a really long time, more than a month since he found out the truth about everything and he decided to slow down, to approach our relationship like adults. We've done a damn fine job thus far. When we visit each other, we are affectionate but don't even share a bed. It is all very safe, or at least it was until this point. This kiss is fucking dangerous. I groan when his mouth moves to my neck, lingering on all the sensitive spots he knows I like. His fingers make quick work of the buttons on my flannel shirt, while mine tangle in his hair. Edward's lips continue to move down, but when he gets to the button of my jeans, I somehow find the strength to be rational. Edward, shit, I manage within a low, breathy voice. We talked about not doing this, remember? That's all I got. Ball's in his court now. If he's down, then I am so totally fucking down. Downtown Bobby Brown down. With a frustrated growl, he lets his head rest against my stomach. I hate it when you're right, he grumbles, breath tickling my navel and causing me to shake a little. Fuck, so do I agree, still panting slightly. We lay in silence as our heart rates settle and we get a hold of our lust. Eventually, Edward crawls up the bed to lie on his side next to me. With a gentle tug on my arm, I roll to face him. I just acted like an ass, didn't I? he inquires. I smile and kiss his nose. A little. Though it was very hot, I reply, eyes fluttering closed when he reaches out to trace the planes of my face with his fingertips. I don't like Maggie much, he murmurs, moving from my face to rebutton my shirt, unfortunately. Yeah, I'm beginning to agree with you on that one. She was what I needed at the time, and she did convince me to try the whole therapy thing, but she didn't like it when actually took steps to get better. What a bitch, Edward says, and I laugh loudly. I think she had this juvenile vision of the four of us traveling together for years before settling down somewhere. She's lonely with Liam, I explain. Is that what it was like then? He asks, somehow managing to stay calm, like two couples. Nah, I assure him. James was barely my friend. There was never anything romantic between us. But he wasn't awful to me, Edward. And he's not a totally terrible person, just mostly terrible. These words prove too much for Edward, because he is scowling again and sitting up, putting unwanted distance between us. You still haven't forgiven me for any of it, I say, staring at the lines of his back as he shuffles to rest his legs off the side of the bed. Have you? He doesn't reply, but his silence is telling. That's okay, I continue, knowing that he's listening. I don't deserve your forgiveness yet. I did horrible, selfish things to you, and I understand why you can't forgive me yet. Or trust me, for that matter. I can tell that every time you see me, you're a little surprised. Like you thought I was going to suddenly take off. His shoulders sag, but still he says nothing. I move, positioning myself behind him. Wrapping my arms around his waist, I lay my head on his back and rest my legs outside his. His butt is nestled against my crotch, and I resist the urge to grind into him. Krishna, I want to fuck him so terribly much, and I'm willing to do the legwork to change that, I say, squeezing him tight. I feel nauseous at what I'm about to say. I'm willing to devote months, years, all the time you need to earning your trust and your forgiveness, but I have to know, do you think you can do it? What do you mean? He replies, answering my question with a question. Do you think that you can ever forgive me? Or is all this just going to lead to more heartbreak? The words tumble out of my mouth, and I shut my eyes. I'm so scared he'll say no because if you can't, well, if you don't think you can forgive me, then this is all just a waste of time. This is just going to make it that much harder to move on. For both of us. But if there is any chance at all, then I am more than willing to take things slow. If there is even a glimmer of a hope of a chance that you will someday forgive me, then I am willing to fight for it. He grabs my arm, pulling me into his lap and holding me close. With a finger under my chin, he tilts my face to his, and I force my eyes open. Yes, Isabella, he says, reassuring me. We'll get there. I'll get there. I am so relieved to hear this. I kiss him again without giving much thought to the consequences. We combust. The environment is still full of tension from Edward's lingering anger about my time with the nomads, our earlier little makeout session, and my terror of the prospect of losing him before I really get him back. All this manifests itself in a fucking explosion of lust, and we attack each other. Hips grinding, lips clashing, teeth nibbling, tongues probing and hands searching. It's intense, borderline violent, and once again our combined needs spirals out of control. Not satisfied with the contact in our position with me on his lap, Edward basically throws me back onto the bed. He immediately lays his body down on mine, pushing me into the mattress. Pelvises move in time with each other, setting a punishing pace that isn't fucking enough because we are still clothed. This serious bit of dry humping continues as Edward moves his mouth to my neck and then my chest. I groan in pleasure, using my hands on his ass to pull him tightly against me. For a moment, I think I might come from this alone. The feel of him through our layers of clothing is driving me crazy. Face between my tits, he utters my name with the reverence of a prayer. It fucking terrifies me. There is a reason we decided to take things slow this time. We need time to get used to each other again. There is still so much that we haven't discussed yet. I am scared that doing what we are about to do will rob us of the chance to build a strong foundation. This is important to Edward, and I can't ruin it because I'm horny. Somehow I manage the strength to once again in less than fucking 20 minutes to halt the action my body fucking demands. Stop, I say breathlessly, pushing at his shoulder weakly. My feeble protest is ignored, and Edward keeps grinding into me. His hips move circularly, hitting a particularly throbbing spot several times. My eyes flutter closed and for a moment I forget what my mission is. Edward, I say, louder and surer this time. I force my traitor body to lie flat on the bed and stop responding to him. It's almost fucking impossible. You have to stop. Again, I'm ignored. Desperate and knowing that if this goes on any longer and I get any closer to orgasm, I won't be able to summon the strength to stop. And it seems important that we stop. So I get a little drastic and push him off me with enough force to send him to the floor. He lands with a thud and a grunt, but does not emerge from the side of the bed for a long time. As he takes a moment on the floor to collect himself, I attempt to do the same. My body is screaming in protest. I was so fucking close. How could I do that? I'm a little impressed with myself, but my body is pissed. I bet it would take less than 2 fucking minutes for me to slip my hands in my panties and relieve the situation myself. That is a terrible thought to be having with Edward so close. I'm not safe yet. My erratic breathing and need has not abated when his head pops up from the side of the bed. Still, he doesn't speak as he stares at me with a combination of lust, irritation, and resignation. I gotta go, I say in a rush, shuffling back as far as I can from Edward. I sit on my hands to keep myself from touching him again. I want nothing more than to start back up right the fuck where we left off. Go where? He asks, his breath still labored. This is your room. Right. Sometimes I still forget that this indeed is my room. I should probably be the one to go, he says. We stare at each other for another moment. He obviously doesn't want to go any more than I want him to, but I don't see another option. I'm on the verge of complete incineration, and if he lingers much longer I won't be able to keep it together. I want him, so badly the distance between us physically hurts me. Yeah. Probably. Definitely. Go. My speech is disjointed as my hands fists in the sheets below me and I squeeze my eyes tightly shut. Seriously. So fucking close. I hear Edward shuffle and feel the shift in the mattress, indicating that he used it to help him stand. That means he is on his way out. Which is good. In theory. I feel no relief at his departure. I think a shower is in order, he mutters. The distress in his voice prompts me to open one eye and peek at him. His face is scrunched up like something unpleasant resides under his nose, while his hand tugs at his hair. The visual of Edward naked and wet is not helping, and I fail to contain the little whimper in my throat. Get the fuck out, I demand. A long, long shower, he amends, basically sprinting to the door. I punch a pillow, and Edward stops with his hand on the doorknob. You know what I mean, right? Gah. Edward naked and wet and thinking about me as he touches himself. Of course I know what you mean, you moron, I say, groaning and basically ripping my sheets off the mattress in my distress. He exits the room only to re-enter a moment later. Seriously, Edward. You're fucking killing me here. Do you think you'll take a shower too? He asks, looking mischievous now with his smirking and his eyebrow wagging and his general sexiness. That cocksucker. Edward, I say in warning. This is totally unfair. He is the one that has imposed this sex embargo, and now he's fucking tormenting me. I was just curious, he says, putting his hands up and trying to appear innocent. I mean, the thought of you giving yourself a hand will really reduce my need to waste water with a long shower. I think I could be in and out in less than 5 minutes. Edward. Fucking get out, I shriek, throwing a pillow at him and missing completely. Sighing heavily and pouting, he turns to leave again. My lady bits scream out in protest, and it is very hard work to not beg him to stay. Edward, I say tentatively just as he is about to disappear. He glances back at me, looking wary and lusty all at once. I fully intend on giving myself a hand. He growls and takes a step towards me as I brace myself for impact, but then he sprints off. So I get myself off in like 2 seconds before smoking the majority of a pack of cigarettes. They were supposed to last me another 9 days. I've been rationing and cutting back, but sexual frustration is driving me to nicotine. Fuck nuts. I'm growing to really hate this friend's crap. February 19, 2011. You don't have to come with me, Edward, she says, frowning as she slips into the closet to get dressed. I want her to change here, in front of me like she used to. Except that would lead to nothing good. We are friends. It's just difficult to remember sometimes, especially after what happened last night. That was a close call. I don't even bother replying as she closes the door. Flopping backward on the bed, I let out a heavy sigh. We are going to dinner. Or, more specifically, we are going to dinner with the nomads. Liam, who is weird with his silence, and Maggie, who I really do not like at all for obvious reasons, but of course I'm freaking going anyway. Mostly out of a hopefully irrational fear that she will disappear with them again. Bella steps out of the closet, looking shockingly feminine, in a gray dress with fishnet tights. She wears bright red lipstick and Converse sneakers. Tonight she has attempted to tame her hair, pinning it back and smoothing it down. A couple strands have fallen out and hang around her face. She looks like a dark, modern pin-up girl, and I want to kiss her. You don't have to come, she repeats, walking over to me and pushing her hand through my hair. Do you not want me to come? I ask, bracing myself for her answer. Of course I want you to come, she replies, smiling at me. It does funny things to my heart, when she smiles at me. But I don't want you to be uncomfortable, and let's face it. Maggie is probably going to make you uncomfortable. She's rude, Bella, I point out. Yeah, I don't like how she talks to you at all. Now Bella frowns, her face getting all scrunched and adorable. Then why do you feel the need to meet them? Part of me doesn't want to go at all, she confesses with a sigh, sitting next to me. But she isn't going to leave me alone unless I do the obligatory catch-up thing and I feel like I still owe her, you know? No, I snap, not getting it at all. She was my friend, she replies quietly. I can't just ride her off. We traveled together for months and now she is here and I would just feel shitty totally burning that bridge. It's just one dinner. And I'm pretty sure I can get her to leave with minimal drama afterward, okay? I sigh heavily, pinching the bridge of my nose. I guess we are going to dinner. Bella wraps her arms around my waist and lays her head on my shoulder. You are so fucking wonderful, thanks for coming with me. Things are getting too tender and too emotional, so I stand, grabbing her hand and dragging her out of the bedroom. 20 minutes later, Bella and I are seated at the ever-busy Mountain Sun, a brewery on Pearl Street. They have a wide selection of beer and it is hippie central. Bella loves it. I, on the other hand, don't particularly like beer. And the nomads are late. Do you think they got lost? I ask, trying and failing to keep my sour mood out of my voice. Nah, Bree, says Bella, dismissing my claim with a wave of her hand. They just don't care about time. I frown, and Bella chuckles into her stout. I know how you think promptness is next to godliness. But cheer up. She wiggles her way under my arm, and smirks up at me. Just think of this as more alone time. I know how you like your alone time with me. As much as I don't want to, I can't help but grin down at her. You know, I reply, twirling a strand of her hair around my fingers and resting my other hand on her hip. If this was 2 years ago, I'd be kissing you senseless right now. Ow. Shit, Bella. I think you've learned to punch harder. I wouldn't have to punch you if you wouldn't say such fucking tortuous things, she mutters, scowling at me through her blush. I laugh because she is adorable when she's mad, but my chuckle dies in my throat when I am overcome with tenderness for the woman snuggled into my side. I run my thumb across her cheekbone, and her breath hitches. You look beautiful, Isabella, I murmur. Her cheeks get even redder. Edward. Hello there, chums, Maggie says, interrupting Bella and bringing back my bad mood. She slides into the booth across from us, dragging the eerily silent Liam with her. You two look cozy. We were, I mutter, frowning as Bella puts distance between us. My arm drops to my side because friends shouldn't be getting cozy in public booths. Or private booths. But a little cuddling doesn't seem too terrible after all the rule-breaking of yesterday. Damn, that was hot. I start recreating our wild make-out session in my head and realize that I've missed a considerable amount of conversation. Everyone is looking at me. Maggie frowns as if she would rather I not be here at all. Liam stares impassively. Bella flashes me a little, secret smile, as if she knows exactly what has been going on in my head for the last few minutes. So, Eddie, says Maggie, directly across the booth from me, want another beer? I glance down at my now gone ale with mild distaste. It's Edward, I correct, and no thank you. You sure? She pushes, standing slightly and making to move to the bar. Yes, I reply, trying not to sound terse. I fail. Positive? She pushes. I just stare at her in response. Edward is not much of a beer drinker, Bella says, stepping in to relieve the tension. But he does love his wine, don't you, baby? She puts her hand on my shoulder, and I think I'll be able to get through this night if Bella keeps touching me. Indeed, I reply. Maggie gives me a strained smile before bopping off, leaving us with her silent husband. Liam, Bella says, surprising the pants off me. In my head he is not someone you address directly. He is just the creepy accompaniment to the irritating Maggie. Dude, you will be happy to know the Chevy is still kickin'. I was terrified it would be dead after 2 years of neglect. Liam actually smiles and shakes his head before speaking in an accent so thick I don't catch a word of it other than I. But Bella laughs at whatever he said, and I love the sound of her voice, so I decide he is not so bad sans his conniving counterpart. Yeah, my friend Jake kept it in tip-top shape, she continues as Maggie slides back into the booth with a tray full of beer and shots. She distributes the drinks, giving me a large glass of water. What y'all got there, Mags? Bella asks, raising her eyebrow at the 3 large shot glasses on the table full of brown liquid. Liam. Maggie admonishes when she husband takes his shot without preamble. I was intending that we cheers to our reunion. Liam just shrugs and sips his dark beer. Maggie tries to hand Bella a shot, but she shakes her head. What's the matter? Maggie says, blinking in surprise. It's whiskey. No thanks, says Bella, taking a beer instead. But it's whiskey, Maggie repeats, gaping at my lady love. I'm doing this new thing where I only drink things I like the taste of, explains Bella, wincing as Maggie's mouth pops open in shock. You don't like the taste of whiskey? Maggie clarifies with a scowl. Nope. Never really have, now that I think about it. I smile at Bella because this statement itself is such a change for her. Alcohol is no longer a means to an end for Bella, just something to enjoy. It adds to life on occasion rather than serving as a tool to help her forget it. Well, I do, I say, taking the glass and silently toasting a glaring Maggie before pouring the liquid down my throat and smacking my lips in contentment. This catch-up dinner is quickly turning into a sort of battle between the red-headed devil and myself. Who are you? Snaps Maggie, turning back to Bella. Bella smirks and leans across the table, elbows on the surface. I'm Bella motherfucking Swan, she says, raising her chin, narrowing her eyes, and continuing to smirk. Who the fuck are you? Maggie's mouth opens and closes rapidly, but she can't seem to form words. Liam chuckles and pats his astonished spouse on her back. Well, I say, pleasantly as the waitress approaches. Let's order, shall we? Dinner is tense after that. Maggie goes on and on about their grand adventures, obviously attempting to make Bella jealous of the travel. Bella remains polite but aloof, not divulging anything too personal about her year in Forks or her relationship with me. Maggie assumes we are together, and I have no desire to correct this belief. Maggie asks me rude questions, disparaging my career choice and decision to work for the man. And it's fine, because Bella makes sure to constantly touch me. There is only one brief moment of reminiscence when Maggie and Bella laugh about drunken karaoke. I can't imagine Bella singing in front of people and say so. Maggie offers to show me a video on her phone, but Bella quickly vetoes the idea, glaring at Maggie. She explains that she doesn't think that I need to see her that wasted, and I try not to let the situation bother me. By the end of the meal I can tell Bella is over the whole situation, but I still don't see how she is going to get the nomads to leave us alone. Where to now? Maggie asks as we exit the restaurant. It's getting kinda late, replies Bella, glancing at her watch and retrieving her pack of cigarettes from her purse. It's 10:30, Maggie snaps. Let's go out. Nah, Bree, says Bella. We're going home. Right, sweetheart? Indeed, I agree, nodding my head as Bella grabs my hand. I stick our combined palms into my coat pocket in defense of the cold. I'm beat. Issa, don't be ridiculous. Maggie continues to make a fool of herself. All night she has seemed to ignore the glaring fact that Bella has changed considerably. This whole evening has just served to remind me how far Bella has come and the progress we have made back towards coupledom. I keep this in mind as Maggie continues to offend me. When was the last time you slept more than 3 hours? You were only sleeping for 3 hours a night, I ask, looking down at Bella in concern as we walk towards our house. She just shrugs, taking a long draw of her cigarette, and looks at me with big, sad eyes. That is the norm, Maggie says, as if she knows Bella's habits better than I do. We continue to walk home, and I wish the pair would just disappear. No, it's not, Maggie, murmurs Bella, pulling herself closer to my side. I wasn't sleeping because I was miserable and taking too many drugs. You were miserable with us. Now Maggie sounds upset. Her voice is so strained that even I almost feel a twinge of pity for her. Almost. I was miserable without Edward, Bella explains, talking softly and making me flush with pleasure. I was miserable without you, too, I whisper in her ear, dropping a quick kiss on her temple. Where you going to go now, Mags? Bella continues after flashing me a quick smile. She drops her half-smoked cancer stick to the ground and steps on it as we approach our house on Goss. Dunno, to a bar I suppose, replies Maggie. No, not tonight. I mean after you leave Boulder, Bella clarifies. Haven't really thought about it, replies Maggie. Mags, Bella says, keeping remarkably calm. I know she is trying to tell the nomads to get lost. You can't stay here. I can bloody well stay anywhere I so choose, sputters an irate Mags. We are now home, and I wander onto the porch with Liam as Maggie and Bella square off. As my lady love would say, shit is about to get real. Bella sighs, collecting herself. Right. It's a free-ass country and all that shit, but you certainly can't stay parked in my fucking front lawn. I can't be a part of your life. I can't go back. You don't want me here? Maggie squeaks, sounding hurt now. No, I don't. I can tell that Bella is working really hard to keep her voice calm by the tension in her jaw. Liam sits by my feet on the steps, leaning back on his elbows. He glances up at me, patting the wood next to me. With a shrug, I settle in to watch the show next to Liam. How can you possibly? It's just not workin', replies Bella, still trying to sound polite. She fails. You don't respect my desire to get my shit together. You ungrateful little bitch, Maggie yells, semi-hysterical now. I bristle at her words, but do not interfere. Bella can handle herself, and I know she won't be holding anything back now. I gave you food, shelter, drugs. I put up with the wretched vibes you emanated constantly. I spend the energy getting to know you, pulling you out of your funk. I let you fuck in the back of my van and made sure you weren't passed out in the gutter. How dare you? Oh shit. Bella's lip has twitched into an evil smile, but closes her eyes and collects herself, yet again. And when Bella finally replies, she seems to completely disregard Maggie's little fit. To answer your original question, says Bella, fists clenched at her sides. I don't want you here because you were rude to my boyfriend. I assume she means me even though we are markedly not there yet. I like that she sees me this way, and I remember the olden days when I saw her this way despite her claims to the contrary. It makes me smile. You haven't changed at all, which would be fine. I don't give a fuck if you want to act like a fucking child on your own time, but you can't get it through your pubescent brain that I'm different. I'm happy. I don't want to go back. You may have had a motherfucking blast those months I lived with you, but I barely even felt like a person. I had fucking exiled myself, and every day I ached to feel human enough to come back home. And now I have. So no, I don't want you here because not only are you a constant reminder of my darkest days, but every fucking minute you were either trying to take me back there or insulting the person I care about most in this world. Sorry, Mags. But it's over. You have to let it be over. Maggie just blinks. The contrast between the two women is rather shocking. Bella stands tall, angry but firmly in control. Maggie's face is red and she looks as flustered as Bella looks cool. I find I'm quite proud of the new woman before me. And I paid my own way, Bella continues, turning towards me. Now get the fuck away from my house. We go inside and I'm not totally sure what to say to after I shut the door behind us. I sense that Bella is having some sort of moment or breakthrough here, and I don't want to ruin it by saying the wrong thing, such as congratulating her on her awesomeness or telling her just how much I enjoyed her telling Mags what's what. Bella lets out a huge sigh before collapsing onto the living room sofa. I'm so fucking sorry, she says, blinking up at me and sounding miserable. Why? I ask, genuinely shocked by this statement. You fucking rocked out there. Personally, I loved it. When Bella doesn't even crack a smile, and I start to get really concerned. What's wrong, sweetheart? I ask, moving to sit next to her. I'm a fucking moron. I can't believe I subjected you to that, she yells. I don't particularly like her berating herself. Bella, don't worry about me. I was fine. I mean, it certainly wouldn't make my list of 10 favorite evenings, but it wasn't so bad. It was kinda cool to see this refined version of you ripping someone a new one. The old Bella would have just punched her. Success. She cracks a smile. It's quick and she goes back to frowning after a moment, but I definitely saw it. What I really don't get is why you felt the need to subject yourself to that. I don't really know. Bella's forehead furrows, indicating that she is thinking really hard. I already told you that I felt this obligation to Maggie. She did keep me out of a lot of trouble, which sounds weird I know but it's true. I understand, I reply, rubbing the back of her neck, mostly. But there is more, she continues. I don't really know how to explain it, but I felt like I needed to test myself somehow. I've changed so much in the last few years, it's kinda fucking ridiculous. Sometimes I have a hard time believe it's real, ya know? Oh I know. Oh, baby, how I know it. So seeing them, I was just curious to see if I would feel any temptation to go back to that, she says, blushing deeply and studying her hands that rest in her lap. Back to what? I whisper, pretty freaked out by the direction this conversation is taking. Livin' with no cares. No responsibility. It was easier for me, not thinking. Keeping myself numb. It was fucking killing me, but it really was easier than dealing with all my demons. So I was curious to see if I felt any desire to go back, she says, looking at me with wide eyes. And the conclusion is? I demand. Nothin', she says, with a big goofy grin. Just as I suspected. So you are saying that this little dinner confirmed that you don't want to be a nomad? I clarify. Even after all these years I find it a little difficult to follow Bella logic. Yup, she say, proud now. My doubts in myself were tiny, but now they're gonzo. I smile back, happy that she seems so pleased with herself. Perhaps the last few, painful hours were actually worth it. I'm glad she's had this little break though. I'm glad she can trust herself. Now if could only get there. I'm not going nowhere, baby, she whispers, apparently reading my mind. Logically, I believe her. Soon I hope all of me will too. March 5, 2011. So what do you want to do tonight? Bella asks as we trudge home in the snow from Jelina's with a pizza so huge we will never be able to eat it on our own. She grasps my arm and has already slipped 4 times in the 3 blocks we've walked. Once we almost go down, and Bella yells save the pizza. The housemates are all going out for drinks if you're interested, I reply. It has been 2 weeks since our weekend was hijacked by the nomads. I thought Bella might be upset from the fallout, but anything she seems happier. Are you interested? She asks, crinkling her nose at me. I lean over to kiss it because I can't not, causing us to slip again. This time it's Bella that keeps me upright. The pizza, Edward, she yells through her laughter, the pizza. And to answer your question, I am only interested in spending the night with you, I tell her as we turn onto the driveway. She isn't going to like my plans for the evening, but I've finally decided to take a more active role in the healing process so she will just have to go along with it. Well, I kinda wanted to stay in. If that's okay. It's great, pizza, wine, I reply. Cozy, she murmurs. You are really not going to like what I want to do tonight, I confess as I finagle holding the door open for her and balancing the gigantic pizza. Oh, good grief. What now? Bella says, sighing heavily as she kicks off her boots and peels off her jacket. I hand her the pizza and she hands me the coat. I hang it along with mine in the closet before putting our shoes away in the utility room where they will not melt snow onto the wood floor. Are you going to quiz me about my childhood again? Because that was really fun. Don't get snarky with me, I reply, chuckling at her dramatics. Bella has set the pizza down on the coffee table in the living room before sliding on her socks into the kitchen. I sit, inhaling deeply as I open the pizza box. Bella returns with paper plates, napkins, a bottle of Pinot Noir, and 2 glasses. Okay, lay it on me, she says, sitting close to me and grabbing a slice. I want to talk about the year you were traveling. Predictably, Bella groans in misery. I just want to go over your journal. I have been for a while, and the appearance of Maggie got me curious again. I had so many questions when I was reading it, and I was thinking we could read it together, I tell her, enjoying my own slice. Why? She asks, gaping at me in shock. Why in the hell would you want to do that? Bad, painful things happened in that year. Need I remind you of the whole James situation? No, I fucking remember, I growl out. You know about it. You know where I was and what I did and my reasons for leaving in the first place, Bella says. Do I? Do I really know? I insist, abandoning my pizza when it becomes clear that this is going to escalate into a real, legitimate fight. Bella has done the same and is pacing around in front of me, sucking down her wine and frowning. Yes. That's why I gave you the damn thing, she yells. Do you really think I wanted to give you my journal? Do you think it was pleasant for me? Confessing all the fucked up shit I did after I left you? Do you think I want you to see me that way? You always thought the best of me, and that's obviously not true anymore, but I knew that when I gave you the journal. But I did it because I wanted you to know everything. I get that, I reply, attempting to be the calm one. As usual. And I appreciate that you were working on letting me in like this. It's a touching gesture, really. Then why are we still talking about it? She demands, stopping her frantic movements to stand in front of me, glaring at me with her hands on her hips. Damn, she is so beautiful. I really want to kiss her. I am trying to move on here, she says, and you are dragging us back into the past. Isabella, I reply, really working very hard to not lose patience. I want to move on as well. But to do that, I feel like I need to understand. At this point, I know all these facts, but I am not totally clear on your motivation. Not clear? She sputters, still looking highly displeased. I want you to explain your journal to me so I can understand and then move on, I reply. She sighs heavily, and I know I've won. You and your fucking logic, Bella mutters before sitting next to me. Can I at least enjoy my dinner in peace first? Nodding, I kiss her cheek and go back to my pizza. What did you do to this page? Bella asks, laughing slightly as she attempts to smooth the crumpled and slightly ripped paper. She lies on her stomach on her bed while I sit in the desk chair by her head. Normally, I would join her on the bed, but it is just too dangerous these days. Sex is something I really want from Bella. I crave it. Plus emotions are running high, and that would probably just lead to angry sex. Which would be bad. I mean, good. Really, really fucking good, but bad in a larger sense. I didn't like that entry, I mutter, yanking on my hair. This is just the Bella learns to swim day, she says, furrowing her brow in confusion. You tore up Bella learns to swim and didn't touch Bella drunkenly fucks James on a beach. Please do not say that again, I groan. This is much harder than I expected it to be. Sorry, she replies, reaching up to remove my hand from my hair and kissing my palm. Are you sure you want to do this? I feel like we need to. Don't you feel like we need to? I ask. Now, like most of the time, I have no idea what I am really doing with Bella. It's an unprecedented situation, and I really am doing my best. We're just fumbling through this process of healing. It is very, very frustrating. If you feel like you need to, then yes, let's do it. But what are you trying to get out of this exercise? Suddenly exhausted, I stand from my chair and settle myself next to Bella on the bed. It seems that all of our major conversations take place in this bed. I understand now. Why you left. That part one get. You were barely holding on as it was, and I get how losing the baby sent you over the edge. When stuff got too real, you would leave. That's how you coped, so I understand why you ran away after you miscarried, I say, talking quietly. I sort out my thoughts as I speak, and I hope she comprehends what I'm trying to tell her. But I don't understand James, I confess as Bella rolls on her side to get a better look at my face. At all. I don't get why you chose to leave with him. Bella, him of all people. All I can picture when I read about you doing drugs and James is that night when I saw him all over you in the basement. You helpless, and him grabbing at your skin. It still makes me sick, thinking about it. Oh, Edward, she says, her voice breaking as the tears start. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think you still thought about that. Of course I still think about it, I murmur. Please, don't cry. Fuck, I hate this, Bella says, punching the mattress. Me too, I murmur. Edward, she continues through her sniffles. Listen carefully now because I've said this before, but you were obviously not listening. I did not choose James. I didn't choose him. I happened upon him drunk and he happened to be leaving that night. I was drunk and decided to take it as a sign from the universe. Okay, I reply. So that explains why you left with him. But you stayed with him for a year, Bella. A whole year. You slept with him. Not very often, she defends. And he told you he loved you. Bella snorts. The boy only loves himself. And he taught you how to swim, I continue. He helped you keep your head above water. Ah, she says as if she finally understands what I'm having a hard time explaining even to myself. And you wanted to be the one to keep my head above water. Bella finishes for me, eloquently and metaphorically expressing just what I am getting at. But you never let me. You let James, I reply, somewhat petulantly. Edward, James was terrible for me. I used him to get high and forget. I never needed him or depended on him or even really wanted him. I just scowl and pout. Edward Anthon, she says, scooting dangerously close and running a thumb down my jaw. I know, in your head, you have spent that last few years vilifying James. But as much as you don't want to hear this, he wasn't a totally bad guy. He wasn't great, but he was not terrible either. Mostly, he was a total non-event. He was easy to be around because I didn't care about him at all. If anything, my time with him just made me miss you more and realize how good you are. How lucky I was to have you and how fucking stupid I was to not see it at the time. But you had to have cared about him somewhat, I say, still not getting it. You stayed with him for a year. If she could have stayed with him for a year without caring about him, then she could have stayed with me without caring. But that can't be the case. She's back. She's here. She is finally letting me in. Right. Gah, my head hurts. I wasn't with him, Edward, she declares, sitting up and getting really frustrated with me now. I don't know what else to say to make you see. James was just around. He was useful for getting drugs and the occasional laugh, but mostly he was a pain in the ass. Typically, all I felt for him was mild annoyance bordering on apathy. You, I was with. You, even while I was gone. I am freaking obsessed with. You I wanted and needed and depended on. You I continue to want and need and depend on. Got it? I let her words sink into my brain and finally start to believe her. Yes, ma'am, I say, smirking now. I think I see. She cares about me. Can I kiss you now? I ask, flushing slightly. Bella blushes in return. Just really quickly, please? Of course, she says with a giggle. I press my lips into hers, and immediately feel my whole body relax and warm at the touch. We keep it quick, chaste. But it calms and arouses me anyway. Ah, I say, clearing my throat in an attempt to also clear my head. Where were we? Kissing? Bella says hopefully. Before that, I correct, smiling at her. I can't remember. My brain is totally on kissing, she whispers. Again, I have to clear my throat and move away from her. I stay against the headboard and pull her journal into my lap. We're still doing this? She asks in exasperation. Yeah, I want to know everything. We go over every little detail of the journal. Bella answers all my questions, even the hard ones. She tells me all about her travels, giving me even more detail about the places she went and the people she met. She even smiles a bit and laughs when she shares the good memories. I find it doesn't hurt as much as I thought it would. I can't believe you sang karaoke, I mutter. Come on, give me a demonstration. Ah, fuck no, she yells. Please? I ask, thinking about tickling her into submission. But that too is far too dangerous and would lead to far more physical contact than I can handle at the moment. Absolutely not. Maggie tricked me and I was high as fuck, she says, crossing her arms over her chest and scowling. I scowl at the thought of the woman Bella basically chased out of Boulder 2 weeks ago. Although I was not fond of her portrayal in the journal, I absolutely loathe her now. I hate Maggie's view of the world. How she continued to attempt to make Bella go back to before. And the drugs, well, I really hate to think of Bella like that, totally out of control and killing herself. When was the last time you did drugs? I ask. Bella's nose scrunches up in thought as she tries to remember. I'm not sure. More than a year ago. Right before I flew to Forks. Or the hard stuff, anyway. I smoked a couple times with Tyler in Forks, but that was at least 6 months ago, if not more. I would probably really hate Tyler if I wasn't so busy hating James, I reply. Did you ever kiss him? No, Edward, she says, sighing heavily. I told you. He is just a friend. His friendship was really good for me. We talked. I needed a lot of practice talking about the real stuff, feelings and shit. It's just baffling to me that you now have all these relationships with people I don't know that somehow helped you in ways I couldn't, I say, just now figuring out why I resent all the new people in Bella's life. It was easier talking to them. Ouch, that kinda hurt. I want her to be able to talk to me. Don't look so sad, Edward. Let me explain. I just meant that their opinion meant less to me. I felt like I could be honest with them because I could handle their judgment. I was not scared of them having a negative opinion of me. With you. Well, you always thought so highly of me. I felt like if you knew everything you would hate me or think less of me, and I couldn't handle that. Bella, I would never, I know, she interrupts, smiling at me. I know that now. Just think of it as practice. For 2 years I practiced being completely open with you, okay? Okay, I reply, grinning as well. Can I kiss you now? Just really quickly? Please? Bella says, talking so fast the words run together. Okay, I reply again. I am very wary as Bella zeroes in on my mouth. The more time I'm with her, the harder it is to refrain from touching her. It would be so easy to use sex to feel better. But I think we are supposed to be feeling all this right now. It seems important. Sex is a great distraction, and we need to keep talking. But Bella surprises me. Instead of taking advantage, she keeps her body away from mine, and her kiss as quick as mine had been. She does lick my bottom lip in that way that drives me crazy and pushes a littler firmer than I did, but I was prepared to ward off a bombardment. Even though she is the strong one in that department these days. That was nice, she says with a sigh as she pulls away. I hum my agreement before continuing to read her journal. Mostly it's a tactic to keep myself from jumping her. Did you really slap him and then throw up on his shoes when he told you he loved you? I ask, chuckling slightly at that image as I skim the last few pages of the notebook. Yup. I want to ask her about this revelation she has in this entry. I think she realized she loves me, but it seems too soon to talk about these feelings, so I keep going. I've waited so long to hear how she really feels about me, I don't see the need to rush. Plus, if I asked I would feel like I was forcing it out of her. She needs to draw that conclusion herself. Also, I am chickening out because I am terrified that she doesn't feel like I do. You punched him, I say, really grinning now. I love that you punched him. Yeah, it was a good moment. Hurt like a bitch, though, Bella says. I'm well aware. He has a hard head. Bella laughs and is about to reply but my phone goes off. Hello. I answer. What the fuck, man? Jake booms, speaking over the crowd at whatever bar he is inevitably visiting tonight. Where the fuck are you? At home, I reply, rolling my eyes. Well, come out, he demands. No, I reply. I plan on staying in tonight. You are such a whipped little pansy bitch, he says. What the fuck is up with you being in Boulder and not calling me? I just needed some private time, I reply. Bella frowns slightly and bites her lip as I talk. Overcome with tenderness for this new version of the woman I love, I remove her lip from her teeth before absently twirling her hair through my fingers. Oh, I see how it is, Jake continues. The second you get your girl back, you forget all about your boys. What happened to bros before hoes, man? I laugh loudly. Firstly, this is exactly what happened with you when you started dating. And secondly, she would kill you for calling her a hoe. Bella's eyebrows go way up at this, and the lip is back between the teeth. Which one? Bella or Leah? He asks. Both, I respond with a chuckle. Dude. I've missed you and your weird brainiac sense of humor. Please come out, he whines. I stroke Bella's cheek and think about all the people I would have to share her with if we venture beyond this house. Not tonight, but how about we meet for breakfast in the morning? Cool. 10? Lucille's? Sure. Can I bring Leah? Of course. We hang up, and I turn to Bella. What's wrong? I ask when I see the frown remains on her lovely face. Who are you meeting for breakfast? She asks, trying to sound casual. But she is fiddling with the bedspread, so I know she is nervous. We, I reply, pulling her into my side, are meeting Jake, and probably Leah at Lucille's. Jake? She exclaims, leaping away from my body so she can gape at me properly. Jake? My Jake, your former arch-enemy, was on the phone begging you to go out tonight? Yeah. I thought you knew that we are friends now, I say, chuckling at her. She makes the cutest facial expressions when she is surprised. Or happy. Or pretty much all the time actually. Yes. I did know this. But knowing is different than seeing, she says, still looking completely gobsmacked. I didn't realize you were that fucking close. I thought you got along in a group, not that you called each other and shit. We're pretty close now, I say. I hung out with him all the time when you left. He got what I was feeling better than Jazz and M. Bella lets out some sort of gurgling, groaning, banshee scream before collapsing forward and burying her face in a pillow. I thought you would be happy, I repeat, a little alarmed at this response. My brain just exploded, she mumbles into the pillow, muffling her reply. Now I can't help but laugh at her. She turns her head to scowl at me. Who did you think it was? I ask, chuckling slightly. Dunno, she mutters with a scowl. Some bitch looking to get in your pants. Bella, that is ridiculous. Can we just go to bed now? She pleads. All this talk and confessions and emotion have thoroughly exhausted me. Of course, love, I reply, leaning down to kiss her forehead. It's my safe zone, the area I can touch her without totally risking losing my control. She smiles at me, and I move to get out of bed. I've been spending my nights on the couch, but Bella grabs my wrist. Do you think maybe you could, stay here tonight? She asks, sounding nervous and shy and ridiculously appealing. Her face flames, and I want to see her blush reach her chest. No funny business. I won't try and seduce you or anything. I just don't want to be away from you tonight. I don't want to be away from you either, I confess, smiling at her and pushing her hair out of her face. So you'll stay? I'll stay. What the fuck is your deal, Isabelli? Jake demands, his mouth full of beignet. He has powdered sugar all over his chin, and Leah shakes her head in a sort of resigned disgust. You haven't said anything at all and you haven't touched your beignet. Are you sick? Bella still doesn't reply and just continues to stare at her best friend. With a chuckle, I lay my arm across her shoulders along the back of the booth. She is still in shock that we are such good friends, I explain, rubbing her neck. Bella relaxes slightly at my side. Ah, Jake says, nodding in understanding and licking his fingers clean of sugar with loud slurping sounds. That's fucking gross, says Leah, throwing a napkin at his face. And what do you mean? You two haven't always been good friends. Jake and I have a good laugh before answering. I fucking hated that guy, says Jake. He was this annoying little nerd that somehow managed to steal my best friend. And I was highly threatened by the pothead Neanderthal that cared too much for my woman, I add. Huh, Leah says. That's weird. It's not weird, says Bella. It was the natural order of things. This buddy crap is highly disconcerting. I remember a time when you would badger us incessantly to try to get along, I remind her. Yup, Jake says. Ah, good times. We never did have that race, you filthy bloodsucker. I'm going to fucking own you. Not likely, mangy mongrel, I reply before laughing again. How did this happen? Bella demands. I must know. I took his virginity, Jake says. We all stare at him in varying degrees of horror and confusion. His pot virginity, he explains, sighing as if it should have been obvious. You got him high. Bella yells. I shush her as several other customers and waitresses turn to glare at my ladylove. That's how you turned out friends? He got you high? You smoked? Good grief, I really did do a number on you. That was the key, Jake says. We're bonded forever over Eddie's inaugural weed experience. Don't call me Eddie. Well, I can't call you Edward, he replies. People named Edward don't smoke the ganj. They wear monocles and vests and live in libraries and play croquet. Well, I certainly don't have a monocle, I muse. You play croquet? Jake asks with a bark of a laugh. Dude, get a life. Can we get back to the point here? Bella snaps in exasperation. This unholy union happening here. Bella. Jake shouts indignantly. You nagged and nagged and nagged us both to get along, and now that we do you are pissed about it? I chuckle because Bella is cute when she is flustered. Also Jake makes a damn good point. I'm not pissed, she sputters in reply. I'm just shocked. It's good. Really good. I always knew you two would be buddies if you stopped with the grudge holding and quit being such butt munchers. Just never thought it would actually happen. That is offensive. I'm a highly logical person, I defend. And never have I munched a butt in my entire life, puts in Jake. Bella rolls her eyes but then cracks a smile. Things sure have changed around here, she says. I think I like it. Yes, as do I. March 10, 2011. Come here, you stupid animal, I growl, crawling on my hands and knees under my bed. Of course the damn cross-eyed fool has retreated to the far corner. I swear to Buddha he fucking smirks at me. He lets out a little purr as I stretch out my fingers, and even though he tilts his chin like he wants me to pet him, Waldo remains just out of reach. I push my body forward, but the cat dodges behind a storage box before I can grab him. URG. I yell in frustration. Motherfuck you, you motherfucking half-breed. Waldo lets out a little snort, and I swear the animal is laughing at me. I shake the storage box, hoping it will inspire him to emerge, but Waldo holds tough. I refuse to be defeated by the pound pussy and decide it's time to bring out the big guns. 10 minutes later I am seated against the headboard, a small bowl of ice cream sitting in my lap and my third, large, glass of wine in my hand. I eat with exaggerated pleasure. I groan as if I am experiencing orgasm rather than brain freeze. So good. This ice cream is delicious. Ops, I continue, letting a drop fall to the wood floor at the side of the bed. How clumsy of me. I give up with the moaning and whatnot because my brain really does hurt and the faked pleasure is downright exhausting, especially because I'm not fucking getting any these days. But hopefully I will be able to change all that this weekend. It is time to take action, and I am so totally done with the whole friends thing. Relationship purgatory is over, and I'm tired of waiting around on Edward to make the next move. Plus, it's my turn to pursue him. My turn to go after what I want. Which is him, obviously. Neither of us have any fucking clue what we are doing, and I have decided it's up to me to take action. I just need Waldo to help me practice, so I wait patiently with my eyes glued to the drop of ice cream on the floor. As expected, his little ginger head pops out from beneath the bed less than a minute later. Dude loves ice cream, though his little kitty body does not handle it well and he ends up reeking for a week afterward. After licking at the floor he jumps onto the bed, purring and rubbing on me. Oh, now you're all cuddly. Now that I have something you want. He just blinks at me, tilting his head to the side. With a heavy sigh I put the bowl in front of him, allowing him access to the tiny amount of sugary sweetness left in it. All right, Kit Kat, I say as he laps up the last of the ice cream. Now that you are all fed and stinky, you owe me. He sits at the end of the bed, blinking up at me with those big, green, slightly crossed eyes and licking his lips. Well, cats don't really have lips. Waldo licks the place where his lips would be if he was a person. Gah, focus, Bella. I am on a mission and letting myself get all distracted by weird as shit like cat lips. I'm going to blame the wine and my nerves for that particularly bizarre digression. I stand and pace in front of the bed. Waldo's head swings from side to side as he watches my twitchy movements. Krishna, how the hell am I going to do this? I am a fucking wreck just thinking about saying what I have to say. And Edward isn't even fucking here. I spend a few more minutes berating myself for being so fucking crazy. This isn't hard for normal people. It's just us crazies that can't own our feelings. But I'm going to do it. I am tired of this strange, pseudo-friendship place he put us in months ago. Since the departure of the nomads and our analysis of my journal, I have been waiting around for him to get his shit together and take us to the next level, but he seems perfectly content to just continue as we are. Fuck this shit. I need sex. I need connection. I need him. And I am coming to think that Edward is purposely leaving it to me to make it happen. He spent so much time putting his whole self out there, pursuing me relentlessly even when I was a total heartless bitch. It is my turn to risk everything to tell him how I feel. To make it clear that he is it for me. So, I have decided with the input of Dr. Jones, the new shrink, that it's time for me to suck it up and say it. It is time for me to confess my love to Edward. Gah, I fear I may be sick. I glance down at Waldo, who has moved from lip-smackin' to butt-lickin', and I fear that my plan to practice might be doomed. Renee used to say she loved me. All the time, she used to claim to love me just as she claimed to love Mother Earth, the color of the sky, a particularly worn-out pair of leather boots, and the artwork of fucking Dr. Seuss. She didn't love me any more than she loved a fucking cartoon. It's funny how easily the words flowed from her mouth now that I can't even bring myself to really think them without feeling like I'm gonna pass the fuck out. But none of that really matters now. He deserves to hear it just as I want to say it. Edward is coming to town tomorrow, and I need to be ready by then. This is my grand gesture. To finally tell him how I feel, not that he doesn't already know it. He deserves everything from me, and I just pray that he will want what I want. So far, I've said the words out loud once to my reflection and once to good old Dr. Jones. Now, I'm planning on practicing to the damn cat until I feel a little more confident about what I'm going to do. The whole thing is fucking ridiculous. It shouldn't be this hard, but I can't help the way I feel. Okay, I say, pausing my movements in front of Waldo. He glances up at me, mildly interested in what I have to say, as he starts work on licking his paw. Waldo, my dear sweet pussy. I giggle to myself at this before berating myself for losing focus. Damn it, Isabella, enough with the tomfoolery. Probably should have stopped a couple glasses ago. Waldo, I start again. I find you to be incredibly attractive. Do you by chance work out? I just get blinked at, and I bite my lip in stress. Waldo, I press on. I am really quite fond of your big green eyes. You are so dashing. Okay, this is fucking ridiculous. Get it together, Bells. Get it the fuck together. I do a little stretching and pump myself up, football player style. I even do a couple lunges around the room. Okay. Waldo, I love you. I say this in double time through clenched teeth and closed eyes. My whole body tenses, and stand there for a moment, bracing myself for impact. I open one eye and peek around at my surroundings. Shockingly, the world did not end. Hey, I say, scratching his chin. That wasn't so bad. I love you, I love you, I love you. I let out a little giggle, endlessly pleased with myself, even if I do still want to vomit. But then I decide that declaring one's love for a cat is very different than doing it for one's soulmate. If only Waldo looked a bit more like his dad. When my cell rings 15 minutes later, I am busy saying I love you, Edward, to a very uncomfortable Waldo. I have him in a sweater vest and an old pair of Edward's glasses. The illusion is helped along by several more large glasses of wine. Hello? I say, giggling into the phone. I am amusing myself greatly with this whole practice session. Hello, love, replies the familiar velvet voice. Adonis. I yell joyously into the phone. I was just talking to you. Adonis, huh? He says with a chuckle. It's been a while since I've heard that one. I'm feeling nostalgic, I explain, bringing Waldo into my lap. I finally take pity on him and remove the outfit while giving him a good cuddle. He scowls at me for another moment before settling against my tummy. Wait, what do you mean you were just talking to me? He continues. I just giggle in response. Are you drunk? He asks, sounding amused now. Tipsy, I confess. Thirsty Thursday and all that. Talk about nostalgia, he replies, sounding wistful. So what are you doing this fine night? Other than quenching your thirst. I want to tell him that my thirst has not been quenched, not since I last had his dick in my mouth, but somehow I refrain. Just hanging with Waldo, I say, laughing to myself again, practicing. Practicing for what? He asks. Best in show. I let out a snort, nervous again now that I think about applying what I worked on today to Edward when he comes up tomorrow. A subject change is most definitely in order if I want to avoid getting sick all over the place. Something like that, I reply. But I'm also doing one more thing. What's that? He asks, wary now. Missing you, I murmur into the phone, feeling like crying now. I hate living so far away from Edward. I want to see him every day. I want to wake up in his arms. I haven't seen him in weeks. I am busy working and volunteering and writing, and he barely even has time to sleep between his course load and shifts at the hospital and the student groups he's involved in. It fucking sucks. There is a long pause and all that irrational fear that he doesn't want me bubbles back up. I miss you too, he says softly. So fucking much, Isabella. His urgency soothes me, and I wiggle down in the pillows, closing my eyes and pretending that he is lying next to me. That Waldo's heat really is Edward's. Not seeing you is driving me crazy. Which makes what I have to say even more difficult. What do you have to say, baby? I ask, tensing again. I can't come up tomorrow, he says, sounding genuinely upset. I have this honors meeting I forgot about tomorrow night and then a test on Monday. Plus, I was given extra shifts at the hospital. I'm so sorry. Love, I interrupt his ranting because he sounds so guilty. Hey, don't do that, I say, speaking softly. Don't do what? He asks. Put school before you, because I don't want to either but? No, don't feel like you have to justify your actions so motherfucking much, I reply. You are in med school. It's hard as shit and a fuckton of work. I get it. I don't want you to feel like you are falling behind because you feel like you have to take care of me. But I want to see you, he says, frustrated. I know, baby, I reply. I want to see you too. Just don't feel guilty or worry that you're losing me when you can't. We'll make it work, okay? Okay, he says, letting out a big sigh in what I hope is relief. I want him to understand that I support his doctordom all the motherfucking way. Thanks for that, Bella. Of course, Edward, I reply, setting down again and getting sleepy. I reach over and turn off the bedside light as Waldo yawns and snuggles closer. Is there any way you can come up here this weekend? He asks, sounding desperate. Afraid not, I mutter. I work for the next 4 days. 9-hour shifts. Plus, I have tutor training in the evenings. Becoming a literacy tutor through the library seemed like a grand way to give back, but it is seriously taking a chunk out of my Edward time. I wanted to do this in person all formally and fancy, but I suppose I will have to settle for the phone. He mutters in the phone. Thankfully he continues before I have time to demand explanation or freak out too terribly. We have a formal, ever spring, thrown by the medical fraternity. You're a frat guy now? No shit, I say before I can stop myself. It's not like that, he says with a sigh. It's about study, not drinking till we puke. I'm going to start calling you bro, I declare. Yo, bro dude, Jaeger bombs and key light. Will you stop babbling? I am trying to ask you out, he says, sounding if he can't decide if he is frustrated or amused. Wait, like on a date? Like on a date? I burst out, unable to contain my excitement. A fancy date? To a formal? Yes. So what will it be? He asks. What will what be? I say with a giggle because it is just too damn fun to fuck with him. He is so fucking cute when he gets flustered. Bella. He yells in exasperation. You haven't actually asked me anything yet, I point out. Edward chuckles and sighs. Isabella Marie Swan, he says after a pause. Would you like to attend the spring formal with me? I squeak a little bit in joy because to me this is a real date, a real step forward. Also because I never went to dances in high school or was even asked, so I feel like I'm getting a do-over on that whole experience. Plus, seems like a pretty good place to declare one's love. I must really be alarming Edward with this over-the-top display of girliness. Are you alright? He asks a moment later when I'm done celebrating. Yes, I reply when I realize he can't see me nodding my head. So was that a yes then? Yes, I state with no hesitation this time. Great. It's a date. I'm going on a motherfucking date with Edward Cullen, huzzah. He stays on the phone with me until I fall asleep. Edward Pav, March 11, 2011. I hate these things. I never have time to get a real date. Grad school sucks, says Randall, studying a glossy invite and frowning. Maybe this time we will actually meet some real-life girls, says Amin hopefully. I miss girls. Like, real girls. Not grad school girls who have no time to actually date. We don't have time to actually date, points out Felix. It takes time to get to know a girl well enough for her to understand that grad school is a big fucking commitment, and we don't have the time. I just want to have sex, whines Randall. Is it so wrong to want to have sex? I chuckle as I study because Randall sounds so damn wistful. Plus I can relate. It feels like I've been celibate my whole life rather than just the last few months. I want to change that, but I really have no idea how to take the next step with Bella. I don't know if we're ready. Part of me is still so angry at her for leaving, even if I now understand her reasons aren't what I originally thought. I get why she had to leave, and I am thankful for the person she returned to me as. But I still find it difficult to reconcile my distrust with my desire to be with her and my acknowledgement that her departure facilitated necessary change. Mostly I'm just terrified that she isn't as serious as I am. I am terrified of fucking it up. Shut up, Edward, yells Randall. You are damn lucky. You always go with Tia. I should have befriended a hot co-ed last year. Tia and I have just gone as friends in the past, I mutter. Still, you don't have to worry about the shame of being dateless. Actually, I say, shifting nervously in my seat. I've never shared anything this personal with my med school friends. They are more acquaintances really. We study and attend classes together, but I never let them get to know me. I am not going with Tia this year. Why? Did Tia get a real date? Inquires Felix. Not that I know of. You got a real date, Amin states, pointing a finger in my face. Yes, actually, I reply, smiling at the memory of how excited Bella was when I asked her to attend the spring formal. How the hell did you manage that? Demands Randall, looking shocked. Who is she? Does she go here? Where did you meet? How did you find the time? Randall, Shut the fuck up and let the man speak, says Felix. So? Who is she? What's her name? What does she look like? I fiddle with my pen, feeling awkward under their scrutiny. Her name is Bella. Bella? Niece, says Amen, giving Randall a high five. I roll my eyes at their ridiculousness. Where did you meet? Asks Felix. We've known each other for a long time, I reply. They look totally unimpressed by my lame explanation. The three of them wait for more and I sigh when I realize I'm going to have to give them something if I ever want to get any studying done. We dated throughout undergrad, but then she moved away, but she recently returned. So you're rekindling your romance, says Randall, waggling his eyebrows. Yes. No, maybe. I don't know. It's complicated, I stutter. Damn, you really like her, observes Amen. Yes, I admit. I really like her. When do we get to meet the luck lady? Asks Randall. Well, I'd have to say at the spring formal, I reply with a smile. I find I'm looking forward to the yearly dance for the first time. March 19, 2011. We're going to be late, Tia complains. Our reservation is at 7. Bella just texted me. She is less than 5 minutes away, I say, trying not to lose patience with my friend. This will be the first interaction between her and Bella since Christmas break. I hope they can both be cordial. It's not her fault the bus is running late. The seven of us stand on the 16th Street Mall, waiting for Bella to arrive via bus. All the boys manage to get dates, asking out Tia and her girlfriends from our program. Perhaps she should have taken an earlier bus then, snaps Tia. I sigh and focus on the street, impatiently waiting. In the months since Tia found out about Bella, our relationship has gone back to normal on the whole. There is some lingering tension, but for the most part everything is status quo. That's why I'm so disappointed that Tia is being so rude. But maybe she is just irritated that I am not taking her and she is forced to attend with Randall. There's the bus. Calm down, T, says Amen. Tia, you look cold. Here, let me keep you warm. Randall offers to put his arm around Tia and she scowls at me. Bella is the first one off the bus and sprints towards me. I haven't seen her in almost a month. School and work have kept me busy while most of her time has been occupied trying to get published in various literary magazines. Her excitement to see me matches mine to see her. She slams into me with enough force to have me staggering back several feet. Her arms latch around my neck while the high-heeled shoes she holds in her hands clonk me in the side of the head, but I barely notice. I wrap my arms around her, lifting her off the ground. Bella giggles and rains kisses down on my face. I missed you, I missed you, I missed you, she says between kissing my cheeks, nose, and eyelids. Hey, stay still, I reply through a laugh of my own. She stops wiggling, smiling down at me and giving me the opportunity to kiss her soundly on the lips. When the urge to take the kiss deeper becomes too strong, I set her down. It is only then that I realize I probably shouldn't have done that, being as we are just friends. I think. This is all slightly more confusing than I anticipated. Hi, she says, beaming up at me. Hi, I reply, tucking a curly strand of flyaway hair behind her ear. I glance down, taking in her dress underneath her leather bomber jacket for the first time. She wears a tight purple and gray number that stops mid-thigh. The strips of fabric seem to wrap around her frame and straps crisscross form the bodice, forming an intricate pattern, almost like bandages. She looks so hot I forget how to form words. I'm not sure as I want to show her off or hide her away from all eyes but my own. Yeah, I know. I look incredibly hot. Your sister is a miracle worker, she says, smirking up at me. Bella's eye makeup is smoky and her cheeks are flushed. You certainly do, I murmur, still a little stunned by her appearance. Her artfully wild hair, dark makeup, and killer dress make her look dangerous and exotic and so damn fuckable. It has been 78 days since we last had sex, almost exactly to the hour. Yo, Cullen, she says, smacking me lightly in the arm. You gonna stand there gawking at me all night or are you gonna introduce me to your peeps? Peeps? Huh. I say, momentarily forgetting about my peers loitering behind me. Oh. Right. Bella, I say, turning to face everyone and draping my arm around her shoulder. I make all the introductions, and all of my classmates gape at Bella in shock. She does look a lot different from the usual academic types. They're probably wondering why she wants to be with me. I wonder all the time. Sup, says Bella, giving everyone the head nod. Hey, Tia. How are you? I am amazed new Bella is making an effort to be cordial. The old Bella would never have done such a thing. I'm fine, Bella. Why aren't you wearing shoes? Tia asks. Bella glances down at her feet and then back up at Tia. I'm not very good at walking in heels, she explains, maintaining her balance with a hand on my arm to slip on her giant heels. I wonder what inspired her to wear actual fancy shoes instead of her usual Converse. I find I miss them. Then why are you wearing them? Tia asks. I scowl at her in silent reminder to be nice.
Just wanted to get a little closer to this one's face, she explains, biting her lip and smiling up at me. I blush as my peers continue to gape.
I see, says Tia. Don't we have reservations? Bella asks, glancing up at me. Ah, yes, I say. Let's go. An hour and several rounds of drinks later I'm doing my very best to not get pissed at my grad school friends. Amen, Felix, and Randall are fawning over Bella. Their unnecessary attention is making Bella uncomfortable and making the neglected girls resent Bella. So Bella, Edward saw you moved after graduation, says Felix. Where did you live? Moved? She asks, eyes narrowing in confusion. She looks at me and I just shrug. I don't want my friends judging Bella by her past. Oh, well, I was in Florida for a while. Tia snorts into her fruity-looking cocktail. It is her fourth of the evening, and I regard her warily. Tia is a 3-drink drunk, and typically limits herself to 1 glass of wine with dinner. Stressed by the combination of my flirtatious male friends and a hostile Tia, I find myself drinking more than I planned as well. Bella is the only one conducting herself in an appropriate manner, and I find her composure stunning and entrancing. This night, as well as how well she handled the nomads, is really making me see that Bella has changed. And I like it. Something wrong with Florida, Tia? Asks Amen, because Miami just so happens to be my homeland. Tia just shakes her head and giggles into her drink. I lived in Miami for a while, Bella continues, doing a much better job ignoring Tia than I am. Great town. I love Cuban food. Dude, she says, turning to me now. Have you ever had Cuban food? We have to get you some. You'll fucking die. I smile at her and rest my hand against her bare thigh. She pushes her hand through my hair before one of my so-called friends engages her on a new topic I have no interest in. I am starting to think that this whole evening is a terrible idea. I should have just stayed away from the group thing, but Bella wanted to meet my friends. And now they are all jockeying for her attention and trying to impress her. Lovely. Her legs are so damn smooth. This is going to be the longest evening of my life. So, Bella, says Randall, his voice smooth and smarmy. I now understand why it has been so long since he has enjoyed female company. What are you doing with this dweeb? You could have any macho man you want. Me for example. Bella narrows her eyes at my study partner, and I brace myself for the emergence of Mama Bear. But then she takes a deep breath, sending me a small smile. He's more than enough macho for me, she murmurs. After getting in a fight with Bella over the check that I eventually won, we set out towards the hotel ballroom where the dance is being held. We hang back behind the rest of our group while Bella yells what she really wanted to say to Randall. First, I wanted to call him on his horseshit and declare that we should just go fuck in the bathroom. There is a lot of glaring on my part now, and Bella chuckles darkly, grabbing my hand. It would have been hilarious to see him flip about that one. And then I wanted to go on a rant about how the fuck much of a macho man you really are. But you obviously haven't shared much of yourself with these dudes, so I figured you wouldn't like me spouting off that list. I smile at her anger because as much as she has changed, she's still Bella. I've always admired her toughness, passion, and candor. I'm glad it's still there. That's fine, love, I say with a smile. There is not a lot you could say for that one. I'm not a macho man, although neither is Randall. Bella stops abruptly, yanking me next to her, and I blink down at her in shock. What? I demand, totally confused. You don't think you're a macho man? She demands incredulously. Come on, Bella, I says with a sigh. We've had this fight before. This isn't a fight, she snaps. I hold back a chuckle because if I laugh at her now, it really will be a fight. I just want you to see you how I see you. You are everything to me, Edward. You always have been. I could list your obvious manly qualities, like your thighs and your protectiveness and such. But the biggest thing that makes you such a good man? the fact that I'm here with you right now. But you were the one that came back. No, she says, grabbing my jaw and looking at me in earnest. You are giving us a second chance, which is more than I ever even should have hoped for. And the way you are doing it with such grace. You could torture me. You could make me feel like shit. You could punish me for leaving with snide comments and vengeful actions. But you don't. You are so good to me, Edward. And I want to be the kind of person that deserves you. She turns a little green and stops talking immediately. My heart has been flying out of my chest since the beginning of her little speech. We're having quite the moment here. You what? I whisper, my eyes never leaving hers. I don't even blink for fear I might miss something in her intense gaze. Again she stops before throwing her arms around my neck. I'm so glad I'm here with you right now. I try not to be disappointed. Apparently this is not the right time for this conversation. Me too, I assure her, kissing her temple. Bella pulls away after another moment, shakes out her limbs, and sighs before turning to grin at me again. Come on, she says, grabbing my hand and marching us down the street once more. You promised to take me to a dance. I've never been to one before, don't ya know? So dance we do, well into the wee hours. When we get home Bella shares my bed. I put her in the bathroom for an obscene amount of time to avoid the temptation of sinking into her beautiful body. I can't decide if I'm horribly disappointed or entirely relieved to find her asleep by the time I emerge. But then she settles her head on my chest when I slip under the covers, and all I feel is contentment. March 30, 2011. I love him. Are the words really that difficult to say? I can think them now without too much difficulty, but the last time I saw Edward, I chickened out like the fucking whiny bitch I am. Seriously, I was on the brink of saying it and then I just could. I don't know what happened. I justified my cowardice by telling myself the moment wasn't right. That the situation was not perfect. Which is, of course, a crock of horseshit. But I will not give myself another excuse to wimp and thus will have to plan the perfect moment. I have no fucking idea what the perfect moment looks like. Roses in a fancy diner. I thought I would have 2 more days to figure it out till Edward arrived for the weekend, but motherfucker had a cancelled class and has surprised me at work. Jerk. I love him. It's still awkward to even admit to that in my own head, but I know it's true. Truthfully, I've always loved him. I'm finally done fighting it. I blush like a motherfucking beat every time and feel like I may pass out. I want to tell Edward. The last few weeks, I feel the words on my tongue, but I chicken out. Today, Edward is studying at a secluded table in the Laughing Goat. It's near closing, and I know that despite the cold Edward will sit on a bench and wait to walk me home while I shut up the coffee house for the night. The shop is still quite full, even though we are closing soon. There is a blizzard raging outside, and it's a Friday night. Stupid bipolar Colorado weather. It was in the 60s when I left for my shift. Edward is so focused on what he's reading. I've always enjoyed watching him study. I like the way he bends over the book, taps his highlighter against the pages, while his mouth moves soundlessly with what he's reading. Edward absorbs information like a sponge, and it's enthralling to watch. Who is that? The new girl, Molly, demands. She nods towards my love, giving him that look of pure female appreciation. I'm used to this, and though I do get jealous and possessive, mostly I feel proud because he is here for me. Although technically, we aren't together, something I'm trying to change. Edward, I say, blushing and smiling as I wipe the counter. God, he is so hot, she says, fanning her face. Is he your boyfriend? Or is he single? Despite my irritation, I can't help but see her point. He looks especially sexy today in a pair of dark brown cords and green hooded sweatshirt. It brings out his eyes. Definitely not single, I say, not even bothering to look at my coworker. So are you dating? She asks again. Not technically, I answer. Oh, there is a story there, Molly says, propping her hip up against the counter. Do tell. He's just my Edward, I reply before running away to clean customer tables as a means of escape. I wipe the empty tables, making my way to Edward and focusing on how wonderful he is. He's given me everything, so many chances. I want things to be different this time, and I'm pretty sure they already are. I love him. And I want him to know. Edward, I say when I get to the table right next to his. My hand moves in a circular pattern as I clean, but my eyes are focused on his face. I wonder as if he notices the quiver in my voice. Am I really about to do this? Yes, sweetheart. He doesn't even look up at me, but I know he's listening. He's a very good listener, and multitasker. Warmth blooms in my chest just looking at him, and all of a sudden I feel like I can't not say it. I love you. My hands don't even shake as the words come out of my mouth to him for the very first time, but I can't bear to look at him, so I stare at the now clean tabletop and keep needlessly wiping. I can feel Edward's eyes on me, and for a moment it is all too much. I turn abruptly, set on stalking away to get a relief for the excessive emotion, but it doesn't feel right. No more avoidance, I remind myself. I turn back towards Edward. He is gaping at me, his expression half elated, half shocked. I take a big breath to calm the nausea raging in my tummy and decide not to run away. Walking fast and reaching Edward before I can change my mind, I cradle his jaw in my hands as he gazes up at me in awe. God, this look on his face. It's a variation on one I've seen before, but so much more powerful. I'll do anything to keep this look on his face as often as possible. He knows I've felt this way about him all along, but my confirmation makes him so obviously happy. I wonder why I couldn't manage to say it sooner. It's so simple, really, easy as breathing. Always have, I whisper as I lower my lips to his, always will. This kiss is slow and tender and over too quickly, but my heart explodes in my chest anyway. All too soon, I move on to wiping down the next table. Edward doesn't say anything. He doesn't need to, because I finally understand what he's been trying to tell me for years. I love him and he loves me. I'm completely unsurprised to find Edward in the small beat bookshop next to the Laughing Goat after I get off work. The proprietor, Pat, is a crazy old hippie and holds the oddest hours. He dresses as if the 60s never ended and probably only washes his long, white hair once every 2 weeks. Pat has known Edward and I since freshman year, and would probably consider us friends. Pat is rambling about existentialism as I enter. The shopkeeper sits cross-legged on the glass countertop beside the cash register as Edward leans against a nearby bookshelf. I quickly make my way to Edward's side, easily slipping under his arm when I reach him. Edward hugs me close and kisses my temple as Pat abruptly stops his intellectual lecture. "Well, Miss Swan," he says, raising an eyebrow at me, "you're looking lovely as usual." Pat has always had a thing for me. It used to drive Edward crazy, which is ridiculous. Like I would ever choose a lecherous old man over Edward. Like I would ever choose anyone over Edward. "Ditto, Pat," I respond with a wink. "I'm diggin' that furry vest." "Really?" he asks, looking down at the article of clothing. "Would you like it?" He moves to take it off and I giggle. "No, Pat," I say. "It looks too good on you. Tonight you are looking shockingly like a young Faye Dunaway. But I'm sure you get that all this time." I have no idea who he is talking about, but he compared me to many a famous lady, none I resemble in the slightest. I've really lost patience with this conversation. I just need to be alone with Edward. Anyway, when are you two trying the knot? My mouth falls open and my whole body tenses. Holy fucking shit. It took me 6 years to work up the courage to admit that I love the guy. I'm nowhere near ready for marriage. Edward chuckles at my discomfort and wraps an arm around my head. "We're not quite there yet, Pat." "So you are a couple," Pat remarks, scratching his bearded chin. "I've always wondered." "She loves me," Edward says with a smirk as I blush furiously and half-heartedly punch him in the shoulder. "Obviously," Pat says. "Just as you love her. Now get the fuck out of my shop. All the love is grossing me out." We wave our goodbyes, and walk down the snowy street hand in hand. I don't know how to broach this whole love subject, and I am a little bit pissed at Edward for not bringing it up. But Edward can't seem to stop beaming, so that's comforting. "Pat's gotten crazier," I say as we make our way home in the cold. "I don't mind though, because Edward is keeping me warm. I probably should have taken that smelly vest, to seduce you tonight, of course." I expect him to laugh, but instead he stops and pulls me around to face him. "Isabella," he croons, grabbing the ear flaps of my hat to tilt my face to his. The intensity of the love I see there causes an explosion of the shivers, but also stirs something deeper. He loves me. He loves me. He loves me. Or at least I think he does. Why the fuck won't he just say it back? It sucks to not hear it back, and I suddenly feel horribly guilty for how I treated him in the past. "Nothing you could wear would make you less seductive to me. Especially tonight," he continues, gazing at me with that look of wonder that seems reserved just for me. 'Cause I finally told you what you've known all along? I ask, my breath catching in my throat as I stare into his perfect green eyes. Yes, he says with a smile. It's good to know I didn't make it all up in my head. When you left, you made me felt like a clinically insane idiot. I'm so sorry, baby, I say in earnest. I'll never be able to apologize enough for what I did to him. Thank you so much for never losing faith in me, in us. We don't need to talk about that tonight, love, he says. The past is in the past. My heart does funny things in my chest as he smiles down at me with misty eyes, and I like the way the snow swirls around his head. Edward never gets cold and he wears only his hoodie with a puffy vest over it. I hope his hands don't freeze as they hold my hat. Are you going to say it again? He asks after a moment. Are you going to say it back this time? I tease. Guess you are just going to have to say it first and find out. I take a big breath. I love you, Edward Cullen, I say, grinning widely. He seems a bit surprised that I complied to his wishes so quickly. I grin back, pleased with myself because each time the words leave my lips, it gets a little easier and my reasons for waiting so long to admit it get a little stupider. It feels so good, letting go of all that irrational fear. Instead of a spoken reply, Edward uses the ear flaps of my hat to pull me in for a searing kiss. He sets me on fire and causes the shivers to explode at the same time. It's been so obscenely long, I'm pretty much ready to mount him right there. We pour everything into that kiss, the love and pain, the fear, sorrow, and joy. I've never felt this connected to anyone, ever. He loves me. And I love him. We are actually going to work. The knowledge that everything is going to be okay makes the kiss that much better than any we're ever shared. Our moment is interrupted by a pair of drunk college kids. I blush as they leer at me, and Edward pulls me protectively to his chest. I've never felt safe like I feel with Edward either. Dude, she's hot, one of them says. Get some. The second tries to give Edward a high five, but my love just glares at them till they leave. And that's the reason I don't let you walk home alone, he mutters. I don't like his frown and he needs to get the happy back. The only reason? I ask, wrapping my arms around his chest, under his puffy vest. He smiles down at me and shrugs while I go on my tiptoes to get back to his mouth. It may also have something to do with all this love I feel for you, Edward replies with a grin. I love you, I love you, I love you, I murmured against his lips. As I love you, he replies. My heart flops around in my chest. It's the kind of thing that used to have me running for the hills, but now I embrace the feeling. And for once I believe him. I love you, Isabella Marie. He kisses me again, and I feel his smile against my lips. He pulls me closer so my feet dangle inches off the ground, and I begin to laugh because everything is just too perfect. Edward kisses my neck, and spins us in a circle as I continue to giggle. The moment and the snow and the love makes me feel like we're residing in some sappy-ass romantic comedy I hate. But I sure as fuck don't hate this. What is so funny, Isabella? He asks, setting me back down in the snow but still keeping his arms around my waist. I'm just really happy, I admit, burying my face in his chest to hide my blush. I love the way you bite your lip when you are thinking, or concerned, or horny. I love the way your lips move along with what you are silently reading. It makes me want them on my skin. I love the way you cuss like a sailor. I love the way you use big words. I love the way you use big words. This has been the state of things for the hours since we arrived home from the Laughing Goat. Declarations of love followed by rather furious sex. Now, Edward and I lay facing each other, a sheet draped over our lower tangled together limbs. We hold hands between our naked bodies as we stare into each other's eyes, and I don't think I've ever been this happy. Ever. Even if it is fucking puke-worthy in its cheesiness. I love this triangle of moles on your breast, Edward continues because I'm grinning too much to speak. They are not moles, I huff, glancing down at my naked chest. Those are totally freckles. Rather large for freckles, love, Edward replies with a chuckle. I love the way your nose gets all scrunched up when you're pissed at me but not actually pissed at me. He is so damn cute I can't help but continue this little game. I love the way you look in a sweater, or a sweater vest. I love the way you look in your underwear. I love the way you look naked. He smirks at me now and kisses my nose, indicating that I've won this round. I love every little thing about you, Isabella Marie, he confesses. Always have, always will. His words please me endlessly, but I am still new to all this feeling one's feelings shit. The enormity of it all still scares me, and I find myself embarrassed and needing to lighten all the heavy happening in here. We are nauseating, I scoff, burying my flaming face in his shoulder. We are one of those sick and happy couples. Gah, we can never do this around people. Speaking of people, Edward says, lifting his head and glancing towards the door. Why is it so quiet? This house is typically full of fools. Emmett has some sort of fancy corporate dinner. Jazz and Alice have something at the high school. They aren't expecting you till Saturday, I explain, reveling in the feeling of his lips against my forehead. Part of me can't really believe we're here. Finally, thank God. Guess that means we don't have to leave this room for 2 days, huh? He whispers in my ear, rolling slightly so I find myself under him. I don't even have time to agree before he kisses me again. I feel him hard against my thigh as his tongue dances with mine. My feet settle on the back of his calves, and I like the way his soft hair feels against my toes. Dragging one hand down his chest and fisting the other in the hair at the back of his head, I palm the smooth head of the wondercock and smirk to myself when he groans. I love how familiar and good all this feels. I love that old age hasn't slowed your speedy recovery time, I tease, nibbling on his earlobe. But then his fingers find me wet and ready and all my amusement fades. Instead I'm gasping and writhing beneath him. I love the way your nipples feel in my mouth. His words are muffles. Probably because my nipple is in his mouth. I whimper as his tongue and finger move in tandem, causing my grip to tighten on his mouth. I whimper as his tongue and finger move in tandem, causing my grip to tighten on his soft bronze locks. I love how you tug on my hair when I make you feel good, he continues. I find his speech a little miraculous because I've lost the ability to form words. Again. I love how you smell. And then he is inside me, completely filling me up. Edward pauses, just gazing down at me as if he needs a moment to adjust to actually being here with me. I trace my thumbs over his cheekbones because I need to make sure he is really here too. When he finally starts to move with a slow, steady roll of the hips, I meet each thrust and keep my gaze locked with his. I attempt to continue our cheesy little game, but heat is coiling in my belly and sensation takes over my brain. I try again, maybe attempting to compliment the look on his face or the way his movements have become more frantic as we near the finish line. He reaches down to touch where we are connected and I lose it. I love you. As I tremble beneath him, Edward lets out a deep groan and mumbles something incomprehensible, probably returning my sentiment, although it is difficult to say for sure. After a moment he collapses forward, his head finding my neck. Immediately I wrap all my limbs around him, one hand finding his hair while the other strokes his back. We hold each other tightly as we both shake, and I don't give a fuck if he is a wee bit too heavy. I love you, he says, planting a sloppy kiss against my jaw. I fall asleep smiling. I wake up in the half-light of dawn, and it takes me a minute to figure out why I feel so warm and content. But then I realize that a very naked man is pressed up against my back. His fingers are gently coaxing my nipples into hard little nubs. This is what roused him from sleep. More like arouse. Huh. I turn in his arms because I don't like not being able to see him, especially tonight. He smiles at me lovingly, one hand moving to run up and down the length of my spine while the other rests against my neck. The way he looks at me makes me dizzy. Sorry, Edward murmurs, leaning closer to nibble on my ear. Didn't mean to wake you. I giggle at this because he so totally did. Bullshit. You were fondling my breasts, of course you meant to fucking wake me. I can't believe you said breasts, he says, laughing at me now. I love your breasts. Tits really is much sexier, I mutter. This happy, gooey with love version of myself is kinda freaking me out, but I can deal because Edward is right here. He loves me back. You aren't going anywhere, are you? I ask, suddenly feeling insecure again. Edward looks at me with a sad little smile. No, Isabella, he says, with conviction. I was always right here, and I always will be. It makes me love him so much more, that he doesn't throw my departure in my face. I roll on top of him, laying my naked chest over his. We kiss as we hold each other, but as things progress he cradles my jaw to prevent me from moving. You're not going anywhere, are you? He whispers, his eyes pleading with me. Edward is the insecure one now. No, I reply with conviction that mirrors his. I'm right where I want and need to be. We go back to proving the validity of our words with our bodies. Ooh, I moan, closing my eyes and throwing my head back. Oh, baby, please. Edward increases the pressure of his tongue on my clit and adds another finger. They curl forward slightly, causing my back to arch off the bed and my fingers to weave through his hair. I glance down, wanting to see him, but my view is blocked by a puffy down comforter that is totally covering him. And I'm close. Really, really close. My toes curl, my stomach muscles tighten, and my heart is hammering out of my chest. Edward let out a deep groan that seems to run through my body and has my hips bucking off the bed frantically. His fingers dig into my hips as he pulls me as close as possible, and I throw my head back into the pillows. I close my eyes again, just about there when Alice and Rose slam into the room, arguing about something. Instant boner killer. Edward stops his movements, and I bite my lip to hold back my growl of frustration. I do, however, pound the mattress a little and curse my friends in my head. Edward lets out a low chuckle at my antics, and I resist the urge punch him. Although, I suppose we are lucky this didn't happen earlier. Edward and I have been in this room for the last 24 hours unnoticed. It is kinda a miracle. On a side note, I'm fucking hungry as shit. We snuck downstairs, naked, in the middle last night for snacks, but that was over 12 hours ago. I think we should go to Salt. There are more drink options, snaps Rose. But think of all the crap they put on those fries at Centro, replies Alice. We are going out tonight to get hammered, not eat junk food, says Rose. But it's happy hour, eating is totally expectable at happy hour, Alice counters. The two shove each other, both trying to enter the room first. They're so distracted by their bickering that I have time to make sure we're sufficiently covered. Edward is covered right down to the tips of his toes, and it looks like I'm in bed alone, sitting up against the headboard with the blanket tucked under my armpits. Bella will break the tie, Alice says as they both finally get into my room. So, where shall we be going for happy hour? Salt or Centro? They both turn to look at me at the same time. It's really hard work to keep my face pleasant, innocent, and not looking like I was about to come in my beautiful boy's mouth. Well, demands Alice, crossing her arms over her chest as she glares at me. I don't care, I reply, my chest still rising and falling rapidly. Edward moves his head slightly on my lower abdomen, and I tug on his hair, a silent reminder to keep quiet. We still haven't made anything official, and as far as Alice and Rose are concerned, we are still just friends. Just fucking choose, shouts Rosalie, stomping her foot and huffing in frustration. What are we even talking about? I ask, my head still pretty fuzzy. Drinks, tonight? Alice says. They're both scowling at me, and I really just want them to leave. Yeah, I don't care. Why don't you continue this argument downstairs and all? Why do you always have to be like this, Bella? Yells Rosalie, so fucking indecisive. You are the one with terrible taste in appetizers, snaps Alice. The pair starts to argue again, seeming to forget that I'm there at all. Edward nuzzles into my crotch, his hands once again tightening on my hips. His tongue darts out to tease me, shocking the shit out of me. I yank on his hair and bite my lip to stifle a whimper. With his twin in the room. What a naughty boy, Bella, Alice says, interrupting Rose's mid-rant. Are you okay? Huh, I reply intelligently. Oh, yeah. Super. My voice is a wee bit breathless and my cheeks are flushed. Edward licks me again, and I stifle a moan as my limbs start to shake. Where is your shirt, young lady? She asks, eyes narrowing in suspicion. I shrug in response. Holy fuck, says Rose. What is wrong with your face? Why are you breathing so heavily? I'm not, I defend. Except my voice is still wheezy and Edward chooses this moment to gently suck on my clit, so basically all their suspicions are confirmed. They freak the fuck out after that. You have a man in here, don't you? Alice says, her voice low and dangerous. Bella, whose man clothes are these? Oh, fuck no, says Rosalie before looking under the bed and in the closet. I roll my eyes at her ridiculousness. I'm all a little offended by their assumption that I would be fucking some random at this point in my life. It's moments like this that make me realize just how far I still have to go for that redemption I'm working for. Alice slaps a palm down on the bed, whacking Edward's calf. Ow, he mumbles. What the fuck, Bella, Rose yells, removing herself from the empty closet. Sorry, dude. But she is totally in love with someone else, despite being a whore. Alice doesn't speak, but a smile slowly spreads on her face. She knows what's up, and now I'm a little amused by Rose's freak out. Hey, Edward shouts, popping up from under the blanket while making an effort to keep me all covered up. Don't call her that. Oh fuck, Rosalie mutters, her eyes going wide with shock. Alice and I giggle, somewhat hysterically, at the look on her face. Hey, little twin, Alice says, looking slightly bashful now. Hello, Alice, Edward replies, blushing as he crawls up to sit next to me. He hides his face in my neck, and I stroke his hair as I glare at Rosalie. Who the fuck did you think it would be? I ask her. Weren't you supposed to be in Denver till tomorrow, Edward? Rosalie demands, trying to sound tough but really just failing. Change of plans, mumbles Edward into my neck. I giggle as his breath tickles me. So you two are, Rose says, gesturing between the two of us. We nod slowly. It's very rare to see Rose flustered, and I'm really enjoying it. And we just, yup, I say, thanks for that, you filthy cockblockers. Well, this is awkward, declares Rosalie, inching toward the door. A bit, yes, Alice says, mimicking Rose's retreat. Hey, little twin, where do you want to go for drinks tonight? Get the hell out, Alice, Edward demands. Alice puts her hands up in surrender, exiting with Rose, and closing the door behind her. Emmett, we hear Rosalie bellow from the hall. Edward and Bella are fucking again. Were they ever not fucking? Emmett booms in reply. You are such a moron, Emmett Cullen. We stay still until the voice of these fools I continue to live with drift downstairs. I'm hungry, declares Edward, making no move to detangle himself from my body. Yeah? Well, I'm horny, I say, except the little interlude with our friends really made me lose it. Fucking cockblockers. Not that Edward will have any problem getting me back there. Right, he says, sitting up and shuffling down. One orgasm coming up, he stops moving to shoot me a crooked grin. Get it, love? It's a pun. I giggle for a moment as he moves again, but before he can reach his destination, I grab his face and pull him back so we are laying facing each other. No orgasm? He asks, raising an eyebrow in confusion. I shake my head, trying to put my ridiculous thoughts into words. Did you hear Rosalie tell Emmett that we are fucking again? Edward snorts and rolls his eyes. All of Goss Grove heard Rosalie tell Emmett we are fucking again. We wouldn't want to make a liar out of them, so let's. Wait, I say, latching onto his face again to keep him next to me. Do you think they think we are just fucking? Bella, he says, sighing with exasperation. You honestly don't expect me to have some great insight into the inner workings of the insane minds of my Neanderthal brother and his wicked witch of a girlfriend, do you? Shit, I would be scared for life.
Again, he tries to move and again, I restrain him. I feel like I'm about to have a panic attack, and I just need a little reassurance. Love, he says, voice and expression soft now. He strokes my face. What's wrong?
Do you think we are just fucking? I whisper, feeling like a total idiot that I'm still so scared that he isn't serious about us.
No, of course not, he replies. Although his words appease me, but hey aren't enough all of sudden. Is that what has you so flustered? He asks with a laugh.
Will you be my boyfriend? I blurt suddenly even as Edward continues to chuckle. He gapes at me in surprise for a moment, before his face contorts into a frown. Yeah, definitely not the reaction I was expecting. That's cool, if it's too soon to be declaring anything or if you want to take it slow I completely understand. I made you wait years, and I've only had to wait 4 months so that's cool. I don't mind waiting. I'd wait forever for you. Edward interrupts me mid-ramble by covering my mouth with his palm. Bless him, I sounded like an idiot. No, he says, chuckling at me softly. I was just under the impression that we were more serious than that. Boyfriend doesn't seem to cover it. I laugh loudly in relief before snuggling closer to him. Finally, I start to feel secure in our relationship. I didn't forever damage it. We are going to come out of my fuck-ups stronger. What would you prefer I introduce you as? Everyone, this is Edward Cullen, my soulmate. Blushing slightly, he grins at me. Or maybe my man, love of my life, fire of my loins. Are you really quoting Lolita at me, Isabella? He asks, shaking his head slightly. Pedophilia is so romantic. Shut up, I say, punching him in the shoulder. You know it's so much more than that. Nabokov is a genius, and for another thing. Edward kisses me quickly, making me forget all about the literary rant about to burst forth from my lips. He pulls away only after I'm sufficiently dazzled. I'll be your boyfriend, he says, smiling, if you'll be my girlfriend. Deal. May 3, 2011 Edward Pav hey, Bella says, sliding into the booth next to me and wrapping her arms around my neck. She smells like coffee and Bella and pine trees. You're here. I told you I was coming up tonight, I reply, keeping her close to my body even after she breaks the hug. But before you get too excited, I have to go back after dinner. I know. I'm just happy to see you. It has been 10 whole days, Edward, she scolds. Finals are next week, love, I say, wishing I could spend more time with her. Although being 30 miles away all year has been difficult, it is basically unbearable now that we are back together. Now that we are finally happy. Although her words of love did not magically fix our entire relationship, they go a long way in healing my wounds and convincing me that Bella really isn't running away from us anymore. She is serious about us. This time of the year is so much worse than it was in undergrad. I get it, she says. I just miss you. That's all. I miss you too, I assure her, kissing her quickly. In another week, I'm all yours. Goody, she says with a smirk, pulling my face towards hers. It's shocking really, that after all this time the shivers remain unchanged. My need for her and my reaction to her kiss is as strong as ever. It is all-consuming, and I pull away before it can become any more intense. Honestly, I'm surprised that you are here at all, Bella says after we separate. Alice insisted, I explain. She nods in understanding. My sister is very persuasive. That's weird, Bella muses. It was Emmett that demanded I have work off tonight. He said he has a big announcement. He also told me to make sure you knew about it. That is weird, I agree. Alice has an announcement too, and she seems damn excited about it. Plus she told me to tell you. Usually she is more organized than that. What the hell do the two of them have planned? Bella asks. Her brow furrows and I smooth it out with my thumb. Probably something terrible that we will want no part of, I reply, thinking about kissing her again. But that is probably unadvisable being as I have to go back to Denver the moment dinner is done. Bella will kill me if I get her all worked up and don't deliver. You really aren't spending the night? She asks with a pout. It's a little creepy that we are so firmly on the same wavelength. I have a final review session early tomorrow morning. You could come back with me? I suggest. Bella shakes before the words even leave my mouth. Can't. I am meeting Rufus at 9. Bella has been tutoring Rufus at the library for the last couple weeks and seems to be really enjoying volunteering. I am happy that she is getting such joy out of doing good in the world, but it certainly complicates our already busy schedules. I hate not living with her. I hate leaving her here in Boulder and I hate watching her leave me in Denver. Don't be sad, Bella whispers, kissing me quickly. 1 week, remember? Alice and Jasper arrive a moment later, giggling and hanging all over each other, cheeks flushed like they just did it. I don't care if they are married. She is still my sister and that's gross. Also, it made them late and that is just rude. Damn, you guys are awfully smiley, observes Bella. Alice squeaks and babbles incomprehensibly, clapping her hands and being nauseatingly adorable. It is about 1,000,000 times more Alice than normal. Bella and I both gape at her in concern, but Jasper just smiles lazily. Are you okay? Bella asks, leaning as far away from Alice as possible as if Alice's over-the-top behavior is something contagious. Alice nods enthusiastically and lets out some more sounds that don't come even close to actual words. We'll explain when Rose and Emmett get here, says Jasper still looking all smug and self-satisfied. Bella and I share puzzled looks. Something is definitely up and apparently Jasper is in on it too. Why are Bella and I the only couple left in the dark? Ah, couple. I like that word. We order a round of drinks but Alice's gets an Arnold Palmer. This is highly suspect, and I think I figured out what's going on. But then Em and Rose arrive and I get confused all over again. Good, Emmett says, dragging Rose behind him and sitting down quickly. You're all here. I don't think I could wait another fucking second for my announcement. Our announcement, Emmett, Rose says with a scary big smile. It's our announcement. Wait, Bella says, looking back and forth between the two couples. I'm confused. I didn't realize you were so slow, says Rosalie dryly. We have an announcement. Rosalie enunciates the vowels and uses exaggerated hand gestures. Bella just rolls her eyes. No, I put it. I'm confused too. The four of you have an announcement? What? Asks Emmett. This has nothing to do with those two. I can't believe you have an announcement too. Jazz sputters. Don't you go stealing our thunder. This is our special announcement dinner. What? This is our special announcement dinner. Emmett snaps back, glaring. What the crap is going on? Bella whispers in my ear. Dunno, I reply, watching the two other couples argue about whose announcement dinner this really is. The crazies are out in full force today apparently. Your announcement can't be nearly as good as our announcement, Alice yells, poking a finger into Emmett's shoulder. Things are getting violent, and I should probably step in at some point. There is nothing that could fucking top our fucking announcement, counters Emmett. It doesn't even matter. This is our announcement dinner so you can just shut the fuck up, yells Alice. Oh, don't even go there you demon pixie. Em yells right back. I organized this shit. Hell the fuck no you didn't, says Alice. Bella and mine heads bounce back and forth between my siblings, making me feel like I'm watching tennis. I did. Isn't that right, Edward? Well, you did call me, I agree, but Emmett told Bella. Didn't Jasper talk to you, Emmett? Alice says, ignoring me completely. Totally did, darlin', says Jazz, looking pretty amused by the situation. Remember, Em? The other day when I was like we should go to dinner Thursday and you were like, yeah I was already planning on it. I'm glad you already know about it. I think we may have been talking about the same dinner while not talking about the same dinner, muses Em. Alice looks like she is about to explode so I step in. There has obviously been a mix-up, but I think we just need to take a moment to appreciate that it has been months without news and now we have 2 bits of dinner-worthy news so that's got to be a good thing, right? Everyone but Bella glares at me. Yeah, the two of you getting back together was definitely not dinner-worthy, says Rose. I want to reply but Bella cuts me off. Okay, you are all fucking ridiculous, she says. Just make the announcements already. The suspense is killing me. I want to go first, says Alice. Not fair, yells Emmett. I want to go first. Lordy, they are children. I called it. I'm a little surprised that Alice doesn't stick her tongue out at Emmett. Fine. My news is better so it deserves an intro, says Emmett with a smirk, leaning back in his seat. Alice looks livid and turns red. Our news, Emmett. Our fucking news, says Rosalie. She really doesn't sound as bitchy as she normally does, which is weird. I changed my mind and demand to go second, Alice says primly. You are such a little spoiled brat, yells Emmett, completely losing it. I am going second. We, Emmett, says Rose. I want to go second, Alice declares. Ah, fuck no, Emmett starts, only to be interrupted by Jasper. We're pregnant, Jasper finally says. We're getting married, Rosalie finally says. There is silence for a moment before complete pandemonium ensues. Everyone starts yelling and congratulating at the same time. Hugs and tears and handshakes are exchanged. Rose and Alice cry. Smiles pretty much explode off the faces of everyone seated at the table. It takes a full 15 minutes and a request from the waiter to calm us down. But he brings us around on the house when we explain the situation. Holy fuck nuts, murmurs Bella eloquently. Everyone is so grown up. You guys getting hitched. You guys having a wee one. Just, damn. I know right, says Alice. You are going to be such a good mom, says Rosalie wistfully. You are going to be such a beautiful bride, replies Alice. You better not get too crazy with pregnancy hormones to help me plan my wedding, continues Rosalie. Alice squeaks with the realization that she once again gets to go all crazy wedding planner on us. Lord, the pair of them are going to be unbearable for the next few months. Oh my god, Alice says, eyes glowing in a way that thoroughly alarms everyone else at the table. There are so many things to plan. Baby shower. Bridal shower. Bachelorette party. Wedding. And a nursery to decorate. And names to pick out. And Jasper cuts her off with a lazy kiss. Thanks, she says when her husband pulls away. Kinda lost it there for a minute. Oh, and by the way, we're kicking you all out. What? Bella asks. You have 7 months to find a new place to live, Alice replies. The sooner the better because I gots to get to decorating. Bella glances at me, blushing when I smile at her. Already I am scheming on ways to ensure that she ends up in my apartment. I make a mental note to ask Ben the next time I see him. Okay, Bella says. After dinner and a few too many drinks, Bella walks me to the bus stop. I kiss her neck and lean on her shoulder heavily. You are drunk, Edward Cullen, she says, giggling as we stumble in the general direction of the depot. And you smell nice, I reply. Quite the night, huh? Yup, she replies, sighing wistfully. About time on both fronts I say. Does it make you sad? I ask as we finally get to the depot and sit on a bench to wait for the beeline. Kinda, she murmurs in reply, closing her eyes and laying her head on my shoulder as I wrap my arms protectively around her. But mostly I'm just jealous. I want that for us. You do? I ask, still surprised that she is so willing to admit this to me. Maybe one day I will get used to her openly wanting a future with me, but I doubt it. Should I propose? 'Cause I could. Bella blushes and giggles into my neck, pretty much completely losing composure. No, definitely not. You're in med school and I'm trying to figure out what to do next career-wise and we don't live in the same city and we've only been back together for like 10 seconds. We aren't there yet, baby. And a baby? I whisper into her hair, holding her tighter. Bella is quiet for a long time before answering. Not quiet there yet either, she replies, kissing my neck and making me shiver. Someday, I ask, hopeful. Someday, she confirms. We sit in silence, just absorbing as much of each other as we can until my bus comes and takes me away. How are you going to get home? I yell suddenly, disrupting the peace and making a half-asleep Bella jerk in my arms. What? She asks, her voice slurring with sleep and alcohol. When the bus comes, you are going to be here all alone, I continue, babbling a bit. I don't want you to walk home alone what with the hooligans and the hoodlums and the generally bad guys prowling around the streets this late at night. It's like 7 blocks. And it's only like 9 o'clock. And where the hell do you think we live? Fucking Compton? She asks, rolling her eyes at my overprotectiveness. I still don't like it. You're going to have to come to Denver with me. It's the only solution. You can be back in Boulder by 9 tomorrow morning. Easy, I say, getting a little desperate at the prospect of our coming separation. I get nauseous when a bus turns into the depot. What time is your study group tomorrow? She asks, raising an eyebrow at me. 6:30, I say with a grin, kissing her temple because I know she'll cave. Okay, she says, pulling me up from the bench and towards the bus as she rummages through her bag for her bus pass. Okay, I reply, grinning like the crazy in love fool I am. May 11th, 2011, Bella Pav. I am assuming this goes into the charity pile. Can you even give this to Goodwill? What a thing to get a tax deduction for. Edward, sitting cross-legged on the floor among piles of crap, holds up the object in question for my inspection. We are not donating my favorite bomb to charity, I reply with a grin from my seat on the bed where I am folding in boxing clothes. The closet is now completely devoid of occupants, and I am amazed that Edward left so much shit behind when he moved to Denver 2 years ago. There have been many trips down memory lane as we unearth objects from our past. It's nice, focusing on the good times and the laughter for once instead of the shit I pulled. I'm sure it has been done before, he continues, running his fingers over the smooth glass and holding the bong up to the sunlight to give it a more thorough examination. The colors are reflected on his cheeks. This is Boulder. No, I say, shaking my head and chuckling at him. Well, what do you want to do with it? He asks. Surely it is not worthy of making the move, nor do I think Alice and Jasper really want it left in their nursery. But it's so pretty, I say, abandoning my folding and shuffling to the end of the bed to get closer to Edward. You're so pretty, he counters, flashing that crooked smile. Actually, that is blasphemy. You're so beautiful. I blush like a motherfucker. Aw shucks, I mutter as he brushes a quick kiss across my lips. We both know if he deepens the kiss we will never get all this packing done. We have been distracted 3 times already today and it's not even noon. Between the reminiscing and the sexing I might never move in with him, and I really want to move in with him. Some may say we are moving too fast, but we've waited for fucking ever for the happily ever after. But seriously, he says, clearing his throat as he pulls away. Which pile? I am serious. I like the colors. My fingers trace the bright swirls of blue, yellow, purple, and green. Can't we use it as a vase or something? Edward simply raises an eyebrow at me. Fine, I say with a huff. I'll give it to Jake. It wouldn't go with the decor of your apartment anyway. Our apartment, he corrects before continuing his sorting. My insides do a little dance of joy at the term. Maybe I'll give the bomb to Ben as a thanks for taking me in. I'm sure he'd appreciate that, he says with a snort. I love you, I murmur, running my hand through his hair. He closes his eyes and hums in pleasure before turning to scowl at me. Don't you start with that again, he lectures. You keep talking like that and we are never going to get you moved out of here. He is absolutely right. We are making very little progress, but he looks so AMN fuckable with his glasses and gym shorts and bare feet. Plus he is all mine. Mine, mine, mine. Ah, fuck it. I yank his head towards mine, attacking his mouth, and it's a while before we get back to the packing. May 19th, 2011. I wake up obscenely early for someone who spent the majority of the christening our bedroom. It's not like we haven't done it in here before, but then it was just Edward's bedroom and now it's ours. The two of us, the both of us, together. I figured out a while ago that home for me is wherever Edward is, but it is nice to finally live with him officially. Inhabiting the same space is not foreign to us. For the better part of 3 years we basically lived together, but I was too fucking messed up to recognize that. Then, I thought home was a lost concept, but it was here with Edward all along. Again, I'm so fucking thankful that I didn't lose him permanently. I lift my head from Edward's naked chest, propping myself up on elbow to get a good look at him. I place feather-light kisses on each of his eyelids, being careful not to wake him. Part of me wishes his eyes would blink open, but I know he is working late at the hospital tonight, and he needs his sleep after the night we had. Actually, it's more like the week we've had. Edward asked me to move in with him the morning after our friend's big wedding and baby announcements. He finished with finals a week later and it took us another week after that to get all of our crap to Denver or Goodwill. He would blame me for the constant sex breaks, but I blame him for being so damn fuckable and mine. Now I admire the way the morning sun makes his hair shine. I push my hand though it and he lets out a sigh in his sleep, his arms tightening around me. I give myself 5 minutes to enjoy his proximity before the temptation to rouse him from sleep becomes too much. Pulling on his discarded t-shirt and a pair of purple leggings, I quietly exit the bedroom. I mean our bedroom. I like Termar. Coffee is brewing and Angela is sitting at the kitchen table when I emerge. I kiss her cheek before moving to pour myself a cup. Morning, she says without glancing up from the paper spread out before her. Shouldn't you be at work? I ask, sitting across from her and stealing the arts and leisure section. Normally Ange is out of here by 7 on the dot and it is now closer to 8. Teachers get summer vacations too, remember? She says with a grin. Ah yes. In that case why the fuck are you up so early? I demand, smiling when my old friend lets out a chuckle. The kids may be gone but I still have to go in for the rest of the week and close out everything for the summer. Which means I don't have to be there at the ass crack of dawn, Angela explains. She folds up her section of the paper and leans back in her seat, smirking at me now. And I should be asking you why the fuck you were up so early, after the night you had. I blush and gape at her. You heard all that. I'm so sorry, Ange. I thought we were being quite. This has never happened before and it won't again. I'm just fucking with you, she interrupts, still grinning. She certainly curses a lot for someone who hangs out with kindergartners for a living. We can't hear anything from our room, but when I went to the bathroom at like 3 in the morning I got quite the show. For a minute I thought I was having some sort of bizarre dream. I am suddenly very thankful for the layout of this spacious apartment. A shared bathroom separates the two bedrooms and apparently creates some sort of noise barrier. Still, I'm embarrassed. It's damn cool of Ben to let me move into his apartment, and I want to be the best roomie possible. I don't want him to regret his decision. It was no dream, I say, recovering slightly, and if it was I never want to wake up. Angela giggles before moving to pour herself another cup of coffee. I'll have to brew more so there's a fresh pot for Edward when he gets up. So what are you doing today? She asks, rejoining me at the table. Do you work? Nope, I say, glad that I don't have to commute to Boulder today. I'm still working at the Goat till I can find something closer to home. I actually have an interview with this electronic newspaper this afternoon, and then I'm tutoring this evening. It's going to be a lazy morning. You should meet me for lunch, Angela says a little too casually. All right, I reply. Just you? Well, no, she replies, looking guilty now. I'm actually meeting Tia. Tia, I ask, shocked. Edward's Tia. I can't believe that phrase just left my mouth, and I grimace, offended by my own wording. Angela looks at me with a combination of sympathy and amusement, as if she knows just what I'm thinking. She's my friend, Angela continues as if I didn't just say something horrible, and she is actually a pretty cool girl. I don't know, she is going to be around from now on, Angela continues, her voice getting all schoolmarmish as she scolds me. You might want to try and get along with her. For Edward's sake. It would make things easier on all of us if you and Tia found something to bond about. What? Like how we are both in love with my boyfriend, I snap. Yeah, that's a good place to start, Angela replies, nodding sagely. I glare at her and she giggles at my expression. I think Tia is over that now. It has been months since you came back and she found out about you. Give the girl a little credit. Fine, I reply with a huff. I'll go to your fucking lunch. I'm reading a book on the balcony in the sun when Edward finally gets up. He stumbles through the sliding glass door, yawning and rubbing his bleary eyes as he collapses at the foot of my lounge chair. I smile and open my legs, allowing him to lean back against my chest. I discard my book and wrap my arms around his shoulders. Morning, sweetheart, I murmur in his ear. He lets out a groan and turns slightly to wrap his arms around my waist. I hold back a giggle because he is always so grumpy when he wakes up. My man is so not a morning person. I just made a fresh pot of coffee. He nods against my shoulder but doesn't open his eyes. Do you want me to get you some? I offer, already moving to get up but Edward's arms tighten around me. Later, he mutters. Tenderness and love bloom in my chest as I run my fingers through his hair and smile down at him with affection. Little things like this truly make me see how much he loves me. I'm better than coffee to wake up to. We sit in silence. If I didn't know better I would think that Edward had fallen back asleep, but he just takes a while to wake up. The morning is still cool, but that is sure to change as the suns get higher in the sky. I look over the bustle of the city to the blue mountains in the distance. They seem so far away, but I find their presence soothing anyway. After being adrift for so long I feel grounded again. I like waking up to you, Edward says after some time. Even if you weren't in our bed, you weren't far. You have no idea how hard it was to not wake you up this morning, I reply, brushing a brief kiss over his eyelids. I wouldn't have minded, he claims, causing me to snort a little. It was 7:30, I say. You would have killed me. After grinning up at me for a moment, Edward tugs his shirt up to expose a tit. He leans over and places a kiss on my hardening nipple. I wouldn't have minded if you made it worth my while, he whispers, actually waggling his eyebrows at me. Edward, I shriek, pulling my shirt down, except somehow his head ends up under the baggy fabric and he continues to torment my chest with hands, tongue, teeth, and lips. We are outside, in the broad daylight. Don't care, he mumbles against my skin. What about your neighbors? I demand. Edward shifts so his weight is directly on top of me. Working. We have a little tussle as Edward attempts to get me, and half of him, out of the loose shirt I wear. I don't put up much resistance, especially after he grinds the hard wonder cock into me. My eyes flutter closed and my breathing picks up as I forget why I'm fighting this at all. Somehow my shirt disappears. Edward's movements become a whole lot less frantic after start responding. He kisses me languidly, tilting my head for better access with his large hand along my jaw. Our hips lock into a steady rolling motion as we continue to kiss. Right on this 5th floor balcony for the whole world to see. We are both panting when Edward pulls away, looking down at me with bright eyes as his chest heaves. You are so beautiful, he murmurs, dragging one hand down the length of my body, from my neck to my bare chest and stomach. His hand trails a line of heat even as it travels down my legging-clad thigh before it tightens around my calf to hitch my leg around his waist. I've gotten slightly better at accepting compliments, but I blush anyway, right down to my chest. Edward smiles as if this was his intention when he spoke. Which is probably true. My man is such a schemer. I lock my ankles behind his back, pulling him closer, when a car horn blares below us and forces us to remember where we are. And although it is fucking doubtful anyone can see us from the street, there is an office building made of windows across from us. Edward lets out a frustrated huff before standing and pulling me with him. He tosses me over his shoulder, fucking caveman style. I squeak in surprise as he basically runs inside, not even bothering to close the sliding glass door behind us. I giggle at his desperation as I push at the waistband of his boxes. They fall down to his calves and he steps out of them without even tripping. I give his glorious ass a little smack, and I get a little cross-eyed as I try to take him in upside down. I expect Edward to turn towards our bedroom, but instead I find myself dropped unceremoniously on our small kitchen table instead. Edward, I breathlessly admonish. This is the table, we eat things here. Exactly, he says with that crooked grin that never fails to absolutely melt me before pulling my tights clean off my body. His mouth is between my legs before I even have a moment to really understand what is happening. It doesn't take me long to get it though. Thankfully, he doesn't dally. He gets right down to business, and I pull him up by his hair when I'm on the brink. It's all too much, and I want him inside me when I come. Edward, understanding what I need as usual, kisses me hard and quick before abruptly flipping me over onto my stomach and pushing into me with one quick thrust. We both gasp at the sensation. I feel him so deeply within me it makes me a little dizzy. Edward pauses for a moment, giving us both a moment to adjust, before tilting my hips and pounding into me, slow and steady. I'm hot, my skin slick and burning. Edward moves between my legs and touches my hips, but I feel him everywhere, both in my body and soul. As much as I love the depth and sensation this position provides, I want more contact. I want to see him. As if he can read my mind, Edward leans forward, pressing his slick chest to my back. One of his hands moves my hair to the side to kiss the sensitive skin behind my ear while the other reaches around to where they're joined. I actually whimper at the sensation, reaching back to hold the hair at the back of his neck, and his pace becomes more frantic. You feel so good, he groans in my ear, his breath against my skin. Come for me, Isabella. And then I do, shattering completely around him with his name on my lips. He follows moments later, babbling incomprehensibly and collapsing forward. Except our balance on the tabletop is precarious and he slides to the floor, bring me with him. I end up on top of him, my head rising and falling with his chest as we both come down from our high and our breathing settles. I like to feel the weight of him after, but this is pleasant too. The air of the fan cools my damp skin, and I snuggle even closer to Edward as he plays with my hair. Welcome home, love, he says. I feel his sentiment all the way down to my bones. It is very reluctantly I leave Edward at home to meet Angela and Tia for lunch. We go to a little Thai place just off the 16th Street Mall. It's not too far from Edward's apartment. I mean our apartment, and I enjoy the walk even if the day is hot. I wear a little black halter and even smaller black shorts. I'll have to change before my interview and I dread putting on business casual attire. Almost as much as I dread this fucking lunch. Stupid, fucking, persuasive Angela. Edward didn't say much when I told him about my plans. He just looked at me for a long time like he was trying to see into my brain, kissed me soundly, and told me to behave myself. I told him I always behave myself and he had the gall to laugh. When I get to the restaurant I spot Tia sitting alone in a booth, reading something. Angela is late. I left the apartment later than I should have just to avoid this situation, and I have a suspicion that Angela planned it this way. Cursing my friend violently in my head, I trudge over to Tia and slide into the booth across from her. She jumps and looks at me with wide-eyed shock. Sup, I say with a head nod. Hello, she says with caution. What are you doing here? Shit. Fucking Angela didn't even give the girl a heads up. Angela invited me, I reply, trying not to scowl at Edward's friend. This situation is not her fault and I try to reserve my anger for Angela. Didn't she let you know? No, Tia says primly, neatly tucking her reading material into her book bag. She failed to mention anyone would be joining us. Where is she anyway? Fuck if I know, I mutter. We lapse into uncomfortable silence, and I fiddle with my sunglasses as I attempt to figure out how to alleviate the awkward. This is ridiculous, Tia says with a huff. Yeah, I agree. I hate it when people are late. Well, yes that too. But I meant this is ridiculous. She gestures between the two of us. Why do you hate me so much? Her abruptness startles me almost as much as the question itself. I've always seen Tia as a shy, weak little thing and I find myself begrudgingly respecting her backbone. I don't hate you, I mutter, feeling uncomfortable. Why do you hate me? Tia lets out a big sigh and her shoulders drop. The slight hunch in her typically perfect posture makes her seem more human to me. I don't hate you either, she replies. I raise an eyebrow in skepticism. What, if you can lie, so can I. I let out a sharp little chuckle at that and can't help but smile. Fair enough, I say. But I wasn't totally lying. I don't hate you. I just find it difficult to be cordial to a lady so totally against my relationship with the love of my life. Plus, you like him too much, ya know? Well, that makes sense, she responds, looking thoughtful. But I don't like him too much anymore. Actually, I don't think I ever really did. What do you mean? I ask, completely confused now. Again, Tia lets out a heavy sigh. You were right, she begrudgingly admits. I was? I ask, completely shocked by this statement. About what? I didn't really know him, she says, looking sad. Not really, I still don't. I see now that he never let me get close enough for that. He is smart and a good listener and I mistook that all for love. I nod, a little dazed that we are actually having this conversation. He is my friend, she continues. There is no one I would rather study with and I enjoy spending time with him, but I don't feel that way anymore. It's amazing how different he is now that you are back. Again, there is more head nodding on my part because I really don't know what to say. He is a whole new person, Tia muses. I didn't get how miserable he was until I saw how happy he is now. How could I hate the person that makes my friend so happy? You mean me? I squeak, feeling like a moron. Yes, Tia says as if she would rather admit anything else. I would never even think to talk to someone like you if I met you under different circumstances. Likewise, I mumble. I find you very intimidating, she confesses, looking about as uncomfortable as I feel. No shit, I say, genuinely surprised. I find you fucking intimidating what with your big brain and perfect face and all that. Really? Tia asks, sounding pleased with herself. She touches her face self-consciously. How odd. And then I laugh, a lot and loudly because the whole damn thing is so ridiculous. Tia actually joins me, even thought I am not totally sure what is so funny. All I know is that it is. Of course this is the moment that Angela finally appears. The people who try to control my life certainly do a damn good job of it. Well, I'm glad to see you two gang along, Angela says, sitting next to Tia. Sorry I'm late. Yeah, like you didn't fucking plan it. Angela doesn't even bother trying to look innocent or deny my claim and just flashes this evil little smile. I'm fucking starving. Conversation flows easily after we order, and I don't think I'll ever be best friends with the girl. At least I know now that I'm capable of getting along with the people in Edward's life. May 20th, 2011. I can't believe you talked me into this. I mutter from behind my sunglasses as I allow Rosalie to drag into a poofy little cafe. The place is decorated in pastels. I hate pastels. This is probably where the Easter Bunny comes to die. Stop your bitching, she replies as the hostess, dressed in a light pink button-up, leads us to our table in the corner. I need to get as much help out of you before you up and leave again. Rose, I growl, slamming my glasses onto the top of my head. I don't do that anymore. I know, Rose replies with an evil grin. Is it too soon to joke about it? I just roll my eyes and cross my arms over my chest. Why you got to be so cranky, girl? Rosalie asks. Why'd I have to be here at all, bitch? I counter, causing Rose to laugh. Because my mom is out of town and Alice is teaching little kids how to sculpt clay pots and I need all the help I can get from you now that the wedding is happening so soon and you are moving. Rosalie, finally confessing a terrible girly secret, apparently has always wanted to get married in this beautiful old church downtown. When she called to set this up the day after Emmett purposed, she was told they had a cancellation for this August, but other than that they're booked for the next 2 years. Which is fucking absurd, but what Rose wants Rose gets. It was pretty fucking funny to see the look on Emmett's face when he was informed that he would be getting hitched in less than 3 months, but it also means that the impossible task of planning this monstrosity of a wedding has been delegated to everyone in Rose's life, which really fucking sucks. I already fucking moved, I remind her, grinning when I think about how great it is to fall asleep in Edward's arms every night. Then why are you here so much? She asks. Because I haven't found a job closer to Denver yet, I remind her. I'm still working at the Goat. Commuting sucks and I still spend the night at the Goss house occasionally, but it's better than living in Boulder without Edward. Another coffee shop, well, hopefully not, I say. I have a couple interviews set up with small online newspapers. I had one yesterday and it went pretty well. I got a second interview with them. What would you do? Right, I reply. Anything they want me to. It will be like reviews and fluff pieces and shit. If I'm lucky I'll end up with my own column. Does this sort of thing pay well? Hell no, I scoff. But I don't need much. Rent is pretty cheap now that we are splitting it 3 ways. Plus Tyler has 3 roommates now, so I have a pretty steady monthly income from Charlie's house. I'll do fine. Wow, look at you. Doing what you love. Being with who you love. Who'd have thought it? Rosalie says with an amused chuckle. And look at you, I reply. Planning your goddamn dream wedding. Who'd have thought you, little miss I will never get married, ever even had a dream wedding cookin' in her noggin. We're planning my dream wedding, Rose corrects with a smirk. I grimace at her when another pastel-covered creature sits at our table and starts tittering out an apology for being late. She says fabulous 3 times and calls Rose darling twice by the time she is done, and I can't help but stare at her in all her big-haired, perfumed, pasteled glory. We just got here, darling. Do not worry, says Rosalie, using that smile and voice she usually reserves for her mother in the country club set. Fuck, this is going to be a long couple of months. What is with the continual use of the term darling? Bella, this is my wedding planner, Wendy Amherst. Wendy turns to study my for the first time and raises an eyebrow at me when she takes in my disheveled, distinctly not country club look. Clothed in a off-white Henley Pilford from Edward that I've tied at the waist and a ridiculous short pair of jean shorts, I probably offend her pastel suit wearing sensibilities. I'm probably showing a bit more mid-drift than is socially acceptable for such a meeting. Oh well. Sup, I say with a head nod. Wendy, this is my maid of honor, Isabella Swan, Rose continues. I just roll my eyes at this. Rose is attempting to get Alice and I to fight it out for the coveted role. Whoever does the best and most wins. This wedding crap must have altered Rosie's brain, because there is no way I am fighting for something I don't really want anyway. She knows me better than this. Although, Alice gets this scary look in her eye and goes planning crazy when Rose mentions the little contest. So maybe it is solely to manipulate Alice. Charmed, says Wendy, her voice sugar-coated and giving me a damn toothache. Now, is that the Longmont Swans? Where the fuck does this lady think we are from? The Upper West Side or some shit? Boulder isn't exactly a high society type place. No it's the Forks Swans actually, I reply, trying not to chuckle, and please, call me Bella. Great, she says. Let's order and get down to business, shall we? The lunch really isn't that bad at first. Mostly I just drink mimosas and eat overpriced eggs while the women talk wedding. The huge binder Rosalie pulls out of her bag freaks me out slightly, and we talk about everything. Well, they talk about everything. And then it is time to figure out my responsibilities as a potential maid of honor. What about selecting the wedding invitations? Suggest Wendy to Rosalie because apparently I don't even have a say in this. No, replies Rose so quickly it is almost offensive. Alice is already taking care of that. She is the artist in the family. Okay, that makes sense and I won't take it personally. Well, will you take Bella dress shopping? Maybe, says Rose. But you see how she's dressed. I'm going to need the opinion of Alice. All I want Bella to do is shut up and wear whatever dress I tell her to wear. I mean, she obviously can't be trusted with her own outfit. They have a good laugh over this, and I scowl at the pair of them. The seating arrangement, oh no, says Rose, still giggling. Bella will just slap a bunch of randoms together with no thought whatsoever. There are several more things suggested that I am apparently not qualified to organize until Wendy mentions the bachelorette party. I don't know, says Rose, and I finally have had enough. Oh come on, I snap. Both Rose and Wendy jump a little as if they forgot I'm even here. Who the fuck else is better suited to plan your bachelorette party? Hello, I am the party queen. You were the party queen, Rose corrects. Now that you are back with Edward and all domestic, you are kinda lame. The two of you rarely come when we go out to the bars these days. You're such a homebody. I sputter a bit in disbelief. Eventually, it is decided that I can plan the fucking bachelorette party. Other than that, Rose has pretty much made me Alice's bitch, which I'm really looking forward to. Now, continues Wendy. We really need to finalize the guest list and invitation decisions by the end of the week because the wedding is ridiculously soon. I'm already ahead of you, Rose says, flipping to a page in her binder and handing it to Wendy. This list is pretty much final. Wendy nods in appreciation, and I steal the list from her. My eyes bulge out of my head slightly when I take in the insane number of names on the page, at least 200. Most people I don't recognize. Some names make me smile, yet one I find extremely irritating. Victoria? I ask, interrupting whatever the two are babbling about now. You are inviting Victoria? Bella, Rose says, narrowing her eyes at me. Victoria is one of my oldest and truest friends. Bullshit, I reply. They haven't been close since junior year of college when Vicky tried to give Emmett a lap dance in front of everyone. Fucking funny as shit, but slightly friendship ruining. Okay, fine, Rose says, looking guilty now. She is a cosmologist now and she agreed to do my hair and makeup for free if I invited her. Are you paying for any of this wedding? I ask. Well, some of it. Bella, she is really, really good at what she does. Rose seems to plead with me. Fine, as long as her +1 is acceptable, I reply. I'm exhausted after lunch, but have to work a whole fucking shift before I can finally go home. To Edward. When I get back to Denver it's after 9 and it's been a long fucking day. I basically throw open the door to the apartment. Honey, I'm home, I declare loudly, but when I enter I am met with only a bemused-looking Ben, blinking at me from the couch. Watch who you're calling honey. An irate female voice calls from the kitchen. Grinning, I close the door behind me and flop onto the couch next to Ben. Did Angela cook dinner? I whisper. I try to get a look in the kitchen for a peek at my old friend. Whenever she is over this late she usually cooks dinner, complete with copious amounts of leftovers. For two smart, med school students, neither Ben nor Edward can figure out how to work a toaster so and I try to keep the fridge stocked. Ben nods and rubs his belly as Angela appears with a plate of food. I don't know how she does it. She is probably magic. Thanks, I reply. You know you are my one and only, right, honey? She just rolls her eyes at me. Edward's in the bedroom. I thank her again for dinner before joining my man in our room and taking my food with me. I've already inhaled half the plate of lasagna by the time I kick open the door. Edward glances up from his book and grins when I enter. His long frame is laid out on the bed, propped up against the headboard. He wears only his glasses and a pair of boxers to combat the heat of summer, and I take a minute to just look at him and revel in the knowledge that he's mine. Hey, he says, smiling crookedly as he sets the book down in his lap. Hi, I say, a little breathless. I find my throat suddenly clogged with emotion. This still happens on occasion. It hits me sometimes, how close I was to losing him and how unbelievably thankful I am that he is here now. Long day? He asks, running his hands through his hair and stretching slightly. Nodding, I sit by his feet and finish my meal. Damn, you look good in my shirt, he observes as I take the last couple bites and put my now clean plate on his desk. I unbutton my shorts and pull them down my hips before stepping out of them and crawling onto my side of the bed. Edward immediately wraps me up in his arms as I lay my head on his chest. I close my eyes, dozing slightly as Edward slips a hand beneath my panties and goes back to his book. What are you reading? I ask when I conjure the energy to work my mouth. The Gone Away World, he replies softly, his hand now moving to stroke my lower back. Nick Harkaway. Never heard of it, I say, plucking the book out of his hand and reading the back. Did you just start it? Yup. It is very bizarre and ignores many scientific laws, but I like it. It sounds like you. The way it's written. Well, I'll just have to read it when you're done. Hurry up, will you? All right. Love, he says with a chuckle and a kiss to my temple. I hand the book back to him and he places it on the bedside table. I like the way he keeps me in his arms as he moves rather than letting go. I do have abandonment issues, after all. How is Rosé? Insane. As is Wendy the wedding planner. Apparently I can't be trusted with anything except the bachelorette party. And Rose was even wary about that, I say, closing my eyes again as Edward's hand traces the planes of my back. Do you really want more wedding responsibility? He asks. Hell no, I reply. But it would be nice to know that Rose trusts me to do it. Instead she made me Alice's bitch. I'm so sorry, love, Edward says. I can feel the rumble of a chuckle in his chest, as hard as he is trying to hide it. That is sure to be a tortuous position to be in. Alice in pregnant, wedding planning mode. I can handle it, I say. That you can. You're sure doing a lot for a woman you recently called a fire-breathing slag conceived in the depths of hell, Edward muses. I still don't think he has totally forgiven Rose for keeping my secret for 2 years of the way she shared it. But he hasn't totally forgive me either, I don't think. Yeah, you know that's all bullshit, I admit with a sigh. I really do love that slag. You two have such a bizarre relationship, he says. Yeah well. It works for us, although we are fucking eloping when we get married. No wedding is worth all this shit. I like that you said when instead of if, he murmurs into my hair, causing me to blush scarlet. Although I am getting better, intense moments of verbalized commitment still freak me out slightly. I am committed to him. I want to spend the rest of my life with him. But right now thoughts of the future are too much and I feel the need to change the subject. How was your day? I ask. It feels good for things to be so normal for us. Here we are, cuddling and talking about our days. Uneventful, he replies. It was the usual at the hospital. Nothing to report. I missed you though. You just saw me this morning, I say with a giggle. I want to be with you always. Me too, I reply with a blush and a grin. June 30th, 2011. I can't believe you're so nervous, I say with a chuckle, holding Bella's hand as we enter Dia through a sliding glass door. I'm not fucking nervous, she snaps, scowling at me. Even though I've upset her, she makes no move to remove her hand from mine. I don't get fucking nervous. Your palms are sweaty, I point out, bringing her hand to my lips and giving her knuckles a lingering kiss when she attempts to pull away. Bella looks like she is going to argue for a moment before her face falls and she lets out a big sigh, snuggling into my side. I lay my arm over her shoulders and try not to be too amused. But I can't help but find her vulnerability endearing, even in its ridiculous. They hate me, she mutters, hiding her face in my chest. We stop walking, and I lean up against a railing, facing the area where the train will arrive from the terminal. They don't hate you, I reply, tilting her face towards mine with a finger on her chin. I see panic in her big brown eyes, and all I want to do is protect her from any hurt. They kept your secret, didn't they? I get a little pissed at the thought. My mother and I have yet to discuss the fact that she lied to me since last fall and failed to mention that Bella was living in Forks. Whenever I talk to Esme on the phone, she somehow manages to maneuver around my questions. But now she and my father are flying in to help with the wedding. They will be staying for over a month, and I plan on finally having this conversation with my mother. What would you have done? Bella asks, pulling me away from my negative thoughts towards my mom. If she told you where I was, would you have come after me? I don't know, I reply with a shrug. My eyes go back to the place where my parents will emerge at any moment. I haven't really thought about it. This is a lie, but for whatever reason I don't really want to tell Bella that I would have been on a plane in a matter of hours if I knew where she was. It seems pathetic. A lot about how I acted in the past seems pathetic, but I can't bring myself to totally regret anything because Bella is here with me now. Still, I've thought through the what-ifs. I would have come to her immediately. She wasn't ready then, and the result could have ruined us. Bullshit, she says, punching my arm half-heartedly. You think about everything. All you do is analyze the shit out of shit. The girl really knows me far too well. I would have come after you, I confess, running a hand through my hair. In a damn heartbeat. I don't know if T would have been to demand answers or to try to get you back, but I would have been in Washington the very day I found out you were there. Bella comes to stand in between my legs, offering me a sad little smile. She cradles my jaw and kisses me slowly. Even now her proximity has my heart shuddering in my chest. Then she did the right thing, Bella says, lacing our fingers together. I'm glad she didn't tell you because I wasn't ready. I know, I say. This time I mean it. I needed to figure it out on my own, she continues. Figure what out? Figure out that you are it for me, she says with that blush that has become more frequent since she started admitting her feelings. I had to face a lot of demons so it took a while, but I needed to figure out on my own that we are meant to be. Meant to be, huh? I say, pulling her closer by drawing her hands up and placing them on the back of my neck. My arms circle her waist. Shit, she says with a groan. I sound like such a fucking chick. A mushy ball of goo. I don't know why you put up with me. I like that she doesn't take back her earlier statement. I like you a mushy ball of goo. I whisper in her ear. She trembles slightly. My proximity affects her as much as hers affects me. I like you nervous to see my parents. I like you finally admitting that forever for us is inevitable. Aw shucks. She hides against my neck again. This is her new phrase that indicates to me that she has pretty reached capacity on the lovey-dovey stuff. I beam and kiss her forehead. I love you, I tell her. God, I love saying it. I love that she lets me. I love that she believes me. I love that she loves me back. Thank all the various deities for that, she replies. Seriously, don't know what I would do if you ever stopped. That is one thing you won't have to worry about, I reply with a chuckle. Not even your abrupt little departure managed to change that. I was hoping to make her smile, but instead Bella grimaces and looks very upset. Shit, I didn't mean to make her feel bad. Bella, I start. But of course this is the moment that my parents emerge, waving excitedly, calling my name, and rushing towards us. Bella shakes her head and gives me a small smile before turning to face my parents and putting space between us. I suppose I'll have to figure out how to fix that later. Edward. Mom shouts, throwing her arms around my neck. I return her hug and lift her off the ground because I know she likes that. I set her down and move to greet my dad before she can start fussing with me. Hey, Dad, I say, giving him a manly hug complete with back slaps. How was the flight? Oh fine, Carlisle says with a sigh. Your mother made about 6 friends. I don't know why she insists on bonding with strangers she will never see again. Excuse your father, Edward dear, my mom says, patting unnecessarily at my freshly ironed collar. He's gotten all grumpy in his old age. Who are you calling old? Dad replies with a laugh, Grandma. At the mention of Alice's pregnancy, Esme forgets to even fake anger at my dad. She even gets a little teary-eyed before she notices Bella, loitering almost directly behind me. Hello, Bella, Esme says. Her smile seems genuine. Although my mother has voiced some concern about the quick progress of our relationship, for the most part she is happy for me. Bella's honesty last fall really seems to have won my mother over. Hi, Mrs. Cullen, Bella says with a quiet voice and a slight smile. She is just so adorable when she is feeling shy. It seems like such a contradiction to her normally vibrantly loud candor. I'm a little alarmed to see that the smile has disappeared from Mom's face, and she is now glaring at Bella intently. What the hell? I thought Esme was on our side, and I try to think of something to say to protect Bella from the wrath of my mother. I mean Esme, Bella quickly corrects. Hi, Esme. That's much better, Mom says with a nod of approval. She moves to give Bella a quick hug. My girlfriend looks damn shocked, and the interaction makes me smile. I'm glad to see you kept your promise. Told you I'd be back, Bella replies, smiling at me now. I grab her hand because I don't like not touching her. Hey there, Carlisle. How goes it? Now my dad is hugging her. I remember that Bella used to refer to him as a hottie. I try not to be jealous because that is just beyond ridiculous. Bella returns to my side a moment later, and I wrap my arm around her shoulders, somewhat possessively. It's good to see you, Bella, Dad says, smiling warmly. Let's get going. It feels like we have been living in airports the last couple months. My parents have been traveling throughout Europe since Christmas. I hope Bella and I will be able to enjoy our retirement like my parents are. I'm getting ahead of myself with this desire, but I can't help it. I like being able to make plans for the future that positively include Bella. Do you think you'll stay in Forks for a while after the wedding? I ask as the four of us move to the baggage claim. My parents grin at each other, and I feel like I'm missing something.
No, I don't see us spending a lot of time in Forks in the next couple of years, says Mom, still grinning. All the smiling is making me a little nervous.
Right you are, dear, Dad agrees. What? I ask. I don't like not understanding things and I certainly don't understand what they're trying to tell me. We are thinking about sticking around a little longer, replies Esme. What, till Alice has the baby? Asks Bella. I'm glad that she is as confused as me. No, I don't see us wanting to leave right after our first grandchild is born. Do you, Esme? Carlisle says with a chuckle. We reach the baggage claim and I've had enough of whatever little game they're playing with us. All right, out with it. How long are you staying? Indefinitely, answers my mom with a head nod. Indefinitely? Yes, till we damn well feel like leaving, says Dad. That okay with you? I don't particularly care if it's okay with him, muses my mom. We have a meeting set up with a real estate agent first thing tomorrow. She is taking us to look at some amazing houses in North Boulder. I thought about designing one myself, but it would take too much time. I'll just settle on decorating. I'm thinking of using western, mountainous themes. Maybe some sort of cabin motif. My eyes bulge out slightly in my shock, and I look down at Bella. She just shrugs and giggles at my expression. You are moving to Boulder. I clarify, still trying to wrap my head around the concept of having my parents so close. Yes, we have spent quite enough time away from our kids, and now that you are all settling down and starting families, we can't just stay on the periphery, says Mom. We don't want to be absentee grandparents, puts in Dad. Bella grins at me and I grin back. Fine, I say. But, Mom, Bella might seriously kill you if you try to get me to chop off my hair every time we see you. Murder would put a damper on family functions, Bella adds. But really, Edward, my mom says, messing with the ends of my hair by my ear. Just a little trim would do you wonders. Bella and Carlisle really laugh at this. Welcome to Boulder, Cullen parents, Bella says. I hope you're ready to join the House of Fools. That night, after dinning and celebrating my parents' impromptu move to Colorado, I find turning my brain off to be impossible. Sleep eludes me, even with naked Bella securely in my arms. Nothing particular plagues me yet I find myself thinking about everything and nothing. I imagine what it will be like with my parents so close. Maybe this bizarre kinship between my mother and Bella will bloom into something more. Bella has never really known what it's like to have a mother. Perhaps she will borrow mine. I don't mind sharing with Bella. I indulge in a little daydream about our future. We own a house in Boulder. I spend my days at the hospital while she writes. At night we enjoy our children. In my head there are about 8 of them and they all are mini Bellas, and each other. I think about where we will be in 2 years when I finish med school. After that, I have my internship and residency to complete. That could take me anywhere. It is hard to not be scared that Bella might not follow me. This is her home and she is just now figuring out what she wants to do with her life. She has a new job, writing opinion pieces for an online publication that has a small yet dedicated following in the greater Boulder, Denver area. On top of that, several of her fiction pieces have been published in various literary magazines. She has the beginnings of a successful career. How could I ask her to give that up? Although technically she can write anywhere. I beam with pride at the person Bella is now and the person she inspires me to be too. I seriously consider waking her up with my mouth on her, but we both have to work in the morning. Plus, she just looks so beautiful and soft in sleep I would feel too guilty waking her. I worry about the upcoming semester, and how my extended family will treat Bella when they fly in next month for the wedding. I wonder what Alice will name her child. I go back to studying Bella's naked form. She looks so young and innocent when she sleeps. When the temptation to wake her and my general frustration at being unable to fall asleep become too much for me to handle around 3 am, I get up. After slipping on a pair of soft sweats and pouring myself a tumbler of scotch, I sit on the balcony off the living room. The night in Colorado provides a much-needed relief from the scorching heat of the day. For whatever reason, being outside helps me settle. Though my brain is still working much more than I would like, my thoughts come slower. I think about the pain I put on Bella's face when I mentioned her absence today. I suppose it's too soon to joke about it. In fact, I have no desire to joke about it even if I have let it go. I think about how wonderful things are right now with Bella and find myself drifting. The lights in our apartment are abruptly flicked on, and I'm startled from my half-sleep. I'm not totally sure where I am. Edward. Bella is shouting my name in panic, and my heart drops. I immediately conjure visions of robbers and axe murders. Bella? I call back, jumping to my feet and preparing to come to my maiden's rescue. Except in my haste to get inside, I trip over a side table. Although I flap my arms for a moment in an attempt to stay upright, I go down like a sack of potatoes. My ridiculous fall is hard enough to knock the wind out of me, and I just lay on my back for a moment, once again completely discombobulated. Bella slides open the screen door, staring down at me in bewilderment. All I can do is blink up at her for a moment. What's up? I wheeze when I finally get my breath back. Bella looks upset. Like on the verge of tears upset. She looks emotionally beaten, not physically threatened, and her stillness at the doorway makes me think I was probably wrong with my axe murder theory. Bella just shakes her head and continues to look at me. What's wrong? I ask, sitting up off the ground and leaning back on my hands for support. Nothing. She is really a terrible liar. Her voice wavers and again, I fear she might start to cry. I've come to hate it when she cries. Bella, love? I try again. Are you okay? Fine, she squeaks out. Fuck. She squeezes her eyes closed, places a hand against her heart, and leans against the doorframe. I need a fucking cigarette. She makes a move to disappear back inside and that just won't do. Bella. My voice comes off harder and more irritated than I like, but she is really freaking me out. At my unusually harsh tone Bella stops, turning back to face me where I still sit on the floor. She gnaws on her lower lip as tears fill her eyes. I stand, slower this time so I don't embarrass myself, and open my arms to her. Come here, I murmur. She obeys my command with haste and hides her face in my chest, arms squeezing my waist. Her behavior has me utterly baffled, and I move us backward to the lounge chair on which I was dozing. I hold her against me, and she shudders in my arms, but thankfully does not cry. I kiss her temple and stroke her hair. My mind back to going a million miles a minute once again as I try to figure out what could possibly have happened to upset her so in the hour since I left our bed. She was fine this evening, smiling and happy. Our lovemaking was silly, full of laughter. What the fuck is going on, Bella? I say, keeping my voice low and non-threatening. What happened, love? Nothing. Bella, she lets out a big huff and then sits up, moving to face me. I have abandonment issues, she says, looking at her fingers in her lap instead of at me. My eyebrows go way up. This is not what I was expecting, at all. Even so, this is something I am well aware of. Bella, despite all of her progress, does indeed have abandonment issues. I know, I reply, reaching out to run my thumb over her cheek in the hope that the gesture will encourage her to look at me. It works, and I frown slightly when I see her big, sad eyes. I don't like it when she is sad, but then a moment later they narrow. I'm met with the Bella glare. She punches me in the shoulder. Apparently, I'm in trouble. Where were you? She hisses, crossing her arms over her chest. What do you mean? Usually Bella and I are so in sync, but I'm having a very hard time understanding where this questioning is heading. I've been right here. Why are you out here at 4 in the morning? She demands. I couldn't sleep, I explain. You couldn't sleep? She asks with a skeptical raise of the eyebrow. No, I'm not sure why not. I just couldn't quiet my head, I reply. But you can always sleep. Bella has gone from upset to angry and now petulant. Usually, yes. Usually, yeah, I mean sometimes I can't, and when that happens a change of location tends to do the trick, I say, still really confused. How often is usually? Bella asks. I don't know, I say with a frustrated chuckle. Bella, what's wrong? So sometimes when I'm in bed with you and you can't sleep, you just leave? She says, her voice rising in pitch and volume. On occasion. Bella, I plead, stilling her flapping hands. Please, tell what has you so upset. You never wake up before me, she whispers, looking away again. This drives me crazy, when she turns away from me like this. I don't think you've ever woken up before me. When I wake up you are always there. You are an early riser, I agree, still not getting it. You woke up first, she continues. Well, I never actually fell asleep. The point is, she interrupts, glaring at me again, I woke up, and you weren't there. And now I get it. Bella has abandonment issues, she woke up and I wasn't there. In this moment, I realize that even though she left me, abandoned me, once before, I am no longer scared that she will disappear again. I trust her. Maybe some would think me foolish, but I know her and trust her, she isn't going anywhere. And, on the other side of the coin, even though I have always been right here for her, some part of her still fears that I will disappear. Just like everyone else she came to depend on, and in the logical, rational part of her head, I know she knows that I'm not going anywhere. But doubt and fear are deeply ingrained in her. Though I don't believe she doubts me, of her great losses, only one left willingly. And even as I have this quick, intense moment of revelation, I feel incredibly guilty for not understanding the depth of her wounds. Even though she has showed me her vulnerability and come to rely on me, I forget on occasion that she still struggles with old demons. She once called herself a work in progress. I see that now. I feel so guilty, irrationally so, for leaving her alone in bed. Isabella, I say, cradling her face and gently forcing her to look at me. I know I'm ridiculous, she mutters, managing a small smile and eye roll. I'm not going anywhere, I tell her. I know, I love you. I know that too, she whispers, closing her eyes and leaning forward to rest her forehead against mine. That almost makes it worse. What do you mean? I know you love me, I know you would never leave, and knowing all that and still freaking out like this makes me feel so damn stupid. My heart is still fucking racing. She grabs my hand and places it against each chest to prove the validity of her words. What happened? Why did you wake up? I ask. I was having this crazy fucking dream. It was like I was trapped in my head and my body kept doing these horrible things, but I didn't have any control over my actions, she explains. What kind of horrible things? She grimaces at me for a moment before continuing. Old Bella shit, she mutters. She doesn't have to explain anymore. I hated what I was doing and couldn't stop. I was screaming in my head, but I had no control, she mumbles. I kept trying to wake up. It felt like hours where I was trapped in my head, along for the fucking ride. And then when I finally did wake the fuck up, I was super freaked out and you weren't there. I just panicked. Poor Bella, even tortured by her past. She woke up and I wasn't there, but at least I'm giving her what she needs now, and she is letting me. I'm sorry, love, I say, pulling her back to my chest. It's not your fault that I'm a crazy person, she replies, snuggling in next to me. You are not a crazy person, I say, closing my eyes and just enjoying being with her, and I'm still sorry you had bad dreams. The whole thing was really scary. Her voice is quiet now, she is on the verge of sleep, and I allow myself to drift with her. I don't want you to be scared, I murmur in reply. I'm not anymore, she whispers. Sleep now, sweetheart. So I do. We sleep outside until morning when Ben sticks his head out and laughs at us. July 31, 2011. A minivan parks on the street outside our house, and before the people fully emerge, Bella has taken off. She leaps off the curb into the arms of Tyler fucking Crowley. He has changed little since high school, although his neck does seem a bit bulkier. Emmett eagerly invited the high school crowd. What are 3 more people and a baby added to a guest list of 200? I have decided in the last 3 months that I absolutely loathe weddings. There is so much crap that goes into it. Rose and Alice have been duking it out against Rosalie's mother, who is even more controlling than Alice. Esme has proved to be a talented mediator, but even in Denver the fallout from their fights has reached Bella and me by extension. Even the unflappable Emmett has been stressed. This week our entire extended family will decide upon Boulder to watch my big brother tie the knot. At least they will be staying in my parents' newly purchased, half-decorated, obscenely large new house. I don't really look forward to it at all. All I want to do is be with Bella. My girlfriend, who looks far too happy to see dear Tyler. I do not like the enthusiasm with which Bella greets him or the way he lifts her off the ground to hug her close. He sets her down and we watch as they progress to do a secret handshake complete with high fives and awkward dances. I don't like him, I declare from the front porch, taking a sip of wine. Me neither, adds Jake, hand clenched around a beer bottle. Why not? Asks Jasper with a laugh. You haven't even talked to the guy yet. He's way too friendly with Bella, says Jake. Yeah, I agree. He's going to need a reminder of who Bella's best friend is, continues Jake. Yeah, I agree again. And her boyfriend. Y'all are ridiculous, mutters Jasper, shaking his head at us. Did Alice ever tell you who she lost her virginity to? I ask pleasantly, glancing over at my brother-in-law. Some big guy from high school, Jasper says dismissively. Jake and I stare at him till he gets it. Ah, shit. We should go over there, I say as other blasts from my past climb out of the rental car. So we get up and walk to the car, arms crossed over our chests as we try to look tough. Holy fuck. Bella shouts as Jessica Stanley pulls a blonde-haired baby out of the car. Robs, you are huge. The baby shyly hides his face in his mother's neck, coyly blinking at Bella. For a moment, I fear that Bella will be disappointed and the baby won't remember her. Robbie states simply. The smile that blooms on Bella's face is truly breathtaking, and I forget to scowl at the foreigners. Oh, Roberto, she says, pulling the baby into her arms. The sight of Bella with a baby in her arms does unexpected things to my chest. It is a strange combination of joy and pain that culminates in an odd sensation of hope. She looks so comfortable and happy and natural. Smile still in place, she glances over her shoulder in search of me. There is a shift in face, and I know she is thinking the same thing I am. About the baby we almost had, maybe even the one we might have in the future. She moves closer to me, grabbing my hand. We're having a moment, and I forget to be tough. Robs, this is my man. Can you say hi to Edward? The baby hides in Bella's hair, shy from all the attention. I smile and say hello. Edward, you remember Mike, Jess, and Tyler. Hello, I repeat, speaking quietly. I find I don't like these people. We were never close in high school and Mike once wanted to get into Bella's pants and Tyler has seen Big Twin naked. But when forcing myself to be honest I have to admit that the true reason I resent them is because they helped Bella when I couldn't. She let them in. Damn, I had to get rid of this irrationality because these people from my past are important to Bella in the present. Edward. Jessica yells, pulling me into an unexpected hug and making me uncomfortable. This woman tried to set Bella up with Tyler, making it very difficult for me to return her hug. I pat her on the back awkwardly. Thank you, she whispers in my ear. I want to ask her what she means, but she pulls away. I shake hands with Mike and Tyler, trying to keep my face impassive. I probably grip Tyler's hand a little too tight and he raises an eyebrow in a silent question that I don't have an answer for. Jessica, Mike, she says, continuing with the introductions. You met Jasper and Jake at Alice's wedding. Everyone mutters hello. Tyler, Bella says, turning away from me to smile at her friend. This is Jake and Jasper, Alice's husband. The southern gentleman? Tyler asks, smirking at my girlfriend. Bella giggles in reply as Jasper fights a smile. Good to meet you. Heard a lot about you. Tyler shakes hands with the fellas, seeming to not notice the hostile vibes being sent in his direction. Well, the bride and groom are out doing wedding things, Bella says as the big awkward group trudges into the house. But I can't think of a single fucking reason to wait for them to start the heavy drinking. Tyler laughs loudly. Damn, Belle, he says draping an arm casually around her shoulder. I've really missed you. Sammy's, Ty, she replies, beaming at him. I work very hard to hide the irrational jealousy coursing through me. Bella would probably not like it if I ruined this little reunion by decking her giant veteran friend. 2 rounds of drinks later, I listen with half an ear as Bella chats animatedly with Mike, Jess, and Tyler. Jake and Jasper sit around the table as well, occasionally contributing but mostly just observing as the 4 friends catch up. I sit close to Bella and forget to be jealous of her relationships that don't involve me because baby Robbie has fallen asleep in her arms. I am completely enraptured by how comfortable he appears and how natural Bella looks. She is at ease. She is happy with a child sleeping in her arms. But he is over a year old now. Would that make him a toddler? Where is the cutoff exactly? Damn, she looks so beautiful. You still jogging, Belle? Asks Tyler. His question registers somewhere in the back of my brain as I am still totally focused on the sight before me. I am probably freaking out the Newtons with the intensity of my stare. I most likely look like one of those baby-snatching women, driven crazy by the ticking of their biological clock. I have no desire to steal the Newton's baby. I want one a bit more custom-made. Yup, replies my ladylove. Believe it or not, Edward is an even tougher partner than you, Ty. But I do okay. Right, sweetheart? Sweetheart. That's me. What? I say, snapping back into reality. Bella blushes and smiles shyly as if she knows just what I'm thinking. Jogging, doll face, she says, resting a hand on my knee. Ah yes, I saw, clearing my throat quite awkwardly. She has really picked up the pace since she quit smoking. You quit smoking, yells Jess, clapping her hands together. Mostly, Bella says modestly. I'm down to 1 cig a week. But I'm aiming to make it 1 every 2 weeks. Good for you, Belle, says Mike. Why the fuck do they call her Belle? I seriously consider demanding an answer when Alice flies through the door and ends up in Jessica's lap. The rest of us wince as the high school best friends squeal. Only dogs can understand them at this point. But they do succeed in waking up Robbie. He whines and Bella tries to soothe him, garnering the attention of Alice. Oh my goodness, Jessica, squeaks Alice, what did you do? I made a baby, Jess replies, looking smug. She had help, say Mike, standing to give Alice a weird little side hug. Me too, says Alice, ignoring Mike and rubbing her ever-rounding belly. She also had help, puts in Jasper. Bella attempts to pass off Robbie to Big Twin, but the little guy fusses and clings to Bella's neck. She smiles down at him, kissing his head. Come, air, big guy, says Jess, rising and taking her son. He woke up way too early and didn't sleep on the plane at all. He should be much friendlier later. Belle, is it okay if I put him down for a nap in the living room? There is that nickname again. To them, she is Belle. To the Boulder crowd, Bells. Issa to the Nomads. I'm the only one that gets to call her Isabella, and I find this thought somewhat comforting. Go for it, Bella replies. You can use the spare room upstairs if you want, it's almost a nursery. Our old bedroom has been half converted into a nursery at this point. Rose and Emmett moved into their own place about a month ago. Bella and I stay in their old bedroom when we are in town. Thanks, but I don't want him all the way on the second floor when he wakes up all discombobulated in a strange house, replies Jessica. There is a bedroom off the kitchen, Bella says. Here, let me show you. I frown as she disappears. Hey there, Alley Cat, says Tyler, standing up to greet my sister. Poor Jasper does not look pleased by this endearment. Alice has to lean way back to get a look at Tyler's face. They were really the most bizarre-looking couple ever. Tyler used to carry her around like a doll because he didn't like walking slow and her legs were too short to keep up. Holy mother of pearl, says Alice, beaming. Tyler Calvin Crowley is in my backyard. He laughs and pulls her into a hug that lifts her off her feet. I'm pleased that he seems just as friendly with Alice as he does with Bella. It's been a long time, he says, setting her down a moment later. Bella silently returns to her seat, her hand coming to rest back on my thigh. Way too long, Alice agrees, nodding her head. How are you? I should have called when I heard you got home. She means from Iraq, and I feel a little guilty for being so hostile towards the guy. Don't worry about it, he replies, and I'm good, much better. I'm getting a hang of this whole civilian thing. Glad to hear that. Tyler takes his seat, and Alice glances around, realizing there are no more chairs. Instead of retrieving one from inside, she plops down on Jasper's lap. Did you meet my husband? We've been introduced, drawls Jasper. Tyler nods in confirmation. This is kinda surreal, Alice say, laying an arm around Jasper's shoulders. I really can't believe you're here, or that you're such good friends with Bella. I know. It's weird as shit, Tyler agrees, grinning. It's a small, small world. Seriously, I think the last time we saw each other you were like 17. No, that's not right, says Alice in full-on reminiscing mode. You came back from basic to take me to my senior prom. Ah, that's the truth, he says, nodding. Not that I remember much of the evening. We drunkenly ended up lost in the woods until we finally wandered into Edward's meadow around dawn, Alice says, laughing. I felt like we were in some poorly plotted horror movie. Edward has a meadow. Bella asks. Yeah, it's all green and a little creek curves around one side. Edward went there like every day to read and study and think. I used to go with him in the spring to draw the explosion of wildflowers. I love all that color. I know that meadow, Bella murmurs, taking my hand in hers and resting them in her lap. It's on the jogging route, right? She asks, turning towards Tyler. Yeah, says Tyler. I go around but your lazy ass would cut through. I spend a lot of time there, Bella tells me as Tyler, Mike, and Alice continue to catch up and talk about the olden days. Really, I say, pleased by this connection. She moves her chair as close to mine as possible, and I rest my arm around her waist. I was so drawn to it. I liked it there. I would go there to think too, she says, still talking quietly to keep our conversation as private as possible given the circumstances. It was always my thinking spot as well, I reply. I liked the solitude and the peace. That's exactly right, she says with a shy smile. What did you think about? I ask. Bella blushes in return. You, she confesses. Always you, and I really felt you there. I kiss her soundly, not caring that we have an audience. Bella is my girlfriend, my soulmate, my everything. Who I trust and love. And I am allowed to kiss her whenever I like now. I suppose by this time I should be used to the idea that she actually does love me, but at moments like this I can't help but be touched and surprised. Ew, gross, says my demon big twin. They have been disgusting since they got back together. I think it's cute, says Tyler and Jess nods her agreement. I narrow my eyes in suspicion, not sure if they are sincere or not. Bella gives me a final chaste kiss before pulling away and forcing us to rejoin the conversation. Seriously, Tyler continues, taking a long sip of beer. It was hard to imagine the kid I knew in high school and the crazy that is Bella together, but I get it now. Now I am really offended, but Bella smiles at her friend. Dude, the way she talked about you, says Tyler, ignoring my scowl. She's so obsessed with you. I could never tell if it was borderline stalkerish or nauseatingly sweet. I decided that maybe Tyler isn't a terrible guy. He accurately described the way I feel about Bella, especially during her absence. Also I like that her obsession mirrors mine. I am relieved that she made it clear to Tyler that I am the man she loves. That she has always loved. I kept my stalker side locked down, if you recall, says Bella, not denying any of his other claims. It's just good to see you happy, Tyler continues with a chuckle. Seriously, congrats to both of you. Aren't you supposed to be saying that to us? Emmett booms, stepping through the back door and pulling Rosalie behind him. More greetings ensue. More introductions are made. The awkward little get-to-know-you continues. Jake scowls as Bella and Tyler laugh at yet another inside joke. I'm glad I'm not the only one irrationally threatened by this relationship. These people know a side of Bella I will never see. I witnessed the old Bella and am spending a lot of time with the new, but I never saw the transition, the middle ground between the two. She told me about Forks, detailing all her self-discovery and recovery as well as the friendships she built there, but I still don't know it because I never saw her like that. These relative strangers did, and I feel they know her in a way I never can. And I resent them for it. They share so many stories, a whole history I am not privy to simply because she was there while I was here. It's illogical and ridiculous, but I just hope I can transcend these negative feelings and get along with the Forks crowd for the next week. You were awfully quiet tonight, Bella says when we finally get into the spare bedroom. I requested the week off, and now that Bella is writing for an online publication based in Denver, her hours are flexible. We will be staying here in Alice and Jasper's guest room until after the wedding at the end of the week. But for tonight, we are finally alone. After hours of drinking, eating, and catch up, our guests finally called it a night and retired to their hotel. Was this hard for you? She continues. Why would you ask that? I am still trying to convince Bella that the presence of my former classmates has no effect on me whatsoever, but my love is perceptive. Because these are people you didn't exactly like in high school, she replies, kicking her shoes into the closet as I sit on the end of the bed. They probably teased you and made you feel inferior. Tyler never teased me, and Jessica never paid much attention to me at all, I reply, desperately wanting to change the topic of conversation. Plus it was a long time ago, none of that matters anymore. Still, it's not fun to be the social pariah. There was probably a lot for you to deal with this afternoon. I just shrug, really not wanting to get into this. Bella sighs, obviously irritated with my silence, and disappears into the bathroom. I'm really trying to not be cranky. I'm really trying to be courteous and friendly, but apparently I'm not doing a very good job, nor can I really articulate why I'm feeling so blue, and possessive, and really generally just pissy. Bella returns a few moments later, hair taken down from her messy bun. She's drinking a glass of water and probably just brushed her teeth in preparation for bed. You may be fooling everyone else, but not me, she says, setting her glass down on a book on the desk and putting her hands on her hips. What do you mean? I ask, attempting to sound innocent when I really do know what she is talking about. The rest of the family may think you are just being your typical quiet in the presence of strangers self, but I know there is much more than social awkwardness going on your head. Again, I just shrug. Come on, sweetheart, she insists, glaring at me. Talk to me. I stand, hands in my hair, pulling off my light jacket just for something to do. It's just hard sometimes, I confess, sighing heavily. Although I am coming to terms with Bella's absence, there are still moments when I feel woefully inferior and left in the dark. It's like you have this whole life separate from me. The way you talk and joke with these people just shows that. All these experiences that make me feel like I will never really know all of you like you know all of me. I didn't do anything while you were gone, but you were living, changing. You were basically my first everything and my only everything and my whole everything. Bella looks at me for a long time before answering. Confessing this to her makes me feel a little sick and woefully pathetic. Edward, she says softly, taking my jaw in her hands and staring at me intently. You know me. You understand me. Just because we spent some time apart and experienced some things apart doesn't mean we don't know each other all the way down to our souls. And you were basically my first and everything too. What do you mean? I ask, breathing her in and reveling in her closeness. Well, you were the first and only boy that I ever really cared about, loved. The first and only to matter. The first and only that showed me that I'm not a terrible person and that my life doesn't have to be what it was before you. I'm flushing in awe at this, reaching out to rest my hands on her hips. With a mischievous twinkle in her eye, she steps forward and pushes her body into mine. As she tips head up to whisper in my ear, my thoughts get cloudy. You were the first boy to put your mouth on me. What in the hell is she talking about? I believe we have turned to the world of sexual firsts, and it is painfully obvious that I wasn't her first anything in that department. Pardon. I manage. Her close proximity is very distracting and my pants become uncomfortably tight. Your mouth. Her voice is low and husky while her lips graze my ear. She is quite the little seductress, and I shudder against her touch, on me. I understand now what she means but can't really get my mind around this new and awesome piece of information. My mouth where? I ask, my tone matching hers as I slip my hands under her t-shirt. Ah, there are the lower back dimples I know and love. You know where, she replies, hands moving to wrap around my shoulders and pulling me impossibly closer. Well, fuck me. Really? I squeak, letting her push me down on the bed because my legs aren't really capable of supporting me any longer. Really, she confirms, pulling her t-shirt over her head and discarding it on the floor. My breath catches in my throat as I gape up at her in wonder. The things coming out of her mouth combined with the view of her standing half naked in front of me have me completely speechless. But the most stunning of all is the look on Bella's face. She blushes, vulnerability and nerves etched on her features. She is letting me in. She is telling me her deep dark secrets. And I really like this secret. Why didn't you tell me, love? I ask hoarsely, pulling her forwards as she stands in between my spread legs. I was scared of what I feel when I'm around you, she says, hands on my shoulders now. This puts her breasts right at eye level, but in this moment I find the subtle shifts in her face more appealing. Well, slightly more appealing. Wide eyes, bottom lip held in between her teeth. But I'm not anymore. I love you. As I love you, I reply, hand traveling up her bare stomach over her chest and coming to rest on her neck. Her shy smile makes it difficult for me to breathe. I pull her down and kiss her slowly, tenderly. I love you, I love you, I love you. I chant the mantra between kisses. Bella's hands fist in my hair, holding my face to hers as I flip open the fly of her jeans, feeling her moist panties. Bella whimpers into my mouth and I hold back a groan in my throat. And I love that I'm the only one to ever taste you. I continue through my heavy breathing. She reaches behind her to remove her bra, leaving her bare from the waist up. My hands immediately find her newly exposed flesh, and I moan a little as I feel her nipples pebble in my palms. Edward, she murmurs before her tongue once again finds its way into my mouth. The kiss is slow, languid, and I run my hands over her body before pulling her jeans and panties down her legs. She balances herself on my shoulders and steps out of the clothes, kicking her pants away from us and leaving her totally naked and standing and me fully clothed and seated. This will not do. I kiss her again before rising from the bed. Bella's hands undo my belt buckle as I pull off my t-shirt. Now completely naked, Bella pulls our bodies together with her hands on my hips, pinning my erection between us. There is no more need to say anything at all as I wrap my arms around Bella, kissing her deeply and lifting her off her feet before turning and tenderly laying us down on the bed together. Our lovemaking is quiet, tender, and intense. The room is filled with our sighs and moans. Never do her eyes leave mine, even when I lean close to kiss her. Bella's hands trace the planes of my back before moving over my shoulders and up my neck. She touches my face reverently, as if she needs to touch me to confirm that I'm really here with her, that it really is me. After, one of Bella's hands rests on my back while the other runs through my hair. I don't move. Don't think I could if I tried. We lay in silence for a long time, and I feel a shift in our relationship. It's difficult to pinpoint the change exactly, but I'm not resentful anymore. This amazing woman loves me, and it doesn't matter that we were apart for the last 2 years because I know her. I am the only one that really knows all of her. The contradictions that make her Bella. The strength and vulnerability. The joy and pain. I'm the one she comes to when she has bad dreams. She gives me just what I need when I'm feeling cranky and insecure. She is remarkable and she loves me, my only, she whispers in my ear. I fall asleep, utterly and totally content. August 4, 2011. Edward Anthony. Bella is trying to reprimand me, but she is kind of failing being as she is all giggly and blushy. It may have something to do with the fact that I'm nibbling on her neck and tickling her sides, keeping her from moving by trapping her against Y car. We're late enough already. We have to go in. I don't want to go in, I whisper in her ear, pushing her more firmly against the side of the Volvo. She whimpers slightly as I kiss that sensitive spot on her jaw before she half-heartedly shoves me away. We have to go in, she repeats, straightening my already perfectly straight tie. But I don't want to, I whine, barely resisting to stomp my foot like a child. It's going to be fine, she says, poking at my bottom lip until I can't help but smile. Shouldn't you be the one dreading this? I ask because the longer I can keep her talking, the less time we have to spend with all the people gathered in my parents' home. Maybe, Bella replies shrugging. Although she appears the picture of calm, I know that she is stressed about seeing my extended family again. And I don't blame her. They were far from welcoming last time she met them at Alice and Jasper's wedding. But Bella is putting on a brave face, even if it took her twice as long as it normally does to get ready. Normally, I take longer to dress because my ridiculous need for every crease of my clothes to be ironed just so. Today, Bella beat me. But her dressing carefully is the only indication of her nerves. The extra time certainly paid off. She looks stunning and classy and like a grown-up in her full-length halter sundress. She even straightened her hair, a lengthy endeavor. As much as I like her usual wild style, I love it when she straightens it because I can run my fingers through it without worry about them snagging on a knot and inadvertently hurting her. Bella says she bought the dress because the color matches my eyes. I didn't notice, but I'm glad she did. She is also wearing her Birkenstocks and this makes me smile too. I glance toward my parents' large mountain home. They ended up purchasing quite a bit of land up the canyon. It is slightly amusing and a bit embarrassing to see them embrace their view of Colorado life so thoroughly. Carlisle has even bought a horse. The property is lovely, but right now it is filled with people I should like being as I am related to a good chunk of them. I just find their snobbishness so exhausting. Esme has lectured the grandparents about being kind to Bella, but I certainly have my doubts. I will not tolerate cruelty toward my love. Edward, she says, tilting my face towards her with her fingers on my chin. It's just for the next couple of days, okay? I can handle your family. I don't particularly care what they have to say about me. But last time, I don't know if you've noticed, she says with a chuckle, but I've done some changing since the last time I saw them. I noticed, I murmur with an answering grin. I'm not that insecure little child I was back then, she continues. My self-worth is not dependent on the opinions of your ridiculously stuck-up extended family. Okay. Good. Great. Edward, I want you to ignore them. I mean it. None of your oh-so-gallant, somewhat misguided, over-fucking protective white knight shit, okay? That will just make it worse. Ignore them. I intended to. I mutter something without actually promising to do what she says, but it is good enough for Bella because she kisses me quickly before dragging me up the stone walkway. When we enter the front door, the house is shockingly silent, but upon further inspection it is clear that this pre-wedding family barbecue is in full swing on the back deck. Through the large glass doors, I spot Grandpa Cullen instructing Dad at the grill while Uncle Marcus looks on in boredom. Grandma Cullen is sitting in the shade with a glass of wine in her hand. She is flanked by Alice, my mom, Mrs. Hale, and my cousin Heidi, all of who are chatting animatedly. Probably about the wedding. In the large grassy backyard beyond, Emmett and Jasper play two-hand touch with Heidi's 3 sons, as well as Mr. Hale and Rose and a bunch of other people I don't recognize. Quite a few other people and kids I don't know are milling about, and I assume these are Rosalie's relatives. They look perfectly happy and perfectly normal, but in reality they are a dangerous bunch. Bella rolls her eyes at my hesitation before opening the doors herself and stepping into that bright Colorado sunshine. Hello. Her voice is perky and completely un-Bellas. Feeling rather grouchy, I follow her. My mom stands to hug her first, followed by Alice. They move to me next before I move to stand closer to Bella. Hey, Mrs. Hale, Bella says, greeting Rosalie's mother. I forgot until this moment that Bella has quite the little history with the Hales as well. She never got along with Rose's mother. But Rose barely gets along with Rose's mother, so I guess this isn't that surprising. Hello, Bella, she replies in a clipped, icy tone that makes my eye twitch slightly. You're looking well. Thanks, Mrs. H, Bella says with a grin. Feeling well, too. Hi, Mrs. Cullen. Hello. My grandmother replies. I can tell by her voice that she is pretty drunk already, despite the early hour. As usual. Do I know you, my dear? What silly-looking shoes. Bella giggles and I manage to not roll my eyes. Grandma, you remember my girlfriend, Bella? You met when Alice got married. She was a bridesmaid, Alice puts in helpfully. Ah, yes, Grandma Cullen says with a little hiccup. The gold digger. I thought you died. My fist clench at my sides as I remind myself that this is a harmless, drunk old biddy. Nah, Bree, Bella says. She doesn't seem even a little bit offended by the comment. I'm with him for his abilities in the bedroom, not his money. I choke a little on nothing and turn bright red. Alice laughs like a loon and my mother cracks a smile, but Grandma Cullen nods thoughtfully. Ah yes, agrees the matriarch of the family. Of course Edward has impressive sexual stamina. All Cullen men do. Richard is a beast in the bedroom. Oh, dear. God. As is Carlisle. Just kill me. A single bullet between the eyes will do. Alice turns to look at me in horror, and I'm glad that at least Big Twin is rightfully disgusted by this talk. Alec too, muses Heidi, standing to great Bella and I now. Why do you think we have so many children? All the womanfolk laugh, but I'm far too disturbed to do anything other than stand there with my mouth agape. Bella bonding with my stogie grandmother over my sexual tendencies is not how I envisioned this afternoon going. Bella moves away from me to shake my cousin-in-law's extended hand. Hi, I'm Heidi. I'm married to Marcus and Chelsea's sole heir. I like how Heidi talks. Despite being from a fairly well-to-do Chicago family, she finds her in-laws and the rest of our family pretty fucking ridiculous. Bella, my love greets. Nice to meet you. Hi, Heidi, I say, hugging her quickly. Where is my cousin? He had to work, she explains, tossing her auburn hair over her shoulder. As usual, some last-minute crisis had him flying to New York. But he'll be here for the wedding on Saturday. Looking forward to seeing him, I say, still recovering from all the gross shit discussed a moment before. It's been a long time. Yes, it has, she replies, lightly smacking my arm. You have been a stranger the last couple years. This is the truth. I pretty much avoided my family while Bella was gone. I was too busy wallowing in self-pity and being surrounded by people in relationships made it worse. My grandmother makes another comment about her sex life. Bella pulls up a chair, and I run off, muttering something about getting a drink. I thought I was going to need to protect Bella, to stick close to her side. She seems to be doing just fine. We eat dispersed throughout my parents' large backyard sitting area. I've met about a zillion new people in the last few hours that will soon make up Emmett's extended family. Who knew there were so many Hales? I wonder how many of them I will actually see in the future. I vaguely listened to some of Rose's male cousins talk stock market with my father and his father and Rose's father, but really I just watch Bella chat animatedly with Grandma Cullen of all people. I'm not sure how she's managed it. I've never shared much more than a few pleasantries with the woman. She was never the fuzz, backing cookies type grandma, so the fact that Bella has cracked the old nut is truly astonishing. I shudder when I think of what creates the foundation of their newfound friendship. Bella sends me a shy little smile as Grandma Cullen continues to talk her ear off, gesturing somewhat wildly. I shake my head, smirking slightly, in response. Here she is, craving out her own little niche in my crazy family. Her wonders never cease to amaze. August 6, 2011. The wedding was lovely, Mrs. Cullen, says Tia, polite as ever. I agree, replies my mother, taking a sip of wine. I'm glad you could make it. Edward has told us so much about you and it's good to finally meet you. Tia beams at my mother. I feel the same. It was so nice of them to invite me. I don't really know Rosalie that well at all. The more the merrier, replies my mom. Rosalie just looks gorgeous, doesn't she? And I am tearing up just thinking about how Emmett cried at the altar. Bald like a baby, I agree with a smirk, taking a sip of my own drink and never taking my eyes off Bella on the dance floor where she is jumping around with Tyler. And I'm not even jealous. Mostly. I just like to look at her when she is so happy. Edward Anthony, says my mother, smacking my arm lightly with the back of her hand. I know for certain that you will shed many a tear when you and Bella finally get married. I like that she says when instead of if. Probably, I reply. Bella throws her head back in laughter as Tyler does a disco move and then almost falls over, taking Jake and Leah with her, as she tries to copy him. Definitely, I amend, grinning. Esme abruptly throws her arms around my neck, squeezing me to her for a moment. I blink down at her in confusion when she pulls away and I see tears in her eyes. Mom, I ask in concern. I am just so happy that all my children are finally happy, she says with a sniff. Damn, my makeup is probably all over the place. Again. Excuse me, Edward. Tia, it was really wonderful to meet you. She takes off towards the bathroom, face in her hands and shoulders shaking. Shouldn't you go comfort her? Tia asks in alarm. No, she'll be fine, I reply, shifting my body to stare once again at the dance floor. She has been spontaneously busting into tears all week. At this point it's just annoying. I think it's nice. She obviously loves you and is happy that you are happy, Tia says. Yup. I suppose it has been a long time coming. For all of us to finally be with who we want to be with, I reply. Well, I wouldn't say all of us, Tia mutters, turning to the bartender and ordering another drink. Sorry, T, I say, realizing my mistake. I meant for my siblings and I. I know, she says, patting my shoulder. Are we okay? I ask. We haven't really had this conversation. After everything happened over the new year, we just sort of ignored it. Everything went back to the way it was before except with the underlying awkward vibe that neither of us acknowledge. I'm glad that Tia and Bella reached some sort of understanding, but I feel guilty with the realization that I never really talked to my friend. I definitely fucked things up with Tia, but she is my friend and I hope she will continue to be my friend. Huh? Tia asks, sounding so discombobulated that I glance over at her. I'm surprised to see that she is as focused on the dance floor as I once was. Are we okay? You were one of my best friends, T. I don't want that to change, I tell her, still trying to figure out what the unfocused look on her face. It is a look I've never seen before. Huh? Oh, yeah, she says, waving a hand at me dismissively. I chuckle a little because she is not taking this conversation seriously at all and she usually takes everything super seriously. Whatever. Edward, who is dancing with Bella. Is that what has her so concerned? That Bella is dancing with another man? That's Tyler, I explain slowly as Tia continues to stare. Alice and Jasper, Mike and Jess along with the bride and groom, join the group as the band play that funky music. They look like idiots but all appear to be having a fabulous time. I went to high school with him and they became really good friends in Forks. Friends? Just friends? She demands, turning her wide eyes on me now. Never have I seen Tia this flustered. Not during finals or when she found out about Bella. It is disconcerting. Though at the same time I hate that she is still questioning Bella's commitment and faithfulness to me. If that is even what she is doing. I'm having a hard time figuring it out. Yes, Tia, I say, sighing heavily, they have always just been friends. Okay, good, Tia says nodding and wringing her hands. And then I think I understand. Tia's bizarre behavior has nothing to do with a concern for me. You like him, I say, feeling downright giddy. What? She shrieks, blushing deeply. That's just, don't be, ridiculous, I haven't even met him. But you think he's sexy, I continue, loving that Tia is so uncomfortable. She mutters something under her breath. He's a good guy, and a Marine, or was a Marine. Still, girls like men in uniform, right? I ask, openly laughing at her at this point. She is literally chewing on her fingernails. I haven't even met him, she repeats primly and folding her hands together in an attempt to act normal. I'm not buying it. Do you want to? I ask, grinning at her. What are you doing? She demands as I take her hand and drag her towards the dance floor. Edward. No, stop, I can't. But it's too late because we are here. I move my hips, dancing close to Bella and pulling Tia with me. Bella smiles and laughs as I emulate Tyler's ridiculous dance moves. He laughs too, and I decide he really isn't so bad. Tyler, I yell over the music, gesturing towards Tia who is standing rigidly at my side. Her eyes are wide and panicked. This is Tia. Tyler stops dancing and his mouth falls open the moment he sees Tia. I continue to dance, moving away from Tia and closer to Bella who is glancing between the two looking shocked and pleased at the same time. She turns her bright eyes on me, mouthing no fucking way. I pull Bella towards me, turning her with my hands on her hips so that her back is pushed against my front, and we watch Tyler and Tia stare at each other with similar dumbfounded expressions. Bella, grinding into my crotch and driving me completely crazy, reaches up behind her and pulls my head down with her hand on my neck. She turns her head and her hot breath grazes my ear. What the fuck? She says, asking the question out loud this time. I just chuckle and shake my head as we continue to dance next to unmoving pair. The disco number ends and is replaced with a painfully slow song. Part of me feels a little bad for my obviously uncomfortable friend, but mostly I'm just having too much fun. Tyler, Bella says, taking pity on her friend, who appears just as flustered as Tia. Do you mind if I dance with Edward now? Perhaps you could ask Tia to dance? Tyler gapes at Bella before he starts stuttering incomprehensibly at Tia. She looks at him, her expression somewhere between wonder and confusion, while he turns bright red and stares at his feet. I can only assume he is attempting to ask her to dance. Pardon? Tia manages to squeak out when Tyler stops blathering. This whole thing is painful to watch, and I give Tia a little shove, causing her to bump into Tyler's massive chest. Thankfully, he offers her his hand and the two start to move silently together. Success. I smirk to myself, quite pleased with my effort, but then I stop thinking about anything at all because Bella's arms come around my neck and her chest presses up against mine. She looks so beautiful, even in the tight black bridesmaid dress that only the queen of the damned, also known as my sister-in-law, would have selected. Bella discarded her heels and pulled her hair out of the elaborate updo the moment the toasts were finished. As a result, her hair is even more wild and appealing than usual. She is flushed from dancing, alcohol, and just general happiness, and I find myself wishing that this were our wedding. So I let myself imagine it as I move with the woman I love in my arms. Bella Pav trying your hand at matchmaker, are we? I whisper into Edward's ear as I play with the hair at the back of his head. I have to get on my tiptoes to ensure that he will hear me, but he still manages to lead me in a graceful slow dance. He says, apparently confused by my words. I pull away and nod toward the couple moving in a slow circle next to us. The look of puppy love on both their faces is fucking comical and totally bizarre. Tia and Tyler. Who'd have thought it? Right, Edward says, clearing his throat and pulling me closer. Them. Yes, matchmaking. What the fuck is going on inside that head of his? Even knowing him like I do and living with him for the past few months, I still have no idea most of the time. It's weird, I continue, laughing because I have never seen my big, strong friend look so discombobulated. What's weird? Edward asks. I pull back so I can get a good look at his face. Tyler and Tia, I say, really questioning his sanity at this point. He frowns slightly as if he doesn't understand the English language. I laugh because he is just so fucking cute. What the fuck is going on in that big, old brain of yours, Edward Cullen? When are we going to get married? He bursts out before flushing and looking as if he wishes he hadn't spoke. I don't know, I murmur, blushing as well, not for a while yet. He just nods, his face totally unreadable and impassive. His dance steps never falter, even if I did stumble slightly when the words left his mouth. I hope I didn't hurt his feelings. It's just not time, Edward, I whisper, pleading with him to understand. I have changed so much, made so much progress. But I'm still not ready for this final step. Hey, I know, he says, smiling at me now. I didn't realize that my whole body had tensed for fear that he is tired of waiting for me to be ready. All he ever does is wait for me to be ready. You said, yet, he continues. Yet is good. I can work with yet. I beam at him and lay my head on his shoulder. His hand traces the dimples at my lower back. We dance and I think about this whole marriage thing. He needs to trust me first, and I need to trust myself. Sometimes I get scared that I'm just going to wake up one day and magically turn back to the old Bella. It's an irrational fear, but I behaved pretty fucking irrationally for a long time. Trust will come time. I truly believe that. He needs to forgive me too, and I probably need to forgive myself a little bit as well. After you are a real doctor, I say suddenly as the song comes to an end. Edward raises an eyebrow at me, silently asking I elaborate. I mean, I just want us to be settled. I want us both to be comfortable and settled in our jobs and not have any other shit going on. Plus, that gives me at least 2 years while he finishes school to get my head around being a wife. 3, if we are including his year as an intern. Great, he says, smiling at me like he is amused with my little outburst. When I'm a real doctor, it's a date. I giggle at him, closing my eyes and breathing him in as he plants a kiss on my temple. I love you, I tell him. As I love you, he responds. The party continues on. It's the one positive I can identify of having a huge-ass wedding. Big wedding equals big party. And part of me still loves a good party. Even if it means spending more time with Edward's extended family. I have come to love Grandma Cullen. I'm not sure how I let that sex comment pop out of my mouth, but against the odds have won the respect of the Cullen matriarch. She really is a mean old bitch, but she is totally the kind of woman that tolerates no weakness. She likes me, and for whatever reason, I kinda like her too. Even if most of what leaves her mouth is sexist or racist or classist or 1,000 other ISDS that make my hackles go up. But I've somehow won the right to disagree and call her out, which I do. Often. For someone so fucking conservative about every fucking thing, the old woman sure likes to talk about sex. I found that winning over Grandma Cullen, or Margie, as she insists I call her, has done little to get the rest of the pretentious family off my back. Chelsea, Edward's aunt, looks at me with condescending amusement, replying to everything I say with how bohemian. Marcus, her creepy as fuck husband and Carlisle's older brother, just leers, perpetually eye-fucking me. Grandpa Cullen. Or Dr. Cullen, as there is no way in hell he will ever tell me to call him Richard. Just ignores my existence, something I quite enjoy. Which is why I'm shocked as fuck when he asks me to cut in as I take Edward's hand for another slow song. Is Edward's oh-so-intelligent response. He looks at me with mild panic, as if he would rather do anything than hand me over to his scary and disapproving grandfather. I squeeze his hand and give what I hope is a reassuring smile. But really I am not overly thrilled to take Grandpa Cullen's hand and move away from Edward. I'll just get another drink, says Edward stiffly. I know he will be watching, ready to run to the rescue. We move in awkward silence for a while. The old man is a good dancer. I saw him spinning his wife around the dance floor gracefully earlier, but with me he's obviously tense and irritated. This is just getting ridiculous, don't you think, Miss Swan? He asks, sounding shockingly pleasant. What? I ask, having no fucking clue what he was referring to. You, he continues, causing me to scowl, wasting my grandson's valuable time. Wasting his time? I ask, still not getting it. The last time he brought you around, we all turned the other cheek, he says with a sigh. I hold my tongue because trying to set Edward up with some fucking debutante while he was home for Christmas break our junior year is really turning the other fucking cheek. We indulge him his little dalliance, but enough is enough. His preoccupation with you has run its course, Miss Swan. Once upon a time, dearest Richard's words would have really pissed me off. Well, they do still piss me off, but then the anger would be covering the hurt and my escalating feelings of worthlessness. Now, I'm more just annoyed by this washed-up old geezer. Dalliance, huh? I say, chuckling slightly. Grandpa Cullen's dance steps falter for a moment, so I know I surprised him with my candor. Here is a man that is obviously used to being listened to. The man likes to intimidate, but it's not working with me. Richard, I continue, polite as ever. Mind if I call you Richard? I don't wait for a reply but get a lot of satisfaction when he turns purple. I hate to tell you this, but me and Edward are not dallying or whatever you call it. We're together and are planning on keeping it that way for a very long time. What exactly are your intentions with my grandson? He hisses at me, pretty fucking mad now. And didn't I just answer this question a moment ago with the together a long time thing? Geez, this fossil is really trying my patience. I really don't see how it's any of your business, I reply. It's my money, he snaps. That makes it my business. Money? I ask. For the zillionth time since this ill-advised dance, I'm fucking confused. His inheritance, Richard says, totally exasperated with me. That is why you came back, I'm sure. I notice that we've stopped the charade of dancing, probably a while ago, and now I pull my hand out of his, taking a step back in hopes that some distance will make it easier to not punch this asshole. It doesn't. You are so totally wrong, I say, shaking my head. I'll pay you to get out of our life, Gramps says. He even has the gall to reach for his checkbook. How many zeros are you thinking? I want to ask if go fuck yourself somehow translates into a monetary amount, but I magically refrain. I don't want his money, I say, pleased with how calm I sound. You really are a crafty one, aren't you, Miss Swan? He asks with a dark chuckle. You must know that now that Edward is 25 and has full access to his trust fund, that I'm no longer able to touch it. You can get much more by staying with him than I am willing to ride a snake like you. Edward has full access to his trust fund? Edward has a trust fund? Right. Of course he does. All the Cullen kids do. I remember Edward telling me about this a million years ago, and although I've always known the Cullens have obscene amounts of money, we haven't really discussed it. A heads up about the whole I'm a fucking bazillionaire thing would have been greatly appreciated. Perhaps he could have even told me, oh I don't know, a fucking month and a half ago when we celebrated his birthday. Idiot. I may no longer have monetary influence over my grandson, says Richard, his voice low and dangerous, but you don't want to make an enemy out of me, Miss Swan. Do you really want to be responsible for destroying Edward's relationship with the family? The family. This dude sounds like a fucking mob boss or some shit. Wow, what a fucking plot twist that would be. I'll have float that theory by Edward in the future. Right after I finish smacking him around for not telling me about his trust fund. For a moment, I think that maybe there is a reason Edward didn't say anything. Maybe he does really think I'm with him for his money. But before this thought really materializes, I dismiss it as lunacy. The man loves me and knows I love him. I'm his family, Dr. Cullen, I say quietly, turning my back on the old man. I glance over my shoulder, suddenly pitying this old fogey. He is such an angry, bitter man. He doesn't have that much time left, and if I've learned anything in the last few years, it's to let go. Dudes seriously should let go of the shit that doesn't matter. Like social pedigree and family lineage. And I really hope you can grow to tolerate me, because if you don't, you aren't going to be seeing much of your grandson in coming years. That would be a shame. That makes him real fucking mad, but I don't stick around to see his reaction. I find Edward at a nearby table, watching me approach like a hawk while he sits next to Ben and Angela. Edward's eyes search my face as I lay my hand on his shoulder when I get to them. Bella, shouts Ben. Someone has obviously been enjoying the open bar. Just the girl we need. Oh really? I reply, faintly amused. Edward shoots his roommate a withering look. I know he wants to quiz me on my convo with his pop-pop, but he'll just have to wait. Plus, I need a moment to collect my thoughts, to figure out how I really feel about the whole awful interaction. Yup, Angela replies. So you know how we were all planning on signing the lease on the apartment for another year next week? He asks. I nod in response. Well, I was thinking that just you and Edward should sign the thing. I smile, pleased by the idea of an official document connecting my name to Edward's. Just mine and Edward's. There's an idea, I reply, as Edward smiles softly up at me. So are you two finally taking the next step? Yeah, Angela says, absolutely beaming. But we aren't going far. We actually are going to rent a one-bedroom in your building. We're going to be neighbors. We high-five. So it looks like rent is going to go up a wee bit for the two of you, continues Ben, looking rather pleased with himself. Bummer. Yup, I say, remembering to be pissed at Edward. Good thing Edward now has access to his giant trust fund now that he's 25. Edward's eyebrows go way up as I scowl at him, my hand tightening on his shoulder. He winces and I let go because I really don't want to hurt him. You sound pissed, observes Angela. Why are you pissed? Shouldn't you be happy that your boyfriend has buckets of money? Edward snorts at this. You should make him take you on a really cool vacation, Ben suggests. I really don't give a flying fuck about the money, I snap. I would have liked to have been informed that it even existed. You knew it existed, Edward defends, speaking for the first time. I told you years ago that I would have access to the accounts on my 25th birthday. I vaguely recall a conversation but decide to ignore the memory. A reminder would have been fucking nice, I continue. I forgot, Edward says with a shrug. Angela and Ben think this is hilarious and laugh like loons. You forgot that you are now a bazillionaire? I demand, pretty skeptical. You are such a fucking rich kid, Ben says, playfully shoving Edward who scowls at him again. Who forgets something like that? It's not a big deal, Edward insists. I don't need it, don't even really want it. Is it a big deal? He asks, turning to me now. His eyes are wide and he looks so unsure, I feel my mad deteriorating. Not to me, I say, pushing a hand through the hair at his temple, but it would have been good info to have when I was squaring off with Grandpa Cullen. Oh dear, Edward says, looking nervous now. Was it really that bad? Your pops is a real asshole, I mutter so only he can hear. I don't want to get into this now or to diss his family in front of our friends. Suddenly, I really need a fucking cigarette. I'm gonna get some air, I tell him, nodding toward the exit of this country club ballroom. I'll go with you, Edward says, half rising from his chair. I push him back down because I really just want to be along for one little minute. No, stay, I say, smiling at him affectionately. I just need one little alone minute. Edward looks unsure, so I kiss him tenderly to let him know that everything is okay. That I'm not mad at him or too upset. He nods and I pick my way through the guests to the entrance. When I finally get outside, I take a deep breath of that Colorado air. The night is the perfect temperature and the moon is out in full force, so I can even see the basic shape of the flatirons. The caterers are just loading up the last of their equipment. Hey, I ask a scrawny waiter in a clip-on tie, can I bum a cigarette? He nods and even offers me a light, which I gladly accept. I'm not exactly in the habit of keeping a lighter on me these days. I wander away from the cater waiters, just thinking about nothing in particular. I sigh in contentment as I pull smoke into my lungs, but the cancer stick doesn't give me the pleasure or relief it once did. Now I feel pretty guilty for indulging in this disgusting habit. I know Edward will taste it and smell it on me. He won't comment or really be disappointed. But when since I quit he has made a point of often telling me how much he likes the taste of my mouth sans smoke. I like the taste of you, he says. Just Bella. Richard doesn't scare me, but I really don't want to be the reason Edward is at odds with his extended family. Nothing is ever easy, I suppose. Maybe Edward didn't tell me about the trust fund shit because he knows there's no way in hell I'll ever be a fucking kept woman. No fucking way. I don't care how much fucking money he has. We will be equals. I will contribute to our household as much as he does. Our household. Wow. With Ben moving out, me living with Edward has a whole new meaning. The apartment will go from a place where I live with my roommate to our place. Our as in Edward's and mine. It will probably be the first of many. Wow. We have a place. Not just some space where we store some shit, but a real live home. I can't remember ever having a place that felt like mine to do with what I wish. This realization has my mood recovering from the dive it took getting my groove on with Grandpa C, but just as I smile to myself and prepare to stomp out my half-smoked cig before returning to Edward, a chillingly familiar voice says my name from behind me. Slowly, I turn, praying all the while that I'm mistaken, that this voice belongs to someone else. Anyone else. But most unfortunately, I turn to see a person I hope to never see again. Aw fuck, I say, scowling. What the fuck are you doing here? August 6, 2011. James smirks at me as he leans casually against a nearby wall. He's lurking half in the shadows, as fucking usual. The sight of him kinda makes my tummy hurt. Fuck, I really don't want to deal with this. I go back to smoking the cigarette I was planning on discarding a moment ago in an attempt to feel cool as a fucking cucumber when internally, I'm kinda freaking out. James is totally unpredictable, and even though I'm not scared of him, I just hate not knowing what's coming. And I really don't want Edward to see him. We just stare at each other for a moment. Well, I growler and he smirks. Until James finally pushes off the wall and steps towards me, into the light. And he looks different. Old. Worn out. Tired. He looks like I would look if I never got healthy. Someday that party-hardy lifestyle is going to catch up with him, and by the looks of the big dark circles under his eyes, that day is near. Damn, girl, he says, eyes raking over my body. I resist the urge to cross my arms and shield myself from his gaze. James is a total predator, and I refuse to show him any weakness or give any clue as to how uncomfortable he makes me. You always could wear a dress. Although, you are looking kinda chunky these days. I snort because I'm a size fucking 2. James plays on people's insecurities in order to manipulate them, but he has yet to discover any of mine. Well, except for Edward. Back in the day. Is there a reason you were crashing the party? I drawl. I heard there was an open bar, he says with a shrug. Fucking Victoria, I mutter, fist clenching at my sides. Plus, I figured you would be here, he continues, grinning at me. Gah, I hate that grin. So fucking smarmy and cocky and just gross. What could you possibly want with me? I ask, but then he eye fucks the shit out of me, and I wish I had kept that question to myself. I take another puff just for something to do with my hands. Thought it was about time for us to catch up. Haven't you missed me? He asks. Nope, I reply right quick. You wound me, Bella, he says, clutching his chest dramatically. We had some good times. Yeah, I'm really not into tromping down memory lane with you, James, I reply. So if that's all, I'm just going back in now. I turn, making my way back towards the door, but then stop immediately when I realize that James is falling in to step with me. What the fuck do you think you were doing? I demand, stopping him by pushing my hands against his chest. Going to the wedding. No fucking way, I say, doing a lot of head shaking. You were most definitely not invited. So, we crashed a party or two in our time if I recall, he says, smirking at me. You know, the last time we were together you said some not very nice things to me, I remind him. What exactly are you trying to accomplish here? Just rekindling our friendship, James replies. Come on, let's go in. No, I say, freaking slightly, you can't go in here. Why? Is it because he's in there? James demands. You just can't go in, I insist, glancing at the doorway in fear that Edward will come looking for me any minute. Fuck, I can't believe you were back with that pussy, he grumbles. I choose to not reply, just glaring as hard as I've ever glared before. We just stand in silence, facing off. James is between me and the entrance, and I check every few moments to see if anyone I know comes out. I rack my brain, desperately trying to figure out how to get James the fuck out of here with no one the wiser. Why did you do it? He asks, his voice softer this time. Do what? I demand, completely exasperated. All of it. The going away with me. The running back to him. I just don't get it, he says. I shrug, having absolutely no idea what to make of that one. We could leave again, you know, he suggests casually. I'm bored as shit in this hellhole. Didn't you have fun last time? No shit. Fuck, James. This is fucking ridiculous. Can you just leave now, please? I ask. So you don't want to do the nomad thing again? No, I yell, completely baffled by this whole interaction. James, I'm happy. You should really try this whole get your life together thing. It's pretty great, actually. This is apparently the wrong thing to say because James gets real fucking angry. He steps forward, completely invading my personal space and looming over me. I take half a step back in my shock before I plant my feet. Refusing to be intimidated, I scowl up at James. You were always such a fucking bitch, he says, getting in my face and yelling now. I wince when I smell the alcohol on his breath and suddenly his presence makes a lot more sense. A cock-sucking little slut. I roll my eyes because I've heard this all before. I'm relatively unfazed by his name calling. Such a little whore. You only stayed with me because I kept you high as a kite. His hand locks around my upper arm and I wish I'm not so fucking short. Fuck you, James, I reply, attempting to yank my arm away. This is so fucking not good, and I'm quickly losing hope that I will be able to handle the situation on my own. I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing when I see Edward appear. We make eye contact around James and his face contorts into something truly scary. I open my mouth to do something because I know this can't end well. I'm not sure what I'm going to say, but nothing comes out because James won't stop fucking talking. You better be spreading your legs more often for him than you did for me if you want him to keep you around, James says loudly. Don't come crawling back to me when he gets tired of your sloppy blowjobs, you dirty cunt. Oh shit. Edward is really not going to like that. This time when he speaks, he manages to really piss me off. Edward too, if my boy's growl of rage is any indication. Edward gets to us really fucking fast, violently putting himself between James and me. Edward punches James twice, once in the jaw and once in the nose, before James falls backward onto the hard pavement. I grab hold of Edward, who looks poised to throw himself on James. But the last thing I want is Edward getting himself arrested for assault of some shit. Edward struggles against my hold for a moment, so I move in front of him and cradle his face in my hands. I've never before seen him this angry. It's a little scary. Move, Isabella, he hisses, not even looking at me as he glares down at a groaning James. No, I insist. Baby, that's enough. You got him good, it's over. Did you hear what he fucking said to you? Edward demands, scowling at me now. I'll fucking kill him. Yeah, I kinda want to let you, I agree, keeping my hands on his face until his rapid breathing calms. But as totally cliche as it sounds, he is not worth it. He's not worth anything. Edward takes a final large breath and his shoulders finally relax. He nods, indicating that he's back in control of those flying fists of furry. Wow, that was kinda hot. What the fuck, moans James, causing both Edward and me to look at him. His nose is bleeding all over the place, and I get a sick sense of satisfaction out of his pain. I'll fucking kill you, motherfucker. Except James is blinded by his own blood and drunk, so he isn't exactly quick to get to his feet. I don't think so, I reply as James attempts to get up. I put one very tall heel right on his fucking nutsack and his movements still for a moment before he once again tries to get up. None of that now. I put some more pressure on his sack and he fucking whimpers. Dang, this is fun. Why have I never done this before? By this time the commotions has been noticed and reinforcements arrive in the form of Jake, Jasper, and Tyler. They don't even really ask any questions, although Tyler does express the desire to have a camera to capture the image of me with my shoe on this bleeding asshole's dick, before they drag James away. I turn to Edward, who still hasn't said anything. He looks at me with angry eyes and I give him a small smile, grabbing his hand. Let's go home, I whisper. We have to go back in for a few minutes to say our goodbyes to various relatives and friends. I grab my purse and Edward puts his tux jacket over my shoulders. Although we were planning on spending one more night with Alice and Jasper at the house on Goss, Edward gets right on the highway and we head for Denver. We go to our place. He is silent and tense on the car ride home, but he keeps a hand on my thigh, somewhat possessively. I wish I knew what exactly he is thinking and feeling. When we walk through the threshold of our apartment, Edward sighs heavily and flops down on the couch, looking up at me as he struggles to loosen his tie. He is having a strangely hard time with it, and I walk over, pushing my finger through the knot. I remove the thing completely with a firm tug before popping open the first couple buttons of his dress shirt. When I'm done, I try to move my hand away, but Edward catches it and kisses the palm. I let out a huge sigh of relief. Until now, I was irrationally scared that Edward was upset with me. He probably should be. I'm the one that brought James into our lives. He gently pulls on my hand until I sit next to him on the couch. I run my hand over his tense shoulder as I wait for him to speak. It doesn't take long. Well, he says finally, sounding a bit shell-shocked. That was quite the evening. Yup, I reply, feeling similarly dazed. My brother got married, he says, still looking straight ahead. To a she-devil, I add. I got to stand next to you at the altar, he says, turning to me and smiling widely. I roll my eyes at him, but smile back anyway. Slow down there, Buster, I reply. We go back to silence but his hand is back on my thigh. You played master matchmaker, I say, shaking his shoulder. That was awesome. Yeah, he says, smiling. That was pretty cool, and then your grandfather swept me off my feet, I continue. Funny, Edward replies drying. Very fucking funny. Are you going to tell me what he said to you, now? I guess, I say with a sigh. It's going to upset you and you are already all upset. I know, let's just get this all over with at once and then we can go to bed and make ourselves feel better with a lot of good sex, he says, sounding all flustered. Ah, shit, dude, I say, punching him lightly in the shoulder. How the fuck am I supposed to focus on all this serious shit when all I can picture is your naked ass? He looks at me for a second like he's considering dragging me to the bedroom but then he shakes his head and shoots me a little glare. Anyway, about my grandfather, he prompts. Right, he is a very cranky old man, I reply. What did he want to talk to you about? Well, first he said that your preoccupation with me had gone on long enough and then accused me of coming back to get my paws on your money. Edward huffs indignantly but I plow on. And then he was all whipping out his checkbook and offering me money to leave again. You have got to be kidding me, Edward snaps, eyes narrowing in his anger. Yeah, I know, pretty unbelievable. Shockingly, I did not accept his generous offer. He did not like that at all so he was like, you don't want me for an enemy, Miss Swan, and I was all, fuck you asshat. Except I didn't say that, obviously. And lastly he said that I would be responsible for tearing apart your family so I told him that I am your family. Edward smiles slightly at his but then starts frowning all over again. I am so sorry, love, he mutters, sounding really upset. I don't like this at all. I'll talk to him. You won't have to be around him again. Really, Edward, I reply. It's fine, it is so not fucking fine. Okay, yeah, you are right. It is definitely not fine. But I can deal with it. Mostly he is just a demented old geezer. We'll work it out. It's not like he's living in Boulder. We can just suck it up and deal, I reassure him. It would be one thing if it was your parents that hated me. It is just one old man. Fine, he mutters. But I will be talking to him, and to Dad about him. He has just gone way top fucking far this time. I'm tough. It doesn't matter because in the end, I have you. That you do, he agrees, squeezing my knee. So is it time for the sex now? I ask hopefully, perking right up. No, he scolds, grabbing my hand as it sneaks up his thigh. We have a bit more to talk about. We do? I ask with a frown. Hello, he replies, actually tapping my forehead 3 times. I bat away his hand impatiently. James. Ah, I say, scowling now. Fucking James. Where did he come from? Why was he there? What did he say to you? Did he touch you? What the fuck? Edward, I say, getting him to focus. Calm down. For the 1000th time today, Edward takes a huge calming breath. So I was outside, just, smoking, he provides helpfully. I feel and probably look guilty, but Edward gestures for me to continue. Right, so I bummed a cigarette from some dude and was smoking and thinking. What were you thinking about? He asks gently. Just, what your grandpa said, and also about we are finally going to have a place. For just the 2 of us, I say, blushing like a mofo. As fucking usual. That's pretty cool, he replies. Yup. Anyway, I was just about to come back and find you, but then James just fucking materialized out of the shadows like some goddamn horror movie or some shit.
I go on to tell Edward everything that James said and what I said back. Well, mostly, I left out a few of the names James called me, not that it really even matters being as Edward heard the worst of it firsthand.
Edward just sits there stewing, and I decide to give him a moment to wallow and brood. I sit next to him, absently stroking his hair. He closes his eyes and leans into my touch, and I shimmy out of his tux jacket, draping it over the arm of the couch. I think you broke his nose, I muse, cuddling into his side. Edward grins, putting his arm around me and running his fingers up and down my arm. Yeah, probably. It was awesome. Almost as awesome as me having that fucker balls under my heel. Edward chuckles. That was all pretty what the fuck is this? Edward's whole demeanor changes. I thought we were past the worst of it and almost to the sex part, but apparently not. Edward's whole body tenses, his voice gets all dangerous, and his fingers still on my arm. What now? I ask, feeling weary. I glance down to where Edward's gaze has locked and his fingers pause. The dark bruise there was definitely not there when I put on this ridiculous bridesmaid dress before the ceremony. Being as I'm an idiot, it takes me for fucking ever to determine where it came from. Oh fuck, I mutter as Edward just continues to gape and glare and sputter as if he can't even believe what he is seeing. He turns fucking purple in his rage, and for one weird moment he reminds me of my dad when he got pissed. Thinking of Charlie always hurts my heart a little, but the pang is quick. I have Edward to deal with at the moment. I'm going to fucking kill him, Edward says in a low, dangerous voice that even has the goosebumps rising on my skin. No, you're not. Yes, he says, rising from the couch with an eerie calm, I am. Where the hell do you think you're going? I demand, marching behind him as he moves to the kitchen to collect his keys that he tossed on the table not too long ago. Boulder. I'm driving back to Boulder and tearing the fucking town apart until I find that motherfucker, and then I'm going to tear him apart, too. Again the calm, almost pleasant tone he is using is the scariest thing of all. And he has to be kidding. This little dramatization isn't seriously going to lead to Boulder. But Edward moves toward the door and he looks pretty damn serious. He gets the door open a few inches before I slam it shut, using all the force of my body to do so. Edward glares down at me pressed up against his only exit, and pulls fruitlessly on the doorknob. Stop acting like a fucking moron, I say. He fucking marked you, okay. Now he sounds at about the right level of angry. He put his dirty fucking hands on you and marred your skin. Yeah, he did a little bit, huh? I reply, studying the purple finger marks on my upper arm. But I bruise easy, it's not so bad. Not so fucking bad. Edward screams, really losing his shit now. Both hands are in his hair as he starts to pace back and forth in front of my position at the door. He progresses to rant somewhat nonsensically. But the point is clear, he really hates James. Not that I blame him, I'm not too fond of the fucker myself. Not only did he insult you and degrade you with his words, while simultaneously shitting all over what we have, but he also marked you, bruised you. It is beyond disrespectful and I am thoroughly horrified. And then, trying to fucking get you to leave again. I'm going to kill him. This is the third time he has said gone through this little spiel, so I figure it is my turn to STP in. Are you sure it's even James you're mad at? I say quietly, not able to muster the courage to even look him in the eye. I've been playing around with something terrible in my head, and I suppose it's time to share. After all, we're doing this whole honest with each other thing these days. What? He says, standing still across the room from me. Have you seen your fucking arm? Who the fuck else would I be mad at? Well, other than myself. I should never have let you go outside alone. This last statement is muttered, probably because he knows I won't like it. I just scowl at him because that is some male superiority crap if I ever did hear any, but then I press on. Me, I whisper, glancing at him warily. You could be mad at me. Edward cocks his head to one side, observing me that way he does when I totally confuse him. I shuffle my feet, feeling awkward as he continues to study me in silence. Why would I be mad at you? He asks quietly, still looking at me like I'm a crazy person. Because this whole thing is my fucking fault, I reply, hating the way my voice breaks with my misery. I lean back against the door, letting my head fall with a thump. I don't see it that way. This whole thing is his fucking fault, Edward says. He is still talking quietly and standing still as if he is afraid of spooking me. He is responsible for his actions. Just as I was when I left, I say, minorly irritated that he seems so hell-bent on defending me. Yes. That is true. But that was a long time ago, and I've seen how you change. Every day your actions show me that you are happy now. You aren't self-destructive like you once were, and you don't destroy those around you like you once did. As nice as this little speech is, I still don't feel much better, so I choose to ignore him. You had to have been scared, I murmur. Of what? He asks, looking at me that way he does again. It was like fucking deja vu, I continue. You have to know what I'm talking about. Bella, he says with frustration. The hands are back in the hair, so I know I'm driving him crazy. I have no fucking clue what you're talking about. Tonight was the same fucking situation. Big party, everyone is all happy. I need a break from all the happy and wander off on my own to think and to just catch my breath. James happens upon me and suggests we take off, I say. Edward just stares at me somewhat blankly. I cross my arms over my chest, feeling exceedingly uncomfortable. It wasn't the same situation at all, he insists. For whatever reason, his calm and sure response really irritates me. Are you telling me that there wasn't a tiny moment of doubt? Do you really expect me to believe that when you first saw me outside with James, you didn't think for even one moment that I was about to take off again? These terrible words seem to explode out of me, leaving Edward looking even more shocked than before, but his reply is immediate and his words are spoken with such conviction, I can't help but believe him. No, he states simply. Not for one moment did I think you were going to leave again. The thought did not even cross my mind until now, but you obviously thought about it. I didn't think about leaving, I say quickly, horrified by the idea. I thought about you thinking that I might be thinking of leaving. He just goes back to staring at me from across our living room and I realize I'm probably not making much sense. Look, I continue after taking a deep breath. I know you don't trust me yet. Well, hopefully it is a yet. And I know you haven't forgiven me, but... What did you say? Him constantly asking me what tonight is getting really irritating. Which part? I asked, not really sure what he doesn't understand. Edward and I are usually so on the same fucking page, it is really disconcerting when we don't communicate well. This not trusting, not forgiving horseshit, he says. Horseshit? I repeat lamely. And now I'm being fucking studied again. I scowl and huff at him because I'm still not too good at sharing my emotions and shit. It's so much easier to just shut down and get defensive. But I won't because I don't do that anymore. Come here, he murmurs, holding a hand out to me. Part of me wants to be a child and refuse, but I know touching him will make me feel better. I shuffle towards him, and he pulls me into his arms. He leads me back to the couch, sitting us on the edge so our bodies are angled towards each other. I was making a point about something before he interrupted me but I can't fucking remember what the fuck I was trying to say. Now, he says, smoothing out my furrowed brow and tilting my face towards his. What is this horseshit about me not trusting or forgiving you? Because you don't trust me and haven't forgiven me? I venture. What would ever give you that idea? He asks. Maybe because you haven't told me otherwise, I shout. Oops. Oops, I screech, absolutely at the end of my rope. Are you telling me that you've forgiven me and you trust me and you just didn't bother to let me know? I punch him in the arm for good measure, just so he knows how stupid he is. Damn, you've got bony hands, he mutters. I just scowl at him until he realizes I need a fucking explanation. I didn't know you needed the words. I thought you knew by the progress of our relationship. I thought you knew because I show you every day by letting you into every little part of my life. Oh, right. His words are so heartfelt and they make so much sense, I feel pretty fucking stupid. I'm sorry, love, he murmurs, his fingertips on my cheekbones. I should have said something. It's okay, I reply. I should have known. I'm a little surprised to realize that I'm kinda crying. Fuck, I hate crying. But I'm just so fucking relieved to hear that he forgives me. That he trusts me. That he has let me into every part of his life. How would you have known? He continues. I'm a fucking moron. You're my fucking moron, I correct, causing him to grin crookedly. Isabella, he says, taking my face in between both his hands. I forgive you. I forgive you for leaving me so suddenly, and although your methods did hurt me, I am no longer angry. I'm just so thankful that you came back to me like this. You did what you needed to do to get happy, and I could never begrudge you that. I love you and I trust you. I know that you will be there every night when I fall asleep and I also know that you will be somewhere in the general vicinity when I wake up. Get it now? I'm too emotional to do anything but nod and collapse forward into his neck. Edward just sits with me in his arms for a long time. Although, when I think about it, I'm pretty sure I've known for a while that Edward has forgiven me. It's his nature. That's how he operates. Edward has always been too quick to let me get away with all sorts of shit. Jerking him around throughout college, getting him punched out twice in less than 12 hours, screaming at him in the hospital, leaving him in forks, using him to make the demons go away, not telling him about our baby and disappearing again. Maybe his willingness to forgive me is his flaw, his major weakness. But in this moment I vowed to never take advantage of him again. I vowed to be worthy of his seemingly endless supply of trust. It's humbling to realize someone so good loves and trusts me. Edward has given me way more chances than I deserve. This will be the last one. Also, I think that even though he has forgiven me, I haven't really forgiven myself yet. That's September 30th, 2012 Edward Pav Bella. I call out, neatly placing my shoes on the rack by the door and hanging my backpack on its designated hook. I run a hand through my hair and stretch my shoulders, trying to relax for the first time since I left our apartment at 7 this morning. In the kitchen, she replies over the loud music. This, combined with the mouth-watering smells drifting through the apartment lead me to believe that Bella is cooking dinner. Thank goodness. I haven't eaten all damn day. Grabbing a stack of mail off the coffee table, I move towards her. Very little besides the architectural layout remains of the apartment I moved into after finishing undergrad almost years ago. Since Ben moved out, Bella has reveled in having her own space to decorate. Slowly but surely she painted, found pieces at flea markets, and rearranged furniture. Our apartment now reflects her eclectic, exotic tastes as well as my need to have everything in place. The decorations are bright, bohemian, and a little bit weird, but uncluttered. Bella transformed Ben's old room into a sort of study. It includes my large, old desk as well as a sofa where she prefers to do her work, and a whole wall of bookshelves. Most nights, we can be found there, me studying away for a perpetual array of brain-melding tests and her, always writing. Bella does reviews for the arts and entertainment section of the Denver Post and has a weekly column in an electronic publication that is a favorite amongst those in our age group. Her fiction is also published regularly in a plethora of literary magazines. Between all of that and her rent from Charlie's house in Forks, she contributes much more to our household than I do. I think this pleases her, especially after years of being finically dependent on others. My trust fund remains untouched except for my tuition. Now, she is basically my sugar mama. Hey, Bella says, grinning over her shoulder from her place at the stove. She looks so damn beautiful and domestic in her simple outfit of jeans and a t-shirt with a spatula in her hand. I ditch the mail on the kitchen table in favor of wrapping my arms around her waist and laying my chin on her shoulder. She giggles and squirms but still manages to continue to cook dinner, which is a divine-looking stir-fry, as I kiss her neck. Watch it, you horn dog, she scolds as I grind myself into her butt and slip my hands under her t-shirt. I'm trying to cook your fucking dinner over here. I ignore her and continue to run my lips over her skin. Bella shivers, which pleases me endlessly. She has never been too good at pretending to be unaffected by my presence. With an irritated huff she yanks my face towards hers and gives me a quick yet heated kiss. Now, she says, scowling at me again. Make up your mind. What exactly are you hungry for? Because if you continue this little seduction, dinner is either going to burn or get cold, and I spent lots of hard-earned money on local veggies, so this meal would be particularly delicious and good for the environment and shit. I just smile at her because she is so damn adorable. Well, she snaps, finally losing patience with me. Dinner, then, I reply with an exaggerated sigh. Bella gestures towards our small kitchen table, demanding that I sit. I do as she requests, going back to the mail because if I spend any more time looking at her, I'll probably change my mind about which type of hunger is more pressing, and I get the feeling that Bella would really rather eat first. How was the test? She asks, continuing to move in front of the stove. I don't even want to think about it, I groan, dramatically letting my head fall to the tabletop. My brain hurts. 3 hours and 30% of our grade for one midterm is just cruel. Bella gives me a small smile and runs her hand quickly through my hair on her way to get something out of the pantry. I'm sure you fucking rocked that shit, she says. I've barely seen you at all in the last week, you have been so study-focused. Thus me trying to seduce you, I mutter, but you were having none of that, if you recall. Later, she says, smirking at me over her shoulder as she adds chicken to the already full wok. I'll make it worth the wait. That's Bella code for blowjob. I'm totally getting a blowjob in the next few hours, and it's difficult for me to remain seated at the table instead of touching her. Don't even think about it, babe, she says, shaking her head with her back to me. I want dinner first. I just sigh and lay my head back down. I even close my eyes. That must have been some test, Bella muses. What do you mean? You are actually letting us eat first, she says. I feel her near me and open my eyes as she places a huge plate of stir-fry in front of me. You must be worn out. My eyeballs hurt, I explain. Somehow I conjure the patience to wait for her to sit across from me before I start shoveling food down my throat. We sit in silence for a bit, enjoying the wonderful meal. She seriously is a damn good cook. I am so fucking lucky in more ways than one. I get enough food in my belly to turn me back into a rational, thinking being. What did you do today? I ask as Bella pulls at the tie holding her long hair in a messy knot at the top of her head. I watch, entranced, as the waves spill down around her shoulders, and it is harder than it should be to focus on her answer. I got a sneak peek at the latest exhibit at the Museum of Nature and Science, which was pretty damn cool. It was just a handful of press and our own private tour guide, which fucking rocked. Goddamn. I love museums. Bella always looks so gorgeous when she speaks about something she is passionate about and her whole face lights up. What's the exhibit like? I ask. You'll just have to read the damn article like the rest of my adoring public, she says with a giggle. Just because you were sleeping with a Denver Post underling doesn't mean you get the juicy stuff early. I was under the impression we were doing a whole lot more than simply sleeping together, I reply in what Bella has dubbed my nerdy professor voice. Bella grins before abruptly standing, leaning across the table, and giving me another kiss, this one more tender and lingering. How's the column coming this week? I ask when she returns to her seat and goes back to her meal. Mostly I ask because I'm genuinely interested, but I'm also trying to distract myself from the urge to clear the table with a sweep of my arm, sending plates smashing to the floor below, and taking her right here. It's not like I haven't done it before, we'll with less plate smashing, but still. Bella would kill me for wasting all this glorious food. Really good, Bella replies. I'm doing another in the Perils and Perks of Dating a Med Student series. I roll my eyes at this. Bella has a small but devoted internet following that readers her column weekly religiously. This does not surprise me. She loves it because she has the freedom to write about whatever strikes her fancy. Things she hates about the world around her, things she loves, things she observes, and things she can't get out of her head. Bella's commentaries are always full of a self-deprecating humor. She makes fun of everyone, herself included, in a way that is good-natured and respectful. I just wish I wasn't such an inspiration sometimes. Is it a perk or a peril this time? I ask with a chuckle. A little of both, she replies, biting her lip. Oh good grief, what is it this time? I'm thinking about discussing anatomically correct dirty talk, she admits. Which to me is a total perk. Your big old brain is so damn sexy, but some might think it's pretty damn weird. I swear, Isabella, I say with a sigh. My family reads your column. If we actually met any of your followers, I would die of embarrassment. I can write about something else, if you prefer, she offers sincerely. No, it's fine. I wouldn't dream of censoring your art. What would I tease her about if she didn't write such things? Good. Anatomically correct dirty talk it is. Bella and I continue to chat about nothing in particular during dinner. We finish, lingering over a final glass of wine, and I absently flip through the stack of mail I left on the table. My fingers pause on a letter when a return address Boston, and suddenly my carefree, albeit tired, mood vanishes. Bella continues to talk about something, and I have a hard time hearing her. She moves to clear the table, and I open the letter, feeling a bit like I might be sick. I don't know what I want the letter to say. Bella Pov. What is it? I ask as I continue to clean the kitchen, although jumping my man's bones is a more immediate desire. Edward and all his wacko is unable to leave the kitchen dirty overnight. Several times in the past, I've caught him sneaking out of bed, thinking I'm asleep, to tend to his OCD. I don't LKE him leaving after sex, thus the pre-fucking kitchen cleaning. Edward typically helps out, but the mail has obviously distracted him. Edward, champion moody tasker, seems to have lost the ability to speak. I turn from my position at the sink as I put the last pan on the drying rack, pleased that the kitchen is now Edward clean. Baby. I venture again when he just continues to stand by the kitchen table, brow furrowed as he stares at the paper clenched in his hand. I don't much care about the mail. Edward has not fucked me in 5 days, but now it is the end of the week and his big-ass test is over. I made him a kick-ass meal and then power cleaned the kitchen. A fucking letter will not stop me from having him. Right the fuck now. Edward mumbles something unintelligible, and I sigh, realizing that I'm going to need to be a bit more assertive here. I grab his hand, leading him into the bedroom. This is a letter, he says as he blindly follows me, allowing me to push him down on the end of our bed. I can see that, I reply, smoothing out the wrinkles in his forehead with my thumb. Holy Krishna, he is so fucking adorable when he is flustered. This piece of paper has him seriously flustered, and I do want to know why, just later. His stuttering is so damn adorable. I kick off my shoes before dropping to my knees to remove his as well, doing the same with the socks. This is a letter from. What are you doing down there? I smirk up at him, pleased that his voice is all husky and that I finally have his full attention. What do you think, baby? I ask, basically purring at him as I run my hands over his calves then around to his inner thighs, following the seam of his neat jeans. I palm the wonder cock and Edward lets out a little yelp, the letter falling to the bed beside him. His eyes glaze over and I suppress a shiver. I love getting on my knees for Edward. His reactions make me feel powerful and sexy. He is totally at my mercy and it's such a turn on. Except this time, when I move to his zipper, his hands stop me. What the fuck is in that letter? I scowl up at him, seriously considering punching him in the thigh. Wait, he says, somewhat breathlessly. Shitta. Damn, Bella. You're making it very difficult for me here. By difficult do you mean hard? I ask, giving him a squeeze through the denim and waggling my eyebrows. He lets out a groan, his head falling backwards for a moment before he once again stops me from unleashing the beast. With a loud huff, I sit back on my heels, crossing my arms over my chest. It is clear that I will probably get what I want quicker if I just let him spit out whatever is so important he is turning down a blowjob. A Bella Swan blowjob. What a freak. The letter is from a hospital in Boston, he bursts out, his brow back to furrowed. Okay, I say, this information pretty much useless to me. I was accepted into their surgical internship program, he says quietly, avoiding my gaze. Damn, my boy looks a wee bit guilty. I thought you were planning on doing your internship here, I say, wary. I was, he insists. Was. Edward stutters, his face fluctuating comically with each word as he changes his mind. Edward, I say, laying a hand on his knee, trying to get him to focus him. Do you want to do your internship in Boston? It was a total long shot, my application. That's why I didn't tell you. I never thought I'd get into this program, but Carlisle convinced me to try. They only accept something like 20 applicants out of the hundreds that apply. I'm so sorry I haven't said anything, but I honestly haven't thought about it in months. I roll my eyes because he is in full-on freak-out mode with the babbling and the hands in the hair and the panicky look in eyes. Edward. I shout to get his attention. I can't help but giggle at the horrified look on his face. It's okay. I'm not mad. Calm the fuck down. I wait for Edward to take a deep breath before continuing. This program in Boston, is it a top-notch intern thingamajiggy? I ask, failing to find the right words. Thingamajiggy? I'm a disgrace to writers everywhere. Thingamajiggy. Edward replies, amused. At least my pathetic vocabulary has relieved Edward of his tension a bit. Well, is it? I demand. Yes, he says, grinning now. One of the best in the country. Edward then progressed to gush about a whole shit ton of Dr. Crap. His whole face lights up and he is all cardiology this and world famous attending that. He gestures with his hands and his eyes are bright. So it looks like we are moving to Boston, I say, smiling up at him from my position on the floor. What? He snaps, gaping at me in shock. Beantown, I continue. Former hotbed of revolutionary spirit. Place where our founding fathers chilled and shit. The Boston Tea Party probably happened in Boston, right? Give me liberty, or give me death. What? He repeats. It's good that we're decided upon this now. That means we have like 7, 8 months to figure out shit before we move, right? Because you still have to finish this last year. What? I mean, I thought. He clears his throat and composes himself. Shouldn't we talk about this? I mean, we plan to stay here. Our lives are here. Your work is here. We should discuss this. Edward, when you talk about the programs here your face never lights up and your voice never gets all excited. You want to do this. I haven't seen you this enthusiastic about anything in for fucking ever. I tell him. Besides me, of course. Edward just stares at me for a long-ass time, like he is still trying to figure me out. Just like that? He asks finally. Yeah, I reply with a grin and a shrug. Is it really so surprising that I would do anything for him? He has done so much for me. Like waiting till I'm ready to get married, for example, when he wanted to tie the knot right after we got back together over a year and a half ago. But I can write anywhere, I say, anticipating his first argument. And it's only for a year, and I've always wanted to do the whole East Coast thing. We are long overdue for an adventure, I tell him. But do you understand what it's going to be like? Edward continues. I'm going to be working crazy hours and I won't be around much, you won't know anyone. I make friends easy, I reply with a shrug. Edward just gives me a pointed look and I laugh. Edward, it will be great, I assure him. I'm a big girl. We'll figure it out. We'll think about it, he says, being all Edwardish and thinky. We're doing it, I counter, being all Bellas and impulsive. Edward just sighs heavily, like I'm trying his patience, but he has a little smile playing around his lips, so I know he is pleased with my reaction to the letter. We should get married first, I hear myself say. The words just seem to pop out of my mouth. I'm not sure who is more shocked by them, Edward or myself. He recovers first. Are you proposing? He asks finally, his face unreadable. I decide humor is the way to go. I'm down on my knees, aren't I? I quip. Edward smirks, leaning down from his position on the bed to tuck a strand of hair behind my ear. I believe the phrase is down on one knee. Where's my ring? I'm not that traditional, obviously, Edward says with a chuckle. And then there is silence. Very tense silence. Come here, Edward murmurs, offering me a hand and pulling me to sit next to him on the edge of the bed. Do you mean it? Do I mean it? I glance over at Edward, who is managing to look both nervous and elated at the same time. I think about how fucking great the last year and a half has been and about how much I've come to depend on him. I try to imagine my life without him in it and totally fail. Yeah, I fucking mean it. It's just before when we've talked about it. Edward continues, stuttering now. Apparently I took too long to answer because now his babbling has started. I just thought we were planning on waiting till I'm a real doctor. Yeah, well, you are going to be crazy busy being a real doctor and with the moving and the graduating, it just makes sense to do it now, I say, turning bright fucking red because that is the least romantic marriage proposal I can think of. I want to be married to you yesterday, Edward states, turning my face towards his. Do you want to be married to me? Yes, I reply, flushing from roots to tits. I love you. So, we're really doing this? He asks, the very beginnings of the crooked grin reserved just for me on his face. Yes, I managed to squeak out before he kisses me, pushing me back on the bed. I've known for a long time Edward was meant to be with me, and I am. Now, it's time to make it official. Just like that. October 8, 2012, we attend dinner the next week with the crazies in Boulder and we have yet to tell anyone. We are enjoying having a little secret. Tomorrow we see the Cullen parents for lunch to make the announcement, but we never really talked about telling the rest of the brood. We probably should, seeing as I want to get this sucker done as quick as possible. Rosalie is being all show-offy with her giant, ready-to-pop belly, and Alice is being all show-offy with the now 8-month-old Henry James Whitlock, who really is pretty fucking cute. Somehow, I get all caught up in their battle of domesticity as all of us relax after dinner with a bottle of wine. Okay, several bottles of wine. Alice, are you free to go shopping at all next week? I ask. The gasps are audible as all heads snap towards me in shock. You are willing going shopping with Alice? Rosalie demands incredulously. What the fuck? I thought you said you found shopping with Alice Tortius? Why am I not invited? You wouldn't fit in the dressing room, Emmett says, laughing loudly at his own joke. A single look from Rose silences him. Idiot. I'm free, Alice replies cautiously. Why? I need a new dress, I say, flushing as I realize that this is a ridiculous way to make this announcement. But I'm committed now. What for? Alice continues. I glance at my betrothed. Edward raises an eyebrow at me, taking a deliberately slow drink of wine. I guess I'm on my own here. Oh. You know, I say casually. Edward and I were thinking about getting married within the next couple weekends. My fake nonchalance is met with stunned silence for a moment before they all freak out at once. Alice and Rose are shrieking at me. Jasper is singing jovially, and Emmett is shaking Edward's hand with an unhealthy amount of gusto. Shut up, Alice yells. It's startling because she is so damn small. Bella, she demands when everyone immediately quiets. Did you just say what we think you just said? Yes, I reply with an extreme blush. A chorus of finallys, bout times, and oh, thank gods, ring out from around the table. Ooh, let me see your. Alice stops speaking abruptly, glaring down at my still bare finger on my left hand. Where's your ring? Edward, how could you propose without a ring? She leans across me to flap my hand obnoxiously in Edward's face. I didn't, Edward replies, smirking at me. Oh, was it too big? Rose interjects. Mine didn't fit. Em must think I have man hands. Ah, come on, babe, Emmett replies. If you had man hands, I would have never let you near wee Emmett, and that's obviously not the care, am I right? Emmett waggles his eyebrows at Rose's belly before she smacks him. Emmett sucks at Rose being preggo. Dude, I say, gaping at my brother-in-law-to-be. You call your dick wee Emmett? Please don't say dick in front of my son, says Alice primly, even thought little Henry, who I call Hank, mostly because it drives Alice crazy, is out for the count in his papa's arms. Why not, Allie? Jasper asks. Our little man is packing some serious heat in the diaper department if you know what I'm talking about. Get some, Emmett yells, giving Jazz a high five. Edward and I silently communicate our opinions on the deterioration of this we're getting married conversation. He rolls his eyes, and I flash him a rueful grin. The fathers of our children, Alice, Rosalie mutters, gesturing toward Em and Jazz. What were we thinking? Poor little Alice looks like her head might pop off, bottle rocket style. The ring, she snaps. Little twin, the ring, Alice, relax, I say, patting her shoulder. There is no ring. What? Why would you say yes to no ring? Didn't Beyoncé warn you about this situation? Really, Edward, Alice continues, rounding on my fiancé. Damn, that's weird. How could you? I didn't, he repeats. We share a secret little look. Edward thinks it's really fucking funny that I proposed to him. I guess I can kinda see what her means given my history as a commitment phobe and what now. I don't get it, declares Jasper. Everyone murmurs his or her agreement. Bella proposed to me, Edward explains, beaming at me now, and my blush is back with a vengeance. No fucking way, says Emmett in apparent awe. I look around the table at my family and see disbelief in every face. Is my proposal really that shocking? Bella Swan asked you to marry her? Got down on one knee and everything, Edward says, grabbing my hand and kissing me knuckles. I scowl because he looks a little too pleased with himself. It was 2 knees and I was down there for a very different reason, I mutter, crossing my arms over my chest and getting all huffy. Jazz and Em high-five again, Rosalie snorts, Alice wrinkles her nose, and Edward rolls his eyes. Edward. Rose voices her disbelief this time. How the hell did you manage to weasel your way into a marriage proposal and a blowy? How the hell does that happen? Edward clears his throat, looking uncomfortable. He is so fucking cute when he's uncomfortable. I never actually received any. Edward stutters, gesturing to his lap and doing this weird thing with his eyebrows. You're a soon-to-be medical professional, Emmett puts in. You should be able to say blowjob. Say it. He's a med student, not a hooker, Emmett, I reply dryly before turning back to Edward. And holy fuck. You're right. I owe you a BJ. Owe him? Emmett sputters as Edward's cheeks get all red. Yeah, I reply, shrugging. I can't remember why though. Oh, right. I owe him because he let us eat the nice dinner I made before molesting me. So he gets a fancy dinner, a marriage proposal, and a blowy. Jasper clarifies. Damn, y'all are acting like newlyweds already. Enough, Alice says, beyond exasperated with us all. Please just tell us the story. Well, I say, fielding this one because Edward is still all flustered from this talk of head. He is braving it like a champ. Perhaps he deserves 2 blowies. Also, when did we start calling them blowies? Edward and I were just talking about him doing his internship in Boston Inn. I'm once again rudely interrupted as everyone goes completely apeshit. You're moving to fucking Boston? Alice finally manages to ask when everyone calms slightly. Yes, I say. Maybe, Edward replies at the same time. Edward, I snap, scowling at him because I'm already tired of having this debate. Bella, he whines back. Edward, I repeat, at the very end of my patience. We have been having this fight for the last week and I'm so done with it. Boston is not only the best option for your career and for your future as a badass doctor, but it's what you want. You're all excited about it and you know we're going to end up there, so why don't you just save us all the trouble and accept the damn enrollment, now? Edward sighs heavily, shaking his head at me and smiling slightly. I glare at him, my back thunking against my chair as I cross my arms over my chest. Holy mother of pearl, Alice mutters. You're moving to Boston. I'm going to miss you both so much. She lays her head on my shoulder, and I pat her dark hair, trying not to cry. It's only for a year, Edward says quietly. We make eye contact, and I know we are going to move across the country. I'm going to completely start over again. Except time the life we build will be ours. I'll be starting over with my husband. Ah, look at you two, says Jasper. All grown up and heading out on your own. Congratu-fucking-lations, Emmett booms. Huzzah, shouts Rose. Alice moves away from me, which is good because all of a sudden, I need to touch Edward. I lean over, wrapping my arms around this man that seems to be specially crafted just for me. It hits me that we are really getting married and planning our futures together. I realize how far I've come from the lost soul hiding in the party girl that first tumbled into Edward's bed. He changed everything for me. He made me better, stronger, happier. And now that we are all grown up, I have no more doubts. Edward holds me, and I know I'm ready. So you are sure you want to do this so quickly? Edward asks me as we lay facing each other and naked in bed later that night. I'm really enjoying engagement sex. It is so damn intense and emotional and fucking awesome. We could do the whole wedding thing with you in the dress and the church and the whole bit. Nah, I reply, touching his face. I don't want any of that shit. I already feel married to you and I just want it to be official, no frills necessary. I feel married to you, too, he murmurs. Let's get married in Boulder, somewhere outside, I suggest. I'll wear something pretty and let's only invite the family. Sounds perfect, wifey. October 15, 2012, I finally become Mrs. Edward Cullen 2 weeks after my impromptu bedroom proposal. As per my request, it is a small, simple affair, attended by only by a few. Carlisle and Esme, Emmett and Rose, Alice, Jasper, and little baby Hank as well as Jake, Billy, and Phil watch as I stand across Edward in an open space against the backdrop of the Flatirons. It is one of the gloriously warm and sunny fall days, and I take the good weather as a sign from the universe that this union is destined to be. To be honest, I don't really need the legalities or the ceremony. I feel married to Edward, soul married. I would have been fine bopping down to City Hall, but Edward deserves a real wedding, so a real wedding I give him. It may be small and outside, but I wear a white dress and a little preacher man has us recite vows. Alice takes pictures with a giant camera, our concession to her since she was all pouty about not getting to plan a big party. It is good to have them here, it is good to be surrounded by family. But once I face Edward and he takes my hands in his and starts repeating words of love and commitment and forever, the man I love totally fills my head. I cry a little as he promises himself to me. He cries a little as I do the same. I cry a little more because, shit, I've come a long way. Even a year ago, I still hadn't really figured out how to trust myself, how to forgive myself for hurting the people who love me. But I have now. I'm confident in myself, just as I'm confident in Edward and us as a couple. Thus the whole marriage thing. Holy fuck. I'm married. It's a bit surreal. There's kissing and hugging and more crying on everyone's part. And then we go back to Alice and Jasper's to eat and drink. We laugh and celebrate well into the night. Esme starts referring to me as her daughter and I cry a little more. Edward and I dance on the back porch of the house where we first fell in love. My lack of coordination isn't so apparent when I'm in my husband's arms. He hums in my ear and whispers words of love, causing me to cry a little bit more. Pleasantly drunk, Edward and I leave our family at the house on Goss and roam the streets of Boulder for the first time as man and wife. Well, we don't really roam. Edward made us reservations at some fancy old hotel off Pearl Street. I'm in not particular hurry to reach our destination. We now officially have forever. But the walk and the cool autumn night and the fact that Edward is now mine in every sense of the word all seem to serve as the most potent form of aphrodisiac. By the time we stumble into the lobby, I can't seem to keep my hands or lips off him. I'm sure the hotel and our honeymoon suite is all very nice, but I don't notice any of it. Edward's presence is all-consuming, from the way he kisses me in the elevator as if I'm precious, to the way he gently pushes into me after lying me down on the bed in our room. Our lovemaking is quiet, intense, and motivated more by love than lust. He tells me he loves me and I tell him that I've always been his. The next step, I suppose. Forgiving myself. May 16, 2013. A week after finishing classes forever, Bella and I begin our preparations to move. A friend of Mom's owns several buildings in downtown Boston, and Bella and I will live in a small attic apartment of one of her brownstones for basically nothing. In exchange for extremely cheap rent, Bella and I will take on the responsibilities of property manager to the two families who inhabit the lower rooms. Alice is especially offended by our decision to move at the beginning of the summer rather than the end, but my wife and I want time to settle. Wife. I have a wife. Bella is my wife. For a long time, I never really thought we would ever get here, no matter how much I wanted it, and now that she is finally with me, I take my vows very seriously. I plan to cherish her every day. Like taking her on our long overdue honeymoon, for example. After the move, I'm taking Bella to Italy for an entire month to celebrate my graduation and make up for failing to give her a honeymoon last fall. Sometimes I still have a hard time wrapping my head around the fact that Bella is my wife. Getting what you want more than anything is a little scary, but I've never been happier. Despite the positive outlook on the future, moving is a giant pain in the ass, and I've been forced to leave my wife at home to pack as I venture out to buy more boxes. She woke me with her mouth on mine, but then unceremoniously kicked me out of bed before I could touch her anywhere else. The whole thing made me rather cranky, and I plan on seducing her to cheer myself up as I awkwardly drag flat cardboard boxes toward the elevator in our apartment building. In another week, this building will no longer be my home. How strange. I stand next to a small, dark-haired woman who stares anxiously at the elevator door. I don't recognize her, which is strange because this building has been my home for the last 4 years, and I pretty much know everyone. We stand in silence for a moment before I realize the button has not been pushed. I assumed this mystery woman, with her sad yet oddly familiar features and worn attire, summoned the elevator. Now I awkwardly reach in front of her, pushing the button. She jumps, noticing me for the first time as I mumble an apology, gazing at me with dull blue eyes rimmed with red. Is everything all right? I ask, concerned by her erratic behavior. The many lines around her eyes become more apparent as she frowns at me. I've been standing here for 15 minutes, trying to gather the courage to do what you just did. Her voice is croaky and harsh, and I try not to wince. What? I ask, blinking at her in confusion. Push the button. She nods solemnly as the doors open. I step in before turning to look at her. After a momentary hesitation, she joins me. What floor? I ask, trying to be polite. 5th. I push the 1 button, because it's my floor as well. Are you new to the building? I ask in an attempt to alleviate some of this inexplicable tension. She is so familiar and my brain struggles to identify her. Perhaps if I do, this feeling of apprehension I've had since I realized she hadn't pushed the button will cease. No, she replies, her voice sounding slightly better, as if she is just getting used to using it again. I'm visiting my daughter. I haven't seen her in 5 years. Ah, I reply, not knowing what else to say. Are you moving? She asks after a moment of silence, nodding toward the stack of deconstructed boxes at my side. Yes, I reply. To Boston at the end of the week. The doors slide open, and I sigh with relief. Thankful I will no longer be forced to make strained conversation with this stranger. But my feeling of dread continues as the woman moves in the direction of my apartment. I follow her down the hall, my brain working even harder to place her face. It is not until she stops in front of my apartment that I figure it out. Holy fuck. Renee Swan. Or Dwyer. Or whatever the fuck her name is these days. I berate myself for not recognizing her sooner. Although, in defense to myself, the years have not treated Renee kindly. I only met her once, very briefly, while with Bella on Pearl Street Southeast caught me groping her daughter on a bench, and then she and Bella walked a little distance away and fought. No introductions were even made. Still, nothing remains of that prim, coiffed housewife, as far as I can tell. Her sweater sets and slacks have been replaced with a dirty t-shirt and a dirty, gauzy skirt. Her hair is messy, just like her daughter's in texture but lighter in shade. It now even has a few dreadlocks and feathers. Her face is pale. Her skin is sagging and thin. Dark circles reside under her red eyes. Her lips are cracked and she appears skinner than Bella at her unhealthiest. Renee just stands in front of my door, and I just stand behind her, shocked and scrambling for a solution. My first instinct is to protect my wife. The sickly woman in front of me has caused the woman I love extreme hurt. Suddenly furious, I want to scream at Renee until she leaves, never to return again. I don't know why she's here and don't really give a damn. What she did to her daughter is unforgivable. The urge to force her away is strong. But Bella has never much appreciated me fighting her fights for her. In the last few years, Bella has been confronting her demons. The woman before me is the cause, the root of Bella's fear. This woman made my beautiful, intelligent, strong wife believe she was worthless and unlovable. But Bella is better now and would want to decide how to deal with Renee herself. I just hope Bella survives the fallout. Wincing as I remember the near comatose state Bella resided in for months after Renee disappeared last time, I clear my throat to keep Renee from knocking on my door. Can I help you? I ask, moving to position myself between the worthless woman and my door. Who are you? Renee asks, glaring at me now. For the first time I really see the resemblance between mother and daughter. I'm Edward. I live here, I explain, unlocking the door and stepping inside the entrance to my apartment. Oh, Renee says, blinking her dull eyes at me in surprise. I thought, are you Bella's roommate? I smile humorlessly. It's fucking amazing that Renee has managed to track down her daughter's address but somehow missed the fact that we are newlyweds. I decide not to correct her. Was there something you wanted with her? I ask, filling up the whole doorway. I have a right to see her, Renee snaps when I block her way. She's my daughter. I don't like her tone, or the fact that she still even sees herself as a real mother. Bella needs to mentally prepare to see Renee again. I decide to turn Renee away, to get contact information, and then tell Bella everything. That way Bella can decide to see Renee on her own terms. Or not see her at all. But of course my love chooses this moment to speak from some hidden location in the apartment. You know, baby, she calls, causing me to turn towards her voice. I'm a little disappointed it took you so long to get home. You know how horny packing makes me. She appears from the kitchen, walking towards me dressed only in boy short panties and a matching black sports bra. She slowly approaches, still not able to see Renee from this angle. I try to warn my wife, but the words die on my tongue when she smiles. She's been so happy, and I panic because I'm helpless to protect her from this. Bella saunters up to me, slipping her hand under the hem of my dark t-shirt and splaying her fingers over my abdominal muscles. This is probably an inappropriate time to want to fuck her, but I can't help it, especially as she moves her hand lower. I remember who is in the doorway, have a coughing fit, and grab her hand. I look pointedly towards the door, but my wife has a one-track mind. How awkward. Baby, she says with a laugh as I stutter and sputter. What has you so flustered? I simply open the door all the way, showing her rather than telling her when words fail me. Bella turns towards the door, a hand still wrapped around my belt buckle. The smile falls off her face and her eyes go wide when she takes in the sight of the woman in the doorway. I see her whole body tenses. Her jaw tightens, her fists clench, and for one terrible and sort of wonderful moment, I'm convinced that Bella is going to punch the woman who abandoned her over and over. But Bella surprises me by taking a giant calming breath. She shakes her arms out at her sides, relaxing her muscles. With a final sigh she looks away from Renee, turning her eyes on me. I search her face, trying to figure out what she needs from me. Bella shakes her head at me slowly, grimacing slightly, still not looking back to her mother. Bella pushes the door open and steps back to let Renee into our home. Ah, shit, says my wife succinctly when Renee walks into the chaos of our home. I can't help but grin at my wife because she once again does the unexpected while still being so totally and completely Bella. God, I love this woman. As Renee silently takes in our half-packed, half-trashed living room, I grab Bella's hand. She gives me a squeeze as I grab her a nearby shirt of mine, haphazardly draped over a chair. She stares at it in confusion for a moment before looking down at her almost naked body. She gives a little start before slipping it on. It's as if she forgot she was basically naked. Even though she appears without modesty, a faint blush colors her cheeks. Bella grabs my hand again and we face the storm together, a united front. So this is where you live? Renee murmurs, looking over her shoulder at us, cozy. Bella offers no explanation nor does she get defensive over Renee's obvious judgment. Do you want tea or something? Bella looks at me and I nod, answering her silent question. Yes, love. That is what normal people offer normal company. Good job. Do you have anything stronger? Renee asks. It's 10 in the fucking morning, Bella replies. Coffee is as strong as it gets. Coffee then, Renee agrees with a sigh. 10 minutes later, the three of us are seated around our hastily cleared kitchen table. So, Renee says, obviously feeling as awkward as my wife and me, you are moving? Bella squints at her mother, and I can tell what she wants to say. She wants to roll her eyes at droll as sardonic obviously. Yeah, she says instead. Edward got a job in Boston. You're following your boyfriend across the country? Renee asks with disapproval. Try again, I suggest in a low voice. I'm pleased with how dangerous I sound. Husband, Bella corrects, ignoring my theatrics. I'm forcing my husband to move across the country. You're married? Renee croaks. 9 months, Bella says, grinning at me. I rest my hand on her thigh, pleased that she is not so signally focused on her mother that she can't experience a little joy. I'm Bella Cullen now. My invite must have gotten lost in the mail, Renee says with a chuckle. Her attempt at a joke is not appreciated. Bella and I are not amused. It was family only, Bella replies. Although her tone is detached and polite, her message is clear. Renee is not Bella's family. We go back to awkward silence. We all know this woman is here for a purpose, but Bella doesn't seem to be in any hurry to ask. This whole thing is really not going anything like I envisioned. Cullen? Renee says suddenly, eyes narrowing at me now critically. As in name of the new pediatrics wing at Forks General? My family really does have obscene amounts of money. I sigh when I see what she's getting at. Wow, you really are just like me, Renee muses. Getting married for all the wrong reasons, making my same mistakes. The punching face is back, and it takes Bella a full minute before she reins in her anger enough to speak. I didn't believe I could have a lower opinion of the woman sitting before me, but it's dropping to unprecedented depths now. I did repeat your mistakes, Bella finally states. Marrying for the wrong reasons is definitely not one of them. Bella is obviously referring to her abrupt departure and her years spent overindulging in a plethora of mind-altering substances. Just so you know, Renee continues as if Bella didn't speak. I didn't get a cent from that last son of a bitch I married for his money. He has some new whore I've heard. Renee certainly has heard a lot of THNGS. I'm really fucking tired of this Bella as a gold digger thing. Would it be wrong to smack Renee a bit? Probably. Please tell me you are not talking about the man who has been more of a parent to me in the last 6 years that you've been to me in my entire life, Bella growls. Renee jerks her head back as if she's been slapped by Bella's words, but recovers quickly. Oh please, Renee dismisses. You barely spoke. It wasn't exactly a father-daughter relationship. Nah, you're right, Bella replies sardonically. The man just paid for my education and walked me down the aisle. No big deal. We didn't really have an aisle at our small, private affair. It was more like Phil walked her through a field. And he wasn't alone. Billy was there too. What? Renee snaps, slapping the table. I jump in my seat in my surprise. Bella smirks at me, amused by my skittishness no doubt. Phil gave you money? Unfucking believable. How do you do it? How do you get my ex-husbands to fork over everything they have? My natural charisma, probably, replies Bella, nodding solemnly. I turn to look at my wife in awe. It's amazing that she's able to deal with the sudden appearance of her mom with such grace and humor. I mean, she is being sarcastic and totally herself, nothing like the zombie she once was when Renee's name was even mentioned. My wife is truly remarkable. Renee scowls at Bella before taking a big, deep breath. I was in Forks, Renee murmurs. I heard about Charlie. Terrible, for him to have died so young and so suddenly. Bella looks down, nodding. For the first time I see her vulnerability. I hold her hand more firmly under the table. I know you were close with him, Renee continues, in the last few years. Renee, let's not do this, okay? Bella quietly requests. Do what? Talk about my dad. Just, cut the shit. Why are you here? Bella demands, losing patience now. I've missed you, Renee says with a wee bit too much emotion choking her words. I glance at a skeptical-looking Bella and am glad that I'm not the only one who does not believe Renee to be genuine. It's been far too long this time. Well, whose fault is that? Bella asks. I've been right here. Not the whole time, Renee replies. I heard that you lived in Forks for a whole year. Yes, and? I ask, thoroughly annoyed with this horrid woman. And nothing, Renee says. We're just chatting, Edward. There is no reason to get so snappish. Renee, Bella continues, her voice low and scary now. Why are you here? And don't give me that I missed you. You are my daughter crap because if that were true you would have called me or wrote me or something in the last 5 years. Bella and Renee stare each other down for a few minutes after Bella's little outburst. All the tension in my kitchen is making me excessively uncomfortable, and I shuffle nervously in my seat. Renee is the first one to fold, and she looks out a nearby window with a heavy sigh. Her shoulders drop and she looks so much older than her 40-something years. I need money, Renee finally confesses, swallowing what little is left of her pride. Ah, Bella says smugly. There it is. I fucking knew it was something like that. You really never change, do you, Renee? It's not just the money, Renee insists. I really did miss you. I just was so ashamed of not getting in touch with you sooner. I was scared you wouldn't even speak to me. Tears glisten in Renee's red eyes, and I think she might finally be telling the truth. What a fucked up woman. Sure, whatever you say, Renee, Bella says, suddenly sounding incredibly wary. I mean it. Renee shrieks. Lately I've been feeling so lost. And then I found myself in Forks and I heard about your visits and Charlie. I know he had money, Bella. He was always such a fucking spendthrift. Would never even send me money for you. He said he didn't trust me to buy you clothes, he would just send clothes. It was very insulting. Okay. Bella says, a little alarmed that Renee has gone from sad and emotional to fucking pissed so quickly. The woman is seriously unbalanced, and I have my suspicions regarding why Renee needs money. I did my time with your dad in that boring little town. I deserve that money. Bella's mouth pops open in shock. She turns really red and her face contorts in rage. My wife looks like she is about to completely lose it, but then breaths deep and forces herself to calm. You don't deserve anything from me, or my dad, Bella murmurs, getting up slowly. Now if that's all, I think it's time for you to leave. Edward and I have packing to do. Wait, Renee says, actually flinging herself at Bella's feet and sobbing. Bella and I share looks of horror while looking down at this sad little woman with varying levels of disgust. Please, Isabella, baby, I just need a couple thousand to tide me over. I need to get to New York. Friend of mine says he can get me a job. Baby, please. I have nowhere else to go. Holy Krishna, Bella replies, cringing away from the woman who birthed her. Get up, woman. You're freaking me the fuck out. Still sniffling and wiping at her damp cheeks, Renee crawls back into her seat. Bella sits down across from her. Renee, Bella says, talking softly. I always knew that my upbringing wasn't normal. You dragged me around the country, exposed me to all sorts of stuff I shouldn't have been exposed to as a little kid. But I didn't know better or I would have been a very unhappy child. This is getting deep quick, and I put my hand on her thigh. She quickly covers it with one of her own hand. You were my best friend, my mother. I loved you and you loved me back. Or at least you claimed to. Now I see that you don't really know how to love anyone but yourself. And that's okay because I'm not like you. Renee's eyes are wide and she listens to her daughter with rapt attention. Then we moved to Boulder and I felt like my life was really starting. Suddenly I had friends, kids my own age to interact with, people I cared about beyond just you and the fucked up people you hung out with. Life in Boulder was so much better than it was before, but still it wasn't enough for you. You tried to leave and I refused. I think that's when you started resenting me so much. For the first time I was asking you to make a sacrifice for me, like a real mother should. But you couldn't even give me 2 goddamn years. I just needed 2 years until I was 18 and graduated. But instead you left me with no explanation, $200, and a whole lot of mommy issues. Renee is openly crying now, clenching her heart as if Bella's every word wounds her a little more deeply. But my love presses on and of this I'm thankful. Bella needs this. It seems to be the last step in her healing process. It fucked me up, not gonna lie. It really fucked me up, Bella says, wincing as she remembers. You made me feel unlovable. You did that. I thought it was my fault you left. I thought it was my fault you couldn't stick around, that you couldn't really be a mom. I thought it was me, but it's not. I was you. Renee lets out a wail and Bella looks like she's on the verge of tears herself, but she keeps going. So I shut down, tried to protect myself from anyone hurting me like you did, and did a lot of fucked up shit as I tried to forget that not even my own mother wanted me around. Bella, baby, no it was. Just let me finish, Bella says. I am responsible for my own actions. I made a lot of mistakes and did a lot of things I'm not proud of. Edward was the first one to give me a little glimpse of the life I could have. He showed me that there was alternative to the person I thought I was in the life I was living. But I fucked it up too. Only for a little while, I interject. Bella smiles at me shyly before continuing. And all that was my own doing. When I first stated this getting better thing, I blamed you entirely. It was easier than blaming myself. But the bottom line is I did those things. Your behavior influenced mine, but I made those decisions. Those regrets and mistakes are my own. But you leaving me, abandoning me, that's not my fault. There is nothing I did to drive you away nor was there anything I could have done to make you stay. Again, I am oh proud how far she's come. I am so amazed that she can just sit here and calmly articulate everything she feels and thinks to a woman who caused her so much pain. My wife is so strong, stronger than me. If I braved what Bella has, I don't think I could have come this far. She doesn't seem angry anymore, and that fact alone is a bit of a miracle. One day, Renee, Bella continues. You're going to be forced to take a good, hard look at your life. Maybe you'll do it willingly like I did, Or maybe some great reckoning when you finally kick the bucket, but at some point you were going to have to take responsibility for abandoning me. You've hurt me. You'll have to come to terms with that. Just like I've come to terms with hurting people I care about. I don't know what to say, Renee whispers, sounding terribly lost. You don't need to say anything, Bella replies. I don't need anything from you. It took me a long time to get here, but I really don't need anything from you. I'm not even angry at you anymore. I really do love you, Bella, Renee says, continuing to whimper. I just couldn't stay. Okay. That's nice, though it really isn't necessary. You know how I feel about the whole thing now, and I'm glad I got this chance to say what I did, Bella replies. So you'll give me the money? Renee asks, thoroughly enraging me. I want to scream at her, berate her for being such a terrible person, but Bella doesn't seem particularly bothered, so I stay silent. Her well-being is what matters to me. Fuck no, Bella replies with a little chuckle. I no longer fund drug binges, sorry. Drugs? Where did you get such an idea? I would never, I don't do drugs, Renee squeaks, freaking out all over again. Renee, come on, Bella says, sounding frustrated. You are totally strung the fuck out. That's why you're so desperate for money. Baby, Renee, just don't, Bella interrupts, putting up her hand. Now she sounds tired. It's not gonna work. I can get you into a rehab clinic. If you get cleaned up I can talk to a few people in Boulder about helping you get a job, but that's all you're gonna get from me. Bella's generosity stuns me. Rehab? Renee asks weakly. Really? Yup. Take it or leave it, replies my wife. Can I think about it? Sure, Bella replies with a shrug before getting up to rummage through some boxes. She returns a moment later with a pen and a sticky note. We leave at the end of the week, so let me know by then. Edward has all sorts of doctor contacts and we'll help you out. Here is my cell and my email. Renee takes the little piece of paper, nodding weakly. I linger back as Bella walks Renee to the door, trying to give them some privacy. Or at least the illusion of privacy because I stay close enough to hear every word uttered. Bye, Renee, Bella says as Renee steps out of our apartment. Thank God, let me know by the end of the week. We won't really be able to help you once we move. Right, of course, Renee murmurs in reply. Good luck, Bella says, attempting to close the door. Wait, Bella. Renee puts a hand out, keeping Bella from closing the door. It really was good to see you, kid. I love you, no matter what. Thanks, Renee, Bella replies. Renee abruptly throws her arms around my wife. Bella is obviously a little stunned, but eventually she hugs Renee back for a second before stepping away. You've really made quite the life for yourself. I'm happy for you, proud of you. Thanks. I'm glad to hear you say that. Really, call me by the end of the week. I hope to hear from you. Renee nods and the door closes and both my wife and myself let out matching sighs of relief. Bella turns slowly, looking at me with an unfathomable expression. So, she says. Let's get to that packing. Bella, I sputter, still shocked by everything that's just happened. Damn, you're gonna want to do your whole talk it out, debrief thing, huh? She asks with a rueful shake of the head. And you are going to want to do your not talk about it, bury it all deep, ignoring thing, aren't you? I reply, crossing my arms over my chest and scowling. Yeah, pretty much, she replies, grinning at me now. You know I'm going to win this one, don't you? Let's not even bother fighting. Oh, Edward, she says, sighing and approaching me now. You're good at being married. I'm good at being married to you. I correct as she wraps her arms around my waist and smiles seductively up at me. That's why I'm not going to let you sex your way out of this one. She giggles at my words, gives me a quick kiss, and moves to sit on the couch. I'm really okay, Bella says, talking quietly. I stare at her for a while, trying to figure out if I believe her or not. Really, Edward, she snaps. Don't look at me like I'm about to break. I'm okay. Okay, I say, moving to sit next to her. This takes a moment because I have to move a stack of picture frames and artwork. I knew somehow that I would see her again, that she would pop up eventually. I mentally prepared myself for all this. You were so brave, I say in awe. Yeah, I know. I'm a total badass, she agrees. I mean, seeing her brought up all these emotions, but I could handle it. I was in control, still myself. She pissed me off, quiet frankly. I know, she says, taking my hand. She pissed me off too. I tried not to get mad, I tried not to feel anything, but I think I did okay. Did I do okay? You were amazing, I agree, kissing her temple. I wanted to take the high road, be the better person, Bella murmurs. She's obviously even more unstable and drugged up than the last time I saw her. I tried to have a little grace. Is that why you offered to help her? I ask. Yeah. I mean, the woman needs a lot of help and I hope she accepts it, but she isn't going to, Bella says sadly. It will probably be another 6 years before I see her again, and that's fine. I said what I needed to say. I'm finally done with her. Bella is grinning now and she lets out a little giggle. What has you so happy all of a sudden? I ask. Her smile is infectious and I return it. It really is a whole new world, Bella says. That's all because of you. You get that, don't you, sweetheart? I think you had quite a bit to do with it too, love, I reply. It was a team effort, she decides. Go team, I cheer. We high-five and then laugh. We should pack, Bella murmurs out as she crawls into my lap. Later, I reply, bringing my lips to hers. Somehow, we manage to get out life packed away by the end of the week. Renee never calls, and this is fine with me because it's fine with Bella. Bella Pav, May 17, 2013 surprise. I roll my eyes as Edward jumps in shock next to me as pretty much everyone we know and like in Boulder pops out of various hiding spots in the house on Goss. On the way here, I warned Edward that there was no way we going to be attending a simple family fare-thee-well dinner. Despite said warning, my husband is still all jumpy and adorably freaked out. I fucking knew it, I mutter as Alice launches herself into my arms. Simple goodbye dinner my ass. Alice just chuckles and grins like a loon before moving to hug her little twin. I receive about 8 squillion hugs after that. After being bombarded by the entire Cullen clan, I snag little Willie, Rose and M's 5-month-old, from Esme before greeting all our friends. Holy fuck nut, there sure are a lot of them. When did we get so many of friends? It hits me for real that I'm really going to miss these people who have all in their own little way shaped my own story. I love them. I'm lucky I still have them. And though logically I knew starting over in Boston would mean leaving a lot of great people behind, emotionally I didn't get it until this moment when I see them all in one enclosed space. Jake is there with Leah. He is dragging his feet about proposing. I'm gonna have to kiss his ass if he hasn't shaped up by the time Edward and I come back for Christmas or Thanksgiving or whatever. Billy is in the corner making Phil laugh loudly at some terribly crude joke, no doubt. All the father figures in my life have all been so fucking different and wonderful at the same time. Seeing them together makes me wish Charlie was here too. And already prego again, Rosalie sticks a glass of wine in M's hand while Alice snaps a picture of Edward tickling Willie in my arms. I'm living vicariously through you, Rose explains. Drink up, bitch. Cheers, ho bag, I reply, lifting my glass at her before taking a big sip. Okay, let's not go down that road, Edward says, interrupting Rosalie's reply while Esme steals her second grandson away from me, allowing various people to basically mob me. Edward and I get separated by the masses, so I take a deep breath and socialize. I make the party rounds, greeting old friends from college and my youth. All the boys I used to hang out with so often are here, even if I don't see them very often it's just like old times without being too much like old times when I do. People from good old Hallett Hall are crowded into the kitchen, playing some sort of drinking game I haven't seen in years. They are reliving our college days. I'm highly amused to see Carlisle actively participating in the merriment. He chugs a beer and then puts his arms up in triumph as everyone cheers. I wonder how long that will last before Esme intervenes. The old school games must go with Alice's walk down memory lane theme. She's hung pictures of us from various points in our relationship up all over the place. I laugh because Edward used to be so scrawny. I don't really look very different, but the face I see in the mirror now is definitely much healthier and much happier. Tia is here along with a bunch of Edward's other friends from med school. They're all going their separate ways now. Tia is actually doing her internship in Seattle to be closer to a certain giant ex-Marine thrift store owner. Edward and Tia are both a little freaked out by going on with their medical careers without each other, and this doesn't even bother me. I continue to greet and chat with randoms, people from work, people I've known forever, family, friends, parent figures, even Pat the loopy bookkeeper. And I usually find such socializing pretty fucking exhausting. I find I don't mind this. It's a good final memory to have of Boulder. Picking up your whole life and starting over somewhere so foreign is fucking freaky. The memory of all these people who care about me will be a good one to have when Edward's working and I haven't made any friends yet. But I recently faced down my mother. It makes me feel like I can do anything. Not that I'm not fucking excited about the move, our new apartment, living in the heart of a city. Eventually, I find my way back to Edward. Rose shows up balancing baby Willie and Lil Henry in her arms. Apparently it's time for bed, and I cry a lot when I have to say goodbye to the wee ones. Edward kisses my temple and wipes at my tears. I smile ruefully, but crying doesn't seem quite as humiliating as it once did. The party continues to rage around us, but I stay close to Edward. We watch all the people we love have a really great time with each other. Most of them appear to be using our move as an excuse to drink way too much. Edward murmurs funny things he sees, memories, and things he can't wait for in Boston in my ear. Eventually, things die down. People filter out. Saying goodbye to some isn't really that big of a deal. Saying goodbye to others makes me cry. Angela and I hug it out for a solid 5 minutes while out men folk do the same. Jake lifts me off my feet, telling me not to do anything he wouldn't do. Phil kisses my cheek and I promise to email him regularly. Billy tells me to get into just the right amount of trouble and says he's proud of me. I cry a whole bunch more and let Edward comfort me. He is better at saying goodbye than I am, which makes no fucking sense. But I guess he has probably been mentally preparing for this moment for months where I chose to let all these emotions sneak up on me. Edward just scoffs at me when I tell him I feel ridiculous. It's pretty late when the only ones left at the house on Goss are family. My family. The Cullen family who I'm one of is Bella Cullen. I snuggle up next to Edward on the love seat while all 8 of us sit. Jasper starts telling college stories, starting with the detailed account of how Edward and I first met. I hide my blush in Edward's chest as Esme shakes her head. I suppose we are all old enough now that the rents finding out these things isn't too bad. But then Edward reminds Jazz what he was doing with Alice that night and Carlisle plugs his ears. The stories told are a little more PG after that. Various people, myself included, fall asleep as conversation continues. Edward sits up beside me, announcing that it's time to go. But I don't really want it to be time yet. I argue with him for a few minutes before falling asleep again and finally agreeing that it is time to go. The family goodbyes are the worst because I'll miss them the most, but they are also kind of the best because we are all connected. Despite geography, these people will always be connected to me through marriage or whatever, but also through love. How are you, love? Edward murmurs in my ear as he holds me close in the elevator on the way up to our now empty apartment. This will be out last night in the home we've shared for the last couple years. I'm fine, I reply, snuggling into his side. Bella, the man knows me far too well. Okay, I'm not totally fine, I admit with a huff, grabbing his hand and dragging him down the hall when the doors slide open. I'm this weird combination of heartbroken and excited. Heartbroken? Edward says with a gasp. He stops midway through turning the key in the lock. I don't want you to be heartbroken. This move is a terrible idea. We shouldn't go. It's probably too late to. Baby, I interrupt as he freaks out. Calm your pants, I want to go to Boston. But you're heartbroken. Aren't you sad to say goodbye to your family? You've never lived without your siblings close by. You have to be a little bit sad. There is a difference between sad and heartbroken, Edward insists. Yeah, I agree, but it's different, for you and me. How so? Well, I never really let myself have family before. It's only in the last couple of years I let myself actually love these people. I guess the way I feel about leaving all them reminds me of that. Plus, I'm a writer, I finish, smiling at him so he knows I really am okay. We tend to have a flair for dramatic word choice. He rolls his eyes at this before wrapping an arm around my shoulders. I love you, Edward says, dropping a kiss on my forehead. Back at ya, bub, I reply, swatting at his hand to encourage him to unlock the apartment. I really am excited for Boston, you know. We are long overdue for a good adventure. Edward pushes through our apartment door, flicking on the light and pulling me through the threshold behind him. Our whole lives are packed away, either en route to our new place across the fucking country or in the Volvo, waiting to make the trip in the morning. Waldo lifts his head from his position atop the fluffy pile of blankets in the corner of what used to be our living room. He huffs at us, probably irritated that all his favorite hiding spots are gone. Spending the night in our empty apartment is rather spooky. At least my cat understands that, unlike Edward who concocted this whole plan so we wouldn't have to stay with his insane siblings. It looks bigger without all our shit in it, I whisper to Edward as he shuts and locks the door behind us. He mimics my position in the entryway, crossing his arms over his chest and surveying the empty space. I can't believe I painted that wall so red. Has it always been that fucking red? Why are you whispering? Edward replies, failing to give me an answer on the whole wall color thing. Dunno, I whisper back. Doesn't it feel like we shouldn't be making any loud noises? Edward smiles, chuckles softly, and kisses my temple. I brush my teeth at the kitchen sink so I can keep an eye on Edward while he sets up our bed and scratches Waldo's chin. This whole empty apartment thing is freaking me out, and I don't want to be on my own with the ghosts and the weird colored walls. I mean, it is so fucking red. When I'm done, Edward has made us a nice little place to sleep and is sitting up against a wall in just his boxers with Waldo purring away in his lap. I hope Waldo likes Boston. I hope I like Boston. I hope Edward likes Boston. I pause for a moment and just smile at my little family. I did pretty fucking good for myself. We're going to need to have last time in this apartment sex now. Hi, Hubs, I whisper, plopping down next to him and giving Waldo a good cuddle. Hi, wifey, he replies, talking at a normal volume. Shush, I scold, they'll hear you. Who? He asks, murmuring in my ear. I giggle as he nibbles on my earlobe. The two red walls, I reply in my best horror story-telling voice. You are so weird. You are so cute. I kiss him for a while. There's no need to rush. He is mine forever. I wonder how many times we've had sex in this apartment, I whisper, throwing a leg over his lap and dislodging Waldo in the process. The Kit Kat hisses at me and scampers off. Squillions of times, I bet. Edward's big ol' hands cup my ass, pulling me forward on his lap so I'm sitting right on his big ol' dick. I grab his hair and lick his jaw. He has such a lovely jaw. So weird, Edward repeats, and squillion is not a real number. I'm glad he's playing along with me now and whispering. I love you, I tell him before kissing him sweetly, tenderly. Edward runs his tongue along my bottom lip, and I open my mouth to him gladly as I tangle my fingers in his hair. He has such lovely hair. Edward mumbles his agreement against my mouth while one of his large, lovely hands slips under my black lace panties and the other splays across my belly. I roll my hips in a slow, circular motion, driving us both pretty damn crazy what with the friction in the undergarments in the way and whatnot. I remember that the Hubs isn't wearing a shirt, so my hands check him out while my mouth detours to his neck. I check out all those places I know he likes with my fingertips and tongue. I even flick my thumbs over his nipples, eliciting a giggle from him, just as I knew I would. It's quiet, as should be in this empty apartment. It's almost like we were never here at all. Maybe it's a good thing I paint that wall so red and the ones in our bedroom so yellow. Like we are leaving something of ourselves behind. Edward smiles crookedly as he tugs on the hem of the t-shirt I pulled on not long ago and I put my arms straight in the air to help him out. There is quite a bit of boob dallying, and I moan in his ear while I tighten my grip on his hair. Edward's hips lift in a steady, slow rhythm as I continue to move with him, using my knees on either side of his legs. We continue to move and moan and touch until I can't fucking stand it. Edward always knows just what I need, and starts to wiggle out of his underwear. This does great things for the contact between the wonder cock and my clit, causing me to moan too fucking loudly for this empty apartment. Shush, Edward whispers against my lips, teasing me. He wraps an arm around my waist, lifting me off him but pushing our naked chests together for one hot minute as he frees himself. He touches me, smirking when he feels just how wet I am before he moves my tiny panties out of the way. He goes up, I go down, and just like that we are joined, mind, body, and soul. Bella, oh, with a palm on his peck and the other tangled in the hair at the back of his head, I move my hips. Edward touches my chest and my back and my face. He doesn't even have to ask me to keep my eyes open. I watch every little play of emotion of his face and see the love in his eyes. Fuck, he just feels so good and I just love him so much. Edward's hips are lifting off the floor again and our slow pace is a thing of the past as we get there together. We do everything together. This new beginning is together, and then we come together. I collapse against his shoulder and he collapses against the wall, taking me with him and whacking my forehead against the two red wall. Oof. Sorry, love. Worth it, I say, pushing my nose into his neck and tightening all four of my limbs around him. What if I can handle being a real doctor? Edward whispers in a rush as we hold each other, and for a minute I'm not sure I hear him right the first time. I sit completely still for a moment before placing both my hands on the wall on either side of his head and pushing away so I can get a good look at his face. He slips out of me and I'm not quite ready to end the blissed out, cuddly bit, but Edward has obviously been keeping this fear to himself for a while. The poor Hubs looks all nervous and a little bit embarrassed too. Sweetheart, I saw with a shocked little laugh. Where is this coming from? You rock the doctor stuff, got basically perfect grades in med school. You're going to be the best surgical intern in the history of surgical interns. There is a big difference between mastering test-taking skills and being the best surgical intern in the history of surgical interns, he replies, scoffing at me. Mastering test-taking skills, I shout, kinda pissed at him for discounting his own smartness and drive and whatnot. Dude, come on. Okay, I know it's not just that. I do work hard, but being there and doing it is a totally different situation. What if I can't deal with the pressure? People could die. He is squeaking and wide-eyed and so fucking adorable I can't help but drop a quick kiss on his nose. Baby, you're gonna be great. It'll probably be tough and overwhelming and scary as shit, but you'll manage. You'll figure it out and be learning a ton and doing what you always wanted to do. Doctoring is in your blood, babe. Plus, I'll be there the whole time supporting you good meals and blowies and stuff. Edward laughs and relaxes slightly. You're going to be a life-saving machine, I whisper, kissing both his eyelids when he closes his eyes. You are good at being married, Edward tells me. I'm good at being married to you, I correct, grinning at him. I love you, he murmurs. Back at ya, dude, I reply. I yawn loudly, keenly aware that we have to get up at the ass crack of dawn. I'll probably have to drag Edward's ass to the car and take the first driving shift. That's going to be his biggest challenge on his road to doctordom, getting up early. Hubs is useless until about noon. We snuggle down and fall asleep for the last time in our apartment. I cuddle close to Edward and think about the last couple of years here. My first botched attempt to talk to him after we slept together my first night back, spending the night with him when we were just friends, when he finally asked me to move in with him, and when the place officially became ours. Good times. Edward pushes his thumb into that soft place right by my hip bone and I think about before that, my time away in college, everything we went through, the good and bad. I wouldn't change anything because all that got me right here with Edward. You ready for this, love? He asks, voice low and disconnected with sleep. It's just you and me. Yeah, I reply, breathing him in deep. It's a whole new world. June 20th, 2020, you're pretty, I say, head propped up on one elbow so I can look down at his pretty, petty face. If anything, he just gets better looking as we get old. It's no fucking fair. His jaw is even more chiseled than ever and I have stretch marks. Jerk. You're beautiful, he replies, flashing that crooked smile. His eyes remained closed behind his Ray-Bans. I'm old, I correct. You're old? Now I have his attention and he sits up, scowling at me in indignation. I'm the one that just turned 35. I'm practically dead. At this I snort. Now he is just being a drama queen. Hopefully you got a few years left in you, dude. I'll kill you if you leave me to deal with the little monsters alone. You are more than capable, wife of mine, Edward says, lying down next to me. He reaches up and tucks a strand of hair behind my ear. Yeah, still couldn't do it without you, I insist. Geez, Bella, he says, continuing to smile. Don't get all mushy on me. He is teasing me so I punch him in the shoulder. I get tickled in retaliation and then somehow end up sprawled on top of him. Beautiful, he repeats, touching my face with his fingertips. Charmer, I scoff, laying my head on his shoulder and snuggling in. I close my eyes, listening to the creek babbling nearby and enjoying the feel of the sun on my face and Edward underneath me. Are you going to miss this? Edward asks quietly. Nope. My reply is instant. I'm ready to go home. What about you? I am so tired of the color green. I laugh and sit up. We should probably go. Got group dinner tonight. Big day tomorrow and whatnot. I dread taking the monsters on a plane. The poor unsuspecting people who have the misfortune to be on our flight, Edward jokes as he starts to gather our shit. Let's abolish bedtime for the night. Then, if we're real lucky, they'll be out for the count on the plane tomorrow, I say, standing and surveying the meadow. Our meadow. In the last 5 years, we didn't get out of the city much, but when do we always come to the meadow? Edward used to come here when he was an awkward teen. I came here to heal. Now we bring the monsters to enjoy the rare and glorious sun. It's really only the one that we have to worry about, Edward says, folding our picnic blanket. With hands on my hips, I look at the wild flowers, the creek, and the dense foliage beyond. Everything looks as it always does. Birds chirp, bees buzz. My heart stops when I realize the monsters are conspicuously absent. Fuck, I mutter under my breath, turning in a circle. Rustling in a nearby tree and a flash of color catch my eye and has me stomping across the meadow. Masson Anthony. What did I tell you about climbing trees on your own? You are not a flipping monkey child. I hear Edward chuckle as he continues to pack up remains of our picnic lunch, totally unfazed. Almost 5 years of parenthood have mellowed him. Geez, Mom, says my kid. He already has far too much attitude. Masson is essentially me both in looks and personality, except with Edward's eyes. I should have known any child of mine would be a little hellion. Calm your pants. He pops out from behind a bush before Army crawling his way over to me. Tyler recently let him watch some war epic and it's been a struggle to get him to walk like a biped since. I sigh heavily as he hits a particularly muddy patch and see another flash of color in the same tree. You got your sister to climb the tree, I shout, stalking over to stare up at Charlie who is clinging to a branch. Luckily she isn't too far up. You only say I can't climb, Masson tells me, and he's right. That's a rookie mistake I made, right there. Hi, Ma, squeaks Charlie, obviously terrified but unwilling to let her twin in on this fact. Hello, darling. Whatcha doing up there? I can't climb down, she explains. It's tall up here. How did you even get up there? I ask, studying the tree. The shortest branch is about 5 feet up. Neither of my almost 5-year-olds could have reached that sucker. I power boosted her. Masson screams, punching the air before dropping back to his belly. Poor kid really got an extra load of the Cullen lunatic gene. Edward. I shout over my shoulder. Lil help, Hubs. I move closer to the tree. Charlie girl. I say, trying to reassure her. We're gonna get you down, okay? How? she demands. Charlie wants to know how everything works. She is the miniature of her father, both in looks and personality. I hate to break it to you, kid, I confess, knowing she isn't going to like my plan, but you're gonna have to jump. No, Charlie, do you want to spend the rest of your life in that tree? I don't think they offer med school up there. She wants to grow up to fix people like her daddy. The child is such a daddy's girl and it's awesome. I'll squish you, Charlie insists, wrapping her limbs more secularly around the branch. Climbed up, ma. Nah, kid, I say, relieved when Edward joins me, surveying the situation. I'm too fat. This makes Charlie giggle. Or not, mommy. That's why I had kids, huge boost to the ego. Charlie, I'll catch you, Edward says, lifting his arms up toward our daughter. She looks at him skeptically and I grin because that look is all me. Come on, kid, I say. Daddy's a good catch. Has he ever lied to you before? No, she says, smiling now. Trust me, he says. Okay. On the count of 3. Masson joins the countdown with gusto. Charlie screams a little before letting go of the tree. She's only in the air for about a quarter of a second before she's safe in Edward's arms, but Masson takes the moment to scream fly. Charlie, fly. Cool, says Charlie, looking up at the branch. Edward kisses her cheek, I laugh, and Masson is belly down in the dirt. Daddy, I got my sneaks all dirty. Edward frowns and tries to clean the smudge on her otherwise pristine shoe. I roll my eyes at the pair of neat freaks. Masson, I say as we get back to the path that leads to the Cullen home. I will drag you along by your earlobe if you don't stay on 2 feet for the walk back. We have to be at Mike and Jessica's in an hour and it'll take us twice that long if you go all army dude on us. You aren't fast. I'm fast, he shouts, scowling at me. I'm fast like a trout. And on that bizarre note we set off through the woods of Forks. Hiya, Bella. Hiya, Robs. I ruffle my favorite Newton's shaggy blonde head as I step through the doorway, arms laid in bags. What's up, dude? Just stuff, you know. I found a frog. He's in my room. Dad helped me get a home for him with water and stuff, but I had to promise not to tell Mom. Isn't that dumb? Mom knows everything, he babbles adorably. That's real cool, I reply. What's his name? Walter. Walter. Fuck, I love this kid. He is so weird. Why Walter? I ask, stifling a giggle. Dunno. He just looks like a Walter, Robbie replies with a solemn shrug. Where's Masson? Outside watching Uncle Tyler beat your dad's butt at basketball. Without another word he zips off out the front door, nearly taking out Charlie who followed me in. She huffs before coming over to clutch my hand. He's rude, Mommy, she tells me, scowling. Charlie is just so adorable and so much like her dad I can't resist bending down to kiss her curly, bronze head. Hand in hand, we walk through the house to the kitchen. What up, yo? I shout dramatically when we enter. Tia jumps at the shove, startled by my sudden, loud intrusion. She scowls at me over her shoulder, and I smirk at her because some things never change. You're late, Jessica says, popping out of nowhere and giving me a hug even as she scolds me. I blame my son entirely, I reply, handing over all my bags, also your husband, T. What's all this? Jess asks, puzzled. Pretty much all the food left in the Cullen house. I figured you could keep what you want and bring the rest to the food bank when you go volunteer next week. Sweet, says Jess, nodding. Hi, Camille, I say, turning my attention to the dark-haired 7-year-old, diligently cooking next to her mom. I place a kiss on her cheek. How you doing, pretty lady? Good, Bella. I'm in charge of the nan. Looks mighty tasty. It smells so good in this kitchen. Tia always makes the most delicious food. Apparently it's some sort of requirement for Indian girls to learn how to cook basically at birth. She even taught me a bunch of recipes in exchange for babysitting. It's awesome. What can I do? You can get out of my kitchen, Tia mutters. We like to pretend like we still don't get along, but it's all bullshit. We got mad love for each other, Tia and me. It's not your kitchen, I snark back. This is Jessica's house. Tia is interrupted before she can reply. Enough, cuts in Jess. Bella, you're the guest of honor. Just sit your butt down and stay out of the way. She forces a beer into my hand and shoves me in a chair at the kitchen table. Fair enough, I say with a shrug. We chat about nothing in particular and before long Lucy and Charlie are back bearing a large Barbie puzzle. Lucy, as blonde her brother and 3 years younger, climbs into my lap. Help us make Barbie, Bella? She asks, blinking her big baby blues at me. It's hard to believe we all made such pre-babies, but there really isn't an Hugo in the bunch. Charlie loves puzzles and she meticulously finds the corners and starts with the edge pieces like Edward taught her. Lucy's strategy is more luck-based and igigal as she just shoves random ones together. Aha, I shout when I connect 2 pieces of border. The girls think this is great and commence to say aha whenever they find the right piece. Camille is attracted by the noise and the 3 of them laugh a lot. I wander back into the kitchen with the other moms. So you're all packed up? Jess asks, nursing her own beer. Yup, I reply. Fuck, I hate moving. I told Edward I'm done. This is it. I'm not surprised, says Tia. I always knew you two would end up back in Colorado eventually. Yeah, and this job offer couldn't have come at a better time. What with the monsters starting school next year, I agree, plopping myself on the counter by the sink. Bella, Tia scolds as she continues to diligently prepare our Indian going-away meal. What, have you met my son? I love the kid but he is totally a monster. Charlie is too, thought it's less obvious. She is sneakier than her brother, I say, eyeing Charlie as she laughs with the other girls at the puzzle. Recently, I've suspected that she has been framing her brother for various mishaps but I haven't been able to prove it. It doesn't help that they have a no-tattle-tailing pact against me. It's that stupid twin thing. I'm going to miss you guys so much, Jess wails, getting all teary-eyed. Snap out of it, man, I shout back, mostly to keep myself from tearing up in response. It's not like we saw that much of you when we lived in Seattle. We put our Seattle home on the market about a month ago when Edward decided to take the job in Boulder. It sold quicker than anticipated, under the condition that we vacate right away, so we have been living in the Cullens Forks home. It's been great being close to the Newtons and the Crowleys, but Edward has been basically living out of a hotel during the week, so I'm ready to get to Boulder. The house we bought there is less than a mile away from the house on Goss. I can't fucking wait. Still more than we'll see you when you live in Colorado, Tia points out. You'll just have to come visit, I tell them both. I think we can handle that, says Jess. Damn right, says Tia. The manfolk and our male spawn all burst into the kitchen demanding dinner and complaining of extreme hunger. Tia and Jess scold them and there is a lot of yelling as Masson and Robbie protest the hand-washing Jessica insists upon. Edward comes to stand in front of me. Hey, Hubs, I say, pulling him closer with my feet on the back of his thighs. You're all sweaty. I push my hands through his damp hair. Gross, Bella, Jessica shouts from across the chaotic kitchen, you better wash your hands too. Mike takes this moment to rub his own sweaty head all over his wife who shrieks and runs off with Mike in full pursuit. Mostly, I ignore their antics because Edward is all sweaty and between my legs. I slide forward on the countertop to get closer. He leans forward, resting his hands behind me on the countertop and giving me a languid kiss. How are the hoops? I ask when he pulls away. The question is a preventive measure designed to keep myself from humping him. That would be entirely inappropriate, right? Right. I dominated, he whispers in my ear. The word combined with his hot breath make me shiver. He is purposefully driving me crazy. Asshole. No, you didn't, I say, giggling slightly and wrapping my arms around his shoulders. Bella, he says with mock indignation. You are my wife. You are supposed to blindly accept anything I tell you. He can't even keep a straight face as he says it and I giggle a little with him. Tyler and Mike take the b-ball pretty seriously, if I recall, I say, still trying to distract myself from the havoc he is wreaking on my body from the close proximity. Edward, despite your rather rigorous fitness regime of weights and running, has never been the best at sports, and balls have never really been your thing, baby. No, that is more your area of expertise, he says, waggling his eyebrows at me. I punch him lightly in the arm. Actually, he says, getting slightly more serious now, I did take a ball right to the nose. There is so much I want to say but don't being as we are surrounded by little ears. But I do laugh at him for a moment before regaining my composure and examining his nose. Sure enough, the bridge is a little red and slightly swollen. People who have spent less time looking at Edward's face probably wouldn't even notice the slight changes. But I've devoted a lot of time to looking at him. It's my wifely privilege. Poor baby, I coo, lightly brushing my lips over the spot. Getting smacked around by balls to the face. Funny, he replies dryly. I kiss his nose once more before moving to his lips. For a quick moment I forget where we are, and I lock my ankles behind him as I continue to kiss him lazily. I've probably spent almost as much time kissing him as I have looking at him, but I doubt I'll ever tire of either activity. Ew. I pull away at the shout, recognizing my son's voice, but I can't see him. He then pops up from the ground and smacks Edward in the butt, hard. No kissing. Edward lets out a growl and quickly pulls away to yank Masson off the ground. My little monster is over Edward's shoulder and upside down a moment later, making some sort of banshee noise that is a cross between scream and a giggle. Edward tickles Masson's dirty feet and the noise becomes a straight-up laugh. Hey, you crazy Cullens, Tyler shouts from the dining room, come and get it. Edward turns with Masson continuing to laugh and struggle over his shoulder. I follow, bending to make eye contact with my kid. No hitting, Masson, I remind him, trying to be stern. He just continues to giggle and I give up my little attempt at parenting. The meal is set up buffet style and I make a plate for myself and Charlie, leaving Masson to Edward. That kid will eat anything. I once found 89 cents in his diaper. Good thing I married a doctor. I was pretty convinced Masson was going to die, but Edward reassured me that what went in would come out. We all settle at the table and Jessica stands, demanding that we don't eat until she makes her toast. Most of the kids and Tyler ignore her and dig in, but she continues anyway. It seems like just yesterday that 4 of us were seated around this very table, attending a very similar fare-thee-well dinner, she say, nodding towards Mike, Tyler, and me. That night was a bittersweet affair. We were going to miss Belle a lot, but we were happy that she was going after what she wanted. Well, she got it and for that we are all thankful. Edward, you and Bella made a beautiful family and we're really going to miss you. So good luck and safe travels. All the adults lift their glasses, repeating the sentiment. Masson screams live long and prosper before dumping his entire glass of milk in Luce's lap. I have high hopes that the two of them will get married someday. I didn't see nothing, Charlie insists, defending her brother, as usual. When that clutterfuck is taken care of and Masson is properly chastised, everyone has a real good time. The adults plan fabulous future reunions and drink too much. The kids chatter happily and play a game they invented called manners. From what I gather, some of them exhibit good manner while the others embody bad. I don't get the appeal. Jessica ends the game when Charlie throws a glob of something at Robbie, who retaliates by salting my daughter's hair and threatening to eat her. Lucy pokes Masson in the eyes, yelling aha at the top of her lungs. Camille is the only child who chose to show good manners. Mom, please close your mouth hole, Masson says, covering his ears as I give Charlie a nice lecture about where food is supposed to go. She had to have bad manners for the win. Don't say mouth hole, I tell him. Okay, bumoli. Monsters. I birthed monsters. Camille is the only kid that gets out of dish duty with the dads. It's way too late when we finally leave the Newtons. The goodbye is tough and I get even more teary than I expected. Edward looks at me with concern as I burst into tears in the car. I alarm myself with the violence of my sobs, and the twins touch my hair and grab at my hands from the back telling me not to cry. This is why I had children. They can be really sweet when they try. Edward wrestles with the monsters upstairs while I go through our bags and walk through the house, making sure we have everything. We sent our furniture to Boulder when we moved out of our house in Seattle, so really we just have luggage to deal with. It's not the end of the world if we leave something, but I triple-check my Masson entertaining supplies. Charlie can focus on one thing for a long time, and should be okay with just coloring on the flight, but Masson has the attention span of a goldfish. My carry-on is full of activities for the monster. I walk through Edward's childhood home once more, making sure everything is where it should be. A cleaning service will be here in a couple days, but it was real cool of Carlisle and Esme to loan us their house. I want to leave it as we found it. Unfortunately, this means I had to spend most of yesterday painting a bathroom wall where a Sharpie and toothpaste mural magically appeared. Both children claim no knowledge and even provide each other with alibis. Monsters. I'm tucking our boarding passes into my purse when Edward enters, closing the bedroom door behind him. We've been camped out in Edward's childhood room because sleeping in his parents' bed weirds him out. Are the monsters in hibernating? I ask. He doesn't respond. He just picks me up and tosses me on the bed. I giggle as I bounce a little before he falls on top of me. He just lies there for a moment, a dead way, as I wiggle around and laugh under him. You're crushing me, I say with a laugh, tugging on his hair. He lies still for another moment before attacking me with his hands and mouth. His tongue plunges into my mouth and his hands yank at my shirt. Edward and I have this great tradition of fucking all night as a goodbye to the various places we live. Though we've been in Washington for the last 5 years, we moved a fuck ton for a couple years between Edward's internship in Boston and his residency in Seattle. Those were a cool couple of years. Edward did some volunteer doctor stuff while I wrote a ton. We spent a couple months in Zambia, Cameroon, and then Ghana. We took a little trip to the Rift before living in Spain for a while. But then I got knocked up and it was time to go back to the States. Goodbye sex is always real good. Edward's hand sneaks into my panties after removing my shirt and I roll us over roughly because I like to keep the hubs on his toes. Hey, no locks, bums, shouts Masson, banging on the door. I let out a frustrated groan and tumble off Edward, lying next to him on my back. Fuck, did they trick you? I ask him. Guess so, Edward muses, sighing heavily. The monsters do this thing where they pretend to be asleep so they can bust in on us a couple minutes later. Masson calls it storming the castle and they think it's real funny. It always puts off bedtime for at least half an hour and we never catch them plotting. It's that stupid twin thing they have going on. Daddy, yells Charlie as Masson continues to abuse the door. Prince Waldo wants in. God, they have Waldo, I say in horror. Edward, go save him. Our cat is way too old to put up with all the shit he does, but he seems okay. Maybe the monsters are keeping him young. Edward lumbers on over to the door, adjusting himself in his shorts, while I grab one of his t-shirts to sleep in. Sir Bella Pants, Masson says, running over and saluting me. Bow to the new queen of Cullen Land. I glance at Charlie in the doorway where she's holding a resigned-looking Waldo under his armpits. If your sister is the queen, does that make you the royal knight? I ask him. More like the royal jester, Edward mutters, picking up both Charlie and Waldo and moving to sit on the bed. No, she is the lady witch that fixes people with her magic stick. He informs me as if I'm crazy to not know this. I am your queen. Bow to me. Okay then. Glad to see my son has ignored gender roles. How progressive of him. Your Grace, I say. It's difficult to keep a straight face as I bow to him. Don't you call me that girl's name, bum, he yells, arms flailing at me. I'll chop your face off. Okay, so maybe not so progressive. My apologies, Queen Masson, I say dramatically, bending over to pick him up. We join the rest of the family on the bed where Edward is demonstrating for the zillionth time how to nicely pet Waldo. I shall never again call you a girl's name. Edward chuckles at this. Edward and I settle against the headboard with Waldo between us as the monsters jump around, showing us the proper way to honor the new queen of Cullen Land. It involves a lot of butt bumping and tongue waggling. But eventually they lose steam and we all crawl under the covers together with Edward and I on the ends, facing each other. Masson lays his head on my arm and faces his sister. I run my fingers through his hair as Edward reaches to turn off the light. Daddy, Masson yells. Edward climbs out of bed, opens the blinds to let the moonlight in. How's that, Maze? The closet too, Masson insists. Edward dutifully turns on the light in the closet and shuts the door, letting the light in through the cracks. There's nothing in there, Macy, Charlie says, her voice sleepy. I looked. But you don't know what happens in the dark, Masson defends. It's too dark. It's the same as the light, Charlie replies, snuggling back into Edward's arms, but just dark. It's not the same. Your sister is right, kid, Edward replies softly. Just don't turn it off, Masson mumbles. We all exchanges kisses and I love yous. It's quiet for a while, and I think everyone is finally asleep. Edward reaches an arm across our kid sleeping, touching my cheek. I lean into his touch slightly and push my foot in between his calves. What if they don't like me? Masson mumbles, surprising me. Who, baby? I ask. The people in Colorado. Masson, they love you, Edward tells him. They're your family. Remember, we saw them for Christmas and they gave you a bunch of presents. You have fun with your cousins. I guess, Masson replies, sounding unconvinced. This whole little conversation is totally unexpected and just reaffirms my desire to move back to Boulder. We're the only Park family to not live close and my kids don't know what it's really like to be a Cullen as a result. I want them to feel the acceptance and love I feel, and soon they will. Will they like me? Charlie asks, picking up on Masson's concern. They love you already, I say. Just like me and Dad do. You'll see when we get there. And if they don't, I'll chop off their faces. That really won't be necessary, says Edward. June 24th, 2020. What time is it? I murmur against Bella's lips as it finally becomes clear that my dream is not actually a dream. Does it matter? She whispers back, her hand pumping me as her teeth scrap gently against my jaw. I haven't even opened my eyes yet, but I can tell Bella is naked by touch. She straddles my waist, leaving only for a moment to help me out of my boxers. Still, I don't open my eyes because I'm not totally awake yet. I run my hands over her chest, lingering on her hardening nipples and causing her to sigh. I push a hand in between her legs, sliding through the wet and causing her to let out a low moan. My fingers continue to rub and thrust as her hips roll against my hand. She leans forward, resting her forehead against mine as she pants and pushes her hands into my hair. I finally open my eyes to find her staring at me intently, eyes wide and shining. A slight smile plays around her lips and she just looks so beautiful, my heart hurts. The sun hasn't fully risen, and the early morning light gives our lovemaking a dreamlike feel. Bella looks ethereal in the light with a few strands of hair stuck to her forehead. The rest flares out around her head like a halo. I have no concept of how much time passes as we continue to kiss and touch. When my movements become too much for her, she moves to line us up. She lowers herself so slowly and we moan when I finally fill her up. It's a struggle to not thrust up into her, but I let her set the pace. She leans back with her hands griping my thighs, and she starts to shudder as I hit all the right places. I can feel Bella fluttering around me and her slow, steady pace starts to deteriorate, so I sit up, touch her where we are joined, and kiss her deeply. Bella falls apart with her name on my lips, but I manage to hold up. I don't give her any recovery time before I grip her hips and flip her over onto her back without ever losing contact. It's a tricky move, but we've had years of practice. My wife cries out as I move, fast and hard now. Her back arches, she braces herself with her hands pressed against the headboard, and I've never seen anything as beautiful as her. And she's mine forever. I push my lips into her neck, tasting her moist skin. She keeps one hand flat on the headboard while the other tugs on my hair. She feels so good and I'm so close. She is too. I can tell by her noises, the way she chants my name under her ragged breath. I hold out just long enough to make her come a second time, but the feel of her tightening around me is just too much, and I join her a second later. I collapse into her neck and find it impossible to move for a while. What a way to wake up, Bella says, playing with my hair and sounding somewhat dazed. I simply hum in agreement. Our breathing slows and I must fall back asleep because when I open my eyes again, the sun is much higher in the sky and Bella is poking me in the side of the head. I groan, turning my head away from her and tightening my grip on her at the same time. Up now, hubs, she demands, jostling under me. My ass is numb and I gotta pee. This is very upsetting and I whine a little as I roll off her, burying my head in a pillow in defense of the sunshine streaming in past the blinds. The pillow smells like my wife. Lovely. I think I'll stay with my face right here all day. You can't be lazy all day, Bella calls from the bathroom, as if she can read my mind. There is a lot of shit to be done. I can't even tell if I'm going to like this house yet with all the crap sitting everywhere. Mumbling profanities under my breath, I sit up because I know she is right. I survey our new bedroom. There is a mountain of boxes in the corner, toys spread across the floor last night when the twins stormed the castle, and our familiar furniture. We haven't figured out where to put any of it yet. In the 2 days since we moved in, we have done more family reunioning than unpacking. Our bed, with all its feather pillows and down comforter, is the one thing I insisted must be perfect. I hear the shower running, so I figure that I have at least a few more minutes, but then my wife pops back in. Bella appears in the doorway of the bathroom, leaning against the doorframe, still completely naked. This distracts me and it takes me longer than it should to realize that she is talking to me. Love this room, she is saying. I really love that window seat thing. They have names, right? Whatever, I don't fucking care. We are going to spend so much time reading or fucking or working in the nook. Sounds great, love, I reply, smiling at her, and I like the floors. Really, I reply, looking down over the side of the bed at said floors. Don't you think it's weird to have hardwood in a bedroom? Nah, I like it. We'll just have to get a really big carpet, and I'm painting this room. I hate this color, she tells me, continuing to look out the window. It's white, I reply with a slight chuckle. Exactly, she says. Hey, come shower with me. Not needing to be told twice, I leap out of bed, sprint over to her, and sweep her into my arms. She squeaks in surprise as I open the door to the large steam shower and step in. I love this shower. It could seat 4 people and has multiple shower heads. This shower is so fucking awesome, Bella says when I set her down. We're damn lucky your mom found us this house. We need another marriage rule, I say very seriously. We do this from time to time, in-state rules. According to Bella, it really keeps the communication flowing. What? Bella asks with a laugh. Talking about my mother is the shower forbidden, I reply. Bella rolls her eyes at me and I kiss her. None of that, she scolds after a moment. She turns away from me, grabbing a bottle of shampoo. Sit, she instructs. So I do. Which is awesome, because we are in our shower. Did I mention that there are 2 bench seats in this shower? Our shower, the best shower ever. Bella starts washing my hair and I stare at her chest. Hey, focus, she says, tilting my face up to hers. Do I have to? I mean, you asked me to shower with you. You are such a shameless hussy, she says. I blink at her for a moment. Did you just call me a shameless hussy? How odd. Bella then progresses to rattle off all the things she needs to get done. And there are a lot of them. Painting and unpacking and buying stuff and filling out paperwork to get the kids into school. What exactly do you need from me today? I ask when she finally takes a breath. Bella smiles at me and I know I said the right thing. I need you to take the monsters far, far away, she says. Is that is? I was expecting to be moving furniture and sent to Home Depot with a giant list of specific, impossible to find items. This is much better. I start my new job in 4 days, and the more time I can spend with the twins the better. Think you can handle that? I mean, I love the wee ones, but there is no way I'll get anything done with them around. I'll end up pretending to be a dinosaur with Masson or having a tea party with Charlie. They are highly distracting. She continues rubbing, scrubbing. Damn, that feels good. Yeah, I think I can handle that. I smack her butt and she flicks my forehead, detaching one of the shower heads to rinse my hair. I find out for the first time that we now own a detachable shower head. Excellent. I'm trying to steal it from my wife while I grope her when the Charlie and Masson burst through the bathroom door. I'm going to have to replace some doorknobs. None of ours lock. Bella hides behind me and I move to cover my junk. "What you doin'?" asks Charlie. Her hands are behind her back and she is swaying from side to side. I'm thankful the shower has made the glass real steamy so they probably can't see much. "No kissing," yells Masson. "Good morning, loves of my life. Give mommy and daddy a minute," Bella instructs, peeking out from behind me. "You can jump on our bed." Yes. Masson army crawls away, and then there were three. "I'm hungry," Charlie says, crossing her arms over her chest. Food in the belly. "Char, we'll be out in 1 minute. Can you wait that long?" I ask. "Only if we can have ice cream," Charlie insists. "We cannot have ice cream. That is not a breakfast food," I tell her. Although I do actually consider just giving her whatever she wants to get her out of here quicker. But I like it. "Charlie, if you just go into the bedroom for 2 seconds I'll be right behind you, and I'll whip up something." Bella laughs and Charlie lets out a little sound of disgust. I'm a little offended by their lack of faith. "Daddy burned the oatmeal." "Charlie, go wait outside," Bella says in that serious mom voice she sometimes uses. "I'll be out in 5 minutes and then we'll make pancakes together, okay?" "Okay. Make sure Masson doesn't break anything," Bella calls after our daughter. "Go," my wife says, basically shoving me out of the shower. "You're the one who told him to jump on our bed," I point out. I wrap a towel around myself and stick my head back in the shower, enjoying the view of Bella washing her hair. "Don't think I've forgotten about that detachable shower head." Bella sprays me in the face. The wee ones are doing a number on the bed and I gather some clothes before shutting myself into the walk-in to change. I get Masson and Charlie ready for the day while Bella finishes up in the shower without me. Our kids are pretty damn cute and very different. Masson always chooses to wear the most bizarre outfits. Today is a zip-up vest, cargo shorts, and plastic boots that can be for either rain or snow that rarely leave his feet. Charlie has carefully selected a pink dress with white tights and pink ballet flats. Who knows what Masson will be wearing, clothes, food, dirt, and otherwise, at the end of the day. Charlie will look as pristine as she does now. I can hear Bella working on the pancakes in our half-unpacked kitchen as I come downstairs with a twin on each hip. They're having a contest to see who can kiss my face the most times before we get to the kitchen and I can't stop laughing. This fatherhood thing is pretty great. By the time we enter the kitchen, my wife has disappeared. The kids continue their kissing contest, but I'm more focused on her whereabouts. I heard her in here a second ago. But then the toilet flushes and Bella emerges from the bathroom, hand covering her mouth. I take in her pale cheeks and narrowed eyes with concern. "All right, love?" I ask, having to raise my voice over the noises of the twins continuing to smack kisses all over my face. "Fine," she says, clearing her throat. She shakes her head quickly and forces a smile. It does nothing to alleviate my concern. "Gotta get back to these pancakes." She basically sprints back over to the kitchen counter before I can give her a proper examination. I would just need a moment, even with the twins all over me. I am a professional, after all. Charlie loses interest in their little game when she sees her mom return to the stove, and she wiggles out of my arms. "Where's my apron?" she asks Bella. "Don't know, kid. Probably in one of these boxes. We'll find it eventually but not before breakfast. Think you can help me out without it?" I notice Bella pour herself a glass of water. She takes a small sip, sloshes the liquid around in her mouth, and spits in the skin before downing the rest of the water in a series of deep chugs. "You really need my help?" Charlie asks, sounding excited. "Did she vomit? Is she sick?" "Of course, my sweet girl," Bella replies, sounding equally as enthusiastic. Masson is still kissing my face. "Maze," I say, continuing to laugh as I gently try to end his assault. "I think you're the clear victor, buddy." "I'm not Victor," he replies, looking at me like I'm crazy. At least my words got him to stop. "I'm Masson. Remember, Daddy?" I chuckle at this. "I remember your name, Masson." I give him a quick little tickle before explaining myself. Victor is not just a person's name, it's also another word for winner. "Oh," he says, nodding and his mouth forming a ridiculously large O. "Then call me Victor always. It's better than stupid old Masson." What is up with my wife? I will be getting to the bottom of this. Masson's a great name. Would I give you a stupid old name? I think not. "Daddy, you talk funny," Masson says, giggling and laying his forehead against my neck. "I love you too, Maze," I reply, still chuckling. My boy is damn funny, even if he doesn't know it yet. "Lot of love, Popper." I trap Bella after she finishes serving the twins. "What was that?" I whisper in her ear as she washes her hands at the sink. I try to get a whiff of her breath but she keeps her mouth away from me. "What was what?" she asks, not looking at me and washing a mixing bowl. "Why aren't you eating your pancakes?" "Why aren't you eating your pancakes?" I counter. "Possibly because you were sick and were vomiting not 20 minutes ago." I keep my voice low, not wanting the kids to hear me talk about vomiting. Masson thinks any and all body functions are hilarious while Charlie is beyond repulsed. "You should like fucking Sherlock Holmes, cracking the big case," Bella whispers back, drying the bowl now. One can tell that my hovering is annoying her as she attempts to move around the kitchen, but I will have my answer. "Did I crack the big case?" "I just had a moment," she replies, waving her hand at me dismissively. "I'm fine now." She tries to move to the kitchen table, but I corner her by our lazy Susan. "Have you been feeling sick? Or just in the mornings, perhaps?" I say quietly, fluctuating between anger and excitement. Bella stares up at me for a long moment, biting her lip. I wish I could tell what she was thinking. "Edward, calm down," she instructs seriously. It's too soon to tell about any of that yet. I haven't. I'm not supposed to get my period for another 3 days. I can't help but grin down at her. That was the first sign with the twins. You got morning sickness at 4 weeks with them and you were feeling off for at least a week before that, I say, basically bouncing in place with my excitement. We're gonna have a baby. Another baby. 4 will become 5. I'm gonna be a daddy. Please, she says, tugging on my shirt. Her eyes are pleading and on the edge of panic. I don't want to jinx anything. It's too early to know for sure. Ah, now I understand. Bella doesn't want to get her hopes up. Despite the miracle of the twins, Bella is a little gun shy. The scars of the miscarriage are still with my wife, and even though a lot had changed, she is still very careful with her optimism. So I calm down. As much as I want to run around the neighborhood announcing, admittedly prematurely, our pregnancy, I refrain. It takes huge effort on my part, but I take a deep breath and relax. You're right, I say. I won't say anything for the next 3 days, okay? Promise me, Edward, she say, lightly punching my shoulder. Don't go out to buy a bunch of tests or make me an appointment. No tempting of the universe. I smile down at her before kissing her gently and wrapping my arms around her waist. I hold her tight because I have a good feeling. I know what she is scared to admit. We're gonna have a baby. God, I love babies. The way they smell and how they cuddle right into your chest. I was even oddly disappointed when Maze and Charlie figured out how to use the potty. I promise not to taunt the universe, I say, struggling to keep a straight face as I agree to cater to her superstitious side. You won't hear a peep out of me for the next 3 days. Thank you, she says, sighing in relief. No kissing, says Masson. After breakfast and clean up, I read to Charlie on our couch while Bella does something with Masson in the backyard. This is what she means when she said that she wouldn't get anything done with them around. She is a bigger problem than the kids. They distract her too easily, entrancing her into going on backyard adventures and other games. The next thing she knows it's the end of the day and it was a good one, but nothing that should have got done did. I try to focus on my flesh and blood, real for sure daughter, but my mind keeps wandering to babies. Our baby. The baby growing in Bella, more specifically. Daddy, you didn't read that part right. Charlie reminds me that I've forgotten to use a girl voice for a female character, so I read the page over. Alice, children in tow, stalks into the kitchen at this moment and laughs at me. Sounding good, little twin, she says. This place is still a disaster. Sorry we're not meeting you expectations, Alice, I reply as Charlie abandons me to greet her cousins. Some of us actually enjoy sleep. I can't believe you can even fall asleep with your house this messy, she muses. I shrug in response. After Masson, messes annoy me less. Well, get settled and everything will have a place eventually. Where is your wife? Alice asks, watching the kids run off into the living room. In the backyard, I reply. She is scouting out a place to garden. You know how she likes the idea of living off the land. Good grief, she can't focus on anything, can she? Alice accuses with a huff. Her house is unpacked, she called me over here to talk lit mag, and now she is out poking around in the dirt. What can I say? She's a busy lady. How the hell does all this translate into a hard copy of my literary magazine? Bella demands, looking over my sister's shoulder at the laptop 20 minutes later. Bella, it's in design. How have you never used this program before? Alice replies, rolling her eyes. And should this even be a priority right now? You haven't even really unpacked? Bella lets out a big sigh. Yeah, you're right. It's just I'm excited to get shit going now that I'm back in Boulder and close to all my editors. When we moved to Seattle, my wife had been doing freelance stuff for several different publications. She continued to write here as well as interest pieces about living abroad. But when we finally settled down and I started to actually make some decent money, she decided to quit all that and do what she really wanted to do. She got a literary grant, hired a web designer, asked old contacts in Boulder to edit, and started her own submission-based, online publication. Thus Distractions was born. It's pretty damn cool. Through subscriptions, Bella makes enough money to cover her costs and put a little away. Now that Bella is living closer to most of her editors and inspired by reader demand, Bella is working on printing a hard copy quarterly. Don't you think you should wait till the kids are in school and you are all settled in? Alice asks. I know, you're right, my wife says, sounding resigned. I just want to be printing by the October edition. That seems realistic. I'm melting. Masson's screams can be heard from the other room right along with the laughter of the other kids. There's a thump and a crash. My wife and my sister both turn to look at me. I'll go check on the kids, I says, stepping into the hall as Alice and Bella continue to bicker. Despite the current state of chaos, I really like our new house. It has 4 bedrooms, 3.5 baths. The outside is brick and wood with a large wraparound deck and an even larger backyard. It was built in the 20s and the paneling has detailing that reminds Charlie of a gingerbread house. The inside has all been renovated with wood floors, granite countertops, and a really great master bathroom. It's far enough away from campus to be kid-friendly and rather low-key. We bought it unseen. Esme found it for us, and everything about it is perfect. I think we will be here for a very long time. I move from the kitchen to the living room. The bright, open space is littered with boxes, random furniture, and children. They have somehow overturned a sofa. Charlie and Jordan, Alice's 5-year-old, lie on their backs underneath it and pound repetitively. Henry is trying to lift Masson out of another box that is rattling ominously. Ouch, 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 chants Masson. I quickly move across the room, lifting my kid. His foot got stuck between the cardboard and scraped him up a little bit, but otherwise he's okay. What's up, guys? I ask. We're bored, says Henry. Yeah, echoes Masson. Well, let's do something cool, I suggest. Your Uncle Emmett wants to go swimming. Emmett and Rose have 4 kids, Willie, Billy, Tommy, and Addie, ages 8 to 2. When their second was born, Emmett surprised us all and quit his big-wig HR job to become a stay-at-home dad. Rose has always worn the pants and Em is just a big kid anyway, so it works out. Cannonball. Masson shouts, launching himself out of my arms and onto the upturned couch while the girls scream underneath it. The boys get excited while the girls get really cranky about being forced to leave their home under the couch. It takes another 45 minutes, but eventually I coordinate with Emmett and get all 8 Cullen cousins to the pool. Soon to be 9, but I'm getting a little ahead of myself. Sometimes, I feel a bit like I'm herding cats. I love it though, this life we're making. January 2015, I miss my cat. I whine to my friend Carmen as we chat over drinks in Barcelona's Raval neighborhood. According to Carmen, this part of the city was once super sketchy, but now it's all bohemian, an artist's haven. Which is cool. Because I'm kinda an artist. Carmen and her longtime lover, maybe husband Eliezer, live down here, so this is usual where we end up when we get together. Though it's great and funky, I honestly prefer the Gothic Quarter, despite the mass-off tourists always stomping around. The churches are beautiful and I like to people watch. Although I would never tell Carmen that. She'd probably never speak to me again. What is a cat compared to this city? She scoffs, gesturing with her glass of wine. Carmen, for fuck's sake, I groan in frustration. We've been having this argument for the last month and she just doesn't get it. Just because I'm homesick doesn't mean I'm insulting your city. I love Barcelona. But we've been here for 4 months. 4 months is no time at all, she insists. Carmen, do you see that man? I point towards the bar where our menfolk are chatting and laughing. Of course I see that man. What, do you think I'm Blink? That man, I continue as if she didn't speak, is a healer, a lifesaver. A lifesaver, she echoes. His hands. I put my own hands in her face for dramatic effect. Also because I'm a little bit drunk, his hands save lives. What else do his hands do? Carmen asks, waggling her eyebrows at me. I giggle a lot and turn red. You're missing the point, I scold. Darling, that is the point. Carmen, you're incorrigible. The point is that those life-saving hands are current working as a shopkeeper for our crazy landlords instead to stitching people up, I say. Plus, I miss being around people I understand. You're such an ugly American, Isabella. Imagine not learning the language of the locals. She sighs and shakes her head at me in shame. I try, I defend. I really do. I'm just hopeless at languages. I barely get my own. You studied English in school, yes? Carmen asks with an arched eyebrow. I've always been shockingly bad at grammar given my profession. Editors hate me. Carmen snorts elegantly, which I imagine has had to do. I don't think I've even met anyone as elegant as Carmen. Sometimes I don't get what this beautiful Barcelonan sees in me. But 2 days after we moved here I stumbled into her, spilling her coffee. She yelled at me in that flowly, foreign tongue for a solid minute before she realized I had no idea what she was saying. I bought her a new cup, joined her table, and that was that. Whenever you drink you talk about this cat. What is so great about this beast? Carmen asks. I finish my wine and slap a hand over my heart. His name is Waldo. He's orange and he's got these big, green, crossed eyes. He's Edward in cat form, I gush. Carmen stares at me with mild distaste for a good long minute. Most of the time I have no idea what you are going on about. I have a good laugh at that, not even able to stop as Edward takes his seat next to me and slides his hand up my thigh. Have I told you that you're gorgeous when you laugh? I smile at my husband's typically adorable flattery. A time or two, I reply, leaning over to give him a kiss. So what are we talking about, ladies? Asks Eliezer, draping his arm around Carmen's shoulders. Waldo, I say with a sigh. Should Edward feel threatened? Eliezer drawls. He's our cat, Edward explains. You have a cat? I've never seen a cat, Eliezer continues, looking puzzled. I snort at this. Eliezer has seen our minuscule apartment all of one time. There is barely room for 2 people to fit comfortably in there. With 4 it's just downright uncomfortable. He's currently living with my sister in Colorado, Edward explains. Why are you talking about Waldo? I have no idea, Carmen says, putting her palms up as if she is declaring her innocence. Because I miss him, Edward, with his big eyes and that way he tilts his head. I miss him too, even the way he sleeps on my face. And the way he licks your nose just once when you're not paying enough attention to him. And how clean he is about going to the litter box. I laugh about that for a second. That's when I realize Carmen and Eliezer are staring at us like they've never seen us before. What? I ask. You two are so strange. You talk of Waldo like he's a person, not some sort of flea-bitten animal, Carmen says, looking like there is something foul-smelling under her nose. Ah, I say, turning to Edward. He kinda is like a person. Like a child. Our child. I want to see him soon. Soon, Edward agrees, nodding. Enough of this strange conversation. It's making me uncomfortable. Let's dance, Carmen says, finishing her drink and pulling Eliezer out of his chair. Edward and I follow close behind. Our small studio apartment always smells like bread. This is probably because we live above a bakery. It is both great and terrible at the same time. I've gained at least 10 pounds because I'm always munching on various baked goods. Edward sells the bread. Which is hilarious and a bit weird, but we met this old couple vacationing in Rome and we got to talking. They offered us free accommodations in exchange for one of us working in their bakery. We don't need the money, of course, but it was just too good of an adventure to pass up. Originally, I was excited to bake, but when it turned out they needed a clerk not a baker, Edward stepped in. There is no way I could communicate with customers. Edward, master of many languages, was just thrilled with the opportunity to speak Catalan. He picked it up quick, which is good because I'm beyond hopeless. Plus, Edward wanted to give me the chance to write. It's been pretty great though, living in this city. I love just wandering, getting to know Barcelona on foot. Most days I find myself in some little cafe in front of big windows, typing away or people watching. But I am ready to go home. I'm just not so sure about Edward. In the last few years he's had the wanderlust. Bad. Good morning, my love. Edward's scratchy voice comes from the small bed behind me. I turn away from the window where I've been sipping my tea and looking out over the city. Hey, babe, I reply, setting down my mug and walking over to my hubs. He has a bunch of lines on his face, imprints from how he slept on the pillow. It's too damn cute. Nice shirt, he says, playing with the hem of the button-up he worn out last night. Come here. He scoots as close to the far wall as he can and I kick off my slippers before crawling in next to him. It's almost February now and today is gray and chilly. I press my cold nose against his neck and he shivers. How are you this morning? He murmurs, kissing my hair. Actually, I'm feeling a little off, I tell him, even through admitting this to my overprotective doctor husband is sure to only bring me annoyance. But this way Edward won't mind staying in bed with me all day instead of making me go to some bizarre museum like he usually does on his days off. My tummy hurts. I pout at him and try to look miserable. Oh no, wifey, he says, brow furrowing. Is it bad? Nah, I assure him. Just a little off. It's a good day to stay in bed. What do you want to do? 20 minutes later I'm dozing with my head on Edward's stomach. He is playing with my hair and reading Pride and Prejudice. My hubs can only handle so much Jane Austen, but he picked the book for me, knowing I'm not feeling right. His low voice is so soothing and his skin is so warm. This is my heaven. Right here, in bed with my man, reading classic literature. I don't get it, Edward says with a huff. Get what? I ask with a smile. I can tell by his tone that he is about to get all frustrated and irritated by something completely ridiculous. Mr. Darcy. I don't get the appeal of Mr. Darcy. I mean, he's all quiet and annoying and stuck up, Edward says. I don't open my eyes but I can tell by the way his belly moves that he's gesturing wildly with his hands. I can picture it clearly so there is really no need to look. Yeah, he's all rich and into saving the day. It's totally weird, I reply with only a little bit of sarcasm. Where's the appeal there? Edward is silent for a moment. Isabella, he says, his voice low and stern. Did you just compare me to Mr. Darcy? I would never, I reply with a giggle. Edward lets out a growl and then bends to kiss me. I smile against his lips and throw my arms around his shoulders. Don't worry, babe, I murmur between kisses. I like my men a little more goofy and ginger. He pulls away to frown down at me. Really? He asks. Really? I'm about to reply, but then I'm overcome with a sudden urge to puke my guts out. Shoving Edward off with more force than necessary, I sprint to the bathroom with my hand covering my mouth. I barely make it to our tiny toilet before hurling up the piece of toast and 3 cups of coffee that made up my breakfast. My shoulders heave as Edward gathers my hair. I thought the days of you holding my hair back as I puked were over, I mutter miserably into the bowl. Normally I would chuckle at that but at the moment I'm too concerned, he replies tersely. Did you eat anything weird? Just what you fed me, I snap back, being unnecessarily rude. Sorry, I don't like being sick. I don't like you sick either, he says, bending down to examine me. Gently, he tilts my face towards his and lays a hand over my forehead. You don't have a temperature. Your color's returning. When was your last period? What? I say, baiting his hands away. Gross. He shakes his head at me. Probably because I just referred to my period as being gross to my doctor husband. Bella, he says, grabbing my hand and grinning at me. Are you late? I stare at him blankly. I have no job. What could I possibly be late for? Late for what? I ask, questioning his sanity. I found in the last few years of world travel and living like wanderers that I question his sanity kinda a lot. I've also found that usual it's best to just trust the man. Who knew he's such an adventurer? Late, he says, rolling his eyes at me. It still takes me another 30 seconds to figure out what he's blathering about. Oh fuck, I say, feeling a little like I'm gonna puke again. Usually, the whole baby thing is something I try not to think about. We haven't really been trying for the last couple years, but we haven't really been not trying either. To be honest, I've kinda giving up on the whole thing. For a year or so a part of me has just resigned myself to the fact that babies aren't in the cards for us. I haven't told Edward any of these fears, but he knows. He always knows. I mean, I once tearily asked him to get me more tampons. That was probably pretty obvious. You better not be fucking with me, Cullen, I say, waving my hand in his face somewhat obnoxiously. I simply asked a question, Cullen, he says, imitating my snappy tone. I sigh. Take a deep breath, Edward says, running his thumb over my cheekbone. My deep breath comes out more of a squeak. My mind is going a million miles a minute, and I'm having a hard time focusing on fucking dates. Who needs dates? I continue in this hysterical, high-pitched voice. I don't need dates. I only know it's the weekend because you make me stay in bed till noon. I'm a writer with monthly deadlines, and I only know a deadline is approaching because I set my phone to beep at me. I don't even need to pay attention to the day of the week. Edward raises an eyebrow at me. Who's questioning whose sanity now? Okay, he says with authority. This is what we're going to do, Isabella. Just one thing at a time. First, we're just going to stand up and brush that vomit out of your teeth. Can you handle that? I nod silently. I accomplish this one simple task and feel an odd sense of accomplishment. Good job, Edward says. He is smiling slightly, and I can tell he thinks I'm a fool, but I don't have space in my head for that. Baby. Of baby. When was my last period? Baby. Prego. Period. I'm oddly into the name Tobias. Oh holy Krishna. I don't even dare to hope to pray to dream about being prego. Bella, now that you're all fresh and clean, we're going back to bed. I scowl at him. There is no way I can focus on that in a time like this. We have our best talks in bed, he explains. I nod and grab his hand because he's right. All the big ones tend to happen in bed. I shuffle my feet, vaguely aware that I'm acting like a dazed fool. Did I mention that I won't let myself dare to hope to pray to dream to be carrying Edward's child again? I settle in next to Edward, right in the crook of his arm. I slip my hand under his t-shirt in an attempt to ground myself a little. Wife of mine? Edward prompts after letting me just sit in silence for a moment. When was your last deadline? Last week. Okay. Were you on your period? He asks. I make a face because it's gross before really thinking about his question. No, I answer, again oddly pleased that I remember. Edward smiles at me indulgently. What about the deadline before that? He pushes. I think for a good solid minute, racking my brain. No, I say, squinting and tinking as hard as I've even thought. It had just stopped. Edward and I grin at each other and then high-five. And you haven't had it since then? He asks, hands on my shoulders. No, I say, jubilantly jump to my feet. I let out a girlish shriek and do a happy dance. I'm late. I'm late, I'm late, I'm late, I sing. Edward laughs as I continue to do a little dance. But then I remember how easily I lost our baby last time and how scary it is to have my hopes up and suddenly I don't feel like celebrating. As quickly as I popped up, I lie back down. What just happened? Edward asks, bending over me to see me lying flat on my back and working my lip. He removes it from my teeth with his thumb. I'm putting myself on bed rest. It's the safest option. Edward lets out a snort, and I glare at him. Oh, you're serious, he says, bemused as he struggles to keep up with my erratic behavior. I place my hands protectively over my flat belly. Firstly, I'm the doctor here so I will be determining what the safest option is. Secondly, I think you're getting a little ahead of things here. We don't know anything for sure. I don't want you to get your hopes too high, Bella. But there is nothing wrong with positive thinking. I tear up a little because he is so fucking right. Fuck, even after all these years I'm still such a nutcase. I want it to be for sure, I whisper. Edward settles next to me, pulling me into his arms. Me too. I love you, Edward. I love you too, he replies, kissing me softly, so much. 2 days or a week or 5 days later, like I said, it's difficult keeping track here in Barcelona. Edward has me pee on a stick. It is a frustrating process being as the fucking thing is in a language I can't read. It probably doesn't help that I've been super frazzled and throwing up every morning. My hands shake. I want this so bad as we wait for the results. I pace around the apartment, biting my lip and glancing over at Edward every few seconds. He's been remarkably calm through this whole thing. After what seems like 12 years, I lose patience and go over to harass my husband who is holding the pee stick and looking at his watch intently. Well, I demand. What does that funny little symbol mean? 30 more seconds, Bella, he says, still staring at his watch. I quell the irrational urge to punch him. It's not his fault time has slowed down or that I'm such an insane person when it comes to babies. I really hope I'm pregnant. The disappointment would crush me. Edward too, I think, but he'll be better at hiding it. I go back to pacing and biting my lip. Bella, Edward says hours later. I pause in front of him, wringing my hands nervously. Part of me doesn't want to know. I'll just find out in 9 months if a baby pops out of me. Fuck, I'm crazy. If the test is false I'm probably going to turn into one of those women who are convinced they're pregnant when they're not. Hysterical pregnancy, that's what it's called. Shit, maybe that's what this was from the beginning. That is just plain stupid. Edward is the least hysterical person I've even met. Too bad I can't say the same for myself. Bella, he says again. I look up to see him smiling like a fool. Get out of your head. Did you hear a word I just said? I shake my head. I was too busy freaking out to pay attention to words. My husband's whole face is lit right up like the 4th of July. That's a good sign, right? Damn, he's pretty. It's positive, Edward says quietly, reverence and lacing his tone. It's almost like he doesn't really believe his own words. I can relate. We're pregnant. I just stand there staring at him with my mouth agape for a moment while his words sink in. Backquote. When they do, I promptly burst into tears. Edward rushes to me, holding me as I collapse against him. I cry into his neck as he whispers brilliant things about loving me and loving our baby and how everything is going to be wonderful. This is so scary. Letting myself believe it is so scary. When I fail to calm down, Edward brings me over to the bed, settling with me leaning against his chest. He runs a comforting hand down my back. What if that shitty test is wrong? How can I trust you to be reading it right? What if all this is just some terrible joke of the universe? Damn you, universe. I take that back. My apologies, universe. What if something goes wrong? What if there is another disappearance? What if this is all actually fucked up a dream? Waking up tomorrow is gonna suck balls. What if? Edward covers my mouth to stop my hysterical rant. I stare up at him with watery eyes as he removes his hand and encourages me to take deep breaths. It takes another 5 minutes, but eventually I calm down. Edward kisses me, briefly but intensely. I manage a watery smile for him. Better, he asks. Yeah, I say, blushing. Sorry about that. My freak out is just embarrassing. I wish I could give Edward a normal, happy, we're having a baby celebration, but I'm not built that way. I'm too scared to be happy yet. It seems too good to be true, and I feel like if I let myself be happy then something will go horribly wrong, leaving me broken. Don't be sorry, he replies, drying my cheeks. I know this is hard for you in a way I can't really understand totally. I just nod. He seems pretty understanding to me. Part of that is your crazy hormones, you know. I hope you're prepared to get even crazier, he says, teasing me a little. I glance up at him, pleased that he looks so happy, thrilled even. I'm glad one of us is brave enough to be happy. I want to go to a real doctor, I tell him, grabbing his hand and relaxing into him with my head on his shoulder. In the States. One who speaks English who can give me hardcore proof. I'm a little nervous that Edward is going to want to stay abroad for the rest of our lives, that we are just going to end up aimlessly floating and he'll never realize his fuck awesome doctor dreams. He has just loved the travel and the moving so damn much, he says he's never felt this free. But I just want to go home. I booked the tickets the day you threw up for the first time, he says quietly. I hear the trepidation in his voice, like he's scared I'm going to freak out that he didn't include me in that decision. I'm so motherfucking relieved I don't get even a little bit pissy about him keeping shit from me. How many days ago was that? I inquire. 3, he replies. Huh, it seems like forever. And when do we go home? I don't even have to ask where we are going. Although Carlisle and Esme flew out for Christmas, we haven't seen the rest of the clan for over 2 years. We haven't even met the newest Cullen, William. Rose is already knocked up, again. It's getting a little ridiculous, and there is no way we aren't flying right to Colorado. And Waldo. I'm so excited to see my Kit Kat. Where the hell else would we go? 6 days, he admits, running his hand through his hair. I frown in displeasure. Do you want to stay here? He asks, really flustered now and totally misinterpreting my facial expressions. I just figured you'd want to be around the family. It's been so long since we've seen. This time, I'm the one covering his mouth to get him to shut up. Edward, I'm so goddamn ready to get home. Ideally, we'd leave tomorrow, I say. Edward grins at me. I think we need a little more time to get our affairs in order. 6 days, I say, nodding. We're going home, he whispers. I kiss him, feeling so much. Edward pulls away after a moment, resting his forehead against mine and smiling softly at me with such love. He has my tummy fluttering, even after all this time. My husband tentatively palms my flat stomach, and I tear up a little again. Never breaking eye contact, I cover his hand with my own. I can't help but smile back at him, and in this one perfect little moment, I ignore all that other crap and find the happy. In this one perfect little moment, I let myself believe that everything is going to be wonderful. Thanks for watching. That is for today.